Chapter 14. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.6 BBY Current year, Naruto is 12 and 2 weeks has passed since the last chapter, so there is 1 week before the Chunin exam finals. Chapter 14, Leaving. XX. 2 weeks had passed since the incident at the hot springs. Naruto's clones took care of all of his duties and other needs while he stayed in the hideout. His clones performing his duties were being followed and monitored by ANBU 24 hours a day. He knew this because Karin had sensed them. It wasn't that difficult to constantly switch out the clone when it got low on chakra, but there was always the chance that something could happen and one of his clones would get dispelled. He was lucky that he was being kept in the village and on guard duty, so the clones were in no danger of being dispelled. Getting the information from the library was done at night now. He would send a clone that would use an earth jutsu to move through the rock of the Hokage mountain and enter the library when it was closed. He learned enough about the security measures and the patrols to not get caught, but couldn't send more than one clone without the risk of getting noticed. Currently he was focusing on getting everything ready for leaving the hideout. He was removing and sealing all of the scrolls and information that he had into 2 large scrolls that he would seal on his body. He planned to leave everything else how it was in the hideout, except for the Sith runes, so he had the hideout to use later on. Karin had just finished enough of her training to perform the necessary changes to the corpse in order to make the face look like him. While Karin was doing that, he would be placing the seal on the corpse. They would also have to modify his hospital records, which would have to be stolen from the hospital and altered before the Chunin exam finals. With these changes to the body and what he had planned for his death, he would likely fool the entire village into thinking that he was dead. There would likely still be people that would suspect him of something, such as Denzo, but even if the corpse was discovered as not being his, he would be long gone by that time. Getting out the scroll with the body, he would have Karin start working on it later that day. However, there was something he had to do first. He had ANBU, Jiraiya, the Sandame and his viewing orb, and even a member of Denzo's root ANBU tailing him nearly all the time. Unfortunately, he needed to get supplies as well as do things within the village. The protection of the hideout stopped the viewing orb from finding his real body, but he had a feeling that the Hokage was watching in on his shadow clone from time to time. This was a problem because his clones probably couldn't escape the notice of everyone that was after him, which meant that he couldn't use them effectively to finish the plan in the next week. With the number of methods and sensors that were monitoring him, he had to be more careful than ever. He was working on something to help him escape chakra sensor detection, but it was still a work in progress and he could only delegate the work to a clone while he dealt with the many other problems that he had been experiencing. The only thing that he had going for himself was that none of the people that were after him had ever seen, met, or knew anything about Karin. She could move through the village without question. Should she be caught, he could easily falsify anything that they needed to make her appear to be a current academy student and even a member of the village. He could place fake records of her in the archives, put the same files inside the Ninja Academy file room, and he could always persuade a Chunin teacher to acknowledge the fact that Karin was his student. This could all be done extremely quickly because of the closeness of the academy and the archives to his hideout. He would only need to send a clone using a rock jutsu to get to these locations. This plan seemed feasible to him and he intended to implement it. In preparation and as a test, he had let Karin go to lunch with Tenten 2 weeks ago. The decision was foolish, but he needed to test her loyalty and determine if she could be trusted to act semi-independently inside the village and perform the needed tasks. Waiting for her to return to the meeting place he had designated, which was the main entrance to the hideout at the top of the Hokage monument, she had returned without incident and told him that she would be meeting Tenten for lunch again in a couple of days. He let the lunch meetings go because he needed Karin to help him with much more than he originally planned. Letting her have some freedom would give him leverage to get her to go on a mission for him and work on the corpse. It was a compromise and done to get her to cooperate. Forcing her to do things may only go so far before she tried to subvert his plans. He had talked with his master the previous week but had mentioned nothing about the events that had happened at the hot springs. Right before the transmission, he had a foreboding feeling through the force concerning what he was going to talk about with his master. He wasn't sure where it came from, but it was enough to worry him and rethink what he had been going to inform Plagueis about. He pushed the memories and information as deep as he could before contacting his master and giving Plagueis an update of his progress. He informed him that things were still proceeding, but he was having trouble because Jiraiya had showed up in the village and Danzo was getting more suspicious. He also mentioned nothing about the Kyuubi, his parents, or using the drain knowledge technique on Jiraiya. He still wasn't sure his master would even believe the story of knocking the legendary ninja out while the man was peeping on the woman's hot springs. Even he himself still had trouble believing it. Currently he was walking to the room that Karin was practicing medical ninjutsu in. He watched what she was doing for a few moments before he said anything. Karin was just finishing up an exercise with one of the fish he provided and would move on to more advanced training soon. This would be enough for his purposes, and he watched as she healed a fish that he had purposefully injured. Medicnin needed real training on real injuries in order to become better, and he couldn't let her go to the hospital or get any experience on real people, except for himself, but he wasn't about to let her use any medical ninjutsu on him. It wasn't that he didn't think her skill was good enough but that he still didn't trust her completely nor really trust anyone to heal him besides the medical droid and Bacta tank on the ship. Once Karan finished, he spoke, "Since you've completed the exercise, I have something else for you to do." Karan looked up a little startled as she was so focused on the task that she didn't feel him enter the room or standing near her. "What kind of exercise is it?" she asked and was eager to learn anything he could offer. "It won't be an exercise per se. You will be going out into the village and procuring something for me," stated Naruto, and he felt and watched for her reaction. Her eyes widened at what he said and she thought about what it could be. It was good that he was willing to trust her more and give her a bigger role in whatever he was planning. She was very curious what his plans actually were as it had never been explained to her, and succeeding in some kind of mission would only put her on his good side. "So, what is it?" she questioned, and he proceeded to tell her about the short mission. Karan absorbed the information he was telling her about breaking into the hospital and procuring his medical records. He pulled out plans for the building that were taken from the archives as well as a village map and made sure she knew where she was going. She watched as he pulled out what looked like a Fuinjutsu brush and then formed a hand seal she had come to recognize as the one that created his clones. The clone stood next to him as the smoke cleared and then it performed the henge and turned itself into a small metal pyramid-like object. She watched in curiosity as she wondered what he would do, and then he said something. "Let me see your arm." XX. Calmly, or as calmly as possible under the conditions she was in, Karan walked through the village and towards the Konoha hospital. The building was several stories tall and it was now in her view as she casually walked to it. She was under a henge to make her look like a nurse and one of the hospital's regular staff. From the information that Naruto had told her, she would be sneaking in through one of the back entrances of the hospital and making her way to the records room. Getting into the hospital wouldn't be that hard as it really wasn't a very secure building. There were many ninja in the building but the majority were either visitors or patients. Few ninjas seemed to be patrolling the building and she could feel them as well as evade them with her sensor abilities. Watching over one of the service entrances, she waited for an opening and then went in to pick the lock on the door. With the door opened, she made her way through the maintenance area of the hospital and to the stairwell. The main records room was on the middle floor of the building so as to be better accessible to all floors. Stopping in the stairwell before she entered the correct floor, she sensed the entire floor for chakra signatures that belonged to ninja. She only detected a few signatures that were larger than a civilian, but it was hard to tell whether they belonged to ninja or just medical nin. Once the hallway was clear, she entered through the stairwell door and closed it behind her without making much noise. Casually walking down the hall, she headed to where Naruto indicated the records room was. Passing several locked rooms, she eventually came to the correct room. Reaching out, she checked the door and found it locked, which she already assumed it would be. Kneeling down, she pulled out her lock-picking tools and went to work on the door. It didn't take very long before the lock clicked to tell her that the door was open and she proceeded to enter the room. Looking around at the numerous filing cabinets, she thought about where to start first and realized that she didn't know one key piece of information. "My surname is Uzumaki," stated a disembodied voice from inside her head. Karan jumped slightly at the intrusion of the voice into her thoughts but then calmed down and absently touched her arm that had the seal on it. When Naruto had created the storage seal on her arm, she had no idea what his thought process was when he sealed a henged clone into it. She thought perhaps he was sending backup for her, but it was really so that he could extend whatever thought-projecting abilities he had and communicate with her while they were separated. She had questioned whether it was necessary and suggested a wireless radio, but he told her that their conversation could be picked up by other radios that the ANBU used. Opening file drawers until she came upon the use, she quickly schemed the names until she found what she was looking for. Pulling it out, she noticed that it was rather thin. Putting the file under her arm, she closed the drawer to the cabinet and made her way out of the room. Before she left, she sensed the floor she was on and found a ninja or medical nin walking down the long hallway right towards her. Panicking, she looked around the room for somewhere to hide as she wouldn't be able to leave the room without being spotted, and she couldn't be sure that her henge of a random nurse would be able to pass scrutiny in a place where everyone knew each other. She looked everywhere in the room but found nothing. "Stop panicking," came Naruto's voice in her head, and she calmed down slightly. "If you can't find a hiding place, then you'll just have to make one." XX. A shadow appeared, blocking the light of the slit at the bottom of the door. The handle turned and the door opened to reveal a nurse. The nurse walked in rather frustrated as someone had again forgotten to lock the records room door and then proceeded to organize the files she was carrying into the correct cabinets. It took a few minutes to finish, and once she was done, she headed back to the door of the room. Along the short path to the door, she noted a filing cabinet that was much shorter than the rest. She stopped to look at it briefly as she wondered if it had been there when she was in the room earlier that day. She continued walking to the door a moment later and ignored the small oddity as she had other work to do. Closing the door on her way out, she headed back to tend to her patients. A moment elapsed before the filing cabinet the nurse had been looking at went up in smoke. The smoke cleared to reveal a crouched and relieved Karan. Before she stood up, she sensed the chakra signatures in the area to make sure no one else was coming and that the coast was clear. She exhaled when she found no one in the immediate area and left the records room with the file in hand. Closing the door soundlessly behind her, she moved quickly back the way she came and exited the hospital. XX. Karan handed the file to Naruto and waited with her arms crossed as he leafed through the pages. Sifting through his own medical records, which he had never looked at before, he glanced at all of the information and numbers just in case there was something he missed or didn't know about himself. A good portion of the file needed to be altered because it was too difficult to change the body to match the file. The last physical he had indicated that he was a few inches shorter and actually a little heavier than the corpse he had acquired, but that physical had been months ago, so all he needed to alter was the blood type and a few other parts of his records. Besides that, the corpse's face needed to be changed to match his. Pulling out the scroll with the corpse in it, he motioned to an earthen operating table nearby that he had created while Karan was getting the file. Karan walked to it and watched with some interest as Naruto set down a scroll on the flat rock surface and then proceeded to unroll it. What she didn't know was that it contained the corpse of her teammate that had been preserved inside the scroll for about a month. They had a short window in which to alter the body and Naruto wanted it as fresh as possible, so he had used a special preservation scroll. The body's time of death could be determined by a medical examiner, but with careful planning and preservation, the body's time of death would nearly fit with his supposed death when the battle started. There was unfortunately some error, but it couldn't be helped and was unavoidable for his plans. Putting his hands in the ram seal, he unsealed the scroll. Karan leaned forward to see what it was, and when the smoke cleared she screamed and then fainted. Frowning, Naruto sighed and then sealed back up the body, since Karan obviously wouldn't be doing anything until she gained consciousness. Perhaps I should have warned her first. Naruto wondered, and small smile formed on his face. XX. Karan regained consciousness several minutes later and Naruto explained to her everything that he wanted her to do to the corpse before he unsealed it again. The operation proceeded better than expected. While still squeamish about working on the body of her former teammate, Karan managed to create an exact replica of Naruto's face. Everything was finished in less time than Naruto thought it would take. He spent several minutes inspecting the body and the seal he had placed before he determined that it was as good a replica as it could be. The body was then sealed up. While Karan was changing the face and he was applying the seal to the stomach, one of his clones had gone about altering the medical records to reflect the new body before him. Once everything was completed, Karan was sent back to the hospital to put his records back. He would only need to wait a few more days before the Chunin exam finals and then he would be able to leave the village. XX. Plague Ace eyes once again moved over a group of scientists that were now working for him. He inspected what they were working on and moved on to another area of the facility. He currently had several groups of Snow Country scientists working on multiple projects for him. One group was making several chakra armor devices based on Dota's advanced prototype. He added in a bit of his own knowledge to the devices, but with the facilities and resources he had, he wasn't able to do much to the devices or make them much better than the original design. Another group was finishing up synthesizing the ship sealant in another part of Dota's castle. A small chemical factory had been constructed with the materials brought to the island that Naruto had sealed onto the boat. Production of the sealant would begin shortly. The final group was working on analyzing a strange device in the mountains that Dota was interested in. The dictator was positive that the device was a weapon, but upon inspection and testing, it turned out that the notion was mistaken and the device built by Dota's brother was not a weapon. It was actually some type of climate control device that required a specialized key to activate. The device itself was not yet completed, but Plague Ace managed to get his hands on detailed plans for it from records as well as from what the scientists had put together. The device was supposed to drastically alter the snow-covered island and keep it stuck in a single season of the year. He, as well as the scientists, were still not completely sure of how the device worked, as despite his vast knowledge, he could not completely determine how several key components function from just a set of blueprints, though he could guess. Accessing these components for further study would require dismantling portions of the device, as the plans did not explain what they did or how they functioned. In order to get a better idea, he would either have to dismantle the entire device, find the key and activate it for study, or construct his own similar device. He currently had other things to worry about though and needed most of the scientists for other endeavors, so that he would have to wait and perhaps construct a device once they were back in the known galaxy. It wasn't a big loss, however, as he currently had no need for a climate control device, but it was something of interest and he would look into it at a later date. His last transmission with his student was also still stuck in his thoughts. He had the feeling that Naruto was keeping information from him but wasn't sure what that information was. His thoughts were filled with notions of what that information could be and he had thoroughly analyzed each possibility. They ranged from his student being influenced by the kunoichi that was now working for them, to his student plotting against him. It seemed more likely that Naruto was being influenced by the red-headed girl than plotting against him, but he had no way to be sure. He planned to investigate into the matter once his student arrived in Snow Country. XX. The morning of the Chunin exam finals arrived and Naruto hadn't slept at all the night before. He spent most of the night meditating and going over everything that he would be doing and what would be happening. The plan had been adjusted slightly as Karin could now be trusted and so she was given a larger part in the day's events. He already sent the girl outside of the village with all of her possessions in a single scroll attached at the back of her waist and with exact instructions on what she was supposed to do as well as when she was to do it. Now all that was left was to complete the final stage of the plan and leave the village. It was a shame that he never managed to find his parents' house or any other information on where they had lived or where any of their possessions were. That kind of information was likely only in the minds of a select few individuals in the entire village, and it was possible that only the Hokage knew, so he wasn't able to get it. It was unfortunate, but before the battle was over that day, he would have much more information to make up for it. Sitting safely inside the top entrance to his hideout, he created several shadow clones that would be needed later when Orochimaru's surprise attack started. He had a very large scroll next to him which he would use in a little while, and he had a shadow clone heading to his duty station at the outer wall that had the scroll with the corpse in it. He would wait as long as possible before releasing the preserved corpse inside the scroll and taking control over it in order to fake his death. According to Kabuto's memories, Orochimaru would give a signal which would alert the Suna forces outside of the wall to summon a large snake summon that had been provided for them. That signal would also start an attack in the stadium, and with both events happening, it would give him plenty of time and a good enough distraction for what he had planned. Waiting was problematic, but it was inevitable, and he sat down in a meditative position to better control the clone heading toward the wall. XX. Sitting with a frown on her face, Karin absently adjusted her glasses while waiting for the exact moment to use the scroll next to her. She wasn't completely sure what she was doing by this large lake or what the special scroll she had been given would do, but she knew that when the exact time came, she was to add chakra to it. Glancing at the new and expensive watch, she smiled slightly at the gift she had been given. Part of her knew that it was only given to her for this specific task, but she liked it nonetheless. It was disconcerting though that all of her other possessions managed to fit in a single scroll that she was carrying with her. It did have numerous storage seals in it, but the scroll itself was so small. She still hadn't been completely informed on what was going to happen, but she definitely knew that they were leaving the village and that it would be attacked in some way by an outside force. She was glad that she wouldn't be inside the village when the attack that Naruto had mentioned would be occurring, but she did have some concern for her friend Tenten. They were getting along well, but she hadn't been told about the attack early enough to warn her friend about it, and she couldn't help but wonder if Tenten would be alright. There was no telling how destructive the battle would be, and she had no idea if the village would survive or not. Part of her wanted to stay in the village as she found it much nicer than her previous one, but that was not her decision. Her mind moved from those thoughts to her current location. Something told her that the lake wasn't randomly chosen by Naruto and that it had some significance to him. However, she had no idea what that significance was. XX. While the noise from the beginning match filled the stadium and part of the village, Danzo's Route A and BU headquarters heard none of the fighting or celebration. In his underground location, Danzo sat at his desk in his small Spartan office and once again viewed through the many reports that he had at his disposal and that had been collected over the course of several years. He was sure that all of the files in front of him concerned the Kyuubi container and was just finishing drawing possible conclusions from them. His red eye looked through all of the documents and he reviewed everything he had. He needed to make a decision, and the Chunin exam finals, when most of the village was distracted, would be an opportune time to perform any unsanctioned and illegal action. The only decision that he had made was that he could no longer take the wait-and-see approach, as he felt he could not gain any more information from monitoring the Jinhyuriki. The information seemed to begin with the memory erasing of a Jonin, followed by the assassination of a Genin, and then the memory erasing of a Chunin. From what he could tell, the container had discovered 2 plots to steal items from the village and had intercepted or used the 2 ninja as scapegoats and walked away with 3 items of great value to the village. He also knew that the Genin had been killed in order to get a spot on a seasoned Genin team and achieve a higher ninja rank at a faster pace during peacetime in the village. Though these events were of concern, the events after that were what he was focusing on. After Uzumaki Naruto had been placed on the Genin team with Yakushi Kabuto, and Akadu Yoroi was of interest to him. At the end of the second stage of the Chunin exams, both Genin were determined to be spies for Orochimaru. This was the second time that he had come across the Sunin's name in relation to the Kyuubi container, and this greatly concerned him. From what he could tell, there was no evidence that the container was ever involved with Orochimaru until joining that Genin team. Uzumaki most likely read the mind of the Genin that he replaced and found out that the entire Genin team were spies for Orochimaru. However, he said nothing and was put on the team without any problems and never once tried to implicate either Genin as spies. Danzo concluded from the information he had. When followed to Wave Country, Orochimaru's name came up again in a coded talk with the deceased shipping mogul Gato. This information put several theories into his mind that the Kyuubi container started working for Orochimaru and that Gato was also connected to the Sunin. Orochimaru had stayed well hidden, and having someone like Gato with his shipping business would definitely have helped the Sunin stay hidden and move things without anyone noticing. However, other recent events had disproved this theory. While Kabuto had escaped and then later tried to kill Uchiha Sasuke, Akadu Yoroi had not escaped and was captured by Sai. Interrogation was only able to get a small amount of information out of the Genin spy before he was killed between interrogation sessions in the Intelligence and Interrogations Division's building. The death was made to look like a suicide, but everyone suspected that someone infiltrated the secure building and assassinated the Genin. The entire ninja council had been worried that both genin being spies meant that the container was also a spy, but Yoroi did reveal that his former teammate was not a spy or had any connection with Orochimaru. This information contradicted his earlier assumptions. Other information taken from the genin hinted that Orochimaru was planning something during the Chunin exam finals, but the genin was not informed of what that something was. The village was now on high alert, but no one knew what would happen or what Orochimaru was planning, and only the ninja council knew the full details of this information. The theory he had now was that the container was working by himself and for his own interests. He liked this theory much less than his previous one, as it implied that the container had somehow learned to read minds by himself without any help, or was somehow being influenced by the Baijuyu sealed inside. There was no evidence that the boy was influenced or had ever used the Kyuubi's chakra, but the incident a month ago spoke differently. It also implied that the container was far more devious, skilled, and calculating than he originally assumed. With such a confusing and troubling situation, the best that he could come up with was that Uzumaki Naruto was a very worthy opponent in terms of working from the shadows and had accomplished a great deal and grown very powerful without much scrutiny. This was a very problematic conclusion and was the reason that he could not simply wait and see. During the month break for the Chunin exam finals, he done everything he could to learn more about the Jinhyuriki and try to find any incriminating evidence. He had his own ninja try and keep tabs on the boy and his activities, looked through all the files he had, and tried to find any information from sources inside or outside the village. He called in favors with ANBU members that he had personally trained, and the boy's apartment had been thoroughly and illegally searched for any of the stolen items that the village was still looking for. Nothing was found except numerous empty hiding places created throughout the entire apartment. This led Denzo to believe that the boy had a secret hiding place elsewhere for the stolen items. Without any idea where it could be, and after a month of monitoring the container's activities without finding anything, he was forced to consider other possibilities and look for anything that stood out. The patience required to be followed for over a month and not make a single mistake or do anything of note stuck out as something very odd. What little he had on the container suggested that the boy was impulsive and didn't like to wait. This was the complete opposite of the patient person that had only performed their duty for an entire month and had done nothing of note nor any extracurricular activity. The boy hadn't even trained in the training grounds for an entire month, and he had trouble finding any information that the container had ever used the training grounds for personal training. This made little sense for a ninja of special Jonin status that had risen through the ranks so quickly. The notion of a small hiding place had therefore been changed to a larger hiding place that could accommodate room for a single person to train in. From Fu's monitoring, a discrepancy was noted in the early mornings with the amount of chakra that the boy had. Fu thought it was lower than what he had noted in the past when following the boy. He now suspected that the boy was using shadow clones to perform his duties within the village. There was little chance of a clone being found out or dispelled while performing standard guard duty, and with the boy's chakra reserves, the clones could last for a long time. This supported the idea of a large hiding place, but didn't consider how the switch between real and fake was being made or where the shadow clones were coming from, because they never seemed to go anywhere else but guard duty, out to eat, and the apartment building. This implied that the hiding place was at one of these locations, and a seamless switch could be made between clone or original, or a new clone could switch with an old one without anyone seeing. Looking through the papers once again for anything that stood out, he also glanced at the plans for the buildings that the container passed on his routine trips from the apartment and finally noticed something. On one of Fu's early reports, he noted that a strange chakra disruption when the boy entered the stairwell that led to his apartment. This had been noted on several reports but stopped occurring in more recent reports, and Denzo's eyes narrowed as he pulled out the blueprints for the container's building. It wasn't an apartment building but a storehouse that had an apartment on the roof. Finding the stairwell, Denzo found that it was completely closed off and no one from the outside, those following the container, could see inside. The container disappeared from view while in the stairwell and was only visible while entering or exiting it. That left many seconds unaccounted for, and several floors of stairwell where a switch could be made. The building plans did not indicate any rooms right by the stairwell that could be used for such a hidden area, but everything else fit. Sitting back in his chair, Denzo thought about what he should now do with the knowledge that he had. The village had a rogue Jinhyuriki that was erasing and reading the minds of ninja in the village, stealing village secrets, using the Kyuubi's chakra, and that had an unknown agenda. Something needed to be done, and he decided to take both Fu and Torun with him. XX. The controlled clone was standing in the watchtower along the eastern wall of the village with the other ninja that were on guard duty. Looking out over the forest where he knew several hundred ninja were hiding and possibly looking back at him, the clone pulled out the scroll. He needed to unseal the body as close to the attack as possible, but he had no idea when exactly that was. There was no decided time like he had made with Karin, but only a rough estimate. Using the force, he made the motion of throwing something in a direction but didn't actually send anything flying. The guards were all on their feet as they just had a strong feeling that something was happening in the direction that Naruto indicated. While the guards were all distracted, the clone unsealed the body and then used the dead soul technique on the corpse. The technique was quickly completed and the heart restarted, which let him control the body. It stood and the clone dispelled. The control he was using on the shadow clone was switched with the corpse. The dead body stood and then walked over to see what the other ninja were looking at. The force technique he used had distracted the ninja enough that they were unaware of the noise he was making behind them and completely focused on the direction he indicated. Eventually they decided that whatever it was that had attracted their attention was no longer of interest or even important in the first place and went back to playing cards. With the switch completed, Naruto controlled the corpse and waited for the attack to commence. XX. Despite having his eyes watching the fight between Uchiha Sasuke and Subaku no Gaara, the Sandame's thoughts were elsewhere. He was still not sure what was happening with Naruto or what the boy was up to. Nothing made sense, and even though his ninja had been secretly monitoring the boy for nearly a month, they had not found anything notable or that would indicate Naruto had some kind of agenda. Even Jiraiya had checked in on the boy from time to time and not found anything out of the ordinary. His apartment had been searched and everything that Naruto did was closely monitored, but nothing came up. He also acknowledged the fact that Naruto may know about the ANBU following him and made sure to not do anything suspicious. Something was definitely going on, but he still could not determine what that something was or how Naruto was involved. Another concern was Orochimaru, as his former student was definitely planning something and he couldn't help but wonder if Naruto was somehow involved in his former student's plans for the village. With Naruto's former genin teammates turning out to both be spies for Orochimaru, anything was possible. The genin Yoroi had not given them much to go on before being assassinated, and it was still difficult to believe that the village could be so easily infiltrated by spies and that an assassination could occur in such a secure facility. The likely culprit was Naruto's former teammate Yakushi Kabuto, who was far more competent and skilled than any report or archived file revealed. The former Konoha genin had gotten past numerous ANBU with ease. He was still questioning whether Naruto had any knowledge of either of his teammates being spies, but it didn't seem that likely, as even the Jonin sensei was oblivious to the genin's involvement in espionage for Orochimaru. He desperately wished he could answer any of the questions and concerns that had been constantly on his mind in the last month, but the answers continued to elude him as he looked down at the battle between the two boys. XX. Through what little force connection he had in the revived and controlled body, Naruto could feel the tension starting to build, which told him that something would happen soon. It seemed to swell from the forest and the arena as well as a few other places, so he decided that the battle was imminent and he should start the plan. The guard towers were placed at intervals along the top of the thick village wall and a person could walk between them. The area that Naruto needed to be was slightly off from the guard tower he was in. The snake summoning ritual was placed within 100 feet or so from that general area, and the snake would likely come right through the area. Moving out of the tower, he started walking along the wall for a short distance. A few of the stationed ninja asked where he was going and he replied that he thought he saw something and was going to investigate. Not 20 feet from tower, smoke started rising from the stadium, and then right after that kunao peppered the watchtower he was just in. He maneuvered the corpse to dodge the kunao and didn't have to wait a few more seconds before smoke filled the section of forest in front of him. The smoke bulged out and a giant three-headed snake emerged that charged the wall right where he was standing. As it charged for his position, he had to stop himself from trying to dodge it. He made it seem like he froze in shock and surprise at the coming summon. Only a moment passed before the snake reached the wall, and instead of letting himself be hit, he used the force to gently push the body away from the snake and fell off the wall as the snake slammed through it. The force of the snake's impact sent debris everywhere while he was falling, and he was struck by the belly of the snake as it fell but used the force to limit the amount of damage to the body. Despite being hit, the body was caught with the debris and ended up buried while the snake stopped for a moment to attack the ninja in the area. Being conscious while your body was hit by a snake and then crushed under debris was a very strange experience, and Naruto waited for a few more moments before stopping the technique. He made sure that the corpse was buried as deep as possible and would not be found until after the cleanup started. With the rubble and the fighting, it could be days before that body was discovered. After that, it could take a few more days before it was properly identified, depending on the damage done to it and the fact that the priority of the Konoha hospital was for the living. With all of the injured people as a result of the battle, the hospital would be flooded with patients and everyone would be attending to them, including any doctors or examiners that normally work on autopsies. The minimum amount of time before his body was discovered was at least several days. An autopsy would inevitably be done to make sure it was him, as the council would call for it. The forged records would match up with the discovered body and everything would match. It would likely be determined from the autopsy that he was instantly killed when the summons broke through the wall, and all of the other injuries were caused right after death because of the debris. No one had been left alive that had seen him die, as the ninja in the watchtowers had all been killed by the kunao or the summon. Therefore, no one would be actively looking for his body until it was discovered that he was missing or the debris was cleaned up and the corpse was found. They had other priorities and he didn't have any friends or people that would be worried about him, save for perhaps the Sandame. It was likely that by the time the body was confirmed as his own, he would already be on his way to or in Snow Country. XX. A pair of blue eyes opened back in the top entrance to the hideout, and Naruto turned to his shadow clones while pulling out the large scroll he had. He unrolled the scroll and unsealed multiple smaller storage scrolls that were filled with empty storage seals and a few items that the clones would need for their mission. Each clone picked up a scroll and upon the mental command from the creator, they hinged into Sound Ninja and then used an earth technique to meld with the rock of the mountain and moved to complete their missions. Naruto left the scroll where it was and then went about destroying the Sith runes on the entrance to the hideout as he had done with the runes inside of the hideout. He left most of the Fuinjutsu, but it wasn't a good idea to leave the Sith runes once he left because they could be discovered and it was not something he wanted anyone else to know about. He then removed several small square pieces of parchment from his cloak. Each had a seal on it with the kanji for suppress. Lifting up his shirt, he put one on his stomach and another on his chest, then stuck one on each of the upper parts of his arms. Forming the ram seal, he activated the seals and completely suppressed his chakra network. Picking up the large and now empty scroll, he walked out of the entrance to the hideout and to the edge of the Hokage monument above the faces of the Hokage. Looking over the village as he had done many times in the past, he had a good view the battle currently happening in the village. His eyes roamed the village walls and then peered at the stadium where a large dark purple barrier had been created. Reaching up to his forehead, he pulled down his goggles and zoomed in on the area to see what was happening. XX. While battles took place over the village, groups of Naruto's clones went to 3 locations in the village. One group went to the Hokage Tower to copy down any information or techniques that could be of use to him. The Hokage Tower, specifically the Hokage's library and study, had numerous books and other information that could definitely be useful to him. A second group went to the library to finish getting the information there. The final group went to infiltrate Route ANBU headquarters and take anything that they could find. With Jiraiya's knowledge of seals, he had a few better methods for copying down information than just doing it by hand, and each clone had the supplies to do it. He periodically checked in on his clones to supervise what information they were taking. He only had a limited amount of time before Karin acted on his instructions and wanted to get everything he could, but the clones still needed to get back to his position. He couldn't be seen, felt, or tracked leaving the village, and while having so many ninja fighting in the village was a distraction, it also put him at risk of getting spotted, attacked, or caught. He found a much better way to leave the village that left no trail. Unnoticed by him or his clones, Danzo was already making his way towards his apartment building. XX. Despite a battle going on near the village wall, Danzo and his 2 best Route ANBU, Fu, and Torun, made their way to the building where the Kyuubi container's apartment was. Each member was being extremely cautious to not get caught or spotted by Konoha ninja, but most of the battle was away from where they were. Stopping at the entrance to the stairwell of the building, Danzo glanced over at Fu, who sensed the area to make sure no one was around, and then pulled off the wrappings on his face to reveal the Sharingan. They then proceeded to enter the stairwell, which did not have a door but merely an open entrance. They didn't have to go far before Danzo's eyes spotted a disturbance behind the staircase on the ground floor. The wall itself appeared slightly different than the rest of the walls, and his eye picked up the small differences enough to know that an earth jutsu had been used to seal something up. Pulling out a kunao, Danzo charged wind chakra into it and elongated the blade, then slashed the wall. Putting the kunao back beneath his robes, he kicked the wall and sent the thin material inward and into an open area. It seemed to be an entrance that was covered over, and the floor in the tunnel steadily went downhill. Torun examined the area for traps but found none, and so the 3 moved through the hole and into the tunnel, unsure of where it would lead them. XX. Naruto's head jerked in the direction of his apartment building as he knew that someone had destroyed the thin wall that he had put up to hide the tunnel to his hideout. He had removed the Sith runes in illusion earlier that morning. The only thing that he had left was the Fuinjutsu that prevented chakra signatures from being felt outside of the hideout in a makeshift earthen wall. His heartbeat increased slightly as he realized that someone was likely heading to his hideout and he had removed the defenses. It puzzled him how it had been discovered, and he wondered who had found his secret entrance. Glancing at his watch, he saw that he had several minutes before his time was up. The clones were nearly finished and the group from the library were already on their way back. It would take a while for whoever it was to explore his hideout, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't go to the top entrance, which was the original entrance to the space behind the Hokage's faces, and find him there. His clones were also safe from detection, as the Fuinjutsu that prevented chakra from being felt inside the hideout would also prevent any chakra sensors inside the hideout from feeling chakra signatures outside of the hideout as well. It was a caveat of the Fuinjutsu he chose to place in the hideout. It was easier to use than other seals, and since he couldn't feel chakra anyway, there was no point in worrying about it. Despite the fact that he could have relocated his current position, the area he was in was the best place to be, as he could see everything that was happening and no one would look at the Hokage monument when the fight was elsewhere. It might be close, but he contacted his clones and told them to hurry up. He wanted to leave before anyone found him. With his chakra sealed, he would have to fight with the force only, and he wasn't sure who he would be facing or if it was multiple ninja or not. XX. The 3 ninja moved silently through the black tunnel. The light had faded and they were going by Danzo's Sharingan, which could partially pierce the darkness of the tunnel. Fu told the others that he could no longer feel any chakra signatures from the village as something was blocking his sensing ability. Though Danzo didn't want to admit it, he was very interested where the tunnel would lead. He originally thought the secret area was just a hole in the ground, but this was definitely more extensive and well planned. He instantly noticed the jutsu that was used to create the tunnel, as he had used the very same, though modified, jutsu when his root headquarters was created. There also appeared to be some other Fuinjutsu active in the tunnel as well. How far do you think we've traveled? Inquired Torun to the group, and Fu answered, a couple 100 feet, we may be nearly under the Hokage monument by now. I still can't feel anything from the outside. Danzo stayed silent until he stopped walking. We've reached a dead end, he stated, and glanced around the pitch-black area. He thought at first that it was another wall, but his eye was able to see that the ceiling above them was open. What do we do now? Asked Fu, and Danzo responded, we go up. XX. The clones from the library returned, and several hands came up from the ground to deposit scrolls at his feet. He didn't want to risk having one of his clones sensed anymore and couldn't seal the scrolls into his large scroll because he had sealed off his own chakra. Improvising, he took out ninja wire and attached the small scrolls to the strap of the larger scroll like a bandolier. The situation annoyed him greatly, and it wasn't the best solution, but he could do little else without the possibility of alerting someone to where he was. Other people could be looking for him as well, and they might find him if he unsealed his chakra. The clones from the Hokage Tower had just finished, but the clones from the secret base would take slightly longer as it was deep in the ground and farther away than the other locations. Danzo had placed his base next to the Hokage mountain and nearly up against the village wall. The base had a passage out of the village and was still technically inside the village. He glanced at his watch again to see that he only had a few minutes before Karin would act. Looking back over the village, he saw trees form inside the barrier that the Sandaime and Orochimaru were fighting in. This intrigued him, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Pulling down his goggles again, he tried to get a better look inside the purple barrier. XX. After running vertically for over 200 feet, the three ninja emerged into a much lighter area. It was quite a large cave-like area, and they briefly wondered exactly where in the Hokage mountain they were before they turned around. Looking at the wall behind them, they saw the reverse impression of the Hokage's faces. Danzo's eyes widened slightly as he realized just where he was and how extensive the hideout was. He signaled to both his ninja, and they went about exploring the area for anything of importance. It was possible that the room was filled with traps, contained a clone or more, or perhaps contained the hiding Kyuubi container. The last thing he wanted was a battle with a Jinhyuriki that could access some of its Baijuyu's power. He knew that he did have the needed abilities, Sharingan and Mokuton, to suppress that power, but he didn't want to have the confrontation get to that point. He hoped to get the jump on the container, but the hideout appeared completely empty. Evidently the size of the original cave had been increased and multiple smaller offshoots had been created for other rooms. Such an extensive area, and right under the villages in Hokage's nose, or noses so to speak. Danzo thought. He couldn't believe that the entire time the container had been hiding behind the faces of the Hokage monument and that no one had ever figured it out. Fu should have been able to sense the boy's chakra if he was hiding here, so he must have used something else to mask it, he surmised, and started examining the walls and fuinjutsu on them a little closer while his subordinates explored the rest of the area. They were under orders to find the container and then alert him first before engaging. XX. The clones from the tower had just given him the scrolls, and now he was waiting on the clones from the secret base. He could feel the life signs of 3 individuals below him and wasn't completely sure he could defeat all 3 by himself without any of his chakra. He recognized one as Fu, the other as Danzo, but had no idea who the third one was. Danzo may have appeared as a crippled old man, but Naruto knew otherwise, and the other 2 would be difficult to face as well. They had yet to make any motion to go to the top of the Hokage mountain and seemed to be exploring the area he had created behind the faces. This bought him some time, but he wasn't sure which would happen first, that Karin would activate the scroll, that his shadow clones would return, or that he would be confronted by the 3 ninja. Trying to remain calm in the situation, he looked toward the finishing battle in the village. It seemed to be wrapping up as a giant toad had appeared to fight the snake summons, and then he noticed the barrier coming down near the stadium. He could see through his goggles that the Sandaime was on the ground and Orochimaru was jumping away. The snake summon seemed to be having great difficulty moving his arms, and Naruto was at a loss to what was causing it until he noticed the seal present on the exposed skin of the Hokage's stomach. It looked like his own seal, and he remembered from the scroll of seal what the jutsu was that the Sandaime must have used. So he summoned a being that would remove the soul of his opponent, he thought, as he had been very suspicious of what the jutsu actually did. He had heard of the Shinigami, but Plague Ace had not believed in such a thing or that the jutsu worked that way. From what he could tell, the jutsu didn't seem very powerful, as Orochimaru was only not able to move his arms while the Sandaime seemed either dead or dying. He watched the fleeing Sannin with interest though. The man was practically being carried by the 4 guards that had created the barrier. Plague Ace had told him that he couldn't face Orochimaru as he would likely be defeated, but his master's words were no longer true, as it appeared that Orochimaru could not move his arms or hands. Not being able to use ninjutsu or fight with his arms would severely cripple his fighting ability and give a great advantage to any opponent. He knew the location of Orochimaru's base in Sound Country from Kabuto's memories, and the Sannin was injured, possibly requiring a very long recuperation period. His instincts were telling him to follow the man back to Sound Country. With his chakra-suppressing seals he could sneak up on Orochimaru to finish what the Sandaime started. The man's head was likely full of techniques and information that would be valuable to both he and Plague Ace. Coming back to reality, he made a decision about the situation and noted that the last of his clones were finished and heading back to him. Danzo and the other two ninja had also nearly finished going through his former hideout. XX. Fu and Torun returned but with nothing to show. Apparently the entire hideout was empty and everything that could be valuable had been removed. Quickly moving to the final path, which presumably was the exit, they headed down the darkening tunnel. Fu could not detect the container because of the Fuinjutsu, but he could tell that the container had been inside the hideout not an hour before. The boy had such a large amount of chakra that he left traces wherever he went. It appeared that the container was trying to leave the village during the battle. This was unacceptable to Danzo. The boy was a key piece in his plans for Konoha's conquest of the other villages, and leaving the village would likely make the boy a target that other villages would want to get their hands on, or perhaps that Madara would want to get his hands on. The question was now, where is the Kyuubi container? The fact that only a few moments ago the container had been inside the hideout, while he reported to duty hours ago and was in the midst of a battle, meant he was likely nearby and perhaps still inside the village. It also meant that they had been monitoring a clone. Fu should be able to find the boy if they got out of the hideout. XX. Naruto tried to calm his breathing as he felt the three ninja head to his location. Have they found me, or are they just leaving the hideout to search? He wondered but couldn't get an exact answer. Glancing to his watch again, he noted that he only had less than a minute left. At that moment, several hands came out of the ground and handed him scrolls. He decided to just hold onto the scrolls as he couldn't seal them anywhere and his body already had numerous ones attached to the strap of the large scroll on his shoulder. The seconds counted down as the ninja reached the end of the entrance to his hideout. Looking again at the watch, he glared at it as it now indicated that several seconds had passed after the specific time he had given to Karin. What the hell is she doing? XX. A beeping went off that caught the attention of several animals in the nearby forest. It also woke a redhead that was sleeping against a tree near the edge of the lake. A bleary-eyed Karin tried to find out what the beeping was and why it was disturbing her nap. It took a few moments to realize that it was coming from her watch, and then her eyes widened as she saw that 10 seconds had elapsed past the time she was given to use the scroll. Shit! She yelled and looked frantically for the scroll that was still leaning on the tree she had been napping against. Grabbing it, she opened the scroll and started pouring her chakra into it. XX. I can't let them see me, thought Naruto, and he looked for anything that he could do to hide. There was no cover to hide behind, and the only thing he could think of were the tops of the Hokage's heads, which varied in height below the edge of the Hokage mountain. Jumping off the edge, he landed on the top of the Yondame's head. He couldn't use the tree climbing exercise, so he couldn't get down the mountain unless he jumped, and there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be seriously hurt if he couldn't break or slow his fall with the force. XX. Danzo and his two ninja exited the tunnel and found themselves on the top of the Hokage mountain. They quickly looked for any clues to where the Jinhyuriki had gone. Fu informed him of the residual chakra in the area, and his Sharingan could pick a faint trace of the Kyuubi container's chakra, but no real trail was left for them to follow. Going on a hunch, Danzo walked to the edge of the Hokage mountain. For some reason he had the feeling that something was there. He reached the edge but saw nothing but the tops of the heads of the Hokage faces. XX. The smoke cleared to reveal a glaring Naruto, and Karin would not meet his gaze. You were late and I nearly got caught, he stated, and she immediately started giving him different excuses ranging from the watch malfunctioning to his own watch being fast and numerous other explanations in between. Naruto merely sighed and tossed all the scrolls to her so she could seal them up in the large scroll for easier travel. She was still far too useful for him to even think about killing her over falling asleep on the job. Pulling out another scroll from his pouch, he had Karin open the contents. Confused, Karin watched as he started putting ink on a brush and drawing some piece of Fuinjutsu on the parchment. When the drawing was complete, he handed the parchment to her and she accepted the still wet Fuinjutsu. When I tell you, place this on the surface, said Naruto seriously, and it took a moment for Karin to try and comprehend what he might be referring to, but nothing came to mind. What surface? She questioned while looking around. You'll see in a moment, answered Naruto, and he walked to the edge of the lake. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the object that he knew was still at the bottom of this particular lake. The force flowed through him and the water surface began to bubble. Karin stared at the new phenomenon on the surface of the lake and felt Naruto using that strange extra power that he had. So this lake was important, but only for something in it, she concluded, and her eyes were fixated on the lake. With both hands stretched out with open palm and fingers, Naruto concentrated as hard as he could on the object and making it rise to the surface. He would succeed and the seal would be placed on the hull of the ship as it was necessary for his plans, and failure was not an option. This was the only way he found to get the ship out of the water that didn't involve creating a gigantic 30-foot long or more storage scroll. He had only finished it a couple of weeks ago and was much more confident about the process now that he had most Jiraiya's seal knowledge in his head. He couldn't sneak out of the village or alert anyone to this location and hadn't visited the ship for months. His efforts were rewarded with the sound of water churning and a large bulge forming on the surface. He couldn't see it as his eyes were closed in concentration, but he knew it was happening. The surface continued to bulge until the water gave way to reveal a muddy shape coming out of the water. Naruto stopped his progress as he only needed a small portion of the ship exposed for his plan. Waiting a brief moment, he nearly dropped the ship as he realized that Karin was just standing there. "Karin!" he yelled, and she came back to her senses and remembered she was supposed to do something. "Put it on that?" she questioned and received a nod of the head from Naruto. As she ran across the lake surface, Naruto's arms started to shake from the exertion of holding the ship steady. He didn't have much time before he needed to let it go. He would have liked to use a shadow clone for this instead of Karin, but he still couldn't let anyone feel his chakra signature because Danzo was likely actively searching for him and would definitely come after him. Coming to the muddy object that was sticking out of the water, she noted that a very large shadow was beneath her and that whatever object it was, must be far larger than the little area that was showing. Stopping at the exposed site, she held the wet scroll in one hand and started scraping off enough of the mud to find a hard and flat surface. She was greatly surprised that the surface underneath appeared to be completely made of metal. Pushing the rest of the mud off the surface, she placed the parchment flat down and then added chakra to the paper to finish the seal. The moment the seal was set, she removed the parchment from the now set seal and the object started to sink back down. Gritting his teeth, Naruto gently let the ship come to rest at the bottom of the lake once again. Falling to his knees, he took in deep ragged breaths as the task had taken a great deal from him. A few minutes passed before Karin spoke. "What was that thing?" she questioned, as even from what little she saw of the object, it looked like nothing she had ever seen before. "You'll find out soon enough," Naruto answered as he calmed his breathing and attempted to stand up on shaky knees. Pouting, Karin gave him a glare as she really wanted to know what it was. It was obviously important, but she wondered why he was leaving it and what the Fuinjutsu was for. Naruto ignored the look and glanced in the direction he knew Sound Country to be. He should be heading to Snow Country at this point, but he wanted to go to Sound Country and had a feeling through the force that this was what he should do. It would be best to get to Orochimaru's hideout before the man and entourage did, in order to set traps or a surprise attack when they got back, but that was unlikely to happen. Orochimaru had a lead on him, and while the man couldn't use his arms, his legs didn't seem all that damaged and he had 4 ninja to help him back. Though he had been told not to try and fight Orochimaru, his next step was to get to Sound Country as fast as possible. "So where are we going?" asked Karin as she adjusted her glasses and then gathered her belongings. "Sound Country for a brief period and then our final destination," responded Naruto, and he jumped to the nearest tree. Karin frowned slightly at the answer and what it would mean, but followed him anyway. She was curious about what they were going to do and why his chakra was completely suppressed. The term he had used, final destination, wasn't giving her a very good feeling, but she couldn't go back to Konoha as she never had any real business being there in the first place and wasn't a citizen but a former ninja from another village. Her best option was to keep following Naruto, and her curiosity was already piqued over what had just happened. XX. A few hours later. XX. The battle ended inside the village and Jiraiya had managed to stop the snake summon as well as the rampaging Sanjin Hyuuki. The first priority for the ninja was attending to the wounded, but Danzo had already returned to his route headquarters. He was greeted by several of his ninja reporting that the hideout had been infiltrated and many documents and scrolls had been looked through or stolen. The news was troubling, as not only was he sure that it was the Jinhyuriki that was behind it, but it meant that there had been a leak in information and the container was not only aware of him but his hideout and ninja as well. Even the Hokage didn't know about his operation or secret base, yet the container had managed to discover all of it without him knowing. Fu had tried to find any other trace of the container's chakra signature, but there was nothing within his range. He managed to pick up very faint traces in the Hokage Tower, the ninja library, and confirmed that the boy was inside their base, but no actual source of chakra was still in or around the village. "He's been rather busy. While we were investigating him, he was helping himself to information and techniques," thought Danzo as he sat at his desk in his room. The disappearing act was extremely troubling as he wasn't sure how the container had managed it. It's possible he has another hiding place and is just waiting for a good chance to leave, or he managed to leave the village without anyone noticing during a battle, were his current thoughts on the matter. Looking through all that he knew, it seemed more likely that the container had already left. The boy was far more versatile and calculating than to stay in the village. He was now certain that the boy knew of the impending attack and had used everything to his advantage. There were only a few places that the Jinhyuriki might go outside of the village. Wave Country was at the top of the list as the boy had already been there and had some kind of dealings with Gato before the man's death. A thought came to mind of what Fu and Sai had reported to him, that a ship had been hidden in Wave Country and ready to go at a moment's notice. It was never determined if the ship belonged to Gato, and the container was definitely there loading it with supplies. So he may have had a ship prepared 2 months in advance, he thought, and summoned a few of his ninja. He needed to intercept the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki before he got away in that boat. Please review. Chapter 15. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.5 BBY current year. Chapter 15, New Additions. XX. Naruto and Karin moved swiftly through the forest. It was nearly night and they had been traveling for hours towards Sound Country. If Naruto's calculations were correct, they were near the border and should be arriving at the Valley of the End rather soon. Karin had wanted to stop to take a break but Naruto refused and told her to keep going. Whenever he had not fulfilled Plagueis' expectations, he was always made to do extra work in terms of his training as a punishment. Running non-stop to Sound Country was Karen's punishment for nearly getting him caught and falling asleep. Only if she passed out or collapsed would he help her, and that would only be because he still needed her. He couldn't leave her behind, but she didn't need to fight anyone once they got there, and her skills as a fighter wouldn't be helpful to him anyway. Only her sensing skills would be needed for this mission. His thoughts were on what he was going to explain to Plagueis once he got to Snow Country. He had defied his master's orders and was now heading off to Sound Country without telling or informing his master of his current intentions. This was really the first time he was going against Plagueis' orders. He felt he didn't have time to contact Plagueis using the communication device, and speed was of the essence to get to Sound Country. The rewards of this mission would be well worth any of his master's anger. He just needed to make sure that he could at least get there undetected. Arriving before Orochimaru was best, but he could still succeed if he arrived after. XX. Sitting behind his desk in Root headquarters, Danzo looked over all the reports he had concerning the infiltration of his well-hidden base. Not even the Sandome had ever found his secret base, yet somehow the Kyuubi container had managed to escape the village right when he was closing in, and even managed to figure out where his base was and how to enter it without initially being detected. There was no real loss to him or the base, but most of the jutsu that he had in the library of techniques that he had acquired for use by his ninja had been looked through. There was evidence that these techniques had all been copied. Concerned over this, he had a few of his root ninja, that he had been asked to disband and turned over for ANBU assignment, discreetly look into other areas of the village and find out all they could about any other problems. Apparently someone had looked through the Hokage's study as well as the village library during the battle. After learning of this, it was obvious that the container had sought to take all the information possible from the village before leaving. It had been just over a day since the battle ended and there was still no sign of the boy. He had several of his ninjas searching outside the village, but nothing had turned up so far. He sent a few of his men to wave, but he likely wouldn't receive anything back from them for at least a couple more days. The situation was frustrating and he tried not to let any of his emotions get in his way of determining what was really going on. He still wondered how the boy had known so much about his base and where information was kept. To his knowledge, at no point had any of his ninja been compromised or unaccounted for, which would leave time for the container to read their minds. The situation hinted that someone in his own forces was helping the boy, which was something that should not be possible. There were no spies, double agents, or disobedient members of the Foundation. So when did he find a chance to access the minds of one of my ninja, he wondered, and it was a very difficult question to answer. XX. After taking a short break at the Valley of the End, which Karin was thankful for and collapsed into a heap on the ground, they continued into Sound Country to where one of Orochimaru's hideouts was. The man had created numerous hideouts inside and outside of Sound Country, but only a few in his organization were privy to where they were. They weren't that hard to make, and Orochimaru likely had more hideouts than even Kabuto knew about. Karin had yet to sense anyone, but that didn't mean anything. Most of the Sound ninja had likely been killed in the battle, so he didn't expect to find ninja patrolling or guards. It was just as likely that they were behind Orochimaru as it was that they were ahead of the man. Pushing on, they moved further into Sound Country. It didn't take that long to reach Orochimaru's hideout from the border between Sound and Fire. They didn't encounter any border patrols from either Oto or Konoha. In fact, they didn't encounter any ninja forces at all. I wonder if he sent all of his ninja to fight in Konoha. Naruto wondered as he searched to find the entrance to the underground hideout. Naruto stopped on a branch and motioned for Karin to stop too. Karin immediately knew what he wanted and started focusing completely on her chakra sensing. She extended her range as far as she could. There was nothing on the surface around them, but she felt several chakra signatures underneath the surface. "Can you sense Orochimaru?" he asked her, and she shook her head no as she focused on looking for the signature that she had felt during their brief encounter with the Sunin in the Forest of Death. Excellent, we arrived before them, he thought, and jumped down to the ground. He proceeded to walk to the entrance of the nearby bunker with Karin following close behind. As he walked, he actively looked for traps, but his mind was also filled with possible plans to deal with the Sound 4 and Kabuto. Ideally he needed to face Orochimaru alone and without interference by any of his underlings. Kabuto could be incredibly dangerous and he didn't have that much information on the Sound 4. Facing multiple opponents was not something he wanted. Given that only a scant few chakra signatures were around, he could release the seals he had on his body and use Fuinjutsu to set traps. It was possible that those signatures belonged to individuals that could sense chakra like Karin could, but he could deal with them. He just hoped he had enough time before Orochimaru and his group arrived. XX. Moving through the trees at a faster pace than they had been, the group of Orochimaru, Kabuto, and guards made their way to the main base in Sound Country. The trip was slow at first as two members of the Sound 4 had to support Orochimaru until he was able to regain his strength. Both of the Sunin's arms hung limp at his sides and he had a deep frown on his face. The entire trip back had been silent and everyone could tell that the battle with the Sandome had not gone as the Snake Sunin had planned. He needed to get back to his hideout and see what Kabuto could do for his arms. He didn't completely know what was wrong with them, as he only knew that part of his soul had been taken by the Shinigami, but he had no idea what that really meant for his body or the rest of his soul. He had immediately lost all movement in his arms, and the skin up to his shoulders had turned a brown-gray. It seemed that the skin was slowly dying despite his advanced healing ability, and he needed to see what could be done and what treatments might reverse the process. They were only a few miles away from the hideout, and he was quite positive that no one would be following them. They left quite a few traps in their wake, and Konoha wouldn't send out any forces to follow them, as the village was much more important. Kukukukukuk, he silently chuckled. No matter what the Sandome had done, he would still survive and continue to further his goals. XX. Completing his preparations for Orochimaru and the Sound 4, Naruto went in search for the 2 chakra signatures in the facility that had not moved since they arrived. Karin guided him until he could feel the first individual with his own sensing ability. He quietly entered a room that the individual was in and examined his surroundings. It seemed he was in some kind of infirmary with numerous monitors but only a few beds. There were many different devices, and the single occupant of the room was resting on one of the beds with a number of instruments and monitoring devices attached to him. Despite the face being covered by a cloth and respiratory system, he guessed that this person must be Kimimaro. From Kabuto's memories, he knew the man was ill but wondered if the disease had progressed. Silently he moved to the monitoring systems and examined the information. It seemed that Kimimaro was definitely dying of a serious illness. Given what he knew about Kimimaro's blind and unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, this would be no loss for him. Some people could not be swayed by any means, especially those as fanatical as he knew Kimimaro to be. Moving to a nearby cabinet, he searched for what he wanted and procured a vial and syringe. He could tell that the ninja was still asleep, and so he filled the syringe with the liquid and then inserted it into the 4 that was connected to the patient. The entire time he made sure that the ailing ninja remained sleeping. Before he left, he flipped off the monitoring systems as they would no longer be needed. He could get a sample after he had succeeded and completed what he came here to do. He was about to ask Karin where the other chakra signature was when he felt a shift in her emotions and feelings. He didn't need for her to tell him what it meant. It seemed Orochimaru was nearing the hideout. Quickly thinking about the situation, he decided that he wouldn't be able to seek out the last person. He quickly resealed his chakras so he had Karin unseal his sword from his arm and then went to get in position. The remaining signature was a variable and unknown in his plans, but there was no other way. He would have to get by without determining who the last person was until the plan was finished. XX. The returning group split up as Orochimaru and Kabuto went to one of the laboratories. The Sound 4 proceeded to go to their rooms and rest. They likely wouldn't be needed for a while and could do whatever they wanted until such time as they were needed or were forced to train. Taewia was the first to split off from the other 3 as her room was in a slightly different area than the rest of the group. She valued her privacy and didn't like any other member of the group. Opening her door, she reached for the light and flicked it on. The once dark chamber was illuminated to reveal her room, exactly how she left it. Moving over to bed, she collapsed on it and groaned over her exhaustion due to the length of their journey. She never even noticed the piece of fuinjutsu on the back of her closed door. XX. At the same moment, the other members of the Sound 4 were getting into their rooms, which were slightly farther into the complex. XX. Sitting on a chair that resembled a throne of sorts, the pale figure of Orochimaru was bathed in the candle light around the room. Kabuto had just left to go and analyze several samples that were taken from his useless arms. He glanced at the many items on the shelves of his room. There were numerous creatures in jars and then a glass container with his severed hand from his original body. It still bore the Akatsuki ring on it, and he chucked at how the loss of that item would inconvenience that group when they started moving to achieve their goals. It was at that moment that he idly noticed that he couldn't sense anyone. He couldn't feel Kabuto's chakra signature, those of the Sound 4, or Kimimaro's. This was rather odd, as he should be able to feel them. He frowned slightly at the realization. XX. Jirobo was the first to enter his room. He turned on the light and closed the door at the same time. He barely glanced at his room but became alerted when he heard a recognizable noise. Looking around, he saw that most of the room was plastered with explosive notes. His eyes widened and he ran for the door a moment after each tag started to spark. The door wouldn't open and he instantly realized what was plastered on his door. It was a 5-seal barrier tag, which was a lower-ranking barrier technique. The problem was that he had to remove the 4 associated tags, as well as the 5th tag he was looking at, in order to break the seal. There was no time to find the 4 tags that were likely hidden throughout his room among the explosive tags. There was no way out. He was sealed inside a room filled with explosive tags which would contain the explosion. XX. As Taewia was still sitting on her bed when she felt a slight tremor. Her eyes opened briefly but she ignored it and just thought, that fat ass probably just farted again. A small smile formed on her face and she chuckled before closing her eyes again and trying to relax. XX. The glass tubes and jars around Kabuto rattled slightly and he looked up from his work, curious to know what the tremor was. XX. Orochimaru was now fully alert. He stood from his chair and walked to the door that led to the hallway. He wasn't even halfway there before he felt an incoming attack but found he couldn't dodge. It was as if he was being held in place by an unseen force. XX. She felt that perhaps she should turn the lights off and try to fall asleep but just didn't feel like getting up and turning off the lights. It was at that point that she felt another 2 tremors in quick succession. Sitting up fully alert, she looked to her door and noted for the first time that it had Fuinjutsu placed on it. Her team was very familiar with forms of barriers and it took but a moment for her to recognize that she had been sealed in her room by a 5 seals barrier. Her eyes widened and wondered how she had missed it. Moving to the door she attempted to force it open despite knowing that if the barrier was activated then it would not budge. What the hell, she thought, confused over why this was happening. Were they under attack? Was it just some kind of stupid prank? The tremors however spoke towards the former. Someone had likely infiltrated their hideout and set traps, but for what purpose she had no idea. Thinking quickly she realized that the barrier may have been active before she entered her room. The door opened inward so someone could enter the room, but would be sealed inside once the door shut and the barrier was once again complete. It was a very ingenious trap and she had never seen nor heard of the technique used in such a way, but she pushed those thoughts aside as she started looking through her room for the 4 accompanying tags. She opened the drawers of her desk and found one in the top drawer, then found one under her bed, another in her wardrobe, and the 4th and final one in her closet. They needed to all be removed at the same moment, and although she didn't have any type of clone jutsu that could do the job, she still had her 3 doki summons. XX. Orochimaru smirked despite the fact that his upper body had been cleanly severed from his lower body. He'd even lost both his hands in a single swipe. Without so much as a hand seal, snakes appeared out of the cut areas on his upper and lower body. The snakes moved past each other, interlocking, and then forced all the pieces of his body back together. A few snakes even emerged from his sleeves of his ruined arms and went after his mysterious attackers. Naruto dodged to the side, neatly decapitated the snakes, and then turned back to his opponent who had moved back to create some distance between them. Orochimaru examined his attacker to try and figure out who he was, but he could get nothing as the short individual wore a dark cloak and a breather mask. There were no identifiable markings, however he could guess that the person was a boy and not very old. Kukikikiku, I must commend you on getting in here without my knowledge or detection. I suppose those tremors were you as well, stated the pale-faced man, and Naruto grit his teeth at the fact that he still wasn't being taken seriously. Not very talkative? Inquired the smiling Orochimaru, and he watched curiously as his opponent channeled chakra into his sword. With the wind chakra in the sword, Naruto flicked his wrist and sent the sword spinning at his foe. A moment later he briefly removed his mask and went through several hand seals. Mud spewed from his mouth and covered the door that was the only entrance and exit to the room. The mud quickly expanded to cover the entire door and then harden. Orochimaru dodged the sword and charged at his opponent. His mouth bulged slightly as he called upon his kusanagi, but he was forced to dodge again as the spinning sword had apparently come back around. Naruto moved through 2 more hand seals and completed his next earth jutsu with a stamp of his foot. He then caught his sword and once again the 2 opponents stared down each other until Orochimaru stopped his charge as he began sinking into the floor. He noted the smell coming from all the surfaces of the room and quickly recognized the jutsu. It was one of Jiraiya's earth jutsu that the fellow Sunin had used countless times. Yanking 1 foot out of the swamp, he put the correct amount of chakra to properly stay on the surface of the swamp. Not only did he bar the door, but he turned the entire room, every surface, into a swamp to keep me from escaping. How interesting, he thought and chuckled. This opponent was proving far more devious and knowledgeable than he previously thought. With the swamp on every surface, he wouldn't be able to use his Leech of All Creations technique and move through the floor should the battle not turn his way. It also completely changed the battlefield and strategies for fighting. Trapping yourself inside a room with a snake isn't very smart. He chided, but his opponent continued to remain silent. His mind quickly went through the list of possible people that would want him dead. It was quite a long list, but few names came up that would use a gifted child and not have any identifying marks. Shimura Denzo was high on that last. The calm demeanor and reserved attitude of the boy did fit standard root training. If it was Denzo, he wondered how the old warhawk managed to acquire the boy. So Denzo finally found where I am and wants to silence me. He goaded in the hopes of getting more information out of the assassin. Naruto was slightly confused about question, but he decided to just go with it. Denzo-sama regrets that he won't be able to attend your funeral. I'm sure he does. Kukikikiku. Orochimaru chuckled in response, but on the inside he was a little worried. He was trapped in a room with an unknown foe and couldn't use the majority of his jutsu. He wondered where Kabuto or the rest of his forces were. Had the tremors he heard been their demise? It was possible, but there were 3 tremors and he had 5 servants, so he only needed to hold out until they arrived. Of course that was assuming that he wouldn't be able to defeat the boy. XX. Kabuto cautiously made his way to the room where Orochimaru was. There were no additional noises or any other indication that something was wrong, but his intuition told him otherwise. Shinobi could be incredibly stealthy and teams of ninja could be moving throughout the base at that very moment. Reaching the door he noted the earth jutsu that had seeped through the cracks and knew that Orochimaru was in trouble. Someone must have infiltrated the compound and headed right for the injured son, and the tremors he heard could have been due to a battle going on inside the room, but he couldn't hear anything else happening. He didn't have any powerful jutsu that could get past the barricaded door or wall. Using explosive notes inside the hideout was more likely to bring part of the roof down, however the Sound 4 would definitely be able to get inside. Leaving Orochimaru, he ran to their rooms on the other side of the compound. He passed right by the hallway to Teiwa's shut door and went straight Jirobero's room. The orange mohawk sporting teen was physically the strongest of the Sound 4 and could get past the door in no time at all. He slowed down when he made it to the room and opened the door. Kabuto was immediately overcome by smoke and the smell of burning flesh. He coughed quite a few times before he managed to look into the destroyed room to see the burnt and destroyed body of the ninja he was after. His eyes widened as he realized what the tremors must have been. Someone set a trap for them. Running down the hall he came around the corner and he saw that the door to Sakan and Yuden's room was also closed. They were probably dead as well. Farther down the hall he could see a body in the hallway outside of the door to Kidomaru's room and he ran to it. Kidomaru had been the last to get to his room and after hearing strange sounds he had stopped at the entrance to his room with the door open. The moment he turned back to his room, the tags were already about to go off. His door was still open and his body was hit by the explosion. It sent him into the wall opposite the door to his room and he was still there but unconscious. His body was badly burned but Kabuto realized that the ninja was still alive and started doing diagnostics on him. The jutsu told him that Kidomaru wouldn't make it beyond a few more minutes so he left him there and went to get Kimimaro out of the infirmary. Despite near death, Kimimaro wouldn't sit idly while something was happening to Orochimaru and would definitely help him to get past the blocked door. XX. A few moments before. XX. No asshole is gonna trap me in my own fucking room, thought Teiwa despite her present situation. She had summoned 2 of her 3 doki, however they were so large that the 2 of them completely filled her room. One summon couldn't use its arms so she needed the remaining 2 to each pull off a Fuinjutsu tag to remove the barrier. There was little space to move around in the now cramped room and she was being pushed against the door. Her flute was out but she was having trouble using it given that she needed one hand to remove the seal but still needed to use the other to play the flute in order to get her summons to remove the tags. Getting the fingers on the flute in position on the right holes to play the right notes, she propped one side of the flute on her knee and played the required notes. Simultaneously, the 2 summons pulled off the tags as she pulled off the main tag. Fucking finally, now I can get out of here, she said and then realized a problem. The fucking door opens inwards, she remembered, and she glared at the offenders that were keeping her from getting out. Kicking her summons she yelled, "Unsummon, you stupid assholes." XX. The 2 swords clanged against each other once again and once again Naruto cursed. Despite knowing a great deal about forms and style, he had little experience using his sword in open combat. He fought Zabuza but the man didn't really use much in the way of swordsmanship. Wielding a giant sword required more strength than swordsmanship skill and it wasn't as agile or fast as Orochimaru's sword was. He was being pushed back by a psychopathic circus performer with a sword sticking out of his mouth and with no working arms. It was utterly ridiculous and showed just how inexperienced he was at using the forms he knew in combat. Beyond his shadow clones he had no one to spar with and the clones weren't that much help as they all fought the same as he did. Fighting with an agile and experienced opponent that attacked with a sword coming from his mouth was not a confrontation he had ever prepared for. Nonetheless, the fight raged on. He still had advantages but Orochimaru was not letting up on the attack enough for him to use the force or any jutsu. Orochimaru however was quite impressed with the brat he was facing. The boy appeared to have large chakra reserves and incredibly good stamina. The fight was progressing much better than the one he had with Sasuke. The brat's sword was even able to stand up to his kusanagi whereas most weapons could not. The outlook of the battle was rather equal, if not against him. The boy was good enough and he was disabled enough that he couldn't properly defend, so he needed to keep up a strong attack. Parrying the kusanagi, Naruto found an opening and shoved his hand forward and force pushed Orochimaru into the wall which was still part of the swamp. Orochimaru was incredibly surprised at the strange attack. There didn't seem to be any chakra or visible jutsu being used but he was still pushed back with incredible force. He realized too late that he had been pushed into the wall and was slowly sinking into it. Moving to take advantage, Naruto sealed his sword into his hand and began making seals for a jutsu to finish the snake summon off. XX. Kabuto made it to the infirmary only to find that Kimimaro had expired at some point before they returned. However he knew it was likely the result tampering and not a natural death as all of the monitors had been turned off. Kimimaro was fine when he left to help at the battle just a few days ago and the machines should have taken care of him until they returned. So all of the Sound 5 are dead he realized and tried to think of something else to help him. Sighing, he knew that he only had one more option available to him and it was not someone he could trust. The person he was thinking about was in a nearby room and was Orochimaru's newest acquisition. XX. With her door finally open, Taewia went to check on the other members of the Sound 4. However, she could smell the burnt flesh and didn't need to go inside of Jirobo's room to know that he, and probably the other two, were dead. What she couldn't figure out was why she was alive. Had whatever trap that was planted in her room not gone off? Was it mere luck that she was spared? The hideout didn't seem to be under attack and she couldn't hear anything going on, which left her with many more unanswered questions. Had this been set up by Kabuto or Orochimaru? Were the Sound 4 of no more use to him? She decided that anything was a possibility and that she would trust no one. Moving with caution through the hideout, she pulled out her flute and kept it ready. XX. Before Naruto could complete his jutsu, the blade Orochimaru was using extended far beyond what the normal reasoning should have allowed. Naruto watched as the blade headed right for him. He barely managed to unseal his sword and protect himself. The extending sword ground against his own as he tried to deflect it, but it still managed to cut into his shoulder and continue on until it stuck into the swampy wall on the other side of the room. Looking at the now absurdly long blade, Naruto wondered just how it had managed to do that. Glancing back at Orochimaru, he realized that the man was managing to pull himself out of the wall using the blade. Given it was stuck in the mud on the other side, Orochimaru was reducing the size of his blade, but instead of the tip of the blade returning back to the handle was trying to get to the tip of the blade. A second later, the man had managed to get himself unstuck from the wall. Once he was free, the blade reduced its length back to the handle and the man just chuckled as they were back to where they started the fight. He wanted to curse at the turn of events and his loss of an advantage, but he still had a few abilities up his sleeve and the combat between the two had caused his blade to start building up a charge. A little longer and he would be able to use Force Lightning. Naruto ducked as Orochimaru extended his sword by about 4 meters and swung it at Naruto's head. He was then forced to jump as Orochimaru spun around and lowered the angle of sword. This is just getting ridiculous, he thought, and it appeared that Orochimaru was now weary of his abilities and perhaps taking the fight more seriously. Orochimaru again went on the offensive with a series of stabs where the blade length kept changing and forced Naruto to be completely on the defensive. He needed to get away from the situation and was able to get his hands in the cross-shaped hand seal while they were still on his sword handle, as he simultaneously dodged a strike for his opponent. Seamlessly switching with the clone, he used force grip on his opponent from just a few feet away right after Orochimaru had dispelled the clone. Naruto lunged and decapitated his opponent, only for the man to turn to mud. Cursing, Naruto turned and was kicked by Orochimaru into the wall. Captured by his own earth jutsu, Naruto attempted to get his body out of the quicksand-like swamp while Orochimaru closed in. Kukikikiku, this has been quite an interesting battle and you have quite a few interesting jutsu. Orochimaru managed to say despite still having a sword and the head of a snake in his mouth. It's too bad Danzo found you first, you would have made an excellent addition to my forces and perhaps even an interesting container. He said and then angled his neck upward to slash Naruto with the sword. Naruto's eyes widened at the imminent danger, but he still had his sword. Force lightning arced out from the blade and struck Orochimaru in the chest, sending the sun into the other side of the room. Once again sealing his sword, Naruto went through the seals to end the earth jutsu. Using kind tide he smashed part of the wall to free himself and then looked to his opponent. Orochimaru was having trouble getting up as he had sunk slightly into the floor before the earth jutsu had been ended. The Sunin was also smoking slightly from the force lightning. What kind of lightning jutsu was that? The Sunin questioned as he realized he was stuck in the hardened swamp. Hearing an incoming attack, Orochimaru looked up to see a large wind-enhanced shuriken coming at him. The kusanagi was still in his mouth and he moved his head and neck to deflect the weapon. The blade extended, but right when it was about make contact with the shuriken, the weapon spun and dodged the extended blade. He still had time though and swung his head, and thereby the sword, back at the shuriken again. This time the spinning weapon was knocked off course. He was about to smirk and try to get himself out of his stuck position on the floor, but he noted a second shuriken had appeared from inside the shadow of the first and his eyes widened. Naruto smirked as his disc blade impacted the ground and struck the Sunin. Ideally he wanted to incapacitate the man, but the fight proved much harder than he anticipated. Walking towards the man to confirm the kill, he stopped however as he felt life signs moving towards him. The ground underneath his feet upheaved and he was hit by an emerging white object before he could do anything to defend himself. He was knocked back several meters and tumbled until he was on his hands and knees. In that short amount of time, a giant white snake fully emerged out of the hard floor. Kukikikiku, it appears you forced me into this form, stated the snake that vaguely resembled Orochimaru. It seemed to be made of hundreds of small white snakes that each formed the body and then a grotesque head. Naruto froze for a brief moment as he looked upon the creature in front of him. He had seen a brief view of this form of Orochimaru in Kabuto's mind, but it was viewed through a camera monitor and not an actual person. It looked a lot different. Glancing over to one side of the room, Naruto called forth the disc blade that had been deflected earlier. The white snake charged at him in the exact same moment. Naruto dodged to escape being bitten and had to slice through several white snakes that came after him from the main body. His disc blade reached his hand less than a second later and used it to slice into Orochimaru's neck, but was smacked away by the tail of the white snake. He smashed into a set of shelves on the wall and many bottles fell off the broken shelves and smashed on the floor. Orochimaru didn't wait for his opponent to recover and Naruto was forced to jump to the side as the rest of the shelving, and part of the wall, were further damaged by Orochimaru's next attack. Naruto thrust his disc blade into the wall to free up a hand, he charged a sphere of kindite and threw it towards the snake. He knew Orochimaru would dodge a direct attack so he aimed for the ground beneath the snake. The kindite struck the ground, the snake lost its balance. Grabbing his disc blade from the wall, Naruto swung his arm and released the blade on the disoriented snake. Orochimaru was aware of the attack and moved to avoid it, but Naruto managed to quickly divert the disc blade to do as much damage as possible. However, it only managed to cut through the back third or Orochimaru's snake body. A chuckling Orochimaru just shrugged off the damage and sprung into action. The white snake moved to attack and quickly slithered up the wall and to the ceiling. It twisted and tried to strike Naruto from different angles as it moved along the ceiling and he moved along the ground. Naruto continued to dodge and decapitate the secondary snakes with his sword. This wasn't the position he wanted to be in, as it was only a matter of time before either Orochimaru ran out of snakes, he was bitten by one of the small snakes, or he was bitten by the main head. Orochimaru was however thinking very differently. The boy he was facing had shown quite a bit of skill for one so young, in addition to possessing quite a few interesting weapons and jutsu. Danzo had apparently trained the assassin very well and this provided him with quite the opportunity. His arms were useless and now he had left his old body. It would be difficult to get back into it and much easier to acquire a new one. It was nearly time to acquire a new body anyway. Should he take over the boy's body, he would not only be able to study the weapons that could stand up to the Kyusangi but figure out the boy's strange abilities. Kukiku, it's too good an opportunity to pass up, he thought, and switched tactics to try and incapacitate the boy. With the breather mask the boy was wearing, none of his volatile blood would be able to poison the boy through inhalation. His blood was a powerful paralytic when inhaled in its vapor form and it readily evaporated into the air, but it did little for him in this situation. He realized that he may have to sacrifice part of his body in order to catch his prey. Putting himself in danger, Orochimaru overextended himself on one of his strikes at the boy. Naruto saw the mistake and attempted to capitalize on it. Putting wind chakra into his blade, he extended the length by several inches and went for a beheading slash. Though not entirely prepared for the chakra flow technique, Orochimaru's neck was cut nearly through, but he had managed to pull his tail closer to Naruto and a few of his white snakes latched onto the boy's arm and leg. Swinging his head back, Orochimaru headbutted the boy away from him and his snakes let go. Naruto hit the ground and tumbled until he came to a stop. He attempted to get up but his left leg and arm were already going numb and he was having trouble moving them. The effect also seemed to be spreading to his shoulder and hip. He turned back around just in time to see the open maw of the white snake swallow him whole. XX. Teiwaya had already passed by the lab where Kabuto usually worked but found no one there. Thoughts kept going through her head about betrayal and she headed to where she thought Orochimaru would be. A part of her thought she should run but she wanted answers. She still had not encountered anyone nor found any evidence of an intruder in their hideout, and this spoke towards a betrayal rather than attack. The other three members of her group were no real loss as she never cared for them anyway. They were only a functioning group because they had to be, and each one knew that their lives were drastically shortened by the cursed seal, but they didn't really care. They were useful, were given great power, had a purpose, and that was all that mattered to them. Moving down the hallway towards one of the laboratories where she knew Orochimaru was likely to be, she stopped when she saw the mud that had leaked out of the door. XX. Inside a nearby room, Karin sat hiding in the darkness as she felt the hideout and suppressed her chakra. Naruto had told her to hide there until it was all over, and although she wanted to be useful, she still agreed. The last thing she wanted was to fight someone like Orochimaru, and not being able to feel what was going on in the sealed room Naruto was fighting in only made it worse. She felt someone coming in her direction seconds ago and they just passed by her room. She had tensed but was now more relaxed as it seemed she hadn't been found yet. I just hope that idiot wins, she thought, and didn't like being helpless. It reminded her of the when she was attacked by the bear in the forest. Hopefully the fight would be over soon, as she could also feel Kabuto coming down the other end of the hall towards the room Naruto was fighting in, and he had apparently brought the other person that was in the hideout when they arrived. XX. I don't understand why you couldn't just blow the door down with explosive notes. Questioned the white-haired boy as he moved with one of Orochimaru's lackeys to where the snake Sunin was apparently being attacked. He didn't really care, but he would do anything to get out of that stupid tank and move around. It had only been a couple of weeks since he was captured by Orochimaru. The snake Sunin apparently wanted to study his hydration ability. He was just hoping to use the current situation as a chance to escape. As I told you, the required amount of explosive notes needed to get past the earth jutsu could damage the ceiling and cause a collapse in the lab. Responded Kabuto as he adjusted his glasses. Earth jutsu weren't that easy to get by, and he knew that putting explosives on the wall and blocked doorway might be a better choice. However, in either case the ceiling would come down in the hallway and completely block off the lab from him. Orochimaru had constructed the walls so that if they needed, they could be brought down with minimal effort to destroy the entire hideout and perhaps trap any unwanted guests inside. Not if you do it right. chided Suijitsu, but Kabuto merely ignored the comment. He needed to help Orochimaru-sama as fast as possible, and everywhere he turned there were setbacks to this goal. Rounding the corner to enter the hallway he wanted, Kabuto stopped as he looked down the hallway and spotted someone. It was Teiwaya. She was apparently alive, unlike the other members of the Sound Four. "I see you managed to survive," stated Kabuto, and he gave a smile, but that was actually the wrong thing to say and do. From Teiwaya's perspective, it seemed as though Kabuto was behind the death of her teammates and trapping her inside her room to save for later. She was after all the only girl in the whole hideout. "You rat-faced bastard!" Teiwaya responded and pulled her flute to her mouth. "Wow, what did you do to her?" questioned Suijitsu. XX. Naruto glanced around the new area he was in. It was dark and rather fleshy. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling seemed to be made of pulsing flesh, and he could feel that all around him was alive. Am I inside his stomach? He wondered, as he knew that ninja could create a dimension inside of their stomach to store items, but this was a little different. His eyes glanced away from his surroundings and focused on the grinning Sunin in front of him. The man was partially encased in the flesh substance, and it was slowly moving up both their bodies. Naruto looked at the pink flesh moving up his torso and getting ever closer to completely encapsulating him. He knew what likely was happening to him because of Kabuto's memories. Orochimaru was attempting to take over his body and devour his soul. "Kukikiku, this dimension belongs to me and the process can't be stopped. I will soon take over your body and make it my new container," stated Orochimaru, and he waited for an outburst or show of fear at the information he just gave out. "You'll try," was the only response that Naruto gave, and then he closed his eyes. Orochimaru chuckled again and took this to mean that the boy was just spouting nonsense, however he was wrong. XX. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself inside of what he assumed was the seal. It seemed as though he was inside of a flooded starship. The walls, ceiling, and he guessed the flooring as well, were all metallic, and he noted that they looked similar to the inside of the ship he found. Treading through the water, he headed for where he wanted to go. This was the first time he had ever been inside his seal, but he had an idea of what to look for. Eventually he found his way to the location of the cage that his master had described to him. Walking in, he prepared himself as best as he could for the coming confrontation. Naruto walked within 20 feet of the cage and stopped as a precautionary measure. A large eye opened that revealed a glowing red iris and slit pupil. "So my host finally comes for a visit. To what do I owe the occasion?" mocked the Kyuubi as its lone eye examined every part of him. Naruto thought for a moment how best to ask for the needed power. He had not had any time nor wanted to access it after the incident at the hot springs, but now he needed it. "I want to take over someone's soul, are you willing to aid me?" inquired Naruto as he kept his eyes on the shadowed beast behind the golden bars. "He ha 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 ha." The Kyuubi laughed maniacally, and a small trail of red chakra came out from the bars and moved towards Naruto. XX. Orochimaru's smile only widened as the process was nearly complete. His new body was providing little resistance to the process until he felt something coming off the boy. It was something he instantly recognized as the chakra of a Baijiu. His eyes widened when he looked to the boy and saw a pair of red glowing eyes looking back at him. The Kyuubi Jinhyuriki, he realized and knew it was too late. Once the jutsu was activated, it could not be stopped. One person had to take over the other. There was however no way for him to take over the body of a Jinhyuriki because of the special connection between host and Baijiu. In order to take over the body, he would also have to suppress the Baijiu, and that was not something he could do. The process began reversing as the flesh covering the boy's body began to get burned off by the red chakra, and the flesh on his own body continued to move past his neck and moving over his head and face. He cursed out loud with his last breaths for the process to stop as his soul was devoured by the boy. XX. The giant white snake exploded, sending parts of it all over the room. The only thing left in the wake of the explosion was Naruto with red chakra coming off him. The chakra soon subsided and he was left with a very slight but dull pain throughout his body. It was possibly an after effect of using the Kyuubi's chakra, but what caught his attention was not the pain but what else he could feel. Not only had parts of his body been damaged with the short usage of the chakra, but he could feel and hear something. It took a moment to realize that it was his midi-chlorian. They seemed to be in pain. Damn it, he thought at the implications of what this might mean. The Kyuubi's chakra seemed to be hurting the midi-chlorians in addition to damaging his own cells and then repairing them. Had his initial usage of the Kyuubi's chakra done damage as well, but he just didn't realize it? Would prolonged usage of the Kyuubi's chakra produce even worse effects and perhaps even kill his midi-chlorians? Though he didn't want to admit it, he was greatly worried by the possibility that the answer to either of those questions was yes. He knew that the Kyuubi's chakra could enhance his connection with the force, but could it also end up severing it if he used it too often or for too long and his midi-chlorians were injured or killed off? What he wanted was to check his blood to find out if any damage had been done, but he didn't have time for that right now. He needed to complete the rest of his plans and get back to Snow Country. He still didn't know how Master Plagueis would react to his detour, but he had a feeling it wasn't going to be good unless he could bring back something that was worth it. Samples, experimental data, and the knowledge as well as skill of Kabuto may keep his master from getting angry. Though he couldn't be sure. There could be consequences to his actions, but he still thought it would be worth it if he could acquire the jutsu and abilities of Orochimaru. There was no way to know what the process he had just undergone would do to him. He had also been unable to steal the man's knowledge, but those jutsu and techniques must be written down somewhere. Searching the room, he quickly found his disc blades and then noticed the sword Orochimaru had been using was lying on the floor a short distance away. Picking up the blade, he noted it was lighter than his sword, but despite it having such an amazing ability, he still liked his sword better. Sealing the blade into a scroll, he went to make an exit in the wall when he stepped on something. Glancing down at the floor, he saw it was blackened and shriveled left hand. He was going to ignore it, but he noticed it had a ring on the pinky finger. Using the force, so he didn't have to touch the hand, he removed the ring and floated it in the air to examine it. The ring was rather plain but had the kanji for sky or void on it. That was all it seemed to have. He had of course learned his lesson from the necklace years ago and did not put the object on or touch it. For all he knew, it would destroy his hand or perhaps poison him. He sealed the ring with the blade and could feel 3 people in the hallway outside the room. The seals he put up in the room blocked chakra from being felt but didn't block his life-sensing ability. Karin was just down the hall and he decided to make an exit near the person that was supposed to be trapped in her room. She must have broken out of my trap. XX. She hadn't been able to use her summons because of the narrow hallway, but she had put both Kabuto and the other person in a genjutsu. Teiwaya was about to continue her attack when the wall beside her exploded outwards into the hallway. She was thrown into the opposite wall and covered her eyes from the dust. Peering through to the new hole in the wall, she could see a short figure standing in the opening. The dust soon cleared and Teiwaya made to defend herself but stopped. Held in the hand of the person standing before her was a head, and she recognized it as that of Orochimaru in his white snake form. She had only seen it once when he made the sound 4 watch as he took over someone's body and absorbed their soul. It was something she could never forget, and now the head was right in front of her and severed. She felt paralyzed by the thought that whoever this person was, he had beaten Orochimaru. Injured or not, the snake Sunin was not someone that was easy to kill by any means. Her focus moved from the head to the figure and she felt the person's killing intent. Moving her flute to her mouth in order to defend herself, she tried to play her instrument but found she just couldn't play any notes. The person came closer to her and her hands began trembling. I can't breathe, she thought. Fucking move, she tried to urge her body but nothing was working. She couldn't inhale any breath to play her flute and her fingers refused to move to the proper holes on her instrument. Just move, she pleaded as things started getting dark. Naruto finally stood right in front of Teiwaya and his hand moved to her head. Extending 2 fingers, he gently touched her forehead. The redheads watched the fingers and once they touched her forehead, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed onto the floor in an unconscious heap. The flute rolled out of her hands and came to stop about a foot away. Naruto glanced over to the other 2 that were down the hallway from him. They seemed to be recovering from a genjutsu and he had no idea who was standing next to Kabuto. It was obviously the last person that Karin had felt in the hideout, but the memories he had from Kabuto contained no information on who the person was. Karin appeared from a doorway down the hall and ran to him. He could feel that she was relieved that he had survived. Kabuto watched the strange happenings just down the hall. He had no idea why Teiwaya had collapsed or who the other redhead was. It wasn't until the cloaked figure turned that he was able to glimpse what had scared a member of the Sound 4. Held in the cloaked figure's hand was Orochimaru's severed head. His eyes widened and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suijutsu on the other hand saw the head and realized one thing. He was on the wrong side. This might be a good point to switch sides. The winning side looks to be standing over there, holding the head of the losing side, he noted and decided to speak up. I just wanted to say before anything else happened that I'm a prisoner here. He said and took a few steps away from Kabuto. The grey-haired medical nin gritted his teeth at the events and looked to the person standing down the hall. Naruto merely ignored the glaring Kabuto and turned to Karin. Karin, catch! He said as he tossed her what was in his hand. Karin caught the object before she realized what it was. Kaya! Karin screamed and threw the head down the hallway, back the way she had come from. Don't throw creepy severed heads at me! She yelled in protest. The gathered ninja watched Orochimaru's airborne head bounce twice upon impact with the floor, then continue its journey of denigration by rolling a little ways down the hallway. Karin, go pick up the head. No freakin' way. Can I at least have some gloves? She asked and grimaced as she looked at the skull. There's probably some in the lab. Naruto responded and Karin huffed while walking through the damaged wall to find some gloves. Kabuto had enough of the scene and treatment of Orochimaru-sama's remains and attacked with his chakra scalpels. Suijutsu had no reason to attack, so he just leaned against the wall and watched. Naruto ducked under the swipes of Kabuto's chakra-covered hands and one of his hands started glowing blue. Dodging several more deadly attacks, he reached out and grabbed Kabuto's wrist. Kabuto quickly realized by his drop in chakra levels that his chakra was being drained by the hand. That's Yorui's technique, he realized, and suddenly he knew who he was facing that was underneath the hood and breathing mask. He tried to keep attacking but couldn't move. Naruto slowly drained Kabuto as he held him in place with force grip. He made sure to drain enough to render Kabuto unconscious due to chakra depletion. It would likely take several days before Kabuto would recover. It was a good thing that the memory seal he put on Kabuto hadn't been broken or found by Orochimaru yet, otherwise the fight would have been harder as Kabuto would have been much more cautious. Looking up from the unconscious Kabuto, he stared at the unknown person that was still standing against the wall while Karin was putting on a pair of gloves she found. The force was telling him that he should find out more about the person before making any decisions. If he couldn't use the boy, then he would have to kill him to keep him from saying anything. No one would be taking credit for Orochimaru's death, and it would be as if the snake sun just disappeared. If you have any abilities that could be of use to me, it would be in your best interests to name them now. Otherwise. And his words drifted off as he left the implied threat of death. Suijutsu got the hint and he changed from a solid to a liquid in order to show off his hydration technique. I can basically turn myself into water whenever I want for protection and to escape most attacks. I've also been trained to be the next generation of the Seven Swordsmen, stated Suijutsu. Suijutsu stared at the person across from him and was greatly interested in knowing more and perhaps working for this person. Someone his own age who could defeat both Orochimaru and Kabuto was someone that might be interesting to work for. He also had nothing else to do and really nowhere else to go. He once had the dream of becoming a member of the Seven Swordsmen with his brother, but after Manjutsu's recent passing and the swordsmen splitting up and most becoming missing nin, he no longer had the same motivation. Naruto thought about what he had just seen and decided that the person had abilities that were of interest to him. He knew how powerful and useful water jutsu could be, and he also knew that this person could be of great value later on. After all, a lightsaber typically turned off when it was immersed or came into contact with water, and blaster bolts or other common weapons of the galaxy would do little damage to the person before him. Uzumaki Naruto, he stated, and waited for the other person to give his name. The force was telling him that he could trust the person in front of him. Hojiki Suijutsu, replied the white-haired boy. Ew, gross, said Karin as she picked up the skull by the hair and kept it at arm's length. Naruto pulled out a scroll and gave it to her to seal the head into. Karin's eye twitched and she said, "You could have just sealed the head in the scroll in the first place. You're still being punished," responded Naruto, and he heard Karin scream at him. XX. The next day. XX. They had stayed the night in one of the rooms of the hideout while Naruto's clones searched the whole base and took anything which looked useful. He managed to get jutsu, samples, testing data and more. Orochimaru kept quite a store of jutsu scrolls which were now all his. He had even found a summoning scroll for the snakes. The brief stay was otherwise uneventful, and once morning came, they headed out. "So where are we going?" questioned Suijutsu as they moved through the trees. "Orochimaru's northern hideout. It's where he keeps many of the people he experiments on. We're after a person called Jugo. Once we acquire this person or samples from his corpse, then we will need to catch a boat." Naruto responded and left out information about his master and the fact that they were ultimately heading to Snow Country. Suijutsu was running with him while Karin was just behind them, and bringing up the rear were two clones carrying Kabuto and Teiwa. Both of them were bound and had chakra suppressing tags on them. Teiwa's chakra had also been drained, and he further drained Kabuto that morning. Naruto wasn't completely sure what he was going to do with Jugo when they got there. The older boy was rather unstable and could attack them. He was feeling better after his fight with Orochimaru, but he wasn't sure whether he could take Jugo alive. Technically he only needed samples from Jugo. Having a live person would helpful when he finally faced his master and discussed why he completely defied him and put them at risk of being found out. The more he thought about it, the more he was sure Plagueis would really be angry with him, and he pushed those thoughts aside to focus. He was about to enter a prison full of cursed seal-bearing inmates and possibly fight with the original carrier of the bloodline. XX. Danzo stood with the other council elders and clan heads as they looked down at the body on the metal table. They had all been told of the body's discovery but needed to all confirm it for themselves, so they had all personally come down to the morgue in the basement of the hospital. On the table were the remains of a blonde child that was incredibly injured, almost beyond recognition. The body had fallen and then been nearly crushed by debris. Workers and ninja had discovered the body along with a few others during the cleanup of the damaged areas of the village. Though most of the right side of the face was destroyed, the characteristic 3 dark markings were still present on the remains of the left side of the face. This was not something that he had planned on or foreseen. He thought the boy would be discovered missing and he could convince everyone that the Kyuubi container had left the village. This new dilemma definitely changed things. "Are you sure it's him?" inquired Elder Homura to the coroner. "After performing all the standard verifications, comparing the results to his records, and double-checking my findings, I am sure that this is Uzumaki Naruto," replied the medical nin examiner. While the other council members were going over the situation in their mind, Danzo was thinking very differently. "Well played, Uzumaki. I had no idea your plan included something this elaborate. I will have to change my plans, but perhaps I can still convince them that the body is a fake, he thought, and had something in mind. What of the seal? Inquired Danzo to the rest of the room. As if on cue, the members of the room turned to the one member that was not part of the council and that had also been called to the room. Standing just outside the doorway to the morgue was Jiraiya. He was still listening, but part of his mind was stuck in the past at a single moment where something like this had happened before. It was when Tsunade's brother Nawake was killed during the war. However, there was no one here to mourn for the boy that was on the table, and Tsunade hadn't been in the village for years. He let out a sigh and then entered the room. Trying to remain as professional as possible, he walked to the table and went to examine the seal on the boy's abdomen, or what was left of the seal. It was incredibly difficult for him to look at the body. His hands were shaking slightly as he pushed chakra into the boy's abdomen, and a faint seal formed on what was left of the skin. It was the same seal that he knew had been used by his deceased student. The others in the room all reacted instantly and started asking questions. So it is him then? Will the Kyuubi reform? Are we in danger? However, Jiraiya was still focused on the seal itself. While it was the seal his student had used, he wasn't that familiar with it and something seemed off with it. He would have liked to stay and figure out what was giving him a strange feeling, but he could not see any danger to the village. It seemed the seal had worked completely and the Kyuubi didn't appear to be coming back. Without any chakra to power the seal, the Kyuubi would have already escaped, or at least someone would have felt something. He told them everything was fine and they soon left. Danzo stayed for a brief moment longer than the rest, but soon followed the others, leaving Jiraiya in the room with the medical nin. What he needed to do now was find Tsunade so she could take over as Hokage. Then he would have time to get a closer examination of the seal and figure out what about it was bugging him. He was a Fuinjutsu expert, but this particular seal and the method used by his student were beyond his knowledge and abilities. He would need time to determine what about it was bothering him, but he didn't have that time right at that moment. Taking one last look at the boy on the table while Medical Nin pulled the cover back over the body, he felt terribly guilty and an incredible sadness washed over him. Naruto was the last piece of his student left in the world, and now the boy was dead, along with almost everyone else he was close to. However, he still had thought of earlier events in his head and he wasn't sure what the boy had been involved in. He still remembered the attack on his person that happened before the end of the Chunin exams, and while they couldn't prove it was Naruto, he knew there was something off about the boy. Minato's child had been up to something, but he had no proof and neither had the Sandame. Sighing, he then told to the medical nin to keep the body as he needed to look at it again when he came back. He couldn't get the thought out of his head that he was forgetting something or that something was out of place and he just wasn't seeing it. Perhaps he would come back later before heading out. He had to pack and get together a list of contacts that might know where Tsunade was. XX. So what do we do with these two when we get inside? Questioned Karin as she felt around the northern hideout to see who was inside or patrolling around the outside. They were in a rocky area of northern Sound Country. What do you mean, we? I didn't see you do anything when the fighting happened at the snake's hideout. You just screamed and threw his head down the hallway. Commented Suijutsu, and he laughed when Karin smacked him in the head, causing a splash, and then it reformed. It's not like you did anything. Leaning against the wall trying to look cool. Moron. Karin fired back after her failed attempt to hit him. Most likely we'll just shove them in one of the cells until we're done. It is a prison and there are empty cells. What did your sensing of the prison reveal, Karin? Questioned Naruto as he ignored the childish antics of the two around him. I think I can feel at least 20 guards and around 80 prisoners inside. One seems to be isolated from the rest. She answered and adjusted her glasses. That must be Jugo. Naruto thought and started going over the plan. We only need to get to Jugo. He stated as he went through a map of the facility in his mind. He continued with a short briefing from Kabuto's limited knowledge of the facility and its layout. It was made larger than it needed to be, which would work to their advantage. Naruto went through a few hand seals and then put his hands on the shoulders of both Karin and Suijutsu. They were about to say something when they started sinking into the ground. Suijutsu was rather interested in the effect, but Karin almost screamed before they sunk into the rock beneath them. The clones did the same and took the unconscious bodies of Teiwa and Kabuto with them. The group moved through the rock and into one of the unused wings of the hideout. It was all prepared for prisoners with numerous cells that weren't in use yet but probably would be in the coming years due to Orochimaru's experimentation with the cursed seal and finding hosts. The group emerged from the floor and the two unconscious prisoners were placed in a holding cell. Naruto put up a barrier tag on the cell to keep anyone from opening it besides him. It would take an incredible amount of force to get the cell open, but he knew he wouldn't have to worry about anyone finding the two. Near the cell was the hallway that connected the wing to the rest of the prison. He quickly examined the ceiling and then went through hand seals for an earth jutsu to collapse the ceiling and walls of the hallway. The guards would hear the commotion and come to investigate. Since no one was using this part of the prison, they likely wouldn't bother to fix it right away. With the completion of the seals, the ground, walls, and ceiling of the hallway began cracking and breaking apart. A good-sized section collapsed in on itself, pulling rocks and other debris into the hallway that sealed everything up. Naruto used the force to push the dust away from himself. Using the same earth jutsu as before, he melted into the rock with Suijutsu and Karin. The small group moved through the surrounding rock and headed to another area of the prison, close to the cell where Jugo was. XX. Jugo panted as he calmed down from another fit of his bloodline. It had been much harder to control now that Kimimaro was sick and hadn't visited in a while. He worried for his only friend and hadn't heard any news for nearly a week. Orochimaru was supposed to be working on some plan, the exact details of which he hadn't been told to him, but he knew it might take a while for it to finish. He dragged his feet, which were each attached at the ankles to a chain and ball weight, to the side of his room and sat against the wall. Sometimes he wished he could leave the prison, but he knew what would happen if he lost control. It had happened many times before and the outcome was always the same. He would wake up and be surrounded by bodies or covered in blood. It was best to stay there, where he had been for many years. Months had elapsed since his last visit outside of the facility, and sometimes it was just hard not to want to break out. Putting his arms on his knees, he rested his head and wished for something better, or to at least see his friend again. XX. A guard sat in front of the surveillance camera monitors and looked up as one lost the picture and went to static. He reached for his radio, but the feed from the camera soon came back. However, another camera went out that was right near the first one. He closely watched the monitors for a few minutes until he decided that it was some kind of bug or glitch in the system. It seemed to be cycling through cameras in order. Shaking his head, he pulled the two-way radio to his mouth and instead inquired about the slight tremor that they had all felt a few minutes ago. The voice of one of the other guards soon came back and told him it was nothing to worry about. Just a collapse in one of the unused areas of the prison. Glancing back at the monitors, he sighed and put his feet up on the desk while he reclined back. It was nothing to worry about. XX. The group of three moved swiftly through the areas of the prison where no one was around. Naruto was temporarily disabling the cameras to keep them from being found out, while Karin led them to the lone chakra signature in this particular area of the facility. Coming to an intersection in the hallway, they turned left and Karin said, "He's halfway down the hallway." It didn't take long to reach a huge steel door that looked more like the vault of a bank than the door to a prison cell. Karin looked at the door with some trepidation. From what Naruto had said, it was meant to keep someone in and not to keep others out. Naruto could feel the person inside, and it seemed that their arrival was at a good time. He couldn't feel anything sinister coming from the boy behind the door. The only problem he was having was whether he should keep Jugo alive or just acquire samples. Alive was much better, but he found it difficult figuring out how he would convince the boy to come with him. The force wasn't really telling him anything, but that wasn't uncommon. The only thing he could sense was that the person behind the door was unstable and could be dangerous, which was something that he already knew. Suijutsu wanted to come with him, but this was different. From Kabuto's memories, he knew that Jugo wanted to stay in the cell out of fear of hurting anyone. Convincing him to leave the cell and travel with them seemed beyond difficult, however he might just be able to knock the boy out and kidnap him. Lifting his hand up into the air, he used the force and dealt with the locking mechanism on the door. The crank on the door began turning and he pulled open the door just a crack to see in. XX. Kabuto opened his eyes after he was sure that there was no one else around. He could tell he was tied up and he couldn't feel his chakra. He also couldn't find any of his hidden weapons that he normally had on him. Moving his body as best as he could, he attempted to sit up. He instantly regretted the motions as his head was swimming and a pounding headache was quick to follow. Diagnosing himself, he realized he had symptoms of chakra depletion. Looking over his surroundings, he noted he was in one of Orochimaru's many cells, but he couldn't be sure exactly where he was. Teiwaya was still unconscious near him, and seeing her made the memories of what had happened flood back to him. "Naruto-kun," he said out loud, and though he knew it to be true, it still didn't seem right. Naruto was supposed to be in Konoha and he had no idea why the boy would come after him. Is he trying to take me back to Konoha? He briefly wondered, but threw the notion aside as foolish. Naruto may have been talented, but he knew the boy lacked any loyalty to the village. He had even thought of trying to recruit Naruto to work with him and Orochimaru, but it was too much of a risk. Now he didn't know what to think. His master was dead at the hands of the same boy that had taken him prisoner, and that was his teammate for several years. The one thing he was certain of was that he would get revenge upon Naruto for killing Orochimaru. He was a patient person and would wait for the right moment. Though he did wonder what Naruto had planned for him and Teiwaya. XX. Kimimaro. Naruto repeated what Jugo had asked about. He knew who the person was but wasn't sure why Jugo was so interested in knowing about him. "Ain't that the person you killed back at the hideout?" commented Suijutsu, and Naruto instantly knew that was the wrong thing to have said. "Karin, run to the end of the hallway," Naruto calmly said, and Karin didn't need to ask what he was talking about as she could feel foul chakra pouring from the room. A moment later the door was smashed open by an enraged and transforming Jugo. XX. The 7 prisoners in the cell were quite as usual. There was nothing to talk about despite their incredible boredom. Each person in the room hated the others, but they also had to live in the same cell. Though they had cursed seals and could eventually break through the bars holding them in the cell, none of them were able to control the transformation and it was more likely that they would kill each other first. Once the seal was activated they transformed into mindless animals that did nothing but fight. The guards would also be there quickly and wouldn't hesitate to kill them. While they may have been harder to damage, things like poison could still be quite effective on them and the guards could use gas or any weapon coated in a myriad of poisons that Orochimaru had. It was maddening to be stuck in a cell with people you didn't like and to have great power but couldn't use it to do what you wanted. The boredom was lifted for a moment when they felt a slight tremor, but they just passed it off as another cave-in as one had happened earlier. The tremor however was followed by another. Then another and then another. With interest piqued, they tried to figure out where it was coming from as the tremors seemed increasingly closer or more powerful. One of the prisoners walked up to the back wall of the cell and put his head up against it to hear. Nothing happened for a few moments but just as he was getting disinterested, the wall cracked and then exploded inward. Debris and dust flew into the cell and a cloaked figure came with it. Naruto flew into the cell and hit the bars. His sword had left his hand and clattered to the floor with the debris and rock from the wall. Before he had a chance to do anything, a dark-skinned and grotesque arm grabbed his throat and began strangling him. Naruto's hand grabbed Jugo's forearm in an attempt to remove the hand that was about to break his neck or crush his throat. He could only choke as he tried to get air into his lungs. "I'll kill you!" screamed an enraged and still transforming Jugo. Moving his free hand, his sword levitated and then he flicked his wrist and the sword darted into Jugo's leg. With Jugo's attention diverted, Naruto formed a kunai in his hand, smashed it into the chest of the orange-haired teen trying to kill him. Jugo was thrown back into the wall they just came through and holding up his hand, the sword returned to him through the dust. Naruto fell to the floor wheezing and tried to get air into his lungs. Looking up at where Jugo was, his eyes widened and he lunged out of the way. Jugo instantly came hurtling at the bars with his transformed arm seemingly propelling hhim like some kind of chakra-powered rocket. The transforming teen smashed through the bars, completely distorting the metal and ripping it out of the floors, ceiling, and walls. The attack kept going and rammed into the adjacent cell on the other side of the hallway. The prisoners watched for only a second before they began running out of the newly formed escape routes. Naruto acted quickly and used the force to bend the already distorted bars around Jugo to make a cage of sorts. He knew it wouldn't last but it would buy him some time to think of something else to do. It took a few moments of struggling for a roaring Jugo to free himself from the bars and the makeshift cage seemed to only enrage him more. Looking for the cloaked boy he was trying to kill he was immediately hit with a deluge of water and forced into the broken cell. Naruto went through hand seals and the water began taking shape into a spherical prison. Sticking his hand into the sphere he completed the jutsu and looked to see if it would hold. Jugo's transformation however continued and Naruto could tell he was still in danger. Using his other hand, he formed a chidori and then rammed the chirping jutsu it into the sphere as soon as he removed his other hand. Without constant control over the sphere it would soon lose consistency but not before the lightning jutsu did its work. The entire sphere ignited and Naruto was forced to stop the jutsu and jump into the ceiling a moment later to escape the electrified water that flooded the room. The effects of both jutsu soon faded and the created water began to quickly evaporate. Naruto looked down at the twitching Jugo but the effects of his jutsu soon stopped and the orange pupils and black sclera looked right at him. Jumping off the ceiling and into the hallway, Naruto heard the ceiling he had just been on get smashed and he ran a little ways down the hallway in the hopes of putting distance between them. It was difficult to fight Orochimaru in an enclosed room but far more dangerous fighting a transforming Jugo in small cells in a hallway. While moving, his hands went through two seals and he turned to fire a powerful gust of wind down the hallway that pushed the charging Jugo away from him. If he managed to subdue Jugo before he fully transformed then he might be able to take the teen alive. XX. Out of the way! Yelled Suijutsu as he pushed his way through the fleeing prisoners that were running through the destroyed walls that had been left in the wake of the crazy kid's rampage. Karin was somewhere around but he was more focused on doing something to help his new leader. He didn't have any weapons besides basic kunai and shuriken that had been provided for him and knew only a few jutsu that might help out. It would be a shame for Naruto to die before he could find out what the boy was really up to and where they were heading afterward. XX. A siren started going off indicating that a prison break was occurring but Naruto ignored it as Jugo had his full attention. He ducked under the swing of an arm that was partially transformed into an axe and threw a punch. The deranged Jugo smiled as he dodged the punch but was hit full force a second later. Naruto followed up with multiple punches that all missed and yet they all managed to hit Jugo. His projected fighting attacks were halted a moment later as Jugo got fed up with the attacks and jumped back to put distance between them. As he was charging, Naruto tried to use force grip and hold the boy in place but it proved exceedingly difficult as Jugo kept moving forward, albeit slowly. He tried to stop the orange teen, but wasn't prepared when several vents formed on Jugo's back and a large burst of chakra broke the hold and sent the insane teen hurtling straight for him. Naruto was hit hard by Jugo's fist and carried by the fist until Jugo slowed down. When Jugo stopped, Naruto's body continued backwards and he smashed into a wall. Jugo laughed manically and held out his hand towards the damaged area. His transformation continued across his body and his arm began to change. Several large vents formed on the arm and then chakra began gathering at the ends of the vest. Naruto was trying to get up from the wall he had nearly smashed through when he felt the attack. He looked up and saw the attack but knew he wouldn't be able to move. Before it fired, Suijutsu rammed into Jugo's side. The arm's trajectory was changed, but a beam of highly concentrated chakra still blasted into the wall and ceiling of the hallway. The force of the attack and amount of chakra were incredible. It nearly brought the whole ceiling down on them. Naruto tried to get up but found he just couldn't stand. Forming a cross-shaped seal he created several shadow clones while Suijutsu was trying and failing to fight Jugo. The white-haired boy kept getting hit but his hydration technique was keeping him safe. Jugo would destroy his head but it would reform a moment later. 2 clones picked Naruto up while the remaining one formed hand seals and spit out large amounts of mud. 12 more Naruto clones were created from the mud and they rushed Jugo. The almost completely transformed teen only laughed and attacked them. The clones were destroyed but did not go up in smoke. Instead they turned into mud that began moving onto Jugo's body. The clones dogpiled the orange teen and then reverted back to mud which started covering the rest of Jugo's body and then began hardening. While the 2 clones dragged the real Naruto to Jugo, the remaining shadow clone performed another earth jutsu and spit more mud at Jugo to further encase him. The mud quickly hardened and Jugo struggled to move and break out. The real Naruto was brought to the struggling Jugo as the mud began to crack and though he couldn't sense chakra very well the amount of chakra that Jugo seemed to be amassing beneath the mud was easily felt by him. Naruto stuck out his hand and placed it on Jugo's head. Looking directly into the insane eyes, he focused on stopping the transformation with his force powers. Jugo resisted him for a few moments and the mud prison nearly gave way but the teen stopped struggling. The transformation also stopped and then slowly began to recede. The dark skin gave way to the lighter skin underneath and the black sclera began changing back to white. The transformation receded across Jugo's face leaving the orange-haired and orange-eyed teen that Naruto had first met when he opened the door. They looked at each other for a few moments before Jugo passed out. Naruto turned to Suijutsu who looked relieved and then said, "Find, Karin," with a wheeze in between the words before he collapsed onto the ground. "Ah damn it." Suijutsu thought and proceeded to get Karin in the fastest method possible. "Karin, get your ass over here." It didn't take long before he saw Karin running down the hallway. She could tell that Naruto was in trouble and though she could do little during the fight, she knew she needed to stay safe until after the fight was over and therefore stayed a good distance away. She quickly knelt down while her hands turned green with medical chakra. She started with the throat as it was the most serious injury. His throat was nearly crushed and he couldn't breathe. Her diagnostic jutsu indicated that Naruto's back was broken and several of his organs seemed to be damaged as well, but getting him breathing to an appreciable degree was her first priority. While Karin worked, Suijutsu stood nearby as he could do nothing at this point. He didn't want to look at the scene so he looked elsewhere and spotted the sword Naruto was using. If they were attacked he would need something to defend them with and he also wanted to get a closer look at the sword. He picked up the dusty blade and inspected it. It was heavier than he imagined it would be but well balanced. He brushed some of the dust off and was surprised to find a perfectly polished blade underneath. With all that had happened during the fight, he didn't expect it to look so new and well kept. He managed to take his eyes away from the blade to look for prisoners or guards as he walked back to the 2 group members and trapped Jugo. It was obvious that the prisoners and probably even the guards were terrified of Jugo and it was possible that they wouldn't even encounter anyone. Breathing better, Naruto stared at the ceiling and was thankful when he started feeling a tingling sensation in his legs. He couldn't feel them earlier and it might take a little while before he would be able to walk properly again. However, he had managed to calm Jugo down. He could have ended the fight earlier by killing Jugo but after all he saw, he just couldn't. Jugo was too interesting and he knew Plagueis would be interested as well. There was no telling what Jugo would do once he woke up or how the boy would react and he reminded himself to tie the boy up and put some chakra suppressing tags on him. Now they just needed to collect everyone and leave. He wasn't looking forward to finding a boat that would take them to Snow Country. I really should have planned this out better. Now I have to smuggle 6 people aboard a ship, 3 of them hostages, for almost a week-long journey to Snow Country. In addition to not being noticed or leaving a paper trail he thought and groaned at the situation he had managed to create for himself. Master Plagueis is gonna be pissed. XX. A few hours later, back in Konoha. XX. Peeking around the corner, Tenten looked down the hallway and didn't see anyway, so it looked safe to come out. "You do realize that with my Byakugan you needn't try to be so sneaky?" questioned Niji with his arms folded across his chest and a questioning look. Tenten scowled and complained, "I never get the chance to sneak around. We never get any infiltration missions. Is that why you're wearing that nurse's outfit? Your skirt seems a little short," commented Niji and Tenten turned to him with another scowl and then said, "Well I guess it must really be too short then, if you're noticing." Niji's cheeks tinged pink but he scoffed and walked away. The 2 proceeded to move through the hallways to the morgue. Niji still couldn't believe that he had agreed to accompany her to the morgue. For some reason news had spread quickly through the village about the death of Uzumaki Naruto and it was almost as if people were talking about Uzumaki's death more than the Sandames. They also didn't seem the least bit mournful. It didn't make sense to him, and no matter how he looked at it, there was something definitely strange about the boy. The only good news he had was that the boy was dead, which only proved what he believed, that you couldn't defy fate. Fate eventually caught up to those that tried. His main reason for being there was to make sure that Tenten didn't get caught trying to steal the deceased boy's sword. She claimed she just wanted to look at it, but he had a feeling it would end up coming with her when they left. Seemingly since her first encounter with the sword, he had noticed that she was practically obsessed with it, and he had never known her to act like that with any other weapon. He knew he couldn't stop her from doing it, and it wouldn't be good for his teammate to be caught while robbing the dead, but it wasn't as if the boy needed the sword anymore. They went past the morgue as they were merely after the personal effects that were found with the body, so they made their way to an adjacent room that held these items. Naruto was an orphan, so there was no one to collect them, and Tenten couldn't let the sword wind up with anyone else. Picking the lock on the door, Tenten opened the door and headed inside with Niji following. The room was filled with shelves and boxes. Each box was the same size, and the label had the name as well as ninja ID number of the deceased. The boxes held the personal effects of the ninja on the label. Searching the labels, she looked for the ninja she was after. Niji stayed at the door to make sure that no one was coming, as he couldn't keep his Byakugan on indefinitely. It only took a minute for Tenten to find the right box, and she pulled it off the shelf. Setting it on the floor, she opened the box and instantly found what she was looking for. Grabbing the sword, her smile instantly faded as she picked up the blade. Niji looked from the hallway back to his teammate as she was taking too long and had stopped. He then asked, "What's the matter?" "That's the sword, isn't it?" "No, it isn't," she replied sadly, and Niji walked away from his position at the door to see what she was talking about. It looked exactly like the sword she was always after, and he didn't understand what the problem was. Holding the sheath in one hand and grabbing the handle in the other, she unsheathed the blade by a few inches to confirm what she already knew. Instead of a red and black blade, it was just normal metal found on just about every other sword in the village. Niji looked over to see what she was frowning about and noted the difference in the blade. "I noticed when I picked it up that the weight and balance were wrong," Tenten said in explanation. "Maybe someone else switched it," Niji suggested, and decided they should get going. Tenten looked at him, but something didn't seem right about the suggestion. "I don't think so," she said, and fully unsheathed the blade to get a closer look at it. Sighing, Niji decided to humor her, and why not? If a person wanted to switch the blade, they could have used any ninjato, yet somehow they just happened to have one the exact same coloring, and it was also one that was used. Also, I can tell that the person that used this blade was probably around our age, and it's well used. The wear on the handle fits my hand, and unless the owner had small hands, it seems more likely that he did use it. No other person our age in the village uses a sword," she explained, as her father sold most of the weapons in the village and only a select few ninja ever bought ninjato. "It does seem strange, but why would Uzumaki-san use a blade like that when he had the other one?" questioned Niji. "I don't know," replied Tenten, and when she went to put the sword back, something else caught her eye. Pulling the weapons pouches from the box, she examined them as well. They were wrong. She looked at the other items and found that the shoes were wrong too. Sure, they looked like normal ninja supplies, but growing up in a ninja supply store, she knew a great deal of information about them, and what she found didn't make sense. "Just what exactly are you two doing in here?" asked a voice, and both genin turned around to find a man in the doorway. They didn't even notice or sense him at all. The man moved into what little light the room had, and it didn't take long for both of them to realize that it was Jiraiya of the Sennin. "Why are you looking through a deceased ninja's property?" he inquired, and Niji could tell that they were in trouble. "It's all wrong," Tenten blurted out in a state of confusion and panic. Raising an eyebrow, Jiraiya decided he wanted to hear a little bit more and asked, "What's wrong?" "The supplies," Tenten answered, and Jiraiya frowned slightly but was slightly curious and wanted to find out where the girl's train of thought was headed, and what's wrong with them. He inquired as he could not see anything amiss. "They weren't made in Konoha, they were all made in grass country," she replied, and Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. Please review. Chapter 16. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. Yes, I know it's been a while, but I am still writing. I've lost some motivation for my other stories, but not this one. Hopefully I'll get back in my zone and get out chapters faster. This one is extra long, so enjoy. XX 36.5 BBY current year. Chapter 16, moving forward. Continuation from last chapter. XX. What do you mean they were made in grass country? Jiraiya asked speculatively as he looked at the items she was holding. I mean what I say I mean. The pouches, supplies, and shoes were all made in grass country, replied Tenten with her hands on her hips in a glare. And how do you know this? Asked Jiraiya for clarification and ignored the glare of the thief. I grew up in a weapons shop. I know how to tell Konoha and Fire Country supplies from all the other villages, stated Tenten, and she folded her arms across her chest. Jiraiya's thoughts about possible punishment for the two thieves were quickly replaced with thoughts about the new information he just received. He knew that whenever an academy student graduated they were given a weapons pouch, shuriken pouch, and standard supplies as a graduation gift. These supplies were always made by the village or by Fire Country. No village or even ninja would ever purposefully purchase supplies from another village. It just wasn't done, unless they were a missing nin. The fact that Naruto was carrying these items from Grass Country was definitely giving him a bad feeling. The supplies were from another village and the sword was a fake, he thought to himself as he built off this new information. If the supplies weren't correct and the sword was a fake, then what did that mean for the body? Earlier he did find something wrong but at that point he couldn't figure out what, but now he was sure. The seal isn't the real thing either, he realized. It was definitely the correct seal, however what he didn't see before was that it wasn't his student's seal. He could recognize his student's work. Minato didn't make that seal, and if the seal was a fake that meant that the body was a fake too, he put together and it made sense, however it left him more questions. Who was in the morgue? How did the examiner not discover the body was a fake? How did Grass Country factor into it? Where was Uzumaki Naruto? He started with the question that seemed the most out of place, which concerned how Grass Country was involved. In order to figure that out, he needed to determine where and when Naruto would have encountered anyone from Grass Country. The answer hit him immediately and he needed to get to the ninja archives to figure it all out and determine if his hunch was correct. He was about to leave when he remembered that he still had 2 guilty genin standing before him. He could have turned them over to the ANBU, but their illicit activities had actually helped him, and the information he might find out from what the girl had revealed to him would likely make up for what he caught them doing. Despite this, he still didn't think they should just get off and decided to put them to work. The records room was an incredibly boring place and looking through all the files he needed was both time-consuming and tedious. It would take a while to find the files and information that he needed if he just went by himself. Unless I had a few unpaid workers helping me out, he thought, and smiled at the 2 genin who both started to get a bad feeling about what would happen next. XX. Naruto leaned on Karin as she helped him walk through the facility to where he left Kabuto and Teiuya. He glanced over at Suijutsu, who was carrying the larger jugo on his back, and thought, this definitely didn't turn out how I thought it would. Now he had 3 prisoners and he would have to get them all to Snow Country without anyone seeing him or without leaving any trail or witnesses along the way. The best route to take was through hot springs and then trying to find a ship at a port along the coast. The problem he would have to overcome was that so few ships went to Snow Country. Only a couple of ships went there each month and even fewer came from a port that he could easily get access to. Going through a country with a major hidden village was not a good idea. He might get stopped by border patrols and he had to take 3 prisoners with him. There were questions he wouldn't be able to answer about why he was carting 3 people when none of them were in any bingo book or had a bounty on their heads. Of course any of his prisoners could cause trouble along the way, which only added the possibility of problems. It was such a simple plan in the beginning. Why did I make it so complicated? There's trouble up ahead. Karin said, and Naruto created a few shadow clones to carry himself and Jugo. He looked to Suijutsu and the white-haired boy grinned as he brandished the ninjato and ran ahead of the group. XX. Huffing, Tenten put a new stack of files onto the table that Jiraiya was sitting at. Slave labor, she remarked to herself at their treatment by the Sunin. It was already late at night and she had to get up early for team training, but now she was looking through files in the ninja archives. Niji used his Byakugan to examine the remaining file cabinets for the correct file tabs. He wasn't supposed to look in the actual files, so he was just looking at the marked tabs for the correct labels, and then he would inform Tenten of where the files were. Jiraiya opened the newest Mania folder and looked through the information. So far he had looked through every mission file that Naruto had, but the boy had never been near Grass Country and had never encountered any Grass Ninja on any of his missions. Somewhere there was a connection to Grass Country, or at least to Grass Ninja, and once he found that, he might be able to answer the other questions that he had. If it wasn't a mission, then what was it? He wondered and sat back in the chair as he pondered this question. He was interrupted in his thoughts when the girl cleared her voice and asked if that was all they had to do and if they could go home. Jiraiya was about to respond when he had the answer: the Chunin exams. He said out loud and received questioning looks from both genin. Bring me every file that is from the most recent Chunin exams. Jiraiya ordered, and both genin grumbled while they got back to work finding the files with the help of the archivists. From what he could remember from conversations with the Sandaime, Naruto had been one of many Chunin staffing the exam before he was promoted. Grass Country usually participated in the Konoha exams, and at some point during the exams, Naruto must have come into contact with Grass Ninja. There were always deaths during the second exam, and it was likely that the body currently in the morgue could have been one of the Chunin hopefuls from Grass Country. The 2 genin brought him more stacks of files and he quickly sifted through them to separate the files that were of no use to him. He pulled out several reports that were made by Naruto as part of proper reporting during the course of the Chunin exams. The reports were quite bland and he schemed through them until he discovered that Naruto was patrolling the fence of the Forest of Death during the second exam. He stopped reading when he found a part that greatly interested him. Apparently Naruto had come across a genin while outside the forest, and the genin told him one of his teammates was dead while the other missing. Naruto then entered the Forest of Death to find the missing teammates. It was quite odd, as usually Chunin patrolling the fence weren't supposed to interfere, but it had been known to happen. What really piqued his curiosity was that the genin was from grass country. He examined the rest of the file and noted that Naruto reported the other 2 grass genin as dead, but no bodies were recovered. He read intently when he came to a part about encountering Orochimaru and the examine proctor, Mitarashi Anko. He again stopped and thought, at least it doesn't appear that he even so much as spoke to Orochimaru, but perhaps it's best to be sure. Turning to Tenten, he asked her to retrieve another file from the archivist concerning a report made by Mitarashi Anko about what happened in the forest, and also had Niji get the report by the surviving grass genin. Whenever deaths occurred during the Chunin exams, they had to have a short report made by the surviving member or members so that they had documentation of the death on file. Despite signing a waiver, it still helped to have extra documentation. Jiraiya waited for his genin helpers to get back, and Tenten was the first to come back with a file. Jiraiya opened the file and skimmed through it to where Anko wrote about her encounter with Orochimaru. He skipped areas of text that talked about eating dango, as well as a long rant by Anko concerning how she wanted to kill her former sensei and what methods she planned to employ if she ever got the chance. He finally came to the area he wanted and read through it. Then he read through it again just to make sure he was getting the facts correct. Anko had mentioned running into Naruto, which he already knew about, however she also mentioned that Naruto was traveling with someone else. A red-haired girl from the hidden grass village. His mind worked through possibilities to explain this, and he had a good feeling that Anko's report was the one he should go by for what events really took place. Naruto encountered a grass kunoichi and traveled with her through the forest. It's likely that the kunoichi was part of the genin team whose member he already ran into earlier. However, he reported the 2 members of the grass team dead. Did something happen to the girl before he left the forest? He wondered and didn't like where the train of thought was taking him. If Naruto found one member of the grass team, then he may have also found the other as well. The body in the morgue had gear made in grass country and was definitely a boy, so the body they discovered may be the genin that was never recovered. He didn't like these thoughts, but that was where his intuition and experience was taking him. He however still didn't know about the girl. Niji arrived moments later with the file concerning the surviving grass genin and basic information on his teammates that were supposedly killed and not recovered from the forest. Jiraiya pushed all of the other files that were on the table away from him and focused on the new file. Rather than looking at the statement that the surviving genin made, he searched for the information on the deceased genin, which was also placed in the file. It was just basic information that was filled out when the ninja applied for the Chunin exams and included a picture. Jiraiya found the missing shinobi's profile first and looked at the boy's information. In terms of size, weight, and blood type, the deceased grass genin was a match for the body in the morgue. He had a feeling that was what he would find, and turning to the next set of information, he focused on the picture of a red-haired kunoichi with a grass forehead protector partially covered by her hair. So the girl was alive when Naruto ran into Anko, but he reported her dead to her surviving teammate and sensei. What happened to you, Karin? He thought as he stared at the picture of the young kunoichi. Thoughts filled his head of Naruto perhaps killing the girl, but they were stopped when Tenten's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Why are you looking at Karin's file? She questioned, and Jiraiya looked at her seriously. Does she know this girl from the exam? Did they talk to each other at some point? He wondered and decided to ask a few questions and then break the news to the girl that her acquaintance was possibly dead. Do you know her? Jiraiya asked. Yep, she's an academy student, but I haven't seen her for almost a week. We hung out a couple of. Tenten began but was interrupted by Jiraiya bombarding questions at her. Academy student. Just last week. Tenten stood rather frozen at the strange change in Jiraiya's demeanor and wasn't sure what to say or why the Sunin was yelling at her. Jiraiya calmed down for a second before beginning in a lighter tone. You've seen this girl as soon as last week? Yes. She's an academy student. We went shopping and out to lunch several times. She had a bunch of questions to ask about being a ninja and kunoichi. Replied Tenten, and she was getting a little worried and nervous about where the conversation was heading. An academy student, thought Jiraiya as he went through the possibilities of this new information. The genin in front of him was positive that she had seen this girl and that she was a Konoha Academy student. His mind went through scenarios of a grass genin infiltrating the village with Naruto's help, or of Naruto being a spy for grass country, but none of those made any sense. The redhead didn't look like a spy and was likely too young to be on any infiltration mission. The best explanation that he could come up with was that, for some unknown reason, Naruto had helped a grass ninja defect to Konoha. However, he just couldn't find a reason why Naruto would do something like that, and he was sure that what Tenten said about the girl being in the academy was a lie. That left him wondering where the girl was now and why Naruto had helped her. Everything he knew about Naruto pointed to the boy being a complete loner, but there must have been a reason for him sparing the girl. Although Karin may be unaccounted for, the best source of information he had about her was the kunoichi in front of him. The redhead may have been telling lies, but sometimes there was truth in the lies that people told. What exactly did you and Karin talk about? Tell me everything. Ordered Jiraiya, and Tenten stood silent for a brief moment before firing back. No. I want to know what's going on and how Karin is involved. Jiraiya sighed and decided that if he was going to get the information he wanted, he would have to reveal some. He motioned to the chair and Tenten sat down across from the table he was sitting at and Niji took a seat as well. The girl you know as Karin is not an academy student and is not even from the village. She is, or was, a former genin of the Hidden Grass village. Stated Jiraiya, and he put the photo in front of Tenten so she could see the partially covered grass forehead protector. Tenten was speechless for almost half a minute and Jiraiya decided to give her time to get over the shock and betrayal. So who is she? Asked Tenten, and she looked up from the picture. According to our records she entered the Chunin exam like you did and has been dead for over a month. Jiraiya revealed, and he could see the disbelief on the girl's face. While in the forest, she came into contact with Naruto, and while I don't know what happened, he apparently helped her to fake her death. I also have a strong suspicion that the body in the morgue may be one of her former teammates. He continued and was nearing the end of his explanation. I need to know everything the two of you said and anything that could be of some help. I still don't know why she stayed in the village, but I don't think she defected to the village. The village doesn't take in many ninja from other villages, and if we did there would be a good reason. A bloodline or special ability that would benefit the village, and I'm just not seeing that here. Well, maybe she joined the village and few people knew about it. Tenten questioned as she tried grasp for an answer that put Karin in a good light. Sensei would have told me about something like that when we talked about Naruto. Whatever did happen, the only person that knew about it was Naruto. Jiraiya thought, which was how he knew that Karin wasn't a part of the village, but he decided to humor the girl and sent Niji off to look for any records of a person that recently joined the village or the academy. They waited for a while and Jiraiya searched through the other information in the files he had. Niji returned shortly with files on the new residents in the village, and there were no new academy students or current academy students that were Karin. Tenten looked through all the files as she tried to find one for Karin, but she didn't find one for her friend. Jiraiya gave the girl a few moments as he waited for her to accept what he was telling her. Tenten began talking less than a minute later. We didn't talk about that much and I didn't mention anything that was sensitive to the village. She said, and Jiraiya nodded as he knew she likely didn't know any village secrets that she could accidentally give away. However, he needed more information on Karin. What did she tell you about herself? Jiraiya questioned and waited for the answer. Well, she said she was an academy student and looking to become a medic nin. Replied Tenten as she tried to remember anything that could have been important. Most of the information they talked about was related to being a ninja or the upcoming Chunin exam finals. A medical nin. Jiraiya mused as he thought about what information he had and tried to fit it in. Looking in one of his piles, he pulled out Naruto's file and confirmed what he already thought he knew. There was no mention of any ability in medical ninjutsu, and in order to alter a body to such a degree, it would have taken knowledge and skill which Naruto didn't seem to have. So he needed the girl to help him. He put together and it did make some sense. He just wondered if Karin was still alive. Did he run away from the village with her? He questioned and he couldn't think of an answer. He knew what he wanted to be the answer. He hoped the girl was still alive, as everything that Naruto had done up to that point was not something that couldn't be undone. Even if Naruto had essentially become a missing nin, as long as no one knew Naruto was still alive, then he could hopefully find the boy first. He could still fix the situation. As long as the council didn't find out about it until he found Naruto, then everything would be fine and he could return Naruto to the village with few repercussions. Of course, he needed to make sure that no one else found out that Naruto was still alive, and that meant he had to make sure that the two genin in front of him did not spill the beans to anyone. And I still have to find Tsunade, he reminded himself, and he would set off in search of her in the morning. You two can go now, he stated to the two genin, and they were quite relieved as they got up and began walking to the door of archives. Oh, one more thing, said Jiraiya, and both turned around to see him smiling. If either of you ever try something like you were planning tonight, and he paused for a short break while keeping the smile, I'll transform you both into toads and you'll never be able to turn back into humans. Both genin shivered slightly as the sentence ended with a healthy dose of killing intent. They were about to turn around when Jiraiya added, I'll also know if you come even within 30 feet of the morgue and personal possessions room. Everything you learned tonight is an S-ranked secret and you aren't to discuss it with anyone. The atmosphere instantly changed when he added the last sentence, and the smile was replaced with such a serious look that both still stood there looking at him seconds after the statement was over. XX. Kabuto and Teiwa's heads turned to see what the noises were that came from farther down the hallway. It sounded like someone was moving rubble. Teiwa had only just woken up and found herself tied up as well as gagged. She was rather angry at being near Kabuto and the fact that the white-haired ninja was not gagged and she was. From their cell, they could see down the hallway and noticed that there was some debris at an intersection a short distance away. Kabuto figured that it was likely Naruto coming back from wherever he had gone and attempted to once again free himself from his bonds. The endeavor was again futile, and he knew that Naruto had thought about everything concerning his bonds and his possible escape. He figured this was likely because of all the time that they spent together on a team and had no idea that Naruto had a much better look into his head. Glancing over at the struggling Teiwa, he knew that they wouldn't be able to do anything to get free in the near future. Teiwa still had her cursed seal, but if her chakra was as drained as his was, then the seal would be little help. Pulling on the chakra in the seal while low on chakra would likely cause her to be taken over by the seal. While this would help him, it would kill her, and he knew she wouldn't go for it, especially after she and the rest of the Sound Four had been explicitly told what would happen. The removal work down the hallway continued and eventually they heard talking. However, while he could hear the voices, none of them were Naruto and he couldn't hear Suijutsu either. That's not good, he realized, as they were likely in one of Orochimaru's facilities and earlier the ground had shook numerous times. Kabuto's mind worked fast and he reasoned that this might be the prison facility in the north. If something happened in the facility, the prisoners would take any opportunity to escape, and most of them had cursed seals. He closed his eyes and focused on his hearing as he ignored Taewia's muffled sounds, as apparently she had realized that something was wrong as well. He was able to pick up several broken sentences from different people between the thuds and thumps of rocks and debris being moved. Just a little farther. I can't wait to get out of this hellhole. Are you sure there is an exit this way? The guards are way more concerned with other parts of the facility. Oh crap. Kabuto thought, and he doubled his efforts to get free. He moved himself over to Taewia so that they could help one another. The kunoichi had excellent hearing and likely heard more of the conversation than he did, so she was just as panicked and desperate. Quite possibly, a group of cursed seal experiments were headed their way, and they were not only trapped in a cell but tied up and helpless. The subjects in the prison hated him and he knew what they would do to Taewia. As they struggled, the voices and noises got louder and louder until they heard, finally we're through. Footsteps could be heard of at least 6 people crawling through the remaining debris and walking down the hallway. They frantically struggled in order to be able to defend themselves in some way against the coming group. The steps got louder until they were right in front of the cell. I thought you said nobody was in this part of the prison? Asked one as they looked at the 2 struggling figures on the floor. The others crowded around the cell until one of them recognized Kabuto. Well, if it isn't Orochimaru's right-hand boy toy. Is this some kind of game that the 2 of you play? And he laughed along with the others. It can't be. The snake bastard isn't interested in girls. Stated another as they looked at Taewia, and she didn't like the look they had in their eyes. Since this is a prison break, we might as well help them out. It's payback time, Kabuto. Stated another. Then maybe the girl can help us out a little too. Said another suggestively, and the rest of the group agreed. The 2 helpless captives watched as one of the group started changing with the cursed seal, and it seemed that he had much more control of it than most of the other prisoners. Moving up to the bars, he began to slowly bend them apart and try to break the barrier tag in order to get inside the cell. XX. Finally I get to use this thing in action. Said Suijutsu aloud as he raced down the hallway. He'd been holding the blade for several minutes, and each minute that passed he wanted to use it more and more. He wanted to see what it could do and was itching to come across someone to use it on. Coming to the corridor that Naruto had collapsed, he smiled as Karin was right and someone had apparently come through there. Reaching the intersection in the hallway, he kept his speed and ran up the side of the adjacent wall instead of slowing down to turn. A prisoner was standing right there and he smiled as he swung the blade from his position on the wall. The red blade quickly passed through the man's neck and neatly decapitated him. Suijutsu flipped in the air and landed in the middle of the group as they just finished bending the bars enough to get at the prisoners inside. With a quick smile at their shocked expressions, he swung the blade behind him and removed the legs of the mutated man standing behind him. 2 men in front of him charged and he swung the blade while dodging their attacks. The blade efficiently removed several limbs and Suijutsu left them to bleed out as was his standard practice. He may come back to finish them off when he was done. The 4 he attacked were helpless against his blade, and even the partially transformed prisoners stood no chance as he removed another man's arm and then cleaved him in 2. It wasn't until he looked around for anyone else that he noticed that one of the prisoners had managed to get inside the cell and was holding the red-haired girl by the throat. He didn't want to stop as she meant nothing to him, but he knew that Naruto had some purpose for her, so he stopped his assault right as the man with the hostage spoke. Come any close and I'll snap her neck. Stated the prisoner. Yeah, I kind of figured that by the way you were holding her and the panicked, desperate look in your eyes. Suijutsu said and then laughed. The other prisoner that was still alive and outside the cell charged Suijutsu and punched him in the face. The attack resulted in a splash of water and the reforming of Suijutsu's head. It was at that moment that Naruto, his clones, and Karin came around the corner and found the stalemate. Shit. What the hell am I going to do? The little bloodthirsty bastard has reinforcements, thought the prisoner with his arm around Taewia's neck. Naruto removed himself from the clone's back and walked, as best as he could, up to Suijutsu in the cell. Stay where you are. The man demanded, and the other prisoner stood his ground but was still wary of Suijutsu and the newcomer who seemed to be in chair. Everyone ignored the muffled shouts of Taewia as they faced each other in the standoff. Naruto was the first to break the silence and speak. I have no idea who you are and I don't really care. If you let the girl go, you can both leave alive. Suijutsu frowned slightly at the declaration as he really wanted to finish them off. The prisoner stared at the cloaked figure and just smiled as he knew he was in a good position to get something more. Then he looked over to Suijutsu. Gimme that sword, brat. Hell no. Responded Suijitsu, and he looked down at the beautiful blade. There was no way he was giving it up. Give him the blade, Suijitsu. Naruto commanded, and Suijitsu responded, no way, it's mine. Naruto frowned and glared at Suijitsu. Using the force, he spoke to him. May I remind you that the blade is not yours and is mine, said Naruto into Suijitsu's mind. The boy was momentarily startled at the voice in his head but quickly composed himself. Oh, yeah, he remembered and wondered why he had thought the blade was his. Though reluctant to part with it, Suijitsu took a moment to get one last look at the blade before he tossed it to the man. The blade parted from Suijitsu and spun perpendicular to the floor with the blade facing down and the handle pointing at the ceiling. You better not be giving him such a great blade, Suijitsu said to himself, but he had the feeling that Naruto did hear him. As the blade neared the man, he stuck out his arm to catch it. It was then that Naruto acted, moving his hand underneath his cloak as he used the force to control the blade. The blade suddenly rotated so the point of the blade was facing the man, and then shot forward with far more speed than what Suijitsu's throw had given it. The prisoner was taken completely by surprise, and the red blade pierced through his eye and out the back of his head before he had a chance to do anything. He fell over a moment later, and Teiwaya was left standing there with a shocked look on her face. Kabuto looked on with interest as he had never seen the blade that Naruto was carrying, nor seen him use a sword in the way he just had. He wasn't even sure how Naruto had managed to move the blade like that. Orochimaru had been able to do something similar with the Kusanagi, but that made the blade glow with his chakra, and he saw nothing with his eyes that would indicate a chakra string, nor any jutsu. The last remaining prisoner ran as fast as he could down the hallway in order to put as much distance between himself and the group as possible. Suijitsu, duck! Naruto said, and smoke erupted as he unsealed a disc blade. Suijitsu ducked as Naruto tossed the blade which chased after the last remaining prisoner. The man looked back and saw the blade, so he dropped to the floor. The shuriken-like object flew over him and he got back up. Quickly glancing back at the brats, he smiled as they didn't seem to be doing anything else to stop him. He started running and then turned back around only to see the same shuriken heading straight for him. There was no time to dodge, and it sliced through his torso and separating him into two pieces. That was brutal, Suijitsu said with a smile, and ducked to dodge the disc blade as it returned to its owner. Naruto caught the disc blade and then sealed it. He extended his hand out and his sword removed itself from the other prisoner's head and flew handle first into his outstretched hand. He then sealed the sword as well. I gave them a chance to leave, stated Naruto, and looked around at the group he was now taking with him. Seeing as Kabuto and Teiwaya were both able to walk, he thought it might be best to have them walk and have someone, or his shadow clones, carry Jugo. There was still a lot of ground to cover before they made it to a boat, and then they had a long journey to snow country. XX. Can you believe that? Tenten questioned and didn't give Niji a chance to say anything before she cut him off. After all that, he just tells us to go and then makes everything that we discovered an S-ranked secret. Can he really turn us into frogs? She said and asked the last statement in a much lower whisper. They were both walking back to their homes from the archives in the Hokage monument. He's one of the Sennin, anything is possible. You do realize that since it is an S-ranked secret, then we shouldn't be talking about it, stated Niji as he glanced around. They weren't talking that loud and it was nighttime in the village, so there was no one else around, but he was still wary. He wasn't sure what his uncle was going to say about his long absence, but he at least had an excuse given that everything that happened was now classified and he couldn't tell anyone. Despite Hayashi being a clan head and member of the ninja council, an S-ranked secret was still an S-ranked secret. I know how important an S-ranked secret is, but can you believe that Naruto faked his own death to leave the village? I don't even understand why someone would want to leave Konoha, Tenten admitted, and was very perplexed by the whole situation. She had grown up in the village and couldn't understand why someone would want to leave it. Naruto seemed to be advancing in rank at a much faster pace than anyone else and likely would have become a very important person in the village. It didn't make sense to her why he would leave. I don't know what Uzumaki's reasons were for leaving, but we shouldn't be talking about this in the open. We shouldn't even be talking about it, period, replied Niji, and Tenten frowned. She didn't want to admit it, but Niji was right. She just wished that the deserter had left his sword behind. The two stayed silent until they parted ways at the next intersection. Tenten headed back to her shop while Niji headed back to the Hyuga clan compound. A few moments passed before two figures emerged from the nearby shadows. One was taller than the other and both had hats and high-collared trench coats hiding their features. The shorter one raised his head, revealing a pair of fully formed Sharingan. He looked around to make sure the area was now deserted and then glanced at his partner. The taller figure raised his head enough so that a row of sharp, shark-like teeth could be seen, and then he spoke. Looks like the Jinhyuriki is still alive and already left the village. So it seems, spoke the shorter figure, and then both moved back into the shadows. There was no point in staying in the village if the Jinhyuriki had already left days before. They had to report back to their leader as soon as possible concerning the new information. XX. Staring at the communication device once again, Plagia's frown deepened. He was sitting inside his study, or what used to be Dodo's study. He received no communication from his student in the last day and a half, despite trying to send several messages. The boy obviously wasn't in Snow Country and should have already communicated with him and been on his way there. His mind filled with possibilities of what could have gone wrong. His student had never failed him, but it was possible that Naruto had been discovered or captured. It was also possible that the boy had done something impulsive and without proper planning. He knew his student had already recruited one person as an acolyte or helper, and he wondered if that person was somehow influencing Naruto. All were possibilities and he didn't like any of them. Mizo! He commanded, and the ninja in question quickly appeared from smoke that had come through the cracks in the closed door. Find Naruto! Plague Ace commanded, and the smoke ninja disappeared a second later. With his reduced force connection he could not feel his student, but he knew that since Naruto performed the ritual on the demon brothers, that they had a connection with him that would allow Mizo to find Naruto. Whatever was keeping his student from arriving in Snow Country and holding up the rest of his plans would be taken care of by Mizo. Though Naruto had the best means of transportation, the speeder bike, Mizo's unique smoke demon abilities would allow him to travel across the ocean faster than any boat on the planet. He would deal with Naruto once he found out what was going on. XX. One day later. XX. A short streak of purple smoke moved swiftly over the ocean and landed on the shore of Wave Country. It formed back into Mizo and he looked around to make sure that no one had seen him. He was on one of the uninhabited islands of Wave, but he still needed to make sure. He was still a missing nin, and old paranoid habits stuck with him. It seemed that the closer he was to Naruto, the better he could pinpoint his location and what direction to head in. Closing his eyes, he settling on a single direction to continue traveling in. Looking back at the ocean, he smiled as he was able to make a 7-day journey by boat in just over a day. He and Gozu had spent all their spare time in Snow Country training. They both received training advice from Master Plague Ace and had access to many copies of ninjutsu scrolls that went with Plague Ace on the boat to Snow Country. After quite a while staying at Chunin rank, he now felt more confident that his abilities were now closer to special Jonin, and with his smoke abilities he could probably fight a Jonin. Neither he nor Gozu had been able to determine just what kind of threshold they could take in terms of ninjutsu damage before they were actually hurt. Genjutsu had no effect on them and normal weapons or physical attacks could not hurt them at all, but Plague Ace believed that a strong ninjutsu, above C rank, could actually hurt them despite their smoke abilities. They had yet to test this theory though, as neither wanted to purposefully injure themselves. Turning his attention to the direction he wanted, he began changing into smoke again and using his smoke travel technique to move across the remainder of the ocean and towards what he thought was Hot Springs Country. Turning completely into smoke, he was able to travel in a plume of smoke a short distance off of the surface and at a fast speed. He couldn't fly, but from a jump he could smoke travel quite a distance vertically before he returned to the ground as if gravity took hold. At most he could smoke travel about 20 feet high before he could no longer sustain his height and was forced to come lower to the surface. However, he could travel at a height of several feet above the surface for an incredible amount of time. He didn't quite understand why this was, but he wasn't going to complain. Becoming nearly invulnerable to most damage wasn't something a person should complain about. Especially since he had yet to really find a major drawback to it. Through experiments, they did find that they were slightly susceptible to water and that it hindered their smoke abilities. Water prevented them from turning into smoke and made them stay solid, but they weren't vulnerable to normal weapons even in that state. It was a weakness, however, and one that Plague Ace told them to be wary of against a ninja with a water affinity. Ironically, both he and Gozu had water affinities, but this also meant that they had a good understanding of what jutsu a water user was capable of and could plan accordingly. He soon reached the shore of Hot Springs and moved west. Apparently that was where Naruto was. XX. Naruto sat leaning up against the wall of his earth jutsu as he looked over the group he was now traveling with. He had basically created a large dwelling with earth jutsu, as his group would attract too much attention if they stayed at a hotel or inn. Looking at his watch, it was about time to wake up and head out again. He had knocked out both Kabuto and Teiwaya in order to make sure that they did sleep and didn't wake up in the middle of the night to try and kill him or escape. They might be able to reach the coast by morning, and then from there they needed to find a boat that would take them to Snow Country. The benefits of his impulsive plan greatly outweighed the cons, but he would likely have to prove such notions to Master Plague Ace and explain his impulsive decisions. He had put off contacting him for quite a while, and it was mostly out of urgency to get to Sound Country before Orochimaru, but now he found himself not wanting to talk with Plague Ace. He had a bad feeling what would happen if he did, but also a bad feeling what would happen if he didn't. He sighed at the no-win situation and decided to start waking everyone up. Jogo had awoken after their fight and been much more stable than before. The teen would glance at him from time to time, and he had a feeling that at some point they would need to talk. Teiwaya had slightly pacified as well. She no longer tried to kick him every time he got within kicking distance. Kabuto just glared at him slightly and then would smile. He of course knew that Kabuto was probably the most dangerous person in the group of 3 he had taken with him, as the medical nin was very calculative and patient. If he slipped up, Kabuto would not hesitate to take advantage. He started waking up the 2 he could trust more, Karin and Suijutsu, first and would then wake up the others. The temporary building would need to be destroyed so that they didn't leave a trace behind. XX. Moving swiftly through the trees, they were making good time and would be at a port soon. Naruto had numerous clones forming a perimeter around the group to make sure that no one tried to escape. Everything was going well until Karin spoke up, "Someone's coming." She alerted him and the group stopped as the real Naruto moved to talk with Karin for more information. Her range was about half a kilometer when she wasn't focusing. "How many and what can you tell me about them?" Naruto demanded as Karin stood still and focused on her sensing. "It's just one, but they're coming right for us and fast." She responded, and Naruto was about to unseal his sword and create a defensive formation when he felt the person in question. A smirk appeared on his face and he mentally ordered his clones to stand down. He knew exactly who was coming and was glad. A cloaked figure sped out of the trees and landed right in front of the group. Karin moved backward at the sight of the intimidating figure, but Suijutsu smiled and asked, "Miyaizu-senpai, what are you doing here?" Miyaizu glanced at Suijutsu and chuckled, then looked back at Naruto. "Master Plagueis sent me to find you, Naruto-sama. He wants to know what is taking so long to get to Snow Country." Naruto frowned at the statement while the others wanted to know more. He had yet to actually tell them where they were going or about Plagueis, and he wanted to keep it that way for as long as he could. The less they knew, the less chance they could tell anyone else should they escape or be caught. It was obvious though that it could no longer wait, and so he signaled to the others that they were taking a break. Removing his large scroll from his back, he went about unrolling it to find the communication device that he had sealed into it. Though just a short distance away, the others were very intent on finding out what was going on and just who Master Plagueis was and why Naruto apparently needed to contact him. Kabuto found it very strange that the ninja spoke with respect to Naruto but also respect to the other person. Despite what he had seen, Naruto was still only 12 and he could easily see the boy working for someone else, though he had no idea who that person was. He watched as Naruto unsealed something from the large scroll and wondered what the device was. It had a monitor and some kind of antenna. Though he was familiar with many pieces of technology, he had never seen something quite like what Naruto had. The device seemed to have been put together from other electronic devices and didn't look like something that anyone could buy from a manufacturer or that was mass-produced. I wonder if he made it himself, he thought, but wasn't sure as he had never noticed Naruto being interested in any form of technology. Naruto adjusted the device and the screen turned on to static as he answered the message and awaited for Plagueis to respond. The screen quickly changed to that of a person, but it was hard to make out details from sitting so far away. Well, if I can't make out the figure, I'll just listen in, thought Kabuto as he and several listened to what was going on. However, while they could hear the conversation, it didn't really matter because both appeared to be speaking in another language. From what he could tell, there was no hesitation and it seemed Naruto spoke the other language fluently. This was also strange as he had never heard of anyone speaking another language, ever. He didn't even know that there were other languages spoken in the elemental countries. "There were some delays, Master," responded Naruto in basic. "How many delays?" demanded Plagueis as he could see through his student's vague response. 4. Naruto quickly responded and he looked intently at his master to judge the man's response to the information. Keeping his thoughts to himself was difficult with Plagueis' yellow eyes boring into him. 4. Plagueis repeated and he wanted to be furious and to choke his student through the communication device. "And you just decided this on a whim?" he questioned, and Naruto could feel the restrained fury coming from his master. "No, I had been thinking about it for a while. An opportunity presented itself and I took it." Gato's body took a deep breath and then exhaled as Plagueis continuing staring at his student. Naruto had basically gone rogue and done whatever he wanted instead of coming to Snow Country. The chance of their discovery was probably greatly increased because of his student's actions. Is he realizing just what kind of power he has over me in my current condition? Perhaps he's testing me or my flexibility. Plagueis thought, but had difficulty reading into Naruto's real intentions. Bringing in one person wasn't that big of a deal, especially if she was a censor, but now adding 4 more people. It concerned him what Naruto might be planning or his reasoning. Is my student just going soft and unable to eliminate the loose ends? How can he trust 4 people he just met? You had better have a good explanation for your actions by the time you get here. If not, then you'll deal with the extra baggage you've accumulated by yourself. Are we clear? Demanded Plagueis, and Naruto responded, "Yes, my master. There is a boat heading out from Hot Springs Country, which I assume is where you are. See that you make it in time. I'll arrange for your transport. It isn't a shipping vessel though, so make sure that you don't cause problems and aren't discovered or reported." "I understand, master," acknowledged Naruto, and he bowed slightly. "I await your arrival. Don't keep me waiting any longer." The transmission ended and Naruto was left with his thoughts while he absently continued to stare at the empty screen. He had good reasoning for taking each of the 4 new people that were coming with them, however, while he could see the advantages, he wondered if Master Plagueis would see them as well. Turning to the group of 4, he contemplated which were the least likely to be accepted by his master. Suijutsu seemed like the most likely to be accepted, so he knew he didn't have to worry about him. Kabuto could go either way and so could Jugo. They could both be highly valuable or not interest Plagueis in the slightest. However, Taewia seemed like the least likely to be accepted. While she did have limited genjutsu ability, it all focused around her flute, which was currently in his possession. He was not aware of her having other genjutsu ability, and without her flute she may not be very useful, as it was a large liability to give it back to her. She did have a cursed seal, but with Jugo and all of Orochimaru's research and notes, that really didn't matter. Looking at the girl in question, she sneered at him in his gaze. That isn't really helping, he thought, as he also acknowledged the fact that she was likely the biggest flight risk and hardest to deal with. Kabuto was much more devious and would wait for a moment, and Jugo seemed to be going along with everything for now, but Taewia would try and escape the moment he took the seals off of her. At least he had a whole week's journey to Snow Country to figure out what he could do. XX. A cruise liner. The only ship that would take them to Snow Country was a cruise liner. No shipping vessels were headed to Snow for at least another week, and now he had to worry about not causing any problems on a ship full of passengers. All the while, he had 3 ninja that wanted little to do with him, and 2 of those 3 that were definitely plotting escape or to kill him. I have a headache, Naruto thought and rubbed his temples. His clones spent about an hour making sure that none of his prisoners would be able to escape their rooms and that they were completely sealed in. He couldn't let any of them mingle with the rest of the passengers, and they would be confined to 2 large suites that were connected by a shared wall and adjoining door. The suites were the most expensive and luxurious on the boat. Any meals would be through room service, and only Karin, Miaizu, and Suijutsu would be allowed to leave. To ensure this, he inked in explosive seals on Kabuto, Jugo, and Taewia's bodies. Should they make it past his seals and escape the room, they would explode. It was rather extreme, but it was the best plan he could come up with. XX. Naruto wiped his mouth with his napkin as he ate with Jugo and Kabuto. Miaizu and Suijutsu were out in other parts of the ship while he watched his 2 prisoners. Karin and Taewia were in another suite. Taewia may have hated him, but he was quite sure she wouldn't do anything to Karin. Not very talkative, Kabuto stated as he ate his meal and stared down his captor across the nice wooden table. You can put the dinner knife back with the other silverware, stated Naruto as he focused on his meal and took another bite. Kabuto smiled, amused at the statement, and removed the steak knife from his sleeve, then placed it back on the table. Why did you kill Kimimaro? Blurted out Jugo as he stared at Naruto with a serious face. I had no other choice, and it was the only humane thing to do. Naruto began, and before Jugo could cut in he continued, Kimimaro was dying of a disease and I could not help. Had I found him earlier, perhaps something could have been done, but he was terminally ill. Would you rather I left him there to slowly die? He was in pain and I ended it. He felt nothing and simply didn't wake up from a coma. I couldn't very well carry a dying person all the way to the northern hideout. He needed those machines he was hooked up to and was therefore completely stationary. I honestly didn't even know the 2 of you were friends, and even if I had saved him, he would have tried to kill me anyway. I would have ended up fighting him and he would have died that way instead of peacefully. Naruto elaborated and then continued his meal as he let Jugo digest the information. Silence fell over the table as the occupants of the chairs continued to eat. It was at least a minute before Kabuto decided to ask a few questions about what he had witnessed the previous day. Who were you talking with yesterday on that device? He inquired of his captor. You'll be meeting him when we reach Snow Country, responded Naruto, and smirked slightly at how he evaded the question and how it riled Kabuto up. Exactly what language were speaking yesterday? Kabuto continued to push as he searched for some answers to sate his curiosity. You'll be learning it soon enough as well, was Naruto's only response. We will? Questioned Jugo. Yes, it will be a necessity where we're going, answered Naruto. And where exactly is that? Questioned Kabuto as he knew that people in Snow Country didn't speak a different language, and that meant that Snow Country wasn't the final destination and just a stopping point. Despite his anger at the death of Orochimaru, he was very curious about Naruto and what was going to happen to them. He knew everything he saw so far hinted at something, but whether it was as big as his imagination played it out to be, he had no idea. Once we get to Snow Country and you are able to impress him, I will tell you everything you want to know. And just how interesting is this revelation that you have for us? Joked Kabuto as he smiled and adjusted his glasses. Life-altering and something you could never have imagined, answered Naruto with a small smirk. Kabuto frowned as he hadn't found out anything but was now more curious than ever about what Naruto was really up to and who the person was that pulled his strings. Jugo was similarly interested. XX. It was rather quiet in the girls' suite as Taewia and Karin silently ate their food. Taewia was not very happy about the additional seals on her and didn't like being confined to the suite. Despite being an incredibly appealing and extravagant prison, it was still a prison. Between bites, the 2 redheads would give glances at the other, but the conversation had only been one-sided as Taewia had not been in a talking mood, so Karin had stopped trying. Taewia decided though that she wanted one question answered that had been bugging her for the entire trip. why do you go along with the pint-sized rat? Karin looked up at the girl across from her and the edge of her lips involuntarily moved as she found the title for Naruto rather amusing, but she wasn't going to laugh out loud. She took a few moments to think about the question and how she might respond to it. Well, I suppose I follow him because no one had ever thought I was useful before. He was interested in me and saved my life. So far, going with him has been better than staying in my village. He's given me instruction and many scrolls on medical ninjutsu that I would never have been given or even had access to while I was still in hidden grass. I've never been able to be so useful before and I never had much of a purpose. Karin answered, and the answer itself made Taewia's eyes narrow. Basically Karin had joined Naruto for nearly the same reasons that she had joined Orochimaru. No one had been the least bit interested in her when she was living on the streets, but Orochimaru had been. He had given her instruction and power. She became useful and had a purpose. It may have had several downsides such as her body slowly deteriorating because of the cursed seal, but it was better than what her life had been before. XX. Once he was done eating and Suijutsuo and Miizu were back, Naruto moved to the adjoining room where Karin and Taewia were staying. Walking into the room, it didn't take long for the two girls to notice him, and they both quieted down to see what he wanted. Noticing that they had finished, he asked Karin to leave so he could talk with Taewia alone. Once Karin was gone, the room was silent as the two looked at each other. Naruto could feel her apprehension and worry about what he was there for and decided to end the silence. Upon arriving in Snow Country, I will have to explain myself to my master. Naruto began, and he gave a brief pause before continuing to let this sink in. His master. Taewia thought as she realized who he must have been talking to the other day on that communication device. I will have to explain why I deviated from his plans and why I brought back 4 people, especially since he never agreed to letting anyone join. Naruto continued, and he gave another pause to let himself read Taewia and determine what she was thinking. Join. Join what? She wondered and kept her eyes locked on him while her right arm moved to the knife she took from the silverware they were eating with. It was placed in the rope that was wrapped around her waist that all the Sound 4 were required to wear. She didn't like where the conversation was heading, or the fact that Karin had left the room. I will have to explain why I decided to let you live and take all 4 of you with me. Unfortunately for you, the others have a much higher chance of being accepted as part of the group by my master. You only have genjutsu and they all require your flute. You're also not very trustworthy, and I can't give that flute back to you until I can trust you. Do you see the problem? He questioned and didn't move to check that the flute was still underneath his cloak where he had put it. Though she was angry at being seen as unimportant, she could see where he was going with the conversation. She would have to prove herself in order to continue living, but she couldn't prove herself without her flute, which he couldn't give back to her because he couldn't trust her. Was he there to kill her then? I'm fucked no matter what, she realized, and her hand grabbed the handle of the concealed knife. Naruto was about to tell her it was useless, but she acted before he could say anything. The knife was flung at his head and he caught it with his hand before it touched him. Despite not having access to her chakra, Taewia had rounded the table she was sitting at and was nearly on him before he pushed her away. She grit her teeth as she impacted the wall and began trying to use her cursed seal to aid her. The seals on her chakra would prevent her from activating it as much as they could before they broke. A pattern began emerging from a spot on her shoulder and the flowing black tattoos moved over her skin. Looking up and smirking, the smile soon faded as she found that Naruto was already standing in front of her. She tried to use her enhanced strength, but she was too late and Naruto had already put his hand on her head. Taewia tried to fight back but found that she couldn't move and her cursed seal began receding back into the seal on her shoulder. Damn it, she thought as she knew there was nothing more that could be done. Naruto dragged her defeated form back to the table and put her back in the chair. As I was saying, seeing as my master may not believe you have enough value to live, I will have to spend the trip teaching you as much as I can. Stated Naruto, and Taewia's eyes widened with surprise. What the hell? This rat bastard is going to teach me. I'd prefer it if you just called me Naruto and not rat bastard. Naruto said and smirked at the girl's surprised look. Ignoring how he had managed to read her thoughts, she decided she wanted more information as to his motivations, so she demanded, why would you help me? Because I made a choice by keeping you alive. I could have killed you with the other members of the Sound 4, but I felt you have value. I must now prove that to my master as I made the decision without his consent. If you fail to live up to his expectations or he does not see value in you, then he will make me kill you myself. Naruto said with finality, and Taewia scowled at him. She didn't want to be there and now only had a week to learn new techniques, which she knew was impossible in that short time span. In order to save her life from the whims of someone she had never met and never wanted to meet, she had to do something that was impossible. This fucking sucks ass. And what the hell can you possibly teach me in a week's time? She voiced her concerns over the deadline that was slowly waning. You'd be surprised at how much I can help you in a week. I was thinking I would spend the time working on genjutsu since it's your strongest area of expertise. You will need to learn genjutsu using hand seals and not just your flute. Stated Naruto, and he pulled up a chair to sit across from her. Deciding it might be best to just go along with it, and given that she really didn't have much of a choice, fine, you can spend the entire trip trying to help me not get killed by some asshole I don't even know. Naruto didn't respond and ignored the name she had referred to Plagueis as. I suppose you must be quite proficient in genjutsu then? She inquired as she was slightly interested in getting more genjutsu. Nope. I can't even use genjutsu, confessed Naruto, and he smirked underneath his hood. What? Teiwi responded and grabbed a fork off the table to kill him with. Naruto grabbed her wrist, twisted her arm, and maneuvered her to the floor where she impacted with a thud. How the fuck you supposed to help me then? You might as well kill me, you stupid bastard. She yelled into the carpeted floor and Naruto could feel her anguish and fear. Though the girl seemed very strong on the outside, he could tell that she was actually close to tears. Her situation was bleak and he thought about letting her go, but he really couldn't given that she had seen his face and might tell someone. There was also nowhere else for her to go. Konoha had her image in their bingo book and she had helped in the assassination of the Sandaime, as well as working directly for Orochimaru. The only thing she could hope for was to join one of the few small clans in Sound Country that were not under Orochimaru's control, and even then, they wouldn't trust her. The only thing keeping her safe was Orochimaru, and now that he was gone, there was nothing else, and she knew that. Using the force to calm her down as he relaxed the knee he had on her back, he loosened his grip on her arm, and waited to begin speaking again until he knew she was properly listening. Despite that I am not able to use genjutsu, this does not mean that I can't help you. I know numerous genjutsu and have all the knowledge and theory behind them. I can teach them to you. He tried to assure her. Despite the likelihood that in 1 week's time she would learn next to nothing from him, she decided to take the small hope. If it didn't seem to be working out, then she would put all her efforts into escape. Good. Naruto said as he knew she had given in, now all you have to do is look into my eyes. He stated and stared into the brown eyes across from him. Is this some kind of joke? Teiwi questioned as she saw no point in what he wanted to do and didn't even try to look him in the eye. Stare into his eyes. Does he really think that is going to do anything? Naruto stopped himself from rolling his eyes at her doubt, but she finally relented and looked into his blue orbs. For several seconds nothing happened and she was about to start giving him a piece of her mind when she felt a tug and for a second everything went black. XX. Teiwi looked around her new surroundings and tried to figure out where the hell she was. One moment she was in the suite and the next in a hallway of metal that she couldn't recognize. The floor was also flooded with water that felt slightly cold. There didn't appear to be any exit or at least pathway that would lead her to somewhere she thought would be safe. Her moment of thought soon passed when she jumped at the presence of someone next to her. She quickly turned and came face to face with Naruto. It's best if you stay with me. You could be in danger if you wander off. He said and motioned for her to follow him down the cold metal hallway. Deciding that she certainly didn't want to get lost in, wherever it was she was now in, she followed close behind as Naruto walked down the hallway and then turned into one of the entryways to another room. The room was quite large but empty. Naruto stopped once he had walked into the center of the room and then turned to Teiwi. We're currently in my mind. In here the passage or perception of time is much different. I can spend hours teaching you what you need to know while only a small amount of time passes on the outside. This is how I plan to keep you alive. Do you wish to continue? He explained and asked. Fine. She accepted and secretly thought that the genjutsu help could enable her to escape later on. Especially if her captor couldn't use genjutsu. Then let's begin. XX. Snow Country. XX. Upon their arrival days later, Naruto and his group traveled from the harbor to the train station that was set up, and from there they took the train to Dodo's castle. Naruto spent a good portion of his time examining the train and all its aspects. Despite being low-tech compared to what he would be working with later on, it was still incredibly interesting. The others found the train ride interesting as well. The train was very extravagant with spacious and decorated interiors in the cabins. The most prevalent thoughts going through the passengers' minds were that whoever Naruto was working for must be well connected or have deep pockets. The ride took several hours before they reached a castle. The train came to a stop at a small station that was built into the lower levels of the castle. So far everything was going smoothly, but he still had to have the much anticipated and dreaded conversation with Plagueis. He spent a good portion of his time on the boat trying to come up with the best reasoning why he should be allowed to take so many people with him and to integrate each of them into the group. They all basically brought something unique and that his master likely would be interested in, but he had to prove that. Kabuto began to suspect that Naruto worked for Dodo, who had appointed himself leader of Snow Country, but this proven to be wrong when they passed the leader in one of the hallways of the castle. The man didn't even seem to notice they were there or acknowledge their presence, and Naruto barely looked at the man. The group continued on until they entered the large audience room with Dodo's throne where Plagueis was sitting and got his body. Gozu was standing next to him and looking out over the group. That's who he works for, a couple members of the group thought as they stared at the short and pudgy man in the chair. They couldn't believe that Naruto would work for someone like that. The man was obviously not a ninja, and it eluded them what hold or influence that he could have over Naruto. Plague Ace got up from his seat and walked down the staircase of the tall pedestal that the throne was situated on. Once he reached the ground level, he viewed the people that Naruto had brought. He didn't get much of a briefing on who they were and what their abilities were, as he wanted to wait on that and see them for himself firsthand. He only recognized Kabuto and wasn't that surprised that Naruto had spared and brought the white-haired teen with him. Despite his teachings and influence, he could tell that Naruto still formed some kind of bond with the teen during the time they spent on the same team. Plague Ace kept his frown to himself and didn't show any of the emotions he was feeling when looking upon the unwanted guests and his own student. He had given quite a bit of thought as to what to do with the guests and decided to make it a test for his student as well as the guests. Naruto had already explained the detour concerning Orochimaru over the communication system to him while cruising to Snow Country. He was loath to admit that while his student's actions were brash and not very well thought out, the end result was a success. Naruto was bringing back data, samples, and other items taken from the Snake Sun that could be very valuable to him. He could see some value in keeping a few extra people, but certainly not all of them. The ship could only accommodate so many people, and with the group in front of him, they were now reaching that limit. I will speak with you alone about your actions. Plague Ace stated to Naruto, and then he turned to Gozu and ordered, take them somewhere to sit and make sure to watch them. If any of them move, then you know what to do. Gozu nodded, and both he and Miizu herded the others through an adjoining door. Plague Ace didn't look at Naruto again and walked to a different door that led to the study that he had taken over from Dodo. Naruto quietly followed and shut the door behind him. XX. Naruto sat in one of the chairs that were placed before the desk and stared at his master. Plague Ace looked back and decided to start the conversation that had been on his mind for a whole week. I don't recall any communications between us of you going off to Sound Country to fight Orochimaru. In fact, I distinctly remember telling you not to get involved with the Snake Sun. Why is it that after years of following my orders and wishes to the letter, you just decide to completely ignore my orders and do whatever you wanted to do? I wasn't gone for that long. Elaborate for me, your reasons. He demanded and pulled off his tinted glasses to reveal the sulfuric yellow eyes. Naruto also noted that Gatta's body seemed to be slightly worse off than when he last saw it, which he gathered as being due to the possession. The man had dark circles under his eyes and it seemed Gato had lost some weight. An opportunity presented itself that I hadn't counted on. I had to act fast and couldn't stop to communicate with you. During the battle, the Sandome used the Shiki Fun on Orochimaru, said Naruto, and he could feel his master's surprise and interest. They had both looked at the scroll of seals and seen that particular jutsu. The kinjutsu was obviously something that neither would use or considered using given the exchange involved, but that did not prevent Plague Ace from being interested in how it worked. And? Plague Ace questioned with interest. I believe that the Sandome was only able to seal away Orochimaru's arms before dying. The skin was darkened and appeared to be dying off on both arms. They were completely useless and hung limp. He even needed to rely on his guards to get him out of the village. With both arms gone, I knew he couldn't use the majority of jutsu he knew. I made a decision to reach Orochimaru's base before him and set a trap. Karin and I rushed as fast as we could to Sound Country and didn't stop until we made it to the bunker. We got there before Orochimaru and his group and were able to set a trap, said Naruto as he took a break to try and determine what his master was thinking. Plague Ace mulled over the information as he sat silently in his chair. The situation may not have been as bad as he thought. Perhaps I shouldn't have waited to talk with him in person and had him explain this over the communication device, he thought, and pushed it aside as it was already done. Naruto knew without Plague Ace telling that he was then supposed to continue his explanation, and so he did. I set traps for 3 of Orochimaru's 5 guards. The 5th guard was terminally ill and seemed too far gone to do anything, so I ended his life. Karin detected another person in the facility, but I wasn't able to do anything about them as Orochimaru had just arrived. At that point I put my plan in motion. I removed those that I didn't think could be of use and then trapped Orochimaru inside his own lab and fought with him. During the fight he showed his true form, which was that of a white snake, and he attempted to take over my body, stated Naruto carefully, and he waited for his master to absorb everything before he continued. He was choosing his words carefully to make it seem like when he accessed the Kyuubi's chakra while fighting Orochimaru, that it was the first time he had ever done so. Plague Ace was growing more interested in the story as Naruto went on. His previous anger was fading as his methodical and knowledge-hungry side slowly took over. He was curious about Orochimaru's technique to stave off death and switch bodies. Considering that he knew the real Naruto was sitting in front of him and not Orochimaru, he knew his student had dealt with the situation, but he wondered how. Naruto again knew when he should continue without any words being said. I had to access the Kyuubi's chakra in order to prevent myself from being taken over by the technique, he stated, and instantly saw the reaction on the face of Gato as well as felt his master's feelings. Oddly, he thought he felt worry coming off his master. So he accessed it. Plague Ace thought, and he tried to determine if anything about his student had changed. There was no doubt in his mind that accessing such power would prevent Naruto from being taken over by Orochimaru, but he was concerned about repercussions of using that power. He wanted to make sure that the beast had no control over his student and hadn't done something. When you accessed it, What did you feel and did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Questioned Plagueis with curiosity. I felt great hatred and power surge through me. I was quite bloodthirsty and it was good that no one else was around, otherwise I might have attacked them as well. It even seemed to increase my connection to the dark side. However, it was incredibly difficult to control the power and the extra emotions that were not my own. I reversed the process on Orochimaru and devoured his soul. After that I was able to push the power back to where it came from, as I no longer needed it, but it was difficult. There is also something else. Naruto stated with some trepidation as he still didn't like to think about it. Plagueis motioned for him to continue and he idly noted that most of Master's anger had subsided. It must be the new information I'm giving him. Naruto surmised and had the feeling that his master's research and learning more about the Kyuubi's interaction with the Force took precedence over his anger. It seems that the Kyuubi's chakra doesn't interact well with my midi-chlorians. I could feel them in pain after I recovered and even feel some of them dying just from a small usage. I likely won't be able to use the Kyuubi's chakra at all if I want to keep my force powers. Naruto concluded and could feel that Plagueis was hanging off his every word. Plagueis took in all the information and was quiet for at least several minutes. He hadn't even considered what the interaction between the Kyuubi and midi-chlorians would be. He knew something would happen because of the hatred that went along with the chakra, but he hadn't expected there to be such a negative reaction. He did have plans for trying to get Naruto to eventually master that power, but he was also wary of that same power. It seemed now that he might not have to worry about it as his student likely wouldn't try using it again anytime soon for fear of losing the force abilities he knew Naruto cherished. After he thought through everything, he actually found himself relieved. The scenario that he always dreaded ever since he found out about the prisoner that his student kept was that somehow Naruto would be consumed by the beast or perhaps completely consumed by the dark side. The last thing he wanted was to unleash an out-of-control Sith with that much power at his disposal into the galaxy. All Sith wanted power, but only the foolish Sith sought power without control, and the foolish were the most dangerous to everyone. Getting back to the matter at hand, he remembered why he was sitting in his study with his student and his anger returned, though it was not as powerful as it once was. He still needed to discuss the individuals that Naruto brought back with him. I can understand you recruiting Karin, as you reported that she could feel you using the force as well as her being a chakra sensor. You even began teaching her medical ninjutsu, which only furthers her value. However, I don't recall ever telling you to bring along 4 others or that there was a need for 4 others. They each have their value. Naruto countered, and Plagueis held his anger in check as he wanted to hear what Naruto's explanation was. I admit that Suijutsu wasn't someone that I planned on bringing, but he was there and displayed incredible abilities, so I decided to test his loyalty and he passed. He was trained as one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, and I think you will be interested with his water abilities, said Naruto as he gave a short break before continuing with his next argument. You also told me how interested you were in the cursed seal that Orochimaru had. The blood of Mitarashi Anko that I sent you didn't prove very useful in your research, did it? Naruto questioned, and Plagueis didn't argue the fact that it hadn't. He had tried to find out more information about what caused the mutations in the cursed seal, but her blood did not tell him much. So I brought Jugo, the original carrier of the bloodline. Though I did have some problems in the beginning, I think he would prove incredibly useful for his abilities and your research. By problems, are you referring to the fact that he tried to kill you? Plagueis guessed and knew from Naruto's surprise and sudden lapse in concentration that he was right. He has had problems controlling his abilities, but I haven't had a problem in the past week and am confident that I can handle him should a situation occur. Mizo and Gozu would also be quite helpful should that kind of situation arise. Naruto added and then moved on to the next person he brought. I thought Kabuto might be the most beneficial to you as has first-hand experience with most of the research that Orochimaru was working on and which I brought with me. Considering that you will be researching chakra, I thought it would be beneficial to have someone that could use chakra and that was experienced, helping you. In your current condition, I don't think Kabuto is even capable of hurting you. Perhaps he could hurt Gato's body, but it looks as if maybe nearing the end of its use. Naruto elaborated. Plagueis held back his smirk at his student's words. Evidently he had taught Naruto very well. Especially when it came to providing a short, logical, and well-reasoned explanation. Teiwa, the one with the long reddish hair, is quite adept at genjutsu and even uses a powerful variety that are sound-based that she uses with a flute. She also has a summoning that I thought you might be interested in as well. Finished Naruto. And why exactly did you think that we would need a person that can use genjutsu? Questioned Plagueis as Naruto's last explanation didn't seem as good as the other 3. Because I can't use genjutsu. It was you that taught me to recognize and compensate for my weaknesses. Having a person that is able and well versed in genjutsu seemed like the best compensation for my lack of ability in that particular art. I may even be able to better train myself to resist them. Contended Naruto. His face was serious and his mind guarded. Well played, my student, though you never mentioned how trustworthy Kabuto and the genjutsu using girl were. Especially since they were former pawns of Orochimaru, reasoned Plagueis. Despite being impressed that Naruto had managed to skillfully defend all those he brought with him, there were still details that had been purposefully left out. He had yet to see them for himself and had doubts about the last two, though he did have a plan to determine the loyalty of those that Naruto brought with him. In just a few moments he would put that plan into action. Exactly how much did you tell them about myself and the overall plan? Questioned Plagueis, as it was definitely something to consider. Naruto should not have given any information like that away to anybody, not matter how much he trusted them. They know of your name as the person that I work for, but that is it. I told them nothing about the ship or our plans. They are here because they wanted to come with me or because I made them come. Answered Naruto, and Plagueis wasn't very thrilled with that answer. I will have to see for myself about the abilities of the ones that you brought, and should they not meet my expectations, then it will be up to you to rectify your mistake. You seem to put a great deal of faith in those that you just met. Did the Force tell you that you could trust them to this extent? Questioned Plagueis. Naruto thought for a second about his master's question. Truthfully, the Force had never told him whether or not he could trust all of the people he brought with him. He knew that at the moment he couldn't trust Kabuto or Teiwa, while Jogo was only slightly more trustworthy than they were. However, his feelings were that, given some time, they would be his allies. No, the Force did not tell me that, but I feel that they can and will be useful to us. Replied Naruto, and the answer confused Plagueis. There seemed to be no definitive basis for Naruto's statement, and he questioned his student's judgment on the four individuals, now more than ever. It's likely he just didn't want to have to kill them, and so he brought them here and came up with excuses, were his thoughts, and he gave the signal to the two smoke demons. A little test would help prove if what Naruto said was plausible. Naruto felt some kind of telepathic thought traveling from his master and going to a nearby room. It took him a few seconds to figure out what was happening, but he quickly caught on. XX. Gozu and Miyaizu eyed the people they were ordered to watch, but were secretly smirking behind their masks. Plagueis had given them special instructions to test the guests. They removed the chakra-suppressing seals on each person and were each figuring out who might take advantage of the situation they would present. They had already placed bets. The group was mostly silent, with some talking, and the brothers could feel the worry from all the members of the room, save for Suijutsu, who was lounging on a couch. They were in a waiting room with several couches and seats, but the two smoke demons were still standing and watching while the others remained seated. At some point they would receive the signal and then intentionally let their guard down and see which of the group could actually be trusted and who was a liability. Should one of the group try to escape or attack them, then they were to kill that person in the method that would instill the most fear in the remaining members, which was by devouring them. As smoke demons, they were able to use their smoke and encapsulate a person. They would then pull the person inside of their bodies, where the captured individual would be devoured by the smoke. It was an effective means of getting rid of a body and didn't have much of an effect on them. They didn't taste the person or anything like that. They weren't even sure what really happened to the person or how the smoke was able to devour flesh and leave no trace of the person that was devoured. What they did know was that they could do it, and had on one occasion, as Plagueis wanted to see if they could. If anything, the devouring made them temporarily stronger. The feeling faded, but they did not feel any kind of hunger or pleasure for devouring another person, which was actually something they were grateful for. Both pairs of eyes widened slightly as they received the signal from Plagueis. Now they were just waiting to see who among the group was the least loyal to Naruto and would take the bait they would provide. Miyaizu moved from his standing position to a painting that was on the wall and began inspecting it. His back was turned to the mostly silent group, and he was the perfect target for an attack. Gozu moved to one of the chairs in the furnished room and sat down. He reclined and slouched in the chair while putting his arms behind his head to stretch. Kabuto quickly glanced at the pair that were guarding them. He recognized them from the Kiri Bingo book as the Demon Brothers. It was difficult to keep the smirk off his face, as he knew that they were mere chunin and were a C-ranked threat in the Bingo book. They would be no match for him. How foolish, Naruto-kun! You went to such lengths to bring me here against my will, and then do something so stupid as to remove our seals and leave these two in charge. Now I only have to decide what to do with the situation provided. Should I go after you and the civilian you work for, or leave here and hunt you down another day? Wondered Kabuto as he debated his options. He remembered both fights that he had with Naruto and spent most of his time on the journey reviewing the fights and discerning what Naruto had used against him. This proved incredibly difficult, however, and he still wasn't sure what techniques Naruto could use, but he did have one trump card. Teiwa is probably the only other person that would follow me. Jogo has been warming up to the idea of being in the group, Suijutsu wants to be here, and that girl Karin just follows whatever Naruto says, he thought, and knew that with Teiwa he might have a much better chance, since he knew Naruto couldn't use genjutsu and had difficulty breaking them. So revenge it is. Kabuto decided and readied the kunai he had taken from Karin's pouch earlier that day. All he had to do was take care of the guards. In one swift movement Kabuto leapt from his seat, throwing the kunai he had at the lounging Gozu. The kunai struck the Kiri ninja in the eye just as Kabuto landed on the floor behind the couch he jumped over. Charging the second ninja, Kabuto's hand glowed with chakra for his scalpel technique, and before Miyaizu could do anything, the hand passed over his throat. Miyaizu feigned choking noses and collapsed to the ground. Gozu smiled broadly behind his mask from his seemingly dead position on the floor with the kunai still stuck in his eye. Now Miizu owed him money because he was the first to be attacked and it was Kabuto that did it, so the amount of money doubled. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and smirked at the remaining people in the room. They were still in their seats and hadn't moved from their positions. Suijutsu soon stood and yelled at Kabuto for killing the two, but the taller white-haired ninja ignored it. He glanced at Jugo to find the teen struggling to keep himself at the display, which normally would not be the case as the old Jugo would have been losing control of his ability due to the killing and blood. The first redhead had her hands over her mouth in shock at what he had done, while the second had an unreadable expression which he found odd. "Are you coming, Taewia?" he asked, but she didn't move from the couch. "And what do you intend to do?" she questioned hesitantly. "To kill our captors," he responded, and she frowned at the statement. "I don't have my flute, dipshit," she soon replied. To be honest, all the time she spent with Naruto over the week on the boat led to her one conclusion: he was better than Orochimaru. He was also not someone she wanted to go up against without her flute, even if she still had her cursed seal, and she wasn't sure she really wanted to kill him anymore. Her life was still in danger, but there was a chance she would be fine, and she was hesitant to act. Was it fear? She wasn't really sure what the feeling was, but it kept her in her seat. Kabuto frowned as it didn't look like Taewia was going to help him. That meant that it was best just to leave. He knew that Akatsuki would be after Naruto, and all he really had to do was get into contact with his former master and inform the organization of Naruto's whereabouts. With this in mind, he moved to the door but stopped when he heard laughing. He quickly turned to determine where the sound was coming from. He stared at the figure on the floor that still had a kunao in its eye. The dead body was laughing at him. He looked to the body of the other missing nin and saw the movement of the chest and heard the sound of laughter coming from it as well. He stood completely still and watched as both bodies began moving and stood. He wasn't the only one surprised, however, as everyone else in the room was watching as well. The bodies were soon standing. Miizu didn't move, but Gozu took the kunao by the handle and slowly removed it from his eye. It was slowly enough that Kabuto couldn't see the smoke reform the eye, and it just looked like the kunao was removed without a wound even being present. Gozu felt it added to the mystery and scare factor. "Holy shit! What have you been doing since leaving with Zabuza?" said Suijutsu, and he was the only one to say anything. Neither brother responded to Suijutsu, but Gozu spoke to the room in general, "So just one. That's rather surprising. I thought it would be at least two. I win the bet, brother. He's mine." Miizu didn't bother arguing. Gozu proceeded to walk straight at Kabuto. He wasn't in a hurry and wanted to prolong the terror. The closer Gozu got, the farther away Kabuto backtracked until he ran into the wall. Gozu just laughed and Kabuto's eyes narrowed. His hands surrounded with chakra and he attacked. He aimed for vital areas and Gozu didn't stop him or make any move to block the attacks. He now knew that the chakra scalpels could do little to harm him. They simply weren't powerful enough. Strike after strike swiped at the intended targets and Kabuto eventually stopped just to see if it did anything. Gozu just laughed again and stretched out his arm. The hand and forearm changed into smoke and shot forward at Kabuto. The smoke was thick enough to latch onto Kabuto's arm and the white-haired teen was unable to remove it from his arm. Slowly, Kabuto was pulled forward toward Gozu. He tried to put chakra in his feet and stop himself from being pulled forward, but that just resulted in his feet screeching on the floor as he continued to be pulled. "You shouldn't have tried to betray the host's generosity. Now you'll be devoured," said Gozu as a few smoke tentacles came out of his chest and latched onto Kabuto's leg, thigh, and neck. Kabuto was now only a few feet from Gozu and he tried in vain to attack the Kiri ninja, but nothing worked. His punch with his free hand did nothing and his chakra scalpel still had no effect. The others watched as Gozu let down his arm, but the tentacles holding Kabuto still slowly pulled the teen closer. Kabuto's arm eventually came into contact with Gozu's chest and instead of touching it, Kabuto seemed to move into the chest as it turned purple and more thick smoke came out to envelop the hand and arm of Kabuto. Kabuto's breath left him as his arm was enveloped by more smoke and it continued to move farther into the chest of Gozu. He was terrified and could no longer feel his arm. It was as if it just wasn't there anymore. His head was pulled down as most of his forearm was lost to the torso of the monster in front of him. The smoke enveloping him continued to move to his neck and then up his face. Kabuto tried to use his free arm to push against Gozu and get his arm free, but found his other hand trapped and also being pulled into Gozu's shoulder instead. Kabuto heard screaming and soon realized that it was his own. He was shoulder deep in the man and his face was now only inches from the purple chest of Gozu and he wasn't stopping. The smoke that was enveloping him began moving into his mouth and his scream was silence. XX. I was surprised the girl didn't move. Did you have something to do with that? Plague Ace questioned as he sat with his student in the study. They could both feel what was going on in the room just down the hall. Naruto grit his teeth but didn't respond to the question and Plague Ace decided to ask another one. Aren't you going to go and save him? You did spend the time and effort bringing him here, despite knowing he would try to kill you for what you did to Orochimaru. All that trouble for nothing? What a loss. Plague Ace commented and looked directly at Naruto while he said it. I knew he would try something eventually, but I also knew I could handle it. He won't hate me forever, and I thought the knowledge of the galaxy and what was out there might change his mind. If there is going to be a loss as a result of this, then it will be with your research. Naruto countered and didn't flinch or make any movement to get to the door to help Kabuto. If he was going to save Kabuto, then it would not be by running to that room. Plague Ace waited until the last possible moment before giving a signal to Gozu to stop the devouring of Kabuto. Though he didn't want to admit it, Naruto did have a point. Kabuto could be incredibly useful to him. A medical nin that had no qualms with experimenting on living or deceased subjects and was willing to learn new things would be invaluable. If only he wasn't such a liability, he truly could be as useful as Naruto thinks. Plague Ace thought and wanted to sigh. It was still incredibly foolish to let someone like that live. Kabuto possessed a strong mind and would likely resist mind control or suggestion. Your actions were foolish and still are. Plague Ace commented, and he couldn't see the outcome of Naruto's decision or what it would lead to. Harnessing his anger, Plague Ace got his hand out with the fingers pointed at Naruto. Lightning arced off the fingers and struck Naruto in the chest. He toppled backward with the chair and landed flat on the cold floor. The pain soon subsided and Naruto was left on the floor while Plague Ace stood and started speaking. Don't ever do something so foolish again. I don't spend time making detailed plans because I have time to spare. I do it because then I will have less to worry about and fewer things will go wrong. I expect you to follow my orders and to be informed before you rashly make so many decisions on your own. There are times to improvise, but only when you don't have other options. You should have asked me first. I could have sent the smoke demons as backup. With the injuries he sustained, it's likely Orochimaru wasn't going anywhere and we could have gotten more from him. Going after Orochimaru with no help, against my wishes, and then recruiting people without even consulting me are not the best methods to keep this operation a secret. Soon we will be going into the galaxy and there is no room for such errors, lest we have the entire Jedi Order coming after us. I'm not even sure that right at this very moment ninja aren't learning of something that you did or your whereabouts and trying to figure out where you went. Stated Plague Ace while bearing down on Naruto. The two continued to stare at each other from their positions for a few more moments before Plague Ace left the room. Naruto continued to lay on the floor for a few moments after his master left. He wasn't angry at Plague Ace. He had done many foolish things and possibly made several mistakes. He believed he was right though, and when Plague Ace evaluated the people he brought, he wouldn't have to kill any of them. Standing, he brushed off his cloak which was still slightly smoking. The attack was more of a warning and meant as a lesson than something that would seriously hurt him. He did however find out something very interesting. His master did apparently have a weakness that he could exploit if he needed to in the future. Though he didn't have any plans to do anything drastic with that knowledge. He wasn't going to betray Plague Ace like the apprentice he heard about, but he would be able to get his way. Plague Ace did spend quite a bit of time teaching him how best to exploit a weakness. Please review. Chapter 17. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. Another longer than average chapter. XX. 36.5 BBY current year. Chapter 17, almost ready to leave when problems arise. The next day. XX. Jugo looked up at the two in front of him as he tried to calm himself down. He was slightly nervous at the prospect of showing off his power to the man known as Plague Ace. The nervousness came from the possibility of losing control of himself. The fits that he usually received had stopped ever since Naruto had suppressed his transformation, however that didn't mean that he hadn't had problems with his bloodline. Every once in a while he felt it starting to try to take over him, but he had been able to keep it in check so far. Despite Naruto being the reason why Kimimaro was gone, he didn't fight him or try to escape. This was mostly because he had nothing else and nowhere else to go. With the death of Orochimaru, it wouldn't have been very long before the prison facility was abandoned by the guards. Then he would have either been stuck in the cell to die or released and on his own with his bloodline acting up. At least with Naruto he was around someone that he knew was able to control him. The cloaked blonde also wasn't scared of him and didn't care that he was potentially dangerous. Despite nearly killing the blonde, Naruto held nothing against him and neither did Suijutsu. The two demon brothers also didn't seem to care how dangerous he was and didn't keep their distance or were wary of him at all. However, he could tell that the others were at least hesitant to be around him. Despite that, it was nice. For a little over a week he had as close to a normal life as he had ever experienced. Something told him, or at least he had the feeling, that he could trust Naruto. True, he had basically been kidnapped or forcibly transported to somewhere he had never been before, but it wasn't all that bad. He was no longer stuck in the cell with nothing to do and suffering from frequent bouts of temporary insanity. He was even able to go to places he had certainly never been before and experience snow for the first time. Kimimaro was gone, but in a way Naruto was right. His friend had been dying and he knew it. It was something that he would have to accept. A part of him wanted to be furious with Naruto, but he had mixed feelings about the whole situation. He had a few moments on the boat when he thought about killing Naruto and his thoughts nearly triggered his bloodline, but he had worked through it because there was a chance he could make a friend in the new group he was now a member in. Perhaps he could even have more than one friend, which was something that he never had before. Kimimaro had been his first and only friend. He did accept the fact that he might be used as a test subject again. There would be needles and tests. Maybe a few individuals would become copies of himself, but he had gotten used to that kind of treatment with Orochimaru. It wasn't new and he knew what to expect. Orochimaru promised him a cure or a way to suppress his abilities, but after waiting and hearing nothing, he asked Kimimaro and found out the truth. Orochimaru had no intention of ever helping him get better or letting him have a normal life. He would have been in that cell for the rest of his life. He just hoped he could finally be useful and accepted, which was really all he ever wanted. Maybe he could finally be rid of his curse or at least manage it better. Just in the previous week he had made great progress. Plague Ace glanced at the next person that his student had decided must go with them into the galaxy. So far the previous 3 he had no problem with the test. Despite the danger, he could see a use for Kabuto and he certainly liked the abilities and mindset of Suijutsu. Kairin's test was a little bit different as only her sensing ability was tested to see if she could feel him using the force and not just his student. The redhead passed and that was it. Jugo, he felt, may not really be needed. He could just take samples from Teen, however Naruto was adamant that having Jugo would be worth it. Plague Ace gave an unseen signal and Gozu came out of the shadows to stand in front of Jugo. You'll be facing Gozu for this exercise. It's just a spar as I want to see what you are capable of, so you don't need to go all out. Stated Plague Ace in a reassuring voice, but Naruto knew that the exercise would involve a little bit more than just a simple spar as Plague Ace was leading Jugo to believe. Gozu would likely be going at Jugo with the intent on injuring him. While the others were trained to be ninja, Jugo was not. He only had extremely basic instruction and if it wasn't for his bloodline, he would not be able to defend himself at all. Naruto just hoped that Jugo didn't completely lose control again. Naruto watched as Plague Ace gave the signal to begin and Gozu charged Jugo. The Kiri ninja closed the distance between them and Jugo wasn't even able to dodge before he took a hit to the stomach. Jugo's bloodline quickly activated as parts of his skin began darkening and his arm began changing. Plague Ace watched intently as one arm, and then the other, began mutating before his eyes. The arm enlarged and darkened. Despite several strikes, Jugo's punches did little to hurt the smoke demon and Gozu was able to dodge several of them. This only served to frustrate Jugo and his arm began to change again into the chakra-powered jet arm that Naruto had seen firsthand. Chakra flared out of the teen's elbow and he shot off like a rocket. Gozu was caught by the punch and they both smashed into one of the walls of the empty dining room they were using. The dust cleared from the impact and Jugo stood with his arm pinning a chuckling Gozu to the wall. The laughing only further enraged Jugo as he began losing control. His arm formed what looked like a piston and it pulled back and then smashed into the wall with incredible force, sending Gozu through the wall and into another room. Jugo laughed maniacally until Gozu came out of the hole and delivered multiple punches to the orange-haired teen. Jugo's other arm began changing as well and it formed what looked like an axe on the forearm. Gozu could have moved but decided not to and he was cut in half by the swung axe arm. Smoke came out of the severed abdomen and formed tendrils that linked together, pulling the two pieces of Gozu back together. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the technique as it reminded him greatly of his fight with Orochimaru. Jugo snarled and was about to continue when Naruto heard Plague Ace say, "Enough." Gozu's body turned to smoke and then tendrils as he began restraining the roaring Jugo. Naruto frowned at the scene, not because he was angry but because he now saw that he really could have used one of the demon brothers' help the last time Jugo was in that state. He was about to go and help calm Jugo down when Plague Ace walked over and did it for him. Jugo tried to struggle and was in the process of forming chakra thrusters on his back and front in order to shoot Gozu off when Plague Ace placed his hand in front of Jugo and began using his force powers. Even diminished, Plague Ace was still able to calm Jugo down. The darkened skin retreated and left Jugo the way he looked before the fight. The teen slumped and Plague Ace told Gozu to talk him to a room and then watch him until the teen woke. Watching them leave, Naruto tried to figure out what his master was thinking and whether Jugo would be allowed to stay. Impressive, thought Plague Ace as he recalled everything that he had seen and examined every detail again. It was almost as if he had watched a person turn into a Sith spawn and then back again. The possibilities with such a controlled mutation were incredible and it was no wonder that Orochimaru was so interested in it. I will have to let the teen stay with us. Taking a mere sample certainly wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't even begin to tell me what the bloodline and transformation are truly capable of, he thought as he had only seen part of Jugo's transformation, but the fact that the teen could change and modify himself to such a degree made him think that with more practice and training the boy could take the transformation even further and create other unique weapons and abilities. He stays as well. Plague Ace finally said and Naruto silently exhaled the breath that he had been holding. All that was left now was to test the last person that Naruto had brought with him. XX. If there was one thing Teiwa hated, it was being nervous and helpless. These were however two feelings that she currently couldn't rid herself of and she really wanted to punch something. She was waiting outside the room where the testing was going on. The others had already gone, each of them passing, and now it was her turn. Well, her turn after Jugo. A moment ago the floor and walls shook and she wondered if Jugo was completely going out of control. Even without a sensor ability, she could feel the foul chakra emanating from the room, but it did stop eventually. She didn't think the others really knew the meaning behind the test, as Naruto had told her that their lives were based as the results. It was information that she hadn't been willing to give anyone else. She wasn't about to trust anyone else or give them the advantage of knowing. She also hated the fact that out of everyone else there, she was apparently the worst off. The doors opened and one of the smoke duo came out while dragging a unconscious Jugo. Great, even he passed the test, she thought with worry, and knew that it was now her turn. She got up from her seated position on the floor with her back and against the wall and walked into the room. The doors closed behind her as she walked to where the two were standing, and she had a feeling it was their strange powers that did it. As you already seem to know. Plague Ace began, and Taewia started feeling more uncomfortable than she had been. This will be a test to see what you know and how useful you could be to us. For some reason my student already decided this on his own, but I have yet to be convinced. Therefore you will be having a simple spar with my student to prove your worth, said Plague Ace as he motioned to Naruto, who was surprised as he had no idea he would be facing Taewia. The brat is his student. I don't get how a fat civilian could possibly train a ninja. Maybe it has to do with those special powers of his, she thought, and still didn't like the idea of fighting to prove herself. She had already done something similar with Orochimaru and was not keen to do it again. Her life was going to be decided by a whiskered pig that could talk. Naruto attempted not to show any outward sign of what Taewia had just thought. He wanted to sweat drop or tell the girl that both of them could read the thoughts she just had. I have no idea how Master Plague Ace will take to being called a whiskered pig. I doubt he will take it in stride. He lamented at the fact that Taewia was already hindering her chances. His lip did quirk slightly at the comment despite his self-control, and he tried to get a sense of what his master was feeling at the remark. Plague Ace kept his feelings to himself, but he was actually quite amused. He thought the very same of the body when he took it, but it was needed for his plans. Now I just need to test her abilities and loyalty to Naruto, and by proxy, myself, he thought, and spoke to Naruto. I believe in order to be properly tested that she would need the instrument that she normally uses. He stated to Naruto and tried to keep the devious smirk off his face. Naruto glanced at his master and then back at Taewia while his hand reached for the flute that was at his belt. He was worried that if he gave it back to her, she would try to kill him or Plague Ace. It was obvious to him that it was another test, and likely, if he gave anything away to Taewia concerning the test, Plague Ace would not approve and she would fail. Pulling out the flute, he used the force to send it to her along with a standard ninja pouch, and she reached out and grabbed both. Taewia attached the pouch and then examined her entire flute looking for any damage. After she was satisfied, she then tested out a few notes before doing anything else. He gave it back to me, she questioned, as Naruto had mentioned that she wouldn't get it back until after she proved herself. She spent quite a bit of time learning genjutsu from him, but now she had what she wanted and could use her summons as well, the normal jutsu she relied on. With that she might have a chance at defeating both people in front of her and getting away. But why were things suddenly going her way? Things had never gone her way. She readied herself and looked between the two people in front of her. She wondered why her opponent didn't show any emotion while the man identified as Plague Ace had a smirk on his face. She was about to start and summon her three doki to fight both of them when she stopped and her brown eyes met his blue. It was at that moment that she realized why. This is another test. Similar to what had happened to Kabuto. Was one of those demon brothers hiding and waiting to devour her? It was not a thought that she liked, but she decided that being so predictable was not something she liked. Instead of using the flute, she put it away and began going through hand seals to start the fight. Naruto's eyes widened as he prepared for the jutsu, but he recognized the seals as one of the genjutsu that he had taught Taewia. She quickly disappeared in a swirl that distorted her image and concealed her in the genjutsu. Naruto tried to find her using his life signs ability, but it was too late as his hands had already been caught by the illusion of roots that spontaneously grew from under him. The roots formed into a trees that held him tightly against the trunk. Taewia quickly appeared out of the trunk with a kunao, and Naruto bit his lip to stop the genjutsu and free himself. He ducked her strike and unsealed his sword. He swung at Taewia thinking she would duck, but he realized before the sword struck her that she was no longer there. The sword cleaved through the red-haired girl, but instead of blood there was an ink-like substance. The two halves quickly formed into two separate Taewia, and other Taewias began coming out from the floor around him. Naruto recognized the genjutsu as one of the lower-ranking techniques that he had taught her and searched for the real Taewia in the sea of fakes that had begun coming up from the floor. It was called the Mist Servant technique and created apparitions that would confuse the person trapped in the genjutsu while the real individual hid themselves among the group and attacked whenever they found an opening. He quickly found Taewia and raced through the fakes to attack her directly. He soon found that was easier said than done as he nearly ran himself into a wall. His life signs ability told him that Taewia was behind the wall, which didn't make any sense as he knew she couldn't move through a wall. He stopped running as soon as he reached the wall. Frowning, he tried to figure out what was going on. The longer he wasted, the more time Taewia had to plan her next move. His eyes widened as he finally realized that the room he was in had changed. The walls were still the same, but the dimensions of the room had altered. It was now shallower than it had been, which means that this wall I'm standing in front of is a fake, the false surroundings technique. He realized and dispelled the technique with a hand seal and calming, as well as focusing his chakra to suppress it enough so that the technique no longer affected. The wall shimmered and then dissolved as he found at least 10 additional feet of the room had been hidden by his opponent with the technique. He came face to face with his opponent but knew from his sensing that this also wasn't the real Taeya, it was just a regular Bushin. That means I'm still trapped in the genjutsu. A double false surroundings technique, he reasoned, and formed a kind tight in his hand, then sent it hurtling near where he knew the real Taeya to be. The technique passed through the second fake wall and exploded, sending chunks of debris out of the dispelling technique. Naruto's eyes followed Taeya as she ran out of the fake wall just before it exploded. She threw several shuriken at him to slow him down and then pulled out her flute. Naruto used the force to alter the path of the shuriken, and he lamented the fact that he hadn't had much experience fighting genjutsu users. It was more of a weakness than he thought it would be, and the worst part was that he had instructed her in all the techniques she had just used on him. He saw her put blood on her flute and jumped back to give some space as a large cloud of smoke erupted in the room. Naruto stared at the newcomer and frowned even more. Oh, great! It just had to be one with a gigantic metal club, he thought as he stared at the doki. Taeya began playing her flute and he began sizing up his opponent and looking for weaknesses. The doki was dressed in green clothing with a similar purple rope that Taeya had worn tied at its waist. Its eyes and ears were covered with white bandages, and he knew that it would move with notes from Taeya's flute. He was about to begin his attack when the area around him started to swirl. The area he was now in had a red sky and black ground. It seemed to have no limits to its vastness, and he found his limbs bound by strong metal wire. Unable to move, he felt with the force the movement of the doki, and before he had a chance to bite his lip again, a jolt of force lightning came from his sword and broke the illusion for him. Naruto lunged to the side as he heard the doki's club strike the ground where he just was. Shit! She's really trying to kill me, he realized, and decided to end the spar before he actually got injured. Take that, you pint-sized bastard! I'm not going to lose here. Taeya thought and continued to play her flute to animate her doki. It was true that she wasn't out to kill him, but she did want payback for the kidnapping and other things he put her through. That was why she only summoned one doki and not the other two as well. Now to activate my doki's special ability, she thought, and the tune of her flute changed. Naruto heard the change and thought it was going to be another genjutsu, so he attempted to immobilize the doki. Dodging a strike of the club, he ran up the doki's arm just as its mouth opened and something began coming out. Instead of attacking it, he used a force to create a bubble around the doki's head and began removing the air from the bubble, creating a vacuum. Just as some kind of technique began coming out of the doki's mouth, the beast stopped moving and the technique stopped as well. What the hell? Taeya thought as she continued to play and her doki stopped responding to her commands. She was about to summon another doki when she was forced to dodge a grouping of shuriken. Naruto jumped off the doki and charged Taeya directly while the bubble began to fade. As long as he got to her first and managed to stop her from playing the flute, he wouldn't have to worry about the doki. Seeing the running blonde coming at her, Taeya put more blood on her flute and summoned another doki as Naruto neared. Thinking fast, and not knowing about the new doki that was still covered by the smoke of the summoning, Naruto tossed his sword up in the air and went through two hand seals. His mouth bulged with water and he spewed an uncontrolled stream of it. However, he wasn't aiming for the doki, but the floor. Diving forward onto the water he just created, Naruto put chakra in the front of his chest so he would stay on top of the water, and he slid right through the doki's legs. Taeya's eyes widened at the tactic and she began playing new noted to get her doki to turn around and protect her. Naruto's slide took him away from the doki and he stopped before he reached the wall. Reaching into the air, he looked right at Taeya as he stood and his sword flew into his outstretched hand. Not missing a beat, he again charged after the redhead. Taeya put as much space as she could between them as she ran parallel to the wall. Her flute was still being played while she moved and her doki were moving to protect herself. Naruto outstretched his other hand and a giant shuriken appeared after the smoke dispersed. He spun the shuriken and then threw it at the retreating redhead. Taeya moved to dodge the shuriken, but she wasn't prepared when it went up in smoke to reveal a copy of the cloaked blonde. Her notes were interrupted by the surprising turn of events and she stopped her playing to deal with the new threat that was closing fast. Her hand reached for a kunai and jabbed it into the clone's throat before it managed to get her. She turned back to the real threat and wasn't able to dodge when the real Naruto tackled her. He had apparently closed the distance faster than she expected. The pair rolled on the floor as each fought to disarm or incapacitate the other. Naruto managed to get the flute away from Taeya but was unprepared when the redhead bit his hand and forced him to drop his sword. The pair continued to roll around on the floor as they both tried to get the upper hand and dominance of the situation. Naruto managed to get on top of Taeya and pin her arms to floor. He smiled in triumph but was caught by surprise when Taeya's legs wrapped around the middle of his torso and she began squeezing his rib cage. The triumphant smile left his face and appeared on Taeya's. Naruto struggled to breathe in as he felt his lungs being compressed, so he moved her pinned arms enough that he could hold down both with one of his hand. His now free hand latched onto her throat as he began choking her. Plague Ace slowly walked over to the pair of ninja. The entire match had truly been a surprise. He was finally able to see genjutsu used by a skilled individual. He found it difficult to break the illusions, but he knew the trick to it and wiped the blood off his lip. It was now clear to him that the redhead might be useful to them, and she certainly didn't give up easily. Though at the moment he wasn't really sure what had come over his student. He could have ended the match, but he honestly wasn't sure if Naruto would even listen to him. His student was hell-bent on finishing the match and defeating the opponent, but he could tell Naruto wasn't out to kill the girl. Perhaps it is a struggle for leadership as much as dominance. If my student does not win, then the girl may not take his orders, or for that matter my own. If she won't follow orders, then she will be a liability to us and won't live very long. Naruto obviously knows this and wants to defeat her. Plague Ace gathered and decided against stopping them. If an acolyte or servant did not follow orders, then that individual was to be punished until they understood or outright killed for insubordination. That was something that he had taught Naruto. The others were willing to follow Naruto or, in the case of Kabuto, had been subdued, but the redhead was different. While his student wanted to show off the girl's abilities, he also wanted to put an end to Teiwa's disobedience, get her to follow him, and thereby allow her to live longer. Up to that point, the two had never fought before. It was obvious to him that Naruto had gone out of his way to make sure the girl was brought with the group and survived. Was it possible that his student had feelings for the girl? The fact that both females in the group were redheads was also not lost on him. Definitely something I will have to look into and monitor, he thought, as relationships for a Sith could be very dangerous and cause uncontrolled emotions. He had a feeling Naruto wouldn't seek out a relationship at that point in time. Naruto was too young for that sort of thing and was socially inept when it came to dating or the opposite sex. Though he recognized that it could still cause problems and might occur in the future. His thoughts returned to the fight as he noted that it was coming to an end. Teiwa's eyes began rolling in her head and she passed out. A moment later Naruto collapsed on top of the girl with his head on her chest. Plague Ace quickly checked them both and found that they were still alive and breathing normally. Neither had killed the other. Perhaps I'll just leave them here for now. Too bad I won't be around to see what happens when they wake up. It would be quite amusing, he thought as he left the room, and the doki disappeared in smoke as they unsummoned themselves. Plague Ace walked down the hallway heading to his study as his thoughts took over and the body moved automatically. The girl would have to stay. She had some kind of hold over his student and her death could turn Naruto against him. At the same time, it would provide him a means of controlling his student should Naruto ever turn on him. He wasn't sure Naruto would ever betray him, but his past experience with his apprentice made him overly cautious. It was one of the reasons why he had trained Naruto differently from how he would a Sith apprentice. He didn't want Naruto to eventually kill him and become master of the Sith. In his mind, Sidious was still the apprentice and he was still the master of the Sith. His apprentice had failed to comply with the rule of two and failed to completely kill him. Ascension in the rule of two required that the apprentice face the master in a duel. If the master was defeated, then the apprentice rose in position, and if the apprentice was defeated, then the master found a new apprentice. Sidious had killed him in his sleep, which was not something he had taught. Such an act of cowardice was not something he could stand. Despite being a spirit, he would not let Sidious get away with it. He was also still around and not truly dead. Therefore he justified it as they were still in conflict and their battle was not over. The conflict would only end when one of them was killed permanently. Perhaps it was foolish to still hold to the rule of two, but that was how he was taught, though not what he taught Naruto. His inadvertent discovery of the planet whose people used chakra had brought back his motivation and interest. No matter what, he wasn't willing to give up all the new research avenues that had been shown to him and the possibilities of new discoveries. He would not die again, no matter who the opponent was. However, he was still weakened in a spirit, so he needed someone that he could explicitly trust and that wouldn't betray him while he was at his weakest. The Force had seemingly provided such a person in Naruto, and he wasn't going to make similar mistakes as he had made with Sidious. The advantage was currently his, as Sidious had no idea he was still alive. He just needed to return himself to a proper body that could hold his spirit and then complete the ritual that his student began. Plague Ace the Wise just needed to stay dead until the time was right. XX. Plague Ace waited for at least 10 minutes before he felt Naruto coming down the hallway. The door opened and Naruto walked into the study with a bright red cheek that had the unmistakable imprint of a hand. The boy sat in the chair with a rather dumbfounded look, and he could feel his student's confusion over what had taken place minutes before. You lost control of your emotions in there. It was only supposed to be a simple spar. Plague Ace commented, and Naruto frowned as those words were somewhat true. It wasn't just a simple spar, however, he wasn't sure what came over him. He did know that if Teiwa was to live, then he couldn't let her beat him, though he wasn't willing to seriously injure her in order to defeat her. Did you make a decision? Naruto asked after a brief moment to collect his thoughts, and Plague Ace could feel Naruto shielding thoughts from him. They can all stay. There is just room enough on the ship, but you will be responsible for them and for their actions. You will have to make sure that they follow orders and don't cause trouble. There is now much more to do. You will need to create an underground bunker system near the castle, but far enough away to stay hidden. I want it to be large enough for everyone, our supplies, and the ship. We will stay there until the ship is ready to leave. I won't have any more setbacks. The ship needs to be repaired, and in addition, the new acolytes need to be taught in the ways of the galaxy. They will need a basic understanding of technology and language before we leave. However, I am not unreasonable and won't place this burden entirely on you. You already have much to do, whereas I don't have very much to do at the moment. I am willing to educate them while you are working on the ship," stated Plagueis. "I understand, Master. I'll get to work on the bunker right away," said Naruto with a bow, and he left the room. "Finally, my plans are coming to fruition," Plagueis thought, and while he was satisfied, he was also wary. The galaxy could have changed greatly in the years he was gone, and he couldn't come up with a plan for what would happen or what they might do once they got back to the known galaxy. With so many variables, there was no plan that he could come up with that was feasible, and he didn't like not having a plan. The ultimate goal was revenge, but how to go about that revenge was not something he hadn't been able to work out. The only initial plan he had was to start gathering resources, funds, and creating a power base in which to use later on. This would be the majority of what they could do in the short term, but he had no long-term plan. It all depended on what Sidious had been up to. For all he knew, the galaxy could already belong to his apprentice, or perhaps the Jedi had discovered Sidious's existence. He doubted either of those had actually occurred, but they were not possibilities that he could simply ignore. Anything was possible in the galaxy, and until they knew more, he might have to rely on Naruto's ability of getting by without a set plan. That was one thing Naruto had that he didn't. The boy was flexible and quick-thinking in any situation. To simply throw caution to the wind and act on impulse or instinct, and with little guidance from the Force, was not something he was used to, but it was something that Naruto excelled at. Perhaps it was Naruto's chakra that provided the boy with something else that he couldn't completely figure out, even after all his time watching and analyzing his student. XX. The group stayed in Dodo's castle for 2 days before Naruto had finished the underground bunker system that Plagueis had wanted. Such a large castle that was known to all the inhabitants of the island was not the ideal area that Plagueis wanted to have for such sensitive and secretive projects. He didn't want any of Dodo's scientists or anyone else to get wind of what was going on or what the real project was. Their function would be to create bits and pieces of the new reactor or fuel injection assembly that Naruto would require, while never knowing what the final product was or what it would do. Installations were made in the bunker to give it proper heating and all of the infrastructure and other things that Naruto would need to rebuild the reactor on the ship. Accommodations were made for each person, lighting was installed, and several training rooms were even created. They would basically be living in the bunker for the next several months. Naruto had made sure to put Fuinjutsu as well as Sith runes in the system to keep them as safe and secure as possible. Currently he was in one of the largest rooms in the bunker. It was a dome-shaped room and made in order to maximize the usable area while providing good support for the ground above. The size would easily fit the ship and allow him enough space to work for the next several months. A large shadowed hallway was also attached to the dome. It was down this long hallway that the ship would travel once it was complete. It stretched for several hundred meters before exiting inside an isolated location in the valley between the mountains. From there the ship could head out to the ocean, unseen by the local population, and begin the ascent into the atmosphere. But he was getting ahead of himself. There was so much to do first. His eyes glanced at the door again. In just a few minutes the others would arrive and he would reveal to them why they were all there and where they were going. He found himself pacing back and forth as he wasn't sure how they would respond to the information. It was definitely not something that they would expect or be prepared for. He even had a hollow projector set up on a small platform on the floor in order to visually show everyone what he was talking about, so hopefully they could understand things easier. Going over what he was going to say ended up being pointless. No matter how many times he went over it, each time he ended up with a very different speech. There was so much to say and he had trouble figuring out what to leave in and what to leave out. Public speaking is not a strength of mine, he acknowledged, and wished Plagueis had taught him more about the finer points of oration. Feeling the approaching group, he stopped his pacing and stood near the entrance of the room. The doors to the room soon opened and everyone in their group walked in. Naruto decided to remove his cloak and he tossed it on the table next to him. A silence ensued which Naruto knew he had to break first. Up until now, I haven't given any of you much information about what our plans are. Master Plagueis has decided that all of you will be staying and therefore you will need to be informed. You should know that there is no turning back. From this point on, you will be part of our group. We are called the Sith. Master Plagueis is a Sith and I am a Sith, but you all will be termed acolytes for now. Perhaps that will change, perhaps it won't. I suppose you could categorize our group as mercenaries at this point, but eventually we will be much more. You will follow Master Plagueis' orders first and foremost. Then my orders. There is no subdivision between all of you as you are all equal in status. The goals of our organization are quite simple. At this point we have only one goal that concerns a single object. Once that is completed then our goals will change. Ultimately the goal of the Sith is conquest and we will make many enemies, but we will also need to make allies. Your participation, skills, help, success, and loyalty will not go unrewarded. At this point, giving you Ryo would be meaningless in the long run as it will have no value where we are going, but I can promise you money, power, and perhaps even fame or infamy. The more loyal you are, the more we can trust you and the more you can gain. In time, just about anything you want can be provided. All we ask is that you work for us and don't even think about betraying the group. Don't believe you are expendable though. I didn't go to the trouble of bringing all of you here just to have you get killed in the next few months. I also don't accept failure and neither does my master," said Naruto, and he took a short break to let it all sink in. Searching the feelings in the room, he tried to get an idea of what his audience was thinking. Most seemed rather curious and interested. A few seemed rather wary, but none of them seemed to be backing out at this point, so he decided to continue. The next bit of information would be the turning point and produce the strongest feelings. As many of you may have already guessed, coming to Snow Country was only a temporary measure. The country is really just a stopping point. Soon we will leave the elemental countries altogether to something bigger, better, perhaps more dangerous, and with limitless potential. Naruto revealed, and before anyone could talk he began speaking again. I can feel all of you are wondering where we will be going. Leaving the elemental countries does seem like a strange goal. Perhaps you're thinking of backing out, or that this is getting interesting. Or perhaps you're thinking I'm out of my goddamned mind and completely batshit insane. He stated with a look of derision at Teiwaya. The redhead looked slightly embarrassed before looking around and noticing that the others were all giving quick glances in her direction. Scowling, she glared back at them. Naruto continued a moment later while still giving Teiwaya a mild glare. What do all of you know about the galaxy? He questioned, and the others looked a little confused. The galaxy? Questioned Jugo. Yes, tell me something that you know about it. Responded Naruto, and no one spoke. Well, that's not really surprising. It's alright if you don't know very much about it. The most that any of you probably know is that there are stars and planets in the night sky. This planet has a sun that it orbits and a moon that orbits it, as well as several other planets in our local solar system. Perhaps that is just about it for most of you. Now, let me tell all of you about the galaxy that I know. Naruto suggested and dimmed the lights in the room while activating the holo projector. A blue light emerged and took the shape of a three-dimensional galaxy. The group members were quite surprised and put their surprise in a few choice words. A few noted that there was a gap or lack of points in one half of the picture, as if portions of information on that area were missing. This is the galaxy that we live in. It is approximately 120,000 light-years in diameter. That means that if you traveled at the speed of light, it would take you 120,000 years to make your way from one side of the galaxy to the other. It is estimated that our galaxy holds approximately 400 billion stars. From that number, it is also estimated that half of those stars, 200 billion to be exact, may have planets capable of supporting life on them. Perhaps 1/10 of that number, 20 billion stars, have had planets that developed life in the 13 billion years since the galaxy formed. Of that number, 1,000th of those stars could have planets that contain sentient life on them. For those that are still keeping track, that is around 20 million stars with possible planets that contain sentient life. You said could have life forms. Does that mean there is life on other planet and different kinds? Questioned Kabuto as he interrupted. He found himself completely immersed in the information and had to know the answer to the question that was burning in his head. Yes, of course. Life formed on many planets and still continues to form on others. There are humans, humanoids, many different species, and trillions of other life forms. Plant, animal, bacteria, and perhaps even more. They are likely too numerous for someone to count or document. As you can see from the map, the galaxy isn't completely explored, and even in the areas where it has been explored, planets and even entire solar systems have been lost over time or perhaps still haven't been found yet. Explained Naruto to the stunned audience. How the hell do you even know that? Questioned Teiwaya. That will be explained a little later. You'll have to patient. Said Naruto with a smirk as he knew Teiwaya hated to be patient, and he continued on while the girls' glare at him intensified. We however live outside of this known area of space. He stated while walking up to the emitter and pointing to an area of space in the unknown region. This is approximately where we are in this. He switched to a view of their star system, is what our star system looks like. We are likely not one of the 20 million that developed sentient life, however. He could feel the confusion in the room and elaborated, humans have moved across most of the galaxy, and probably an unknown amount of time ago, a ship came to this planet with passengers in order to colonize it. I have no idea where the ship is or when this might have happened, but it's very unlikely that we simply evolved here. Now, as to the goals of our group and how I know about the galaxy. He said while turning back on the lights and turning off the projector. Moving to the other side of the room, he positioned himself and then went through the seals for the summoning jutsu. Slamming his hands into the floor, he said the jutsu name, and there was a huge eruption of smoke. A torrent of water rushed at the group, but its level lowered the farther it got from the epicenter of the summoning. By the time it was near them, it had almost all gone into the drains that Naruto had specifically created for that purpose. Their attention was taken back to the summoning as the smoke cleared and revealed a very large metal object. Most of the group just stared at it while a few decided to move closer. Naruto walked down the length of the ship, and once he reached the cockpit, he jumped off of it and back down to the ground. He stayed there as the others eventually gave in and began moving closer. Plague Ace merely watched from the sidelines as his part would come eventually. "What is it?" asked Karin as she looked up at the huge metal object which looked slightly familiar. "It's a ship. A starship that travels between planets and stars. With enough fuel it can travel the length of the galaxy in a very short amount of time. While this planet is still at a low level of technology, the rest of the galaxy is possibly centuries or even thousands of years ahead of our planet. We would actually be considered a backwater planet and primitive to them," Naruto informed her and the others. "How old is it?" questioned Kabuto, and Naruto thought about it for a second before answering. "The ship crashed on this planet about 14 years ago. Its age beyond that could be upwards of several decades." "Kinda dirty," Suijutsu commented, and Naruto just replied, "It's been at the bottom of a lake for 14 years. Karin heard the comment and she finally knew why the lake outside of Konoha was so important. "I never would have thought something like this was at the bottom." "Can we go in?" asked Jogo, and Naruto quickly replied, "Not right now, but later of course. I have quite a bit of work to do on the ship, but I can give all of you a tour in the next few days. We will be using this ship to leave the planet and traveling to the known galaxy." The others stopped looking at the ship and now realized what Naruto meant earlier. They wouldn't just be leaving the elemental countries but the planet itself. For most, everything Naruto revealed was an incredible amount to take in and accept. Knowing that they were just one planet in a much larger, incredibly populated, and more technologically advanced galaxy was hard to fathom. Miyaizu ran his hand over the ship and wondered something, so he decided to ask, "Then the rest of the galaxy must be pretty strong or at least advanced in ninjutsu?" The others turned to Naruto and he answered, "No, they aren't. In fact our planet and we ninja are quite an oddity. No one else in the galaxy has or can use chakra." "They don't have chakra?" Karin questioned, and Naruto nodded. "Then how do they live without it?" questioned Kabuto as he sought for more information. His mind was still trying to wrap around all of the information that was being revealed, and while earlier he thought it was some kind of joke, he was now starting to believe what Naruto was telling him. It was too elaborate to be a hoax, and he knew Naruto didn't tell lies. The inhabitants of the galaxy have small organisms in the cells of their bodies that, in high enough numbers per cell, allow for the sensing and controlling of an energy field known as the Force. This energy field and the organisms are present in every one of the known galaxy, and without them they would not be alive. Instead of producing energy like our chakra, the energy field, known as the Force, flows in and around everyone. Only those with a high enough number of organisms can manipulate the Force, and only a fraction of the sentient species in the galaxy can do this. Still, you shouldn't underestimate anyone in the galaxy," explained Naruto, and he guessed Kabuto's next question. "And you are able to use this Force as well?" "Yes. In addition to producing chakra, I also have the organisms in sufficient numbers to manipulate the energy field. I however gained this power by accident and nearly died. It may not be something that can be replicated, but I don't really know. Perhaps you can bring up that question with Master Plague Ace. You will be working with him after all, and I'm sure he could answer your questions better than I could. After all, he is from another part of the galaxy and has studied the Force for decades," revealed Naruto, and everyone in the room looked to the short man. "I thought you were Gato of Gato Shipping?" questioned Kabuto, and the short man smiled. "This is merely a flesh body that I control. Though this form is completely dissimilar from my original, it has had its uses on this planet," Plague Ace said, and he began to move his spirit outside of Gato's body to show them his true form. A dark apparition appeared above and even around Gato. The cloaked spirit looked at everyone in the room and spoke to them in their minds, "Though you know Naruto far more than you know me, I am the leader of this group. My goals extend beyond merely getting back to the galaxy I came from, and just so you all know, your chakra and attacks won't work on this form of mine. It's pointless to try. I should also add, if you lie to me I will know it, and if you seek to subvert my goals, I will destroy you." He finished, and Gato pulled off the glasses so they could see his yellow eyes. The feeling was unlike anything they had felt before. It was fear that they felt, radiating off the apparition, and completely different from killing intent. "Why can't he teach me that?" Naruto thought with a frown. The feeling however soon passed, and the figure of Gato spoke again, "There is much to do while the ship is being fixed by Naruto. Teaching all of you about the galaxy, the language, the technology, and the weapons will not be an easy task. We will begin immediately." Plague Ace finished and then walked out of the room, expecting them to follow. XX 36.4 BBY current year. Nearly 1 month later. XX. Sitting at a small cafe, Kakashi relaxed in his seat and sipped his tea while reading his little orange book. His team had just saved the country from a ruthless dictator, saved a princess, and helped activate a generator that changed the season to spring. He deserved a break to enjoy the new weather Snow Country was experiencing. His students were likely exploring parts of the village, or at least he told them they should. With the country safe and their mission over, he decided to take a few days off before they headed back. He sighed in contentment and glanced up from his book to see some people pass by the shop. Staying alert was something that he had been trained to do, so his eyes again looked up above his book as he noted two dark figures pass by. They were nearly completely covered by clothing or a hat, and he noted several things about them. The red clouds on black cloaks was not something he had ever seen, but the large bandaged weapon on one of their backs was something to be concerned over. There was something familiar about them, and their presence gave him a bad feeling. Discreetly, he paid for his drink and left the building to follow the pair. Two strange figures turning up just as the country was liberated was suspicious, and pulling up his headband, he determined with his Sharingan that both were definitely ninja. Stepping into a nearby alley, he created a shadow clone to continue following them and then summoned one of his ninkin to round up his students. XX. Kabuto sat on the bed in his room and sulked. His current mood had nothing to do with his situation but everything to do with his own foolish actions. After being nearly devoured by the two altered demon brothers a month ago, he had covertly used his snake summons to send a message. He was concerned over his own life, but also the fact that he didn't know what Naruto was really up to. At the time he thought it was smart, but now he couldn't believe how stupid it had been. The message had no doubt eventually reached the intended recipient, his previous master, Akasuna no Sasori. He knew Akatsuki were after the Jinhyuriki, and they would likely send someone after Naruto if they knew a location. He merely provided that information. Now, however, he regretted it. Once he had been told about the goals of the Sith, he still didn't care about what he had done. However, that all changed once he learned about the galaxy. I still have trouble grasping it. That in parts of the night sky are areas of a large galaxy that this planet is an infinitesimally small part of. Other species and life exist on many of these other planets. An entire galaxy to learn about. A near infinite number of life forms that I still cannot imagine and that certainly don't exist here. Incredible technology, centuries more advanced than anything else on this planet. He offered me more than I could possibly imagine, and all I did was put that amazing future in jeopardy, he thought solemnly. Under Orochimaru he never had the choice of what he worked on, but he did like the work itself. Experimenting and learning about everything there was to know concerning the mysteries of chakra and ninjutsu. However, then someone came along and opened his eyes to so much more. An entire galaxy of samples, species, and possibilities. It turned out that everything there was to know was nothing compared to what would be available to him through Naruto. How could he pass it up? Access to all of that and no real restrictions on what he could research. And yet he technically had thrown it all away. He told Akatsuki where to find Naruto before he learned about it, and now it was likely that a pair of strong ninja were heading their way. If only I'd waited. I wouldn't have sent that message, he lamented and grit his teeth. It was true that he still hated and wanted revenge on Naruto, but after learning all that he had in the past month, his revenge could wait at least a little while. Once he got situated in the galaxy, then he could have revenge and still have access to everything Naruto talked about. In a galaxy that large, he could easily hide from anyone that came after him. He wanted to see the galaxy. He wanted to learn more about it and obtain the power Naruto and Plague Ace had. It was obvious to him why Naruto wanted to leave the planet so badly, and he felt very much the same way. Fear of death had led him not to tell the others about the message. Plague Ace would have killed him on the spot, of that he was sure. So he kept it quiet, but they might find out eventually. The ship might be taken by Akatsuki, perhaps it would be further damaged, or the only people that can repair it would be killed. His mind struggled to figure out what he should do, but he was still at a loss. Keeping that information hidden deep inside his head and not thinking about it was taking its toll. Though he wasn't completely sure how, he could tell that Naruto and Plague Ace possessed some form of mind reading, or at least being able to sense the foremost thoughts in a person's mind. He'd spent the month doing everything he could to hide that information away so neither could read it. Plague Ace wasn't a fool, and neither was Naruto. If by some miracle they survived, one of the two would likely figure out that he had been the reason why Akatsuki had been led there. The only thing he had going for him was that Naruto had hidden the base very well. There was still a chance that Akatsuki would not be able to find them. It was a small chance though, especially given the resources and skills that group had at its disposal. XX. Stopping and looking over his progress, Naruto sighed as he still had a lot of work to do despite being well ahead of schedule. Both he and his master had underestimated just how much work his shadow clones could do in a short amount of time when he was determined to complete something. Leaving the planet was definitely something he was determined to do, so he had his clones work almost non-stop on the ship. Parts of the ship's reactor and injector assembly were spread over the floor of the circular room that the ship was in. The hull had already been coated in the sealant to prevent further crack propagation, and now he was focusing on the power source for the ship. Every part on the floor was placed there for a reason, and he knew where every part was. He had disassembled everything, and now he just needed to build his own reactor from the parts he had and the few parts created by the scientists of Snow Country. He hadn't been the only busy one, however. Plague Ace had been teaching the remaining group about the galaxy. His master had begun with implanting the knowledge of how to speak galactic standard into their heads and then spent the majority of the time them about technology and general information about the galaxy. Inputting so much information into a person's head was incredibly dangerous, but if it was only the language then they should be fine. A new language would take the longest to teach, so it was a necessity to implant it into them. In less than a month's time they learned the basics about common species, droids, weapons, vehicles, factions, and a small amount of information on just about everything else that they would need to know. Plague Ace then began on weapons training and taught them all how to use the blasters that were hidden in the ship by the smugglers. Suijutsu was immensely interested in the different weapons of the galaxy, and in order to get the white-haired boy to stop pestering him about his sword, he agreed to create a blade for Suijutsu once he got the chance. The group had then each gotten a tour of the ship, and his clones went over the basics of how most common devices worked on the ship. Teaching them something as complicated as piloting or working with the advanced technology was still beyond them, but he could teach them about everything else. Kabuto and Karin had been very interested in the small infirmary, and Kabuto had been having many chats with the medical droid. Plague Ace had also spent time going over Orochimaru's research with Kabuto and also working with Jugo on meditation to help keep the boy as calm as possible to prevent any outbursts. All in all, just about everyone had been busy with something or another. The jutsu that he had collected from Konoha was also placed in a room where any of the group could go and see it, though few had free time to learn from the scrolls in addition to everything else. That however didn't stop them from at least browsing through several of the scrolls. Getting back to the matter at hand, Naruto tried to blink away his tiredness and rubbed his sore eyes as he continued to stay on his feet, working on the ship well beyond what his body could likely take. How long has it been since I slept? He wondered and couldn't remember. With so much information going into his head from his dispersed shadow clones, he sometimes had a hard time remembering other things while he worked. He was about to create more clones when he felt Karen's life signs heading towards the room. Extending his senses as far as he could feel distress and worry coming from her. He was also receiving an ominous feeling through the force. Sighing, he moved away from his task and moved to the door in order to meet Karen there. The last thing he needed, nor wanted, was bad news, but it seemed inevitable with the success and progress he had made. XX. Following a set of metal tracks that apparently were for a vehicle known as a train, the pair of Akatsuki made their way to the destroyed castle that only a week before had belonged to the dictator of the country, Dodo. They had yet to run into the Konoha ninja responsible, but Itaka had managed to find out that Sasuke was part of the team. He thought about using the chance to see how his brother was progressing but decided against it. Kisame also thought someone might be following them, which Itaka surmised as being Hitaki Kakashi. He however didn't tell Kisame about his guess as he wanted Kakashi to follow them. He didn't want to capture the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki and thought it was also best for the boy to remain in the village. Allowing Kakashi to hopefully see the boy would let Konoha know Naruto wasn't dead and where they could find him. Then they could send ninja to capture him. The only problem was that he knew Naruto would likely be captured by them. If the situation called for it, he would have to turn on Kisame to prevent Naruto from being captured. While Sasori had given them information on where their Jinhyuriki was supposedly hiding, thus far they hadn't found a single trace of the boy. Snow Country was an interesting place for the Jinhyuriki to supposedly head. On one hand it was very isolated and provided anonymity, however it was also too isolated. Anyone going there was trapped on the island without means of easy escape except for the few ships that traveled to and from the island. There was no way for anyone to make it to the island without a ship or a summoning animal. Should they find Uzumaki Naruto, which he hoped they wouldn't, the boy had nowhere to run. The island could prove to be more of a prison than a hiding spot. Naruto would have to fight them both, which would result in his defeat. Though they needed the Kyuubi last and couldn't seal it until the other 8 Baijo were sealed, that didn't mean that they couldn't keep the boy prisoner. Most of Konoha didn't even know the boy was still alive, so it provided perfect cover and a perfect opportunity for them to take him. Itaka's thoughts were broken when Kisame stopped walking again. Have you found something? No, Samehada hasn't been able to find much of anything. If a Jinhyuriki really is here then they're doing a good job of concealing their chakra. Itaka merely gave a HNN in reply and they proceeded on. Over the course of days worth of searching the island country they had yet to find anything. Both were beginning to believe that Sasori's information must have been wrong. Itaka hoped it was wrong, however that had never happened before. Sasori's information was always correct. The spy had not mentioned anything about Orochimaru's death, but Sasori had confirmed that the rumors which had just recently been spreading around the elemental countries were indeed true. Since Orochimaru was dead, the former Suna ninja had no idea what his spy was up to or involved in, only that it concerned the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki. At some point the pair would leave the island, but Kisame was persistent in his hunt for his first Jinhyuriki. Though they actually wished that they brought Zetsu with them. However, when they left, Snow Country was still supposed to be covered in snow, which apparently greatly limited Zetsu's abilities. Itaka was once again brought out of his musing when Kisame stopped again. I think Samehada has got something this time, he said, and Itaka looked in the direction that Kisame was pointing the sword to. It was in the direction of the ruins they were approaching. According to what they had found out in the city, the castle had only been destroyed a few days ago by the Konoha ninja. Both ninja jumped off the tracks and ran down the side of the mountain they were on. It shouldn't take long to reach and search the ruins for any sign of the Jinhyura key. XX. Great, 2 unknown chakra signatures heading for us, one of them several times larger than my own. Naruto thought as the others gathered. We have no idea what they're after or even if it involves us. Everyone had come prepared with ninja gear and everything they would need for a battle in case whoever was headed in their direction was really after them. His thoughts created a list of all the possible people that might want to come after him. It was however a short list. Given that Konoha likely still thought he was dead, the only other people he could think of were the Akatsuki. The 2 ninja weren't in his range yet, so he also couldn't tell anything about them. The best thing he could think of was to send Karin to the surface to investigate, given that she could completely conceal her chakra. The only real entrance to the bunker was through the destroyed castle, but they had cleared a path to the hidden entrance. Naruto was currently waiting just inside that entrance to his bunker system, where he should still be concealed. He was also waiting to hear back from the two-way radio he gave to Karin. Tensions in the hallway between the bunker system and remains of the castle were high except in a few of the occupants, namely Suijutsu and the demon brothers. Tapping his radio that was at his ear, he checked in to see how Karin was doing. XX. Karin, can you hear me? Naruto's voice came through the receiver in her ear and Karin whispered back to acknowledge him. The ruins of the castle provided good cover to sneak out through and the new entryway that had been created to look as if it was a part of the ruins. She still had several portions of the outside wall in which to hide and conceal herself from view. Peeking through a hole in the nearly destroyed wall, Karin removed something that Naruto had given her. It was a scope from one of the blaster weapons. Putting it to her eye, she zoomed in on the figures. Pushing the radio, she described them to Naruto, 2 figures. One tall, one short. Black trench coats with red clouds. Can't see the faces because of hats. One has a big sword on his back and blue skin. She said with skepticism at what she was seeing. Where are they headed, Karin? Naruto questioned as he needed to know. Her description told him that they were Akatsuki, but it didn't tell him exactly who they were. He had a feeling that the tall one was Hoshigaki Kisame from the bingo books he had looked through, but he didn't know about the shorter one. Kabuto knew information on Akatsuki but not individual members besides Sasori. They're headed to right above where the bunker is. No. They changed direction. They're headed right for me. She panicked and made sure to move behind the debris and not let them see her. It was difficult to see their eyes and where they were looking, but she was relatively sure she hadn't been seen. That however did not explain how they were coming right for her. What should I do? She questioned and Naruto quickly responded, stay where you are for now. XX. Despite his application of Sith runes and seals in the bunker, it was likely that it was his chakra that was being felt by whatever means the 2 were using to find him. They also may have some method to track Jinhyura key that I know nothing about, he reasoned as he had no other explanation at the moment for how 2 members of Akatsuki had basically tracked him down to a specific area on a remote island. He'd just have to sit and wait. If they got closer, then they would have to come out of hiding and fight. He couldn't be sure of their chances against 2 possibly S-ranked Nukenin, but with the Smoke Brothers they might still have a chance at catching the enemy off guard. Unfortunately there was no simple solution to the problem that he could see. Even if we kill them, it would only bring more of their group to this island in search of the missing members, and if we let them go then the same might happen, he realized, and there seemed to be no solution that wouldn't bring further trouble upon them. Looking to Master Plagueis, he received only one mental order: don't let them near the ship. XX. Karin began shaking as the 2 chakra signatures grew ever closer to her position. She still couldn't believe how large one of them was. Her chakra was still hidden, but that didn't stop her from having horrible visions of her own death at the hands of the 2. She closed her eyes when they were within 10 meters of the damaged wall she was hiding behind. They were even close enough that she could hear their voices. I'm not sure, Itaki. Samehada is having trouble picking up anything. It's just so faint. It's possible that someone was here but left, said the one with the monstrous chakra reserves. Does that mean he left a trail that we could follow? Questioned the other. No, I don't really understand, but whatever Samehada is picking up is just right in this area. It doesn't move off in any direction, but it can't get a reading on an exact location. Doesn't that just mean that he is suppressing his chakra and hiding in the ruins of the castle? Questioned the ninja with the smaller reserves. I don't think he's really in the ruins. Maybe there's something beneath us, suggested the other, but Karin didn't hear any more of the conversation as she was brought out of her trance by movement in front of her and several words spoken in a low voice. Futon, Shinkugyaku, wind release, vacuum sphere. XX. Itachi's Sharingan alerted him to the disturbance coming from the building wall, and he saw a small sphere of wind chakra shoot by him and leave a stream of disturbed air in its wake. It missed his face by several inches. Kisame was in the process of telling him that his sword had finally found the chakra when the attack began. 15 more spheres exited the wall, creating small holes in it and traveling at several different trajectories, but all of which were well guided. Itaka began dodging as Kisame used his sword to absorb the chakra and nullify the attacks. Despite their efforts, one sphere pierced Itaka's cloak and created a shallow wound on his side while another scored a glancing blow on Kisame's shoulder. The numerous holes created in the wall damaged it enough that it crumbled and fell outward, revealing a cloaked figure and several others that had apparently been hiding in the rubble as Itaka suggested. The attack had caused their hats to come off and Naruto quickly examined his opponents, recognizing exactly who they were. He was right about Kisame, but he was surprised to see Uchiha Itachi. Given how poorly I fought against Teiwa's genjutsu, I wouldn't be well suited to face Itachi, he knew, and decided to face Kisame instead. Using his telepathy, he contacted the other members of his group and told them who they would be fighting. The Demon Brothers and Teiwa would fight Itachi while himself, Suijutsu, and Jugo would fight Kisame. Karin and Kabuto would stay back and help deal with any wounded while Plagueis would remain at the entrance to the bunker, just in case anyone made it by them. XX. Both Itachi and the Demon Brothers went through hand seals to launch jutsu at each other. Katon, Gyakyo no Jutsu, said Itachi as he launched a large fireball from his mouth. Suten, Mizurappa. Water release, violent water wave, said the Demon Brothers in unison as they launched their simultaneous water attacks at the fireball. The two attacks met and produced a large amount of steam. Itachi's fireball ended, but the Demon Brothers continued to use their jutsu. They moved their heads back to angle the technique into the sky. Water droplets rained down as Itachi quickly released a volley of shuriken at both brothers, but they ignored the attack in favor of more hand seals. In unison, both brothers announced their technique, Kirigaku no Jutsu. Right as the shuriken were several feet from impact, a thick mist quickly formed from the steam and the water source they had provided. Though Itachi couldn't see the shuriken hit their mark, he was positive that they had hit. Frowning, he wasn't sure why either of the ninja didn't try to dodge. He knew of them from bingo books as C-ranked threats, so he thought perhaps they had underestimated him. His shuriken had no doubt hit several vital areas, so the mist should begin to subside. His assumption was proven wrong, however, when he was attacked by the same two figures. The mist did not subside and he was forced to fight at a disadvantage. His Sharingan could not distinguish anything in the fog given that it was filled with chakra by the two individuals that were attacking him. His genjutsu was also useless in the fog. The attacks were incredibly strong and coordinated. As he dodged one set, the other would attack an opening in his guard. He didn't have time to form any hand seals or properly fight back. He blocked most of what was coming and retaliated, but the onslaught left him taking several hits. His taijutsu also didn't seem to be doing anything against them, as they just took his hits and came right back after him. It had been a very long time since he had to fight in mist, and it was painfully obvious that the two he was fighting were well versed. Are they hurting me somewhere? Itachi wondered and decided he needed to get out of the fog. Crouching down, he put chakra in his legs and feet and jumped as far as he could. Once he landed, a shadow clone puffed into existence and he then jumped again, coming out of the fog. The shadow clone would hopefully keep them busy while he used a fire jutsu on them. Itachi barely had time to get a single breath and form his first hand seal before he heard music being played. XX. Suijutsu, what do you know about him? Naruto questioned as the three ninjas stared down the lone Kiri nuke nin. Kisame senpai can drain chakra and so can his sword. It can also help heal him and even merge with him. He has a lot of powerful water jutsu. Suijutsu thought, and Naruto frowned at the information. He also possessed powerful water jutsu, but given the difference between their chakra, it was possible that Kisame had the advantage. He'd have to rely on earth jutsu if it came to it. Kisame stared down the three and chuckled at the fact that he would be fighting children. Then again, the entire group is made of brats, he noted. Although he was confident of victory, he wished the area had been chosen a little bit better. They were currently on a very flat plateau that the castle had been situated on, with mountains around it and with valleys on either side. There wasn't really an enclosed area, and his water jutsu wouldn't be nearly as effective if they were washed away into the valley. They were more effective in areas of lower or flat elevation where the water would sit around for a while and enable him to use more jutsu. There also wasn't a nearby water source, but he didn't necessarily need one. Kisame hefted his sword and rested in on his shoulder. Despite the age difference and the fact that he was fighting brats, he might be able to get some enjoyment out of the fight. The blue nuke nin just laughed and then charged the group of three. The group of three scattered as Naruto unsealed his sword and then unsealed the kusanagi for Suijutsu. We'll create an opening for you, Jugo, he said, and Jugo nodded while backing off. Suijutsu attacked with the kusanagi from one direction while Naruto attacked with his ninjato from another. The physical strength difference was rather obvious from the start, as Kisame's swing would nearly topple over the attacking swordsman. Naruto knew it was best to separate the pair of Nukenin, so he planned to push Kisame over the edge of the plateau and fight in one of the valleys instead. Giving the unseen signal to Jugo, Naruto helped Suijutsu try to immobilize the sword with both of their strength. Suijutsu used his strong water arm technique to more than triple the size of the muscles in his arm, and with both of them, they stopped one of Kisame's swings. The blue Nukenin just laughed at the pair and removed one of his hands from the handle to punch the closest brat when he felt an incoming attack. Jugo rocketed toward Kisame with his hand outstretched and part of his bloodline activated. The augmented fist smashed into Kisame's side and the pair were propelled near the edge of the plateau. Jugo stopped himself before he got near the edge and jumped in the air to avoid Naruto's incoming jutsu. Kisame was in the process of getting up from the surprisingly hard hit when his ears heard a jutsu being completed. Suten, Sui's Hoha, water release, water shockwave. A huge vortex of water formed around the cloaked figure and out of the top poured a torrent of water that headed right at him. Shit! Kisame thought as he tried to jump over the technique but was hit by the wall of water and taken over the edge of the cliff. XX. Itaka dodged a heavy blow by an incredibly large person or summon and he put distance between them. He glanced over at the girl playing the flute and realized she was controlling it. Reaching for Kunao, he was stopped when another large creature came at him. This one had arms that were bandaged behind its back and he tried to dodge but its moves were hard to predict as the head seemed to be improperly attached to the body. He put his arms up to block the kick from it but was still propelled backwards until he skidded to a halt on the rock. His Sharingan instantly picked up movement and he rolled to dodge a huge metal club that came down and caused a crater right where he had been standing. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw one of the demon brothers heading straight for him out of the nearby mist and used genjutsu to hide his real position. The former Kiri ninja however was not fooled at all by the genjutsu and lashed out with his clawed hand. Itaki, taken by surprise as his crow genjutsu had rarely failed him before, wasn't able to dodge the slash but did manage to jab a kunao into the ninja's throat. Itaki put more space between himself and his opponents but made sure to be wary of the slowly moving mist. The Kiri ninja collapsed on the ground and Itaki looked for the second one. He glanced at his wound and then at the claw of the ninja he had just killed. Poison he noted and knew that he needed to remove the poison before it became a problem. The second Kiri ninja came out of the mist behind him and now he was trapped between the summons of the red-haired girl and the second ninja from Kiri. I'm starting to think this was a well-laid trap and not a hunt for the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki. The three chosen to fight me are well suited to face me. Perhaps I was wrong before. This island isn't just a prison for the Jinhyuriki in terms of escaping, it's also a prison for us as well, thought Itaki and used another genjutsu to hide his location while he switched himself with a shadow clone. Hiding behind some debris, he pulled out a kunao to bleed his wound and hopefully remove as much of the poison as he could. Right when he was about to begin, his head shot up as he felt an incoming attack. He threw the kunao behind him and it was blocked by an oddly shaped kunao held by the person that was supposed to be Sasori's trusted spy. XX. Kisame was in the process of getting up out of the shallow crater he formed on impact when he felt another incoming attack. Little brats just don't let up, he thought, but had to admit that it was a good strategy so far. He glanced to see the incoming attack and mistook it for another wind jutsu from the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki. Putting Same Hata in front of him, he was confident the attack would be absorbed. The attack impacted his sword but it didn't stop, nor was it absorbed. Instead, Same Hata was forced backwards into Kisame, toppling him over and forcing him even farther into the crater he made earlier. The ground smashed beneath him and the force of the technique causing a small amount of debris to come up. Naruto smiled as his kind tide impacted the former Kiri ninja. He and his two companions were nearly to the bottom of the valley when he felt an imminent attack. Kicking out, he pushed off of Jugo and sent them both going in different directions. The partially transformed Jugo was about to say something when he saw Kisame appear between them and smash his large sword into the cliffside, right where they had been. The Kiri Nukanen had two short trails of blood coming out of his mouth and was very pissed. He couldn't understand why Same Hata wasn't able to absorb the technique. Even if he was healing thanks to his sword, both he and his sword were injured and he wanted to skin the Kyuubi brat. His sword shaved into the cliffside and he landed on the side of the cliff only to jump again in the direction the Jinhyuriki had just flown. Suijutsu frowned at being ignored and also jumped in the same direction as Kisame. He was determined to get that sword from the member of the Seven Swordsmen. In midair, Naruto used the force to maneuver Kisame away from him and thereby dodge the first swing. Kisame swung again before they hit the ground and their swords met in the air. Kisame saw a trail of blood and smirked as he believed he had given a good shave to the brat. Kisame landed on the ground while Naruto smacked into the ground from the force of Kisame's swing. He had activated the vibration feature on his sword just before the two weapons met. Kisame stood and looked over to see what injury he had done on the Jinhyuriki that was getting up but saw none. Looking down, he found blood on the still partially wrapped Same Hata. However, it wasn't just blood on his sword, it was blood coming from his sword. That little brat's sword cut Same Hata, he realized, but had no idea how something like that had happened. If the boy had used chakra flow or wind chakra to augment the blade, then his sword should have absorbed it. Could it really be that sharp? He scowled at the thought and decided to change tactics, tossing his sword in the air to use some ninjutsu. Before he was able to use any hand seals, he had to jump over Suijutsu's swing at his legs. He immediately rounded on the boy and punched him in the face, causing it to splash everywhere and slowly reform. Kisame then caught Jugo's punch and that sent him skidding backwards, but he still stopped it. "You can't use that same trick against me twice, brat," he said as he began draining Jugo's chakra. Suijutsu quickly chimed in from the ground in a half-water and half-solid state, How about a new one? He said with his hand in the shape of a gun. Kisame's eyes widened at the familiar technique, but he couldn't completely dodge as a small bullet of water ejected from the tip of the outstretched finger. While he managed to prevent the water bullet from hitting any critical area, it still pierced straight through his chest. Dropping Jugo, he went to grab Suijutsu and drain the brat of his chakra when he felt the Jinhyuri ki coming from behind him. Quickly, Kisame dodged several strikes by the strange ninjato and then jumped in the air to catch his sword. Not wanting to risk further damage to Samehada, he tossed it up into the air again. You brats just don't give up, do you? He commented. Naruto mentally ordered the others to put some distance between them and Kisame as he unsealed a disc blade and threw it at his opponent. Kisame dodged the blade and continued with his hand seals. At the same time, Naruto quickly created a shadow clone as he kept his concentration on the disc blade while the clone started going through seals for an earth jutsu. Kisame finished his jutsu before the clone did, and the man's throat and chest bulged as he spit out a huge volume of water from his mouth. The water kept rising in its place and shot Kisame up into the air. Soon the water had begun filling part 2 of the valley and forming a huge wave. Naruto's clone finished the mud jutsu and spat out a long stream of mud. The clone waited until the huge wave neared and then finished the jutsu. The mud began expanding at a rapid rate and formed a thick and extremely tall wall along the line of mud the clone had created. The three ninja all moved close to the wall to prevent the water from getting them as it traveled around the wall. Kisame grimaced as he saw the wall. That brat, he thought, and jumped off his water jutsu to stick to the wall. He thought he would be able to trap the three in his large water prison. XX. Karin ran back through the rubble as she temporarily left the fight to report something she had felt to Master Plagueis. Reaching the entrance to their hideout, she stuck her hand out and then moved through the genjutsu-like barrier that hid the entryway. Plagueis was standing right at the entrance and could feel she had something to tell him. I can sense another chakra signature. They seem to be watching the fight from a short distance away. She reported, and Plagueis thought for a moment. He knew that they were facing Akatsuki and that they traveled in pairs. It must be the Konoha Jonin that is still on the island, he surmised, as there were only so many ninja in Snow Country at the moment. How is my student's fight going? He idly asked as he went to one of the cases that Naruto had brought to the entrance and opened it to reveal a row of blaster rifles. They seem to be all right for now. I don't think anyone is injured yet. Kabuto went out to fight with the one that is still near the ruins. She responded. Plagueis nodded as he grabbed one of the rifles and walked out of the hidden entrance and into the remains of the castle. Naruto brought the weapons as a last resort. Neither he nor Naruto wanted anyone else to see them, and each person in the group only had moderate training to use them, so he felt it was more likely that in a battle situation that someone of the group would shoot someone else in the group and not the enemy. Where is the ninja that you felt? He questioned and went to the outer edge of the wall in the direction that Karin pointed to. Resting the rifle on a section of the wall that was missing, he searched out for the target as Karin gave him more direction. Gato's eyesight wasn't what he desired for that kind of work, but it was better than nothing. Karin guided him right to the ninja, and he was right in his guess that it was the Konoha Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi. Looking at the ninja, he put the reticle on the man and adjusted it for the distance. Controlling his breathing, he fired at the right moment and saw the red bolt of plasma strike the Konoha ninja in the side. However, the body went up in smoke and he frowned at the fact that it was a shadow clone. Moving the weapon, he searched for where Karin told him Naruto was and found the boy about to be killed by a blue-skinned ninja with a sword. XX. Itaka dodged several strikes from the chakra scalpels formed on Kabuto's hand as he was forced back into fighting. His clone had just been destroyed and he knew the last remaining Kiri ninja would be after him, as well as the summons from the girl. He thought through what he could use in close combat but didn't have that much that would be effective except his ninjutsu. He knew he could use his Mangekyo Sharingan, but he didn't want to use it, especially when he was facing so many opponents. He may be able to take out one or two, but the rest would take him out after he was weakened. With the poison to think about, he was now considering retreating, however that would likely prove difficult. Kabuto knew that the only chance at salvation was to join the fight. With the chaos of being attacked, they might not even think about how Akatsuki managed to find where Naruto was. He just needed to escape being suspected, and that meant fighting along with the others. Perhaps I should even try to get injured, he mused despite his situation. He kept his eyes away from Itaka's Sharingan and waited for help to arrive. He could break most of the genjutsu that Itaka threw his way, but he knew how powerful those eyes of Itaka's could be. He didn't have to wait long as Miaizu, or at least he thought it was Miaizu, joined the fight. Itaka jumped back and launched more projectiles at the girl with the flute to slow down the summons and was about to make his escape when he felt a hand grab his leg. Looking down, he saw the supposedly dead Kiri Nukanen holding his leg. The ninja laughed and said, "Gotcha." Despite having a kunai still clearly sticking out of his throat. Itaka for his part was speechless at the sight, but his survival instinct kicked in and he quickly tried to free himself. Before he could remove the hands that were holding him, the music coming from the flute changed and he found himself trapped in an auditory genjutsu. Having never encountered that type of genjutsu before, he actually found it difficult to break free using his Sharingan. It took a few moments, and by the time his Jujutsu had pierced the Genjutsu, he found his feet still trapped by the demon brother in a metal club heading right for him from above. XX. The wall held, and Naruto focused on his disc blade as large amounts of water came around the edges of the wall and continued moving down the valley. Feeling for his opponent's life signs, Naruto ran up the side of his mud wall to meet Kisame at the top, leaving Jugo and Suijutsu. He still had one trick up his sleeve. Kisame stuck to the side of the wall as his water all began flowing around the mud wall. "I'll flay that brat," he thought, and could feel the boy running up the mud wall to the top. He smirked and ran up to the top as well. As the two reached the top, Naruto concentrated on guiding his still airborne disc blade. He could feel Kisame following his movements on the other side of the wall and worked out the timing. Both ninja reached the top and continued moving through the air vertically as they also moved closer horizontally. The wall was made to be quite thick, so they had almost 10 meters before they met in midair. Kisame smirked as he would finally be able to get the brat and noticed that the Jinchuriki didn't seem to be wielding the ninjato to fight him or even defend. He frowned at the action but understood when he heard the sounds of an incoming weapon. Turning his head, he saw the large shuriken and thought, "Sneaky brat." Twisting his body and moving his arm, he reached and grabbed the shuriken out of the air before it could slice him. "I'll kill you with your own weapon, brat," he said out loud and swung at the boy with the shuriken, intent on sending it flying at such a close range that the boy wouldn't be able to dodge. Naruto, however, only smirked, and using the force, as well as his connection to his weapon, he pushed the weapon and changed its trajectory. Kisame's elbow ended up bending in mid-swing, which caused him to stab himself in the gut with the shuriken he was about to release. Naruto quickly realized that he missed his intended target, which was higher up on the man's chest in a mortal wound. Seeing the man turn back to him, Naruto raised his sword to slice into Kisame but was promptly kicked in the side. He grunted at the hard kick, which sent him into the top of his mud wall. He smacked into the surface of his wall and stopped. He struggled to get up as Kisame landed on the wall as well. The blue ninja pulled the disc blade out of his gut and tossed it over the edge of the mud wall. Kisame gave Naruto a murderous look and ran at the boy, intent on cutting his appendages off. Naruto rolled backwards from his still prone position and the sword shaved through the hardened mud where he had been sitting. His mind registered the distinctive sound of a blaster being fired, but he wasn't paying attention to it. He unsealed his other disc blade and used it as a shield to protect himself from the toothed weapon. Naruto ducked under stabbing strikes and blocked others, but he was quickly losing ground. The onslaught of stabs by the toothed weapon left him unable to counter or even strike back with his sword. Kisame was evidently wary of his sword and never swung the same hata at him, but simply jabbed at him, which deprived him of the chance at getting a good enough swing to cut the toothed sword down to size. Naruto was still able to do quite a bit of damage to the front of Kisame's sword, which only seemed to further enrage the man. He also noted that the sword was healing. Moving back again, he quickly realized that the was nearing the corner of his wall. He turned back to meet another hard jab by Kisame that sent him to the ground and sent the disc blade out of his hand, falling to the wet ground below. "End of the line," Kisame said to the frozen Jinchuriki and raised his sword to finish him when he heard a noise and registered an intense pain running through his chest. He gritted his teeth at the pain and crumbled to the ground. The edge of the wall was close enough that he ended up falling over the edge and down into what little water remained below. Naruto had seen the red plasma bolt go right through Kisame's torso and looked around but couldn't tell where the shooter was. He knew it was likely his master, so he figured it must have come from the ruins. Hopefully the battle at the top is going better than the one below, he thought as Plagueis wanted to use the blasters as a last resort. Grabbing his sword, he got up and went to the opposite edge to see where Suijutsu and Jugo were. "You okay?" yelled a normal-looking Jugo, and Naruto responded that he was fine. "What about Kisame-senpai?" asked Suijutsu. "I really wanted his sword," he added, and Naruto just frowned at the statement. He was about to respond to Suijutsu when he felt through his life signs ability that Kisame was still very much alive. Feeling an incredibly large amount of chakra, so much that he could clearly feel it despite not being a sensor, he cursed and yelled down for the others to get to higher ground. XX. Itaka's eyes changed to his Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo began to form around him to protect him from the attack. He could see no other way to evade the club except to use his advanced Jujutsu. At first, only the mirror formed around him and repelled the attack, but the arms and part of the body of Susanoo also began to form and removed the ninja holding his legs as well as forced back the others. He didn't want to try and hold the form for very long or continue to develop Susanoo, as it was still something he didn't have much experience using. The form began to degrade as parts of it began to disappear. Itaka readied several smoke bombs and used them once the technique was no longer protecting him. Going through hand seals, he finished his jutsu, Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, and fired numerous small fireballs through the smoke at the summons while he headed for the edge of the cliff to find Kisame. At the same time, he felt his teammates' chakra flare and knew that Kisame was getting serious. He also found himself slowing down a bit. Pulling out a kunao, he began bleeding his wound to remove as much of the poison as he could while he ran under cover. Given how much activity he had been through with the fight, the poison would soon start affecting him. He was nearly to the edge when he felt someone come up near him. Kabuto, he realized, and dodged a chakra scalpel swipe by the white-haired teen. He performed a sealess genjutsu on the teen and continued running while Kabuto was temporarily frozen. Reaching the edge, he ran down the cliffside. Kabuto took a second to break the genjutsu and then went through several hand seals. He completed his earth jutsu and slammed his hands into the ground by the edge of the cliff. The edge began to break apart and large chunks of rock came loose and fell down the side. Feeling the incoming debris, Itaka began dodging the large rocks along his descent and saw the large sphere of water that Kisame was using to trap Naruto. XX. Naruto jumped off the mud wall and used the force to slow his descent. Once he landed, he ran in the same direction as Suijutsu and Jugo, which was the cliff face of the plateau. His teammates were ahead of him and nearly there. Behind him he could feel the amount of chakra being used increase and glanced back to see a huge amount of water being formed behind his wall. Parts of the wall began to crack and then break apart. It soon gave way to a huge wave filled with sharks made entirely of chakra. They must have chewed through my wall, he realized as he made it to the cliff and began running up the side. The water volume increased substantially and moved towards the cliff they were climbing. In the water, he could see a very different looking Kisame but couldn't find the sword the man had been carrying. Suijutsu said he could merge with it, he remembered and decided that must the reason for the changes. As water smashed into the cliff face, Kisame completed the jutsu and the water began forming an immense dome just beneath them. Keeping the sphere shape wasn't difficult for him and he began going through more hand seals in order to get his prey into the water prison. None of you will get away from me. Suigden, Sukoden no Jutsu. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Several thick streams of water erupted from the top of the dome with sharks forming on the tips of the streams. They targeted the three ninja running up the cliffside. One struck right by Jugo and destroyed part of the rock, sending the teen falling back to the dome of water just short distance below. Another of the shark bullets hit near Suijutsu next and the last one hit right by Naruto. Despite being able to recover and not fall below, Naruto decided he couldn't leave both of them behind and released the chakra in his feet, letting himself fall to the sphere below. He pulled out his rebreather mask and put it on right as he reached the top of the dome. To prevent them from sticking to the surface of the water and not entering the dome, Kisame opened a large hole at the top to have them fall into it and then closed it once they were deeper into the sphere. The trio were engulfed by water and pulled down past the middle of dome's height. Welcome to my Suro Seimidori no Jutsu, water prison shark dance technique, ... said a voice to all three and they could see the transformed Kisame swimming in a shark-like manner beneath them. The man now had a tail, webbed claw-like fingers, and 3 fins, 2 on his forearms and 1 on his back. Naruto looked around his new prison and realized that while Suijutsu and he would be fine to fight inside the dome, Jugo would not. Jugo, you need to get out of here. Suijutsu and I can stay in here for a while. You can't, was the message he sent to the orange-haired teen and Jugo had no objections. The teen began swimming for the edge of the dome but he never seemed to reach it. Shit, he's moving the dome around. Naruto realized and he could hear Kisame saying, I'll never let you reach the edge of the dome. Getting an idea, Naruto contacted Jugo just as Kisame made his first strike at them. Jugo, don't go horizontally, swim up, he said as he dodged the very fast and agile shark man. As Jugo began swimming upwards, Naruto and Suijutsu covered him. Suijutsu partially merged with the water and held the Kyuzangi like a dorsal fin as he and Kisame made several runs at each other. While both were very fast in the water, Kisame was more maneuverable. Seeing that one of his prey had discovered the method to leaving his prison, Kisame stopped fighting with Suijutsu and made for Jugo. Naruto went to try and put himself between them but Kisame just went around him. Both began a race to reach Jugo first as the orange-haired teen continued to swim to the very top of the dome. Jugo, you have to swim faster. Naruto urged and the teen turned to see the shark-like man that was catching up to him. Thinking fast, he activated his bloodline and 2 chakra boosters began forming on his ankles. Right when Kisame reached Jugo from below, the boosters fired and sent Jugo rocketing to the top of the dome while the force of the blast slammed into Kisame. Jugo quickly exited the sphere and found himself flying vertically through the air before he began trying to control his descent and landed roughly at the top of the plateau. Still inside the dome, the 3 remaining occupants were playing a cat and mouse game. Kisame had many advantages considering that the closer he got, the more chakra he was able to drain from them. Naruto knew that if either he or Suijutsu were touched by the man then they would likely be completely drained in just a few seconds. Neither could also match the man's ability in the water. Suijutsu was close but every time they clashed, more of his chakra was being lost to the transformed Nuke Jutsu were, for the most part, useless. Naruto could use a lightning technique but Kisame would just absorb the chakra before it did any damage and most of the other techniques he had were useless as well. Naruto only had a few he could use that might help in the situation given that it was Kisame's water jutsu. Had the water been from a source, then he could use it much better, but because it came from Kisame, it was full of the man's chakra and much harder to use for his own jutsu. If anything, Kisame was just as interested in outlasting them as he was attacking right at that moment and ripping them to shreds. The longer the battle went on, the weaker they would get. Kisame was the only one with gills and he was also stealing their chakra. Both he and Suijutsu would give out at some point. Suijutsu, we should both move for the top to make it seem like we're trying to escape and then one of us will need to be the distraction. Naruto informed his fellow group member and he could feel Suijutsu's acknowledgement. Both then began moving to the top of the dome. Kisame of course followed and a new race began. The person who would be the distraction would be the one that Kisame chose first. Naruto had a feeling that since he was the Jinchuriki that Kisame would definitely choose to come after him instead of Suijutsu. Thinking they were trying to escape, Kisame began shrinking the dome's diameter and trying to increase its height in order to stop them. It took far more chakra to increase its height than moving the dome around, but he didn't want them escaping. They were the only ones that had ever figured out the weakness of his dome. Despite his efforts and chakra expense, he was only able to increase the height by a small margin and not enough to offset how fast the two teens were traveling. As Kisame neared the escaping prey he remembered what they were really there for and moved to following Naruto. Suijutsu noticed this and began moving in another direction to escape Kisame's view and come up behind him. Naruto kept his course and took a deep breath before removing the rebreather. He would need to use at least one jutsu in order to be the decoy and needed his mouth to do it. Sealing his sword, he slowed down a little bit and went through hand seals. Kisame smiled as he saw the Jinchuriki slow down and increased his speed to maul the boy. Spitting out water from his mouth and into Kisame's water, Naruto formed a water prison around himself and then expanded it outwards from him, forming a bubble in the center. A moment later, Kisame impacted the sphere. The two were carried quite a distance in the dome and began to sink. Kisame tried everything he could to claw and bite through the sphere but quickly realized he still had the advantage and began draining the Jinchuriki's chakra through the shell of water. Despite being in a bubble, Naruto still had to keep constant physical contact with the protective shell in order to keep it up. Therefore Kisame was able to begin completely draining him. Suijutsu attacked right after the distracted Kisame started and the Kusanagi sliced into the shark ninja's back. Kisame turned and swiped at Suijutsu. Though the attack did not hurt Suijutsu physically, it did drain him of more chakra. Damn it! Suijutsu thought as he began losing his form from lack of chakra. His hydrification technique stopped working due to his chakra levels and he began turning into a more viscous substance that was a bluish-white. He could no longer be of any use to Naruto. Despite the failed attempt, Naruto used the opportunity and unsealed his sword as well as moved it outside his protective bubble without Kisame noticing. Kisame chuckled at Suijutsu's attempt to finish him and turned his attention back to the Jinchuriki. You can only stay in that shell until your chakra is depleted. Once it's gone, you're mine. He finished and Naruto didn't respond. His face remained neutral as he used the force to move his sword into position. As Kisame reached for the protective shell of water to completely deplete the rest of his chakra, Naruto sent his sword shooting at Kisame's back. The blade struck the Nukanin in the back and protruded out of the front where the man's heart was. Kisame lurched in the water and looked down to see the sword. Even with such a wound, as long as he had bonded with him, he could still recover from it. Reaching back to remove the sword, he didn't notice when the blade began to spark. Naruto poured the last of his chakra into feet to enhance his shell and form a chakra barrier between himself and his water. Before Kisame could pull the sword out, force lightning erupted from the weapon and engulfed Kisame. The shark ninja writhed in the water as the lightning continued to shock him for several seconds. He still couldn't understand how jutsu was able to hurt him and why Same Hada wasn't absorbing it for him. The lightning stopped a moment later and Kisame's body began sinking in the water. Acting quickly, Naruto put his rebreather mask back on and ended his technique. Reaching with the force, he pulled his sword to him and then went to find Suijutsu as Kisame's technique began to lose its shape due to his lack of concentration. XX. Itachi ran along the cliff and approached the dome as he watched out for more falling debris. He didn't have many choices now that Kisame had used that jutsu. He would have to wait until Kisame was done before he betrayed him and prevented Naruto from getting captured. Though he did see one of the ninja inside come out, he wasn't sure Naruto could make it. Kisame told him that no one had ever survived his shark dance, though he had no idea what ability the orange-haired boy used to propel himself out. Kisame was also supposed to go after Naruto as the Jinchuriki was their target. Itachi waited for a minute or so before the dome finally began to lose its shape. He expected to see Kisame with the Jinchuriki but he was surprised when the boy came to the surface of the destabilizing water and then jumped to the cliffside with what might have been the other boy in his arm. Looking back to the water, he could tell that Kisame wasn't dead as even if the dome was losing consistency, it should have already been flowing through the valley by now. Taking one last look at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Itachi jumped into the water. The last bit of surface tension and chakra that was keeping the water stationary broke, and the dome changed into a wave of water that washed down through the valley. A tired Naruto clung onto the cliffside as he looked at the rushing water. He could tell from the fact that it seemed very controlled, and that he saw Itachi jump into it, that Kisame was still alive and controlling the water. On that route through valley, they would go straight to the ocean. He thought about taking the speeder bike and going after them, but he was too tired to continue fighting. His thoughts then turned to the people up above him. If Atake was down in the valley, then had they been killed or injured? Looking up, he noted the people on the top of the cliff looking back down at him. They seemed fine, and though he didn't want any help, he didn't think he had enough chakra and strength left to carry himself and a weakened Suijutsu up the side of the cliff and back to the ruins of the castle. XX. Heading to the main harbor of Snow Country, Kakashi was completely alert and looking for any possible threats. From what his shadow clone had seen of the fighting before it was somehow destroyed, he noted several people that he could recognize. The first was Yakushi Kabuto and the others were Uchiha Atake, Hashigaki Kisame, and one of Orochimaru's bodyguards. If Kabuto was there, then does that mean Orochimaru has a base on Snow Country? Is Orochimaru here right now? He wondered and knew he wouldn't be able to face the Snake Sunin in a fight by himself. Orochimaru was after Sasuke and had given his student the Cursed Seal as well as the offer of power. Did Orochimaru come to Snow Country to get Sasuke? It was a very isolated country, and if that was true, then there was little he could do about it. The best thing to do was actually to leave the country as soon as possible. They were supposed to stay for another day or so, but he told Koihoki-sama that they had to leave due to something coming up back in the village. He could tell his students were all suspicious, but he wasn't about to tell them. The situation was far too much for him to handle on his own. From what Jiraiya had told him, Orochimaru was once part of a group called Akatsuki, and apparently he had just seen two of the other members of the group. Jiraiya said they were interested in the Baijo and Jinhuriki, but could they also be after Orochimaru for leaving the group? Why else would two infamous Nukanen be there? He didn't actually see Orochimaru, but it was likely that those he saw were all working for the Snake Sunin. He needed to get back to Konoha and report this as soon as possible to Jiraiya and the new Hokage. Please review. And, please remember that Orochimaru's death is just spreading in the elemental countries, and so Kakashi and his group, being on their mission, would not have heard about it. Tsunade is Godame, but I wasn't able to write anything about it in this chapter. Also, Kakashi doesn't put together Naruto being in Snow Country because he believes the boy is dead. Naruto wore his cloak throughout the battle and Kakashi was quite a distance away from the fighting in the valley, so he couldn't recognize Naruto, and he really hasn't had much contact with Naruto in this story as opposed to canon. I plan to have them leave for the galaxy in the next chapter. I had planned it for this chapter, but the fight took up too many pages. I wanted to update as fast as I could and already had more than enough for a chapter. Responses to reviews. Reviewer, Fanfic Addict. I really like this story so far, and the way you try to compare chakra to the force is quite interesting. I hope, however, that you don't try to give Naruto a sub-element, because I think powering him up any further jutsu-wise would be plain overkill. Regarding this chapter and the previous one, I have to point out one flaw. If Naruto creates shadow clones in an injured state, the clones would be injured to the same degree since they are exact copies of the user's body during their creation. You even used that fact when Jiraiya checked Naruto's seal. Other clones wouldn't necessarily be that way, of course. Response: I'm still thinking about the ability of plasma, and it won't be a sub-element but something else. The idea was mostly because I thought some ninjutsu may not be able to break through materials in the Star Wars universe, as they are so much stronger than anything on Naruto's planet. I'm not sure as the shadow clones were really a flaw. The seal is something that can't really be changed, but the condition of the clones is something that could be. I would think that he should be able to create a healthy clone, despite him being injured, but as for altering the seal on a shadow clone that he creates, that would be something far too complicated for him to do. Jiraiya checked the seal on a clone that was created before Naruto broke or loosened the seal. So it wouldn't change. Creating a new clone would ultimately show a difference because the seal is much too complicated to alter when creating a shadow clone. I would think that creating a clone that is healthy would happen no matter how badly Naruto was injured, as the clones aren't able to reflect serious injuries. All he would have to do is concentrate and create a clone that isn't as injured as he is. It seems relatively simple. Reviewer, Peter Kim. Like Orochimaru, Plagueis has a limited time to possess a body, since the dark side will cause the body that Plagueis uses to decay, and with Kabuto and Kairin's healing skills it is possible to delay the decay. I think Kabuto is perfect as Plagueis' next body with Kabuto's healing ability, Kabuto's medic ninjutsu, and Kabuto's no edge as a medic, and they should slowly prepare for the possession of Kabuto's body for Plagueis and find a way to slow the decay that the dark side does to the body. Response: as I mentioned earlier in the story, Plagueis took Gato's body because it isn't the body of a ninja and therefore would be easier for him to take. Gato's mind was also rather weak and easy to manipulate. Taking Kabuto's or Kairin's body wouldn't really help him at all. Kabuto's healing ability is just used before he is injured and helps him recover. I really don't think it would be useful over a long period of time or possible to continue solo use the technique. Kairin's blood only has healing properties for others. That does not mean that it would heal her body as well. Plagueis should be able to possess a body from a person in the galaxy for much longer than Gato. Possessions like that have even occurred for up to several decades before the body degraded. Chapter 18. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.4 BBY current year. Chapter 18, Up, Up, and Away. 1 week after the last chapter. XX. Seated at the Hokage's desk was a person that most would never have thought or considered for the position. That person was Shimura Danzo. However, he wasn't actually the Hokage, merely the temporary Godame, until Jiraiya returned. Most of the ninja council however believed that Tsunade would not be coming back and that either Jiraiya would have to become Hokage or that he would try to worm his way underneath the hat. While that wasn't far from the truth and he did have aspirations for the position of Hokage, his plans did not involve him becoming Hokage at that moment in time. The village may not be ready for him to take the position, especially with people's opinions of him being so low. Many had never even heard of him and in order to be Hokage he would need a majority vote by the Jonin ninja in the village. This was something that he didn't think he could get, but that wasn't what he was currently after. Given that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was gone and that he had been unable to find the boy using his resources, he found an alternative method. The rumors of Orochimaru's death began circulating in the last week but no one was really sure who was responsible. Danzo however was certain that the container had been responsible for the Snake Sunnin's death. He had his root forces go into Sound Country to investigate and they did manage to find Orochimaru's underground bunker as well as the headless body of the Snake Sunnin but no sign of the container. Also, the council still didn't know that the boy had faked his death but he had a feeling that Jiraiya did. He was confident in his assumption but that also meant that Jiraiya had not and may not be planning on informing the council either, and was now completely engrossed in finding Tsunade for the position of Hokage. That didn't sit well with him as the longer they waited, the more time the Kyuubi container had to disappear. Just a week after Jiraiya left, he asked for a meeting with the Fire Daimyo. Using his Sharingan, he convinced the Fire Daimyo to accept a temporary Hokage under the grounds that it would take quite a long time for Jiraiya to find and either return with Tsunade or return without her. The village was in great need of repair from the damage caused by the battle and order as well as guidance were needed. Orochimaru's snake summons and the Ichibai container had caused quite some damage to the village before Jiraiya had stopped them. Someone had to take charge to oversee the reconstruction and make sure the village didn't seem weak. He had therefore promptly put his name into consideration as temporary Hokage. With his manipulation of the Fire Daimyo, he easily won. While he had spent a great deal of time putting the village back in order since his appointment, he also didn't neglect his hidden agenda and the real reason why he went to such trouble getting the position. With the position of Hokage came the responsibility of divvying out missions to the village ninja. While it was a tiresome ritual, it afforded him absolute control over where the village ninja went and what missions were accepted. This was the key to his plan as instead of just accepting any mission he could, he methodically chose missions that would take Konoha ninja to areas that he had not yet searched for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in. His root forces were only so large and he could only search so many areas. The key to his plan was that with the entire village at his command, he could increase his chances of finding evidence or encountering the Jinchuriki outside the village. Should that happen, then with his power as acting Hokage, he would be able to send a force of ninja to retrieve the boy and bring him back to the village. He was even able to accept and assign missions to some of his root forces. These missions were of course off the books and the money went directly to his foundation. Not only was he enlarging his search for the escaped container, but he was helping the village and helping his root forces at the same time. He might even be able to begin expanding his operation with the money and recruit new ninja with his position. Perhaps if he performed well enough during the time before Jiraiya returned, it would even improve his public image and since he had never been Hokage before, it was also good experience for when the full position was actually his. He also learned that when he became Hokage, he would need multiple secretaries to take care of the redundant paperwork. Despite his plan in a month of being acting Hokage, he had yet to receive any information that would even hint to the whereabouts of said Jinchuriki. However he knew it was only a matter of time before the boy slipped up and was noticed. XX. Tsunade frowned as she traveled back to Konoha. Despite swearing that she would never return, she now had to. Stupid Jiraiya, she thought and glared at the man as he wrote down something in his notebook. I can't believe I fell for his act and trick, she thought, and contemplating knocking him out and then running away. He had found her in Tanzakugai and proceeded to try and convince her to come back and become Hokage. At the time she laughed at him and believed him to be completely crazy thinking that she would ever come back. However Jiraiya was tenacious, even more so than she remembered. He spent days pestering her, telling her about all the good she could do in the village. He told her about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and she was actually impressed at the container's thinking. At the time, she thought perhaps she should think about faking her death as well. The days, however, turned into over a week and little by little Jiraiya whittled away her resolve. Now she felt pathetic that he could guilt-trip her like that, but Jiraiya did reveal to her several things that actually changed her view of him, a little bit. Jiraiya confessed that when he had returned to the village, he remembered that Minato and Kushina had decided to name their child after the main character in his book. Jiraiya claimed it was something that he had completely forgotten until he had been back to the village and near the hot springs. He then told her that because of the naming he was also the container's godfather, and after the village was attacked by the Kyuubi, he just forgot about it and never went back for over 12 years. The regret wasn't fake, she knew that. Jiraiya even confided in her, while drunk, that had he been in the boy's life then perhaps Naruto wouldn't have turned out the way he had. Perhaps he wouldn't have disliked the village and left. Other things were mentioned by the very talkative and drunk Jiraiya, and while she didn't want to admit it, she did find herself feeling badly for her former teammate. She also saw parallels between herself and the runaway Jinchuriki. She didn't really touch her drink that night, which was a first in a long time. Jiraiya mentioned how Naruto would be hunted down, while when she had left, nothing really happened. The village just let her leave despite her position and never tried to get her back. He talked about how the village still hated the boy and that hatred had caused a very promising ninja to leave the village. He even mentioned something about a group of S-ranked ninja that may be after him and that the boy didn't know about it. After Jiraiya had said all those things, he mentioned that the Jinchuriki left out of selfish reasons, and then she realized that she and the container weren't that different. It left a bad taste in her mouth. Jiraiya then asked how Shizune was doing and she was about to reply when a thought suddenly hit her. How was Shizune doing? Her answer would have been fine, but something made her wonder if that word had any real meaning when describing a person's state of being. If Shizune was fine, then did that mean Shizune was content? Happy? Sad? She had honestly never really thought about until that moment. They always managed to get by, staying in different places, losing money, running from her debts, and seeing the world, but how was her apprentice really doing? Did Shizune want to keep traveling? She was intent on staying away from Konoha for the rest of her life and never settling down in any ninja village or perhaps even in a single village. Did Shizune want the same thing, and did she really want her apprentice to have that kind of life? For the rest of the time with Jiraiya, until they went to their separate rooms, those questions plagued her. It got even worse the next morning when she asked Shizune how she was doing and her apprentice replied, "I'm fine, Tsuen-sama." Of course just something like that wouldn't be able to get her back to the village. She still had loads of reasons why she wouldn't go back. That all changed however when Jiraiya proposed a bet. She couldn't possibly pass on it as Jiraiya offered to pay off all her debts. She was of course suspicious whether the pervert even had that kind of money. Her debts were quite substantial. Jiraiya promptly showed her his checkbook and she got a look at the numbers. The damn pervert was worth a fortune. Not a huge fortune, but more than enough to pay off her debts. She couldn't believe that it was all from sales of his perverted books, and she remembered Shizune commenting on how scary it was that the world was full of that many perverts. Should she lose the bet, then she would have to become Hokage. Despite Shizune's wishes, she accepted the bet. In fact, not only did she accept the bet, she won the bet. The money had been hers, and then when Jiraiya was about to fill out the check, he stopped and had wagered, double or nothing. Remembering that moment made her strike out and punch the nearest tree, which sent it splintering into two parts and was followed by a crashing sound as the upper half collapsed into the forest. Jiraiya quickly put his notebook away and prepared to run if his former teammate's anger shifted to him, but Tsunade completely ignored it. "Why do I always fall for that?" she lamented. The money was practically in her grasp, but she couldn't turn down the new offer. She lost, and now they were nearly at Konoha. The thought of skipping out on the deal had crossed her mind several times, but Jiraiya would never forgive her. He also stated that if she didn't honor the bet, he would collect every debt she owed, so she would owe him all the money. She was all for it until he mentioned that he would be asking her to repay him and work off her debt to him. It was a disturbing threat, especially with the amount of lecherousness, innuendo and eyebrow wagging that went into the statement. Compared to that, the position of Hokage didn't seem that bad. However, given the recent news of Orochimaru's supposed death and the reconstruction of the village, she knew she had her hands full and would likely be drowned in paperwork. Should have faked my death too. XX. Two illusionary figures of Itaki and Kisame appeared in a room and stared at a third figure that was the leader of Akatsuki, Pain. The figures appeared as something of holograms, but it was really a technique, Gentashin no Jutsu, magic lantern body technique, used by the leader of Akatsuki to communicate with the members of his group from vast distances. "Did you find the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in Snow Country?" asked the leader of Akatsuki. "We did," replied Itaki, and he did not say any more. "Were you able to capture him then?" inquired Pain, as he was wondering why Itaki would give him such a short response. "We were not able to capture him." "Why not?" asked Pain in a more dangerous tone. Two of the strongest members of Akatsuki should have been able to capture one lone Jinchuriki. He had at least 7 others with him, and it turned out to be an ambush. Sasori's spy was also helping the Jinchuriki and can no longer be trusted. The container appeared to be leading them, but it was difficult to tell. Few words were exchanged between anyone, but they were well organized and coordinated nonetheless. "We were both injured and put in a position where either we would both be killed trying to capture the Kyuubi or we would succeed, however the probability was not in our favor. I could not understand what jutsu several members of their group were using, and 2 members seemed to be immune to all physical attacks," stated Itaki, but Kisame just kept his thoughts to himself. "So the Kyuubi has a group of his own?" mused Pain at the new development. Jinchuriki forming powerful groups was not something he had considered. They were supposed to be isolated individuals that were shunned by the world and kept to be a deterrent to war. Brats, every one of them. Kisame chimed in as he was irritated at being so injured and forced to flee. And yet you were unsuccessful when you fought them. Pain reminded him and Kisame scowled. What are our orders, leader? Asked Itaki as he ignored Kisame's anger. Pain thought for a few moments and then said, if the Kyuubi and his group are getting that powerful then we can't risk sending anyone after him at this time. No doubt both of you and your battle attracted some attention. The Kyuubi must be sealed last and sending more Akatsuki after him might draw more unwanted attention to our group. What we should do is let Konoha know that their Jinhyuriki is still alive and his whereabouts. Then they will capture him for us, deal with his group, and then take him back to the village. We will then know exactly where he is when the time comes to go after him again. Concluded Pain, and he thought of ways to let slip the information to Konoha. Itaka took the opportunity to add something he had been holding back. While we were in Snow Country, a team of Konoha Nina was also on the island and I believe that Hitaki Kakashi followed us and saw the battle. It's likely that he recognized the Jinhyuriki and would report back to Konoha. It's possible that the squad is already back in the village and reporting that information. Kakashi was the Yondaime student, so he should recognize Naruto. Itaka thought. We should send Zetsu then, to make sure the container does not leave the island before Konoha shinobi arrive. You're sure that the Jinhyuriki would have been recognized? Asked Pain. Yes, Kisame and I looked for transport off the island and found the group in a rush to leave on the only available ship. We ended up taking Kisame's summons back to the mainland because of it. Recalled Itaki, and Pain nodded as the images faded away. Itaka stopped himself from sighing in relief. The outcome was what he wanted all along. Konoha should be the safest place for Naruto, though he didn't want to admit that the boy had gathered together quite a group of talented ninja. By the time we are ready to capture him, I don't think even Pain could face that group by himself. Itaka thought while remembering the odd abilities that the demon brothers had acquired. He still hadn't been able to figure out what they were actually using. His Sharingan had told him next to nothing about the technique. However, that also didn't bode well for the Konoha ninja that went after the group to capture Naruto. Looking over to Kisame, he could see his teammate was still examining the scar left by the Kyuubi container. It was a vertical white scar that showed up rather well in contrast to Kisame's blue skin. The blemish was apparently from Naruto's sword and the wound had nearly killed Kisame. Had the Nukenin not been merged with Same Hada then he would have died. For some reason, the wound had not healed, despite Same Hada's healing abilities. It should have healed completely and shown nothing but smooth skin, however that was not the case. He had already gone over the wound with a healing jutsu as Kisame had been complaining of periodic pain from the injury, despite it having already healed to a scar. Itaka found nothing wrong with the scar or beneath the surface. The wound was as healed as it would ever be. He told Kisame it was likely something psychological that was causing the phantom pains which the blue-skinned man vehemently denied. Despite this thought, he also knew that Kisame could handle quite a bit of pain before complaining about it. Therefore, it must have hurt quite a bit. Perhaps it isn't just all in his head. Itaka wondered as he glanced at the scar again. XX. A door opened and Plagueis stepped into the dark cell. He smirked as Gato's eyes adjusted to the light and he viewed the chained Kabuto. It hadn't taken him long at all to figure out that it was Kabuto who had given their position to the group known as Akatsuki. Despite Kabuto's willingness to fight and from what he found from reading the teen's mind, regret over giving up their position, something had to be done. It had taken him only a few days to figure out exactly what that something was. He couldn't let Kabuto go unpunished, but there was also the problem of loyalty. Though he didn't want to admit it, Naruto was right and Kabuto would make an excellent research assistant for him. Kabuto's medical ninjutsu and abilities were not common and not something that he was willing to just throw away, so killing the teen was difficult. He thought about taking over Kabuto's body, but that brought other problems as well. Gato was a good choice to possess because the short man had a weak mind and was a civilian. Taking over a ninja could prove more troublesome or perhaps negatively affect him. He didn't want to take that kind of chance. However, he also couldn't keep having problems with the teen, and the days he took thinking it over had been quite fortuitous. The results of his work were hidden behind his back in his right hand. Moving across the room and closer to the chained Kabuto, the smirk on Gato's face faded as Plagueis became serious. You've caused quite a bit of trouble, but you already know that. I also know how much you want to travel to the galaxy. I could just kill you for your actions, or perhaps I could take over your body similar to how your previous master could do. Plagueis mused as his vision left Kabuto and inspected the surrounding wall and then looked back as if expecting Kabuto to plead for his life. Kabuto grit his teeth and knew he was in the worst position. He desperately wanted to go with them, but there was nothing he could do if Plagueis decided to do any of those things. However, I am a compassionate being, Plagueis lied and continued, but I still think you deserve punishment. I could torture you until the ship is ready, or perhaps have the demon brothers do it. They have asked on more than one occasion if they could deal with you. Kabuto understood that his life was in Plagueis' hands. He knew Naruto would be too busy to come to his aid or perhaps speak on his behalf. He wasn't even sure if Naruto knew he had betrayed the group or what the boy might do if he found out. "It didn't take very long for me to figure you out," said Plagueis to the now confused Kabuto. "Every person has motivation or reasons and yours were quite easy to determine. You Kabuto, are not a leader. No, you are but a shadow. Someone that follows in the footsteps of others but has no determination to stand on your own. You may not have even known this until Orochimaru was killed. Perhaps you still haven't realized it. There was no master to follow and you didn't know what to do. Deep down I'm not even sure that you really hate Naruto for killing Orochimaru. Perhaps you'll realize that, given some time, but your anger really comes from the fact that my student took away your only purpose. Following others was what you did. You became a spy in Konoha under Sasori and were noticed by Orochimaru. Your mission was to become part of Orochimaru's organization and at some point you turned from one master to another. But after what Naruto did, there was no one to keep the light off you. No one's shadow to stay behind anymore. You probably felt confusion, frustration, hopelessness, loss, fear, and many other useless emotions that eventually turned into anger and you directed that at my student. When Naruto made you a part of our organization, he never asked you to change and perhaps that was the problem. Instead of accepting us and myself as your master, you retreated back to your first master, Sasori. You gave away our location and nearly compromised our whole operation. Therefore, for your punishment, I give you a gift. Plagueis stated with a smirk and revealed what was in his right hand. A gift. Kabuto stuttered and cursed at the way he must have sounded in front of Plagueis. He couldn't imagine why he would be getting a gift. What Plagueis revealed from behind his back was a large syringe filled with a grey material. It looked like a liquid but it was difficult to tell how viscous it actually. Yes, a gift. Since you seem so fond of your old masters and can't possibly survive without them or work with us without them, I decided to provide you with something that would take care of that. I'll let you have a piece of your old master, Orochimaru, so that he is with you always. That way you can work with us and never be separated from him. How does that sound? Asked Plagueis with a smirk. Kabuto was beginning to see where Plagueis was headed and he wasn't sure he liked it. Inside the syringe must have been Orochimaru's cells and he was about to be injected with them. Hopefully the cells won't take over your body because if they do, we'll have to kill you. So just hold on Kabuto and you'll most likely keep your sanity and personality intact as the transformation takes place. Said Plagueis as the hand holding the syringe moved to the defenseless and bound Kabuto. The needle pierced through his arm and Kabuto watched in morbid fascination as Plagueis injected the material into his body. The skin in the area around the injection began to lighten and then turn to a light grey. Kabuto's eyes widened as the area began to slowly grow before his eyes. He could feel his cells being converted or transformed and he could see the transformation occurring. It shouldn't be happening that fast, he noted as he stared at the infected area. At first he only felt cold and then a numbness, but the pain soon started and as Plagueis left the room, Kabuto was screaming in agony from what was happening to him. Looking to Gozu, who was stationed outside the door, he said, "When it's finished, give him the cloak to cover himself and then bring him to the lab for testing. I want to determine if everything went properly," stated Plagueis, and the Kiri ninja nodded. Leaving the area, Plagueis headed back to his lab to continue his reading on Orochimaru's research and notes. The syringe he had just given Kabuto was derived from Orochimaru's cells from the head that Naruto had brought back. He didn't think it would be useful to him, but now it turned out that it was. Using Sith alchemy, he altered the cells slightly and created what could be called a Sith potion. Normally the process was used to create a Sith spawn and even mix the traits of species with the traits of others and create something unique and powerful. His work was really no different. Kabuto was basically turning into a Sith spawn. The transformation was much simpler than the one used for the demon brothers, but he expected very good results. The subject should have been made into a mindless animal that only took orders from him, but he was confident that Kabuto would retain his mind, knowledge, and abilities despite the transformation. That was exactly what happened to the demon brothers and he therefore expected similar results. However, the new Kabuto would become more loyal to him as time went by due to the alchemy and his modifications. Kabuto would be bonded to him in a similar way that the demon brothers were bonded to Naruto. Yes, he will make an excellent research assistant. And should the need arise, I could seal my holocron into his arm and use him as a means of transportation and physical action. Similar to what I did with Naruto before I took Gato's body, thought Plagueis, and the screams of Kabuto slowly decreased in volume the farther away he got from the cell. Orochimaru's cells were highly parasitic and just simple experimentation showed that they would take over a host body upon injection. However, what would normally take months for Kabuto to transform completely, would be taking mere hours or perhaps even shorter with the addition of Sith alchemy. Kabuto should be done changing by the end of the day. XX. Sitting in a meditative position, Naruto didn't move a single inch except for his rhythmic breathing. His clones, however, were quite busy. 30 versions of himself were in what had been dubbed the hangar bay and working on the ship's new reactor. After a day of struggling and failure, Naruto quickly found that using his clones on a single task such as the reactor was a bad idea. Having so many clones along with himself just didn't work. Whereas they could work completely independently, he discovered that when working on one complex task, multitasking with his independent clones actually slowed him down. Because they each thought individually, the clones took it upon themselves to begin working on individual parts. However, the problem came when beginning to assemble those parts and with the tools available. While the clones could do the work, there was a particular order in which everything had to be done. One part had to be completed and installed before the combined part could be used somewhere else. His clones didn't really grasp the overall picture and failure was inevitable. There was a critical path to the construction, and should one problem be encountered along that path, then the length of the project, beginning to end, was increased. The main problem he was having was that his clones were too independent. They finished tasks before the other critical tasks were completed, and then he had to stop and figure out what went wrong. So far he had disassembled a certain part of the reactor 4 times because his clones had completed only part of the device and neglected to get all the pieces together before assembling that part. Taking the reactor and fuel assembly apart was infinitely easier than building and constructing a new one with his clones. He never experienced the problem before because nothing he had done up to that point had been so complicated and had so many individual tasks that formed a single multifaceted project. Then there was the problem with tools. He only had a given number of sophisticated tools, and with so many clones working, things got misplaced or one clone couldn't find the needed tool because another clone had it. This inevitably slowed everything down as well because he had clones just walking around and trying to find a tool that was being used by another clone halfway across the room. That was just the first day of construction, and he ended up killing all of his clones in anger and frustration. Surprisingly, he then had to begin suppressing the Kyuubi's chakra, as apparently his anger and frustration began calling a very small amount of it forth when he certainly didn't even want or need it. Taking a break from the reactor, despite not having the time needed to actually take a break, he had meditated on the problem and wound up stumbling upon the best way to work with his clones on such a complex task. The key he discovered was to step back and take himself out of the project. Normally that idea would seem foolish as he was the original and the leader, but that was his problem in the first place. He wasn't actually leading the clones, and given how independently they thought and worked, they needed extra supervision and guidance on such a project. They couldn't see the bigger picture. That was the reason why he was currently meditating. Using his force connection with his clones, he was actually supervising all 30 at the same time. Each one was getting explicit guidance and instruction from him on what they should be doing. Each clone could therefore just focus on a single task, and he would worry about the critical path and getting everything put together correctly in the least amount of time. The method was far better than anything he had previously, and he was sure that in the future he would be using it on any complex tasks for his clones. Even the tool problem was solved, as he could tell which clones had what tools and then get the right tools to the right clones. With perfect timing and coordination, one clone threw a tool to another and continued working without any problems. The clone reached up and caught the tool but stayed perfectly focused on what it was doing. The new method was so smooth and coordinated that he was making great progress despite the first day's setback. He didn't start out at 30 clones though, he actually started at only 10 and had worked his way up to 30 in the past week. By the following week he might have 50, and then he would likely be able to complete the task by the deadline he had. Based on calculations by both his master and himself, it would take between 2 weeks and 1 month for someone to come to Snow Country. A journey by boat to the island country took a week, and both groups had already been gone for that long. That however assumed that they didn't have another mode of transportation that was faster. Neither was sure which group would be coming, as it was still possible that Akatsuki would send more ninja, or perhaps Itaki and Kisame would come back. It was also just as possible, if not more possible, that Konoha would also send ninja to Snow Country. The group that was there had evidently left in a hurry, and Plagueis told him about Hitaki Kakashi watching most of the fight. Currently at least 4 members of his group were on patrol. He wasn't completely sure which members as they switched off, but someone was out of the bunker and actively looking for threats. Using a few of his clones, he set up several detection seals in the area around the destroyed castle. At least 2 members of the group were in the main city and harbor of Snow Country and monitoring the people that were entering the country. Most ships went to the main harbor, but it was also possible that ninja would be dropped off somewhere else or just jump off the boat before reaching the harbor and run to shore. To hopefully prevent this, he had 2 other members of the group patrolling the surrounding area of the destroyed castle. Both pairs had a radio so they could communicate with each other and with the bunker should they find something. He hoped that the ship could be completed, or at least ready enough to leave the area and travel somewhere else on the planet under its own power, by the deadline. However, it would take at least the next week to complete, test, and then install the reactor on the ship. Keeping his mind as calm as possible, Naruto pushed back all his doubts and fears, focusing entirely on his clones and the project. It was a race against the clock and he likely wouldn't be able to sleep much before the deadline. XX. Team 7 raced through the trees of Fire Country as they neared the village. Kakashi set quite the pace for his students and he lied saying that it was for training. He wasn't about to tell Sasuke that he had seen Itaki or the possibility of Orochimaru having been in Snow Country. The real reason he set such a pace was so he could report to Jiraiya about what he had seen. He already sent one of his ninkin ahead of him and hoped it would be able to find Jiraiya. When he left the village for his mission, Jiraiya had only just left in search of Tsunade so she could be Hokage when they returned. Ninja decisions were being made by the temporary Hokage, Danzo, whom he would have to talk with if Jiraiya wasn't back yet. Landing on the main road, the group moved towards the village and slowed down as they neared the main gate. Running straight into the village would definitely cause some alarm, so he calmed himself down and set a sedate pace. He would dismiss his students right after they got into the village and then find Pakun, who was likely waiting for him near the gate. He casually greeted the two Chunin gate guards with his book out and then dismissed his team, telling them that he would fill out a mission report. Continuing down the main road, he picked up his ninkin's trail and turned down a side alley. Despite the crowded street, he made sure to stay as unnoticed as possible. Walking down the alley, he glanced over the top of his book and noted the small pug that peeked around the corner and spotted him. As Kakashi rounded the corner, he came upon Pakun and the dog turned its head to indicate the other person that wasn't standing very far away. Jiraiya looked over at Kakashi and wondered what was going on. He had only just gotten back with Tsunade and they had barely been to see the ninja council when he was accosted by the small dog. And I was just about to do some research, he lamented, but decided that whatever Kakashi had to tell him must have been important if the man sent a summons ahead of him before making it to the village. Kakashi put away his book and became serious. While I was in Snow Country on a mission with my team, I saw Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame. They were both wearing the black cloaks with red clouds that you described to me. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he now knew two more members of the group known as Akatsuki. However, he had the sudden thought of why would those two be in Snow Country, did you follow them? Kakashi nodded and then told Jiraiya of everything his shadow clone saw before being destroyed. He mentioned his thoughts on Orochimaru having a base in Snow Country and possibly being there. Jiraiya couldn't believe what he was hearing. Given the rumors, he knew that Orochimaru was likely dead and had a hunch that Naruto was the person that was in Snow Country. Does that mean he killed Orochimaru? He wondered but didn't dwell on it. He needed to focus on all the new information. Apparently Naruto had created or at least recruited a group of ninja that were enough to stand up against two S-ranked ninja. Kakashi, according to the rumors that have been circulating through the elemental countries for just over a week, Orochimaru is dead. Jiraiya revealed, and Kakashi was shocked at the information. His first instinct was that it must have been Kabuto, but Jiraiya was about to squash that thought. I probably should have told you this earlier, but I have proof that Uzumaki Naruto faked his death and is still alive. Jiraiya said as he glanced around and made sure they were alone at the intersection of alleyways. If the earlier news had shocked Kakashi, then he was completely taken aback by the new information. He faked his death, he ran the words through his mind and he really couldn't understand why. Did your clone happen to see this person? Jiraiya asked while pulling out a photograph of a red-haired grass ninja. Kakashi's single eye examined the photograph and he tried to remember exactly what his clone had seen during the fighting. He did remember two redheads, but they were too far away for his clone to see exact facial features. He only noted the one redhead as being part of Orochimaru's guard because of her general appearance and because Kabuto was there, so it made sense that she was the redhead in the group that helped kill the Sandame. Thinking back to the other figures, he knew he couldn't identify most of them, but the girl in the picture did seem to have the same characteristics as the second redhead he saw. He also realized that the person he saw in the cloak must have been Naruto. There were two redheads there. One I believe worked for Orochimaru and this does resemble the other, but I was never able to get a good view of her face. Responded Kakashi, and Jiraiya nodded before putting the photo away. So she still might be alive. Jiraiya thought and was thankful for the information. Naruto was heading down a dark path, but knowing that the girl was still alive gave him hope that he could convince or at least get Naruto to come back to the village. Are you going to be assembling a team then? Asked Kakashi, and Jiraiya wanted to curse as he realized he would have to wait. No, not yet. He admitted, and before Kakashi could say anything he continued, Danzo is currently the temporary Hokage until Tsunadeheim gets inaugurated. We'll have to wait a few days until that happens before taking a team to go after him. Otherwise people will start asking questions. I never told the village elders or the ninja council about Naruto still being alive. I hope to find him before anyone found out or Naruto became known outside of the village. Apparently Akatsuki is already a step or two ahead of us and also knows about Naruto not being dead and leaving the village. I don't even know how that happened or where they got the information from. Jiraiya admitted. There will be a team, and I guess you won't take no for an answer, so you'll be on it. Who else in the village would be able to help us? Questioned Jiraiya, as despite being very good at planning a mission, he was out of touch with the village and the ninja ranks. Kakashi quickly thought about it and knew several ninja that would be good for the mission. Mato Guy for one was definitely someone that could help. He knew he couldn't take his own team because of the possibility of Itaka showing back up, but, though he was reluctant to admit it, Guy's team was strong and well suited for the mission. He also thought about Tenzo from ANBU because of his Mokuton ability and the fact that Naruto likely didn't want to come back. A capture squad would be good and perhaps at least one chakra sensor, but he wasn't sure who would be available. He knew the village couldn't spare many ninja at that point in time and would leave the decision up to the new Hokage. Telling Jiraiya of the information, the Toad Sunin readily agreed but had no idea of who Guy's students were. XX. Kabuto looked over his body once more as he sat in the chains. The transformation brought upon by the syringe Plagueis had injected him with, seemed to be over. He wasn't sure how long it had lasted but he certainly didn't want to go through it again. The pain had been excruciating. Most people would have been completely disgusted to have their body altered to such a degree but he found it completely fascinating. He was immensely curious to see what the changes did for him and couldn't wait to have his chakra fully unsealed to see what he could do. Interestingly enough, he now had a snake appendage that appeared to be coming out of his body like a tail. It seemed rather intelligent and he could communicate with it on some level without even speaking. His entire body also appeared to be covered in large grayish-white snake scales and he couldn't wait to examine himself with his diagnostic jutsu. Perhaps this is why he said it was a gift, he mused. Orochimaru's cells had merged with his own but he wasn't taken over by his former master. He might look like a monster in the eyes of others but he honestly couldn't be happier. If this was the trade-off for getting to travel with Plagueis and Naruto to the galaxy they talked about, then he was all for it. Kukukukukuku. He laughed and he could feel minute vibrations through the floor that let him know someone was approaching. XX. Gozu entered the room with the cloak that Plagueis had given him. He looked at Kabuto and chuckled, I'm not sure if he really transformed. Maybe Master Plagueis just brought out his true form, he mused and tossed the dark red cloak to Kabuto. Crouching down near the snake person, he held out his hand, which turned into tendrils of smoke, and moved the smoke to the chains that were binding Kabuto. The smoke entered the keyhole and released the locks. He then released the chakra seals and other bindings that Kabuto had. Master Plagueis wants to see you in the lab and inspect your changes. Gozu stated and Kabuto followed the Kiri ninja as he was led to the lab. Idly, Kabuto wondered whether they would be concerned over Orochimaru taking over his body but something told him that Plagueis may have been bluffing. Though the cells had merged with him, he really couldn't feel another consciousness in the cells or in his body. Perhaps he was just trying to scare me, he considered but didn't really mind. I can't wait to see what all the changes are. XX. 7 days later. XX. Jiraiya grimaced once again as Mato Guy vomited over the side of their boat. The very green, both in face and body attire, Taijutsu specialist had no idea that he was prone to seasickness up until the boat began its journey. Jiraiya idly wondered if the man would survive the remainder of the trip to Snow Country. They had been on the boat for about 5 days, as had taken 2 days before the inauguration was held and Tsunade was made Godame Hokage. Tsunade's first action as Hokage was to sanction the mission and he knew he owed her for doing it. The other ninja Tsunade sent on the mission were faring much better than Guy but Jiraiya glared slightly at the 2 members of Guy's team that he had met before. Ironically, they had more insight in the mission than nearly every other ninja on the mission. There had been a short briefing but only a few members actually knew what was going on. Team 9, Kakashi, the ANBU named Yamato, a medical ninja, Team 8, and himself were on the mission. He hadn't planned on taking so many brats with him but from what Kakashi said, most of Naruto's group were ninja that were under the age of 20, with most being just older than the peacetime genin graduation age. The village also didn't have many higher-ranked ninja that were available at the moment. He had told Kurone and Guy that their teams would be held back during any fighting but was glad for the tracking team and the 2 Hyuuga members that he had. If the group was still in Snow Country, which he assumed they still were given how few boats go to and leave from the country, then there was likely an underground base and the Byakugan would come in handy for finding it. 12 ninja was a lot to send on a single mission but he was sure Naruto was there and from what Kakashi said, they would be facing about 9 ninja. The village couldn't spare any more but judging from what he did have, he had taken most of the highest-ranking jonin away from the village. He had a bad feeling that something could happen to the village while they were gone but kept those feelings to himself. At that moment he needed to focus on the mission and come up with strategies. Despite having Naruto's file, he really had no idea what the boy was capable of in battle. Few people in the village had ever seen Naruto fight before as most of his missions for the village didn't involve many battles or any witnesses. XX. Sitting behind a thick wall of hardened mud, Naruto prepared an initial test of the reactor. His clones had only just finished it and now he had to at least test the fusion reaction to see if it would work and if the reactor would be suitable to hold in the reaction and provide the necessary power for the ship. He would only be using a small test and just starting the fusion reaction and not supplying it with any additional fuel. Once the test was over, then he could calculate and determine if it would be sufficient. If for some reason it didn't provide enough power to get the ship off the planet and enter hyperspace, then he would have to find something else to power the ship with but at that moment, neither he nor Plagueis had any other ideas. Either the reactor would work or they wouldn't be going. His clones had moved the reactor into an additional room in the bunker, just in case something happened. That way he would minimize any possible damage to the ship should the reactor not function or, well, explode. Given the small reaction inside, less than 1% of what it could do, it likely wouldn't be a large explosion but it would do quite a bit of damage. Should the test be successful then he would have to increase the fusion reaction to see if it held at higher outputs. If it succeeded, then he would begin installing the reactor on board the ship and then they would leave as soon as possible. The others were in the hangar bay and packing everything into scrolls to take on the ship. They would be taking a large amount of ninja supplies and other items with them, but with the scrolls the supplies would barely take up any room on the ship. While his clones attached all the proper components and measuring devices, he set up the laptop computer that would be taking power readings and providing him with real-time information from the reactor. He also had a kill switch to stop the reaction at any point and prevent possible catastrophe. When the clones were ready, Naruto moved behind his protective wall and signaled his clones to begin the reaction. As atoms of hydrogen were introduced into the reactor, they were pushed together so that the nuclei of both atoms or multiple atoms of hydrogen fused together, resulting in the formation of helium as a byproduct. The reaction began and he monitored the status. The power output began steadily increasing until it plateaued at his desired output level. At nearly 1% output of the reactor capacity, he examined the readings and kept the reaction going. The reactor itself was holding and no problems were occurring. Calculating from the output he was getting, he determined the maximum possible output from the reactor and let out a sigh of relief when he found it was just enough for the ship to operate. With the reaction working steadily for several minutes, he decided to begin increasing it. The levels on his monitor steadily rose until he neared 35% of his maximum output. From his position, he could hear the reactor humming with power and looked up over his barricade. There was really nothing to see as the reactor was entirely enclosed, but he imagined what it would look on the inside. "It's going to work," he said to himself and smirked. His clones quickly got ready to install the reactor back onto the ship while he looked through the data and double-checked the numbers. It would be very close, but they would have enough power to get off the planet and into hyperspace. Once installation was complete, they would have to go through a pre-flight check to make sure all systems were working correctly and that there were no other problems. And when that was done, they could finally leave. XX. The boat arrived in the newly named Spring Country 2 days later. Jiraiya and the other Konoha ninja disembarked and walked down the docks and into the harbor area. "Kakashi, we should head to where you saw the battle," stated Jiraiya, and Kakashi took the lead. As they neared the warehouses of the harbor, the group heard a distinctive sound and Guy was hit in the leg by a fast-moving red projectile. XX. "Karin," Jogo said, and the red-headed girl replied, "I know, I can see them just fine. Get the speeder bike ready, I'll do what I can to slow them down." Jogo ran off while Karin used the sight on the rifle and zoomed in. She couldn't identify many of the individuals she was looking at. Oddly, there was even a guy in a kabuki outfit traveling with the group, but she focused on what she did know. Tenten said her sensei was one of the strongest jonin in the village, so she targeted him first. Adjusting for wind and the drop of the blaster bolt over the long distance, she fired a single shot into the green jonin's leg and made sure to miss the artery. She wasn't out to kill them but would still slow them as much as possible and try to eliminate at least a few of them. A brief second passed from when her first shot hit and the group began taking cover. She fired multiple shots at the rest of the group but realized that she needed to keep moving. They would find a way to come after her at some point, so she shouldn't stay camped where she was. Running from her position with the rifle strapped to her back, she jumped on the back of the speeder bike and Jogo hit the throttle. As the speeder bike took them both away, she got on the radio and began relaying all the information she could. XX. "Guy, are you okay?" asked Kakashi from behind a crate. He had no idea where the attack was coming from but knew that he had incredible difficulty seeing the attacks themselves, and dodging was nearly impossible on the first shot as it had taken them completely by surprise. Guy grimaced at his leg wound and responded, "Just fine, my rival." "Niji, where are the attacks coming from?" he asked his student while trying to ignore the pain, and Niji activated his Byakugan. His actions were quickly followed by Hinata as they looked for the attacker from behind their cover. "I don't see anyone in the area that could be the attacker. There isn't a ninja near us from what I can see," he quickly responded. Kurane looked to her student and Hinata said, I can see something. It has 2 people on it and they are traveling faster than I can keep up with them." Niji frowned at the information and didn't want to admit that Hinata's Byakugan had a longer range than his did. "Where are they heading?" asked Jiraiya. He didn't know what the girl was seeing that she couldn't describe to them, but he wanted to know where they were going. "It's heading along the coast," responded Hinata, and as she tried to focus and keep up the object, it was heading away so fast that her eyes couldn't zoom in and focus on it fast enough to get a clear view of what it was they were riding on. As the medical ninja tended to Guy and Yamato, who had been grazed in the shoulder, Jiraiya turned to Kakashi and asked, "Where are the ruins of the castle?" "Further inland and not along the coast," responded Kakashi as he could see where the Toad Sunin's thoughts were headed. Likely the ambush was just a diversion to get them to go off in another direction and chase after the fleeing individuals. Jiraiya looked to the 2 injured and frowned. Even with all his knowledge of jutsu, he had no idea what kind of ninjutsu was just used on them. What the hell gas Naruto got his hands on? It seemed like some kind of long-range fire jutsu or a fire-enhanced projectile, but whatever it was had burned right through the flesh on Guy's leg and come out the other side, then went straight through the wood of the docks. He sat idly behind the crate he was hiding behind and wondered if they should continue. It would only get more dangerous from here and Naruto knows we're coming, he realized, as they could even end up walking into another trap again. Looking to the group, he decided to keep moving, but they would be slow and cautious, using the two Hyuga as much as possible. XX. Naruto heard the news over his headset but focused on his tasks. The reactor was completely installed but they were having trouble starting the engines. The ship had been underwater for over a decade, so he and his clones were looking for any problems. The rest of the ship seemed ready to take off and all the other systems were working. It would take an hour for the Konoha group to get to the castle ruins from the harbor, and even if they got to the ruins, he had created a few surprises in the bunker system for them. He made sure that the hangar bay was at one of the lowest levels so the ninja couldn't just use an earth jutsu and easily get to the ship. They would have to go through a labyrinth of tunnels that he had created in the past week. Even if they could see into it with the Hyuga that Karin reported seeing, he hoped that the Sith runes and the illusions that was on the room would help. He ordered Karin and Jugo to get back to the ship and would make clones when the Konoha ninja got closer. He wasn't going to leave the ship and wouldn't risk anyone else going off to fight. They would likely be left behind by Plagueis in order to protect the ship. XX. Cautiously, the Konoha group made their way through the pine forests and to the higher altitudes where the castle ruins were. The progress was slow as they would stop every 100 meters or so to take a look around and make sure no one else was laying in wait or setting a trap. As the plateau that the ruined castle was on came into view, tensions rose in the group. Jiraiya had already identified and disabled several pieces of Fuinjutsu that were meant to monitor a small area and alert the person that placed them if that area was disturbed. Team 8 and Niji were actively searching the surrounding area but not finding any traps or ambushes. So far they hadn't had to deal with any more problems, and though Jiraiya had been positive that they would run into several other traps, they hadn't. This made him rather worried, and he could tell the other members of the group were worried too. They were down 2 ninja as Guy's leg wouldn't let him get to the site at the same pace that they could, and though Yamato was with them, his injury prevented him from being a capable fighter. After tearful goodbyes between the two green beasts, Kakashi had taken over as temporary captain of Team 9. Considering that there wasn't anyone lying in wait, Jiraiya considered that perhaps this was not the area they were really looking for. Kakashi suspected that the group might be using the newly destroyed castle ruins or perhaps had a base hidden under the surface. There had to be a reason that led 2 members of Akatsuki right to that spot and a reason why Naruto's group attacked. I want both of you to begin looking under the surface for some type of underground room or perhaps levels of the castle that weren't destroyed. Jiraiya ordered, and despite being tired from excessive use of their dojutsu, the 2 Hyuga each went through the seals and activated their bloodline. Looking beneath the surface of the plateau, they quickly found a system of tunnels. The tunnels went in a myriad of different directions but all seemed to keep converging and then branching out. It's like some kind of maze. Niji noted, and he quickly determined the beginning, which oddly enough came from an opening in the ruins. 1 tunnel branched out into 3 and then the maze began. Niji quickly reported what he was seeing and where the entrance was. But where does it end, wondered Hinata when she heard something happening near her and looked away from the tunnels. A short distance in front of them, a figure was emerging from the ground. It seemed to literally come out of the rock but didn't disturb any part of the surface. The genin noted that the cloaked figure was around their height, perhaps slightly shorter. The figure had a ninjato strapped to its back and the hood mostly covered the face. Naruto. Jiraiya stated, but the figure did not move or acknowledge its name being stated. The group looked to the lone figure and the genin of the group couldn't figure out why they weren't attacking. Guy's team was ready to fight. Lee was anticipating a good fight, Niji wanted to defeat the cloaked figure and Tenten wanted the sword. You don't honestly think you can take on all of us, do you? Kakashi asked as he prepared to pull up his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. I have backup. The figure stated, and 20 more cloaked figures began coming up from the ground. You just had to say something, Kakashi, didn't you? Thought Kurane with a frown, and she went over the best strategy for fighting alongside her team. XX. Have you found the problem yet? Asked Plagueis to his meditating student. No, I haven't, and my clones on the surface have engaged the Konoha ninja. Answered Naruto, and Plagueis held back his frown. They were ready to leave, but apparently the ship was still giving last-minute problems. A ship without working engines was just a piece of scrap metal. Power seemed to be going to the engines but they just weren't starting. The other members on board the ship were all strapped in and waiting to leave. He could feel frustration and tension coming from everyone on the ship. Plagueis would have ordered them to go out and fight, but that wasn't something he could really afford. He knew Naruto didn't want any of the group to leave the ship because his student was well aware of the fact that he would leave them behind if the ship was started and they weren't aboard. They were definitely useful, but not as important as the ship and keeping it out of someone else's hands. However, leaving members behind when their journey was only just starting was not the ideal beginning to a group. Trust and loyalty were never something he had to worry about before he died, but now it seemed to be very prominent in all his plans. Fine, just keep meditating and working from where you are. I'm going to go back and consult with the ship's computer. Plagueis stated as he left the cockpit and journeyed to the engine room where the other clones were working. XX. Kakashi slammed his hands into the ground to complete his jutsu. A thick wall of mud sprang up in front of him and protected part of the group from a very large combination wind and water technique sent by the clones of Uzumaki Naruto. Despite his wall's strength, the technique began breaking through and he was forced to abandon his defensive position and jump out of the way of the penetrating attack. Putting distance between himself and the clones that were attacking him, he quickly glanced at the other ninja to see how they were doing. Kurane and Jiraiya seemed to be faring the best against the clones. Genjutsu was indeed one of Naruto's weaknesses and Kurane as well as Team 8 had already destroyed several clones. Her team was also fighting cohesively against the clones and managing to hold their own. Guy's team had broken up despite his orders and were each fighting a clone individually. Jiraiya was facing 6 clones at once and having a difficult time as they weren't letting up their attacks both in ninjutsu and kenjutsu. The Sunin had already killed at least 2 but was being pushed back by their teamwork. Kakashi came back to his own fight when he heard a familiar sound. Loud chirping birds filled the air and he lunged out of the way as a clone charged him with his own lightning technique emanating from the hand of its outstretched arm. How the hell? He questioned as he had only just taught Sasuke the jutsu a few months ago and no one else knew it. The clone turned and continued to attack Kakashi as he dodged with the aid of his Sharingan. XX. Niji's frown deepened as the clone, or possibly original, continued to prolong the fight. He was unable to even graze the clone with his Juken and nearly lost his hand or even part of his arm to the sword. The clone just kept smiling at him from under the hood despite neither being able to get a hit on the other. It was infuriating to him that a weaker version of the original was managing to hold him off. He had seen several of them die and erupt in smoke from a single hit, yet he couldn't get that single hit. You're only prolonging the inevitable, stated Niji, but the clone's smile only widened, which made him even more frustrated. Given the clone's chakra reserves, he would actually run out of chakra before the clone did. Pulling back, he waited until the clone came at him and began building chakra, then pushed it out of his body and began spinning. Kaden. The clone was caught in the initial chakra before the spinning began and dropping its sword. However, it quickly went through a single hand seal. Right as Niji began spinning, the clone's hands began glowing. As Niji spun, he began feeling a chakra drain that was more than he knew it should have been. Despite his fast spinning, his eyes were able to pick up what was happening. He's draining my chakra, he realized, and began to stop his technique to prevent himself from losing all of his chakra. The Kaden was not able to destroy the clone as the technique's loss of stability due to the chakra being drained from it wasn't allowing it to have the desired effect against the clone. Niji was in the process of stopping his spin when he felt his arm grabbed by the clone. He was about to retaliate when he felt an even larger drain on his chakra. His Juken strike was intercepted by the clone's other hand and the drain was doubled. He tried to fight back but soon collapsed to his knees, and then his corners of vision began going dark as the rest of his vision blurred. As the last amount of his chakra was being drained, he felt the clone drop him. He was losing consciousness and only managed to see a flash green as he fell to the ground. Rock Lee stopped in front of his downed partner and stared down his newest opponent. He had only just been able to defeat the clone he was fighting and turned to find Niji being defeated. That was not something he thought he would ever see. You're not bad. Do you only specialize in taijutsu? Asked the clone as it took one of the stances of Teras Kasi. It had only just received the memories of its fellow clone before dodging the attack by the new opponent. I cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu, stated Rock Lee as he adopted the stance of his style of taijutsu. He wasn't sure why, but despite all the teamwork training that Guy-sensei had given them, Niji and Tenten had been extremely aggressive and had put aside teamwork to each engage the clones. I see, stated the clone and looked to the dropped sword but decided not to go for it. The green boy obviously wanted revenge over what happened to his sensei and he wanted a good fight. The original had fought many ninja before but not one that specialized in taijutsu. Both teens charged forward, began a new fight. XX. Tenten was blown back by the powerful wind jutsu and grit her teeth as memories of the Chunin exam preliminaries flooded back to her. She quickly realized, however, that she wasn't going to land on the plateau, but was headed right off the edge. She wanted to scream but the wind jutsu had hit her hard and knocked all the air out of her lungs. As her body dropped and continued moving horizontally, she ran out of surface and was now beginning to fall to the valley below. Her fall, however, was stopped when her entire body jolted to a stop. Looking around, she found white hair wrapped around her foot. The hair pulled her up, over the edge of the plateau, and deposited her back on the ground. Looking up, she found Jiraiya fighting with 3 clones. Several other parts of his hair had lengthened and he was trying to capture the cloaked blondes. Jiraiya didn't look at her but said, "Help your teammate and then go to Kurane," he said as he dodged a sword that had visible chakra on its length. The Toad Sunin went through some hand seals, slammed his hand into the ground, and summoned a fleshy pod around the clones and himself. Tenten frowned but ran to help Lee. She could see that it was foolish of her and Niji to go after the clones on their own and they were just becoming liabilities. Her mood quickly changed when she saw a sword sticking out of the ground near where Lee was battling. She knew it likely wasn't the real one but she would still get to wield it in battle, at least for a short period of time. XX. Everything had been going well for Team 8, that is until the clones figured out Kurene's genjutsu range. Every genjutsu user had an effective range at which they could latch onto a person's chakra system and exploit their senses. Hers was roughly 15 meters and now the clones were staying well away from her. She had been able to take down quite a few before they figured it out. She would use genjutsu to temporarily paralyze the clones and Shino or Kaiba would finish them off with their jutsu. Hinata was still using her Byakugan to see all the threats at once as there were at least 4 clones facing off against them. A few clones had already attempted to go through the ground to get at them, but Hinata had alerted them in time. Now they were at a standoff. From the distance the clones were standing at, they would need to use a high-ranking ninjutsu to attack her team. She knew the boy could use ninjutsu like that though, and couldn't believe just how many chakra natures she had seen from the boy. Lightning, wind, water, and earth she recalled and wasn't sure what to expect next. She contemplated going on the offensive but the clones were smart and when she pressed forward, they would back off. The clones seemed more interested in wearing them out than moving in for a kill. Despite the distance between them, her team was at a disadvantage. They lacked long-distance jutsu. Only Shino and his insects could really reach Naruto without any risk but the boy's insects hadn't been faring well against the ninjutsu that the clones possessed. The 4 clones backed off and regrouped as memories of Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the 2 genin finishing off the other clones flooded their minds. With the real Naruto focusing on the ship, only one of the clones had diminished force powers. The rest were only using chakra. The 4 remaining clones stood at a distance from the tired group of Konoha ninja. Kakashi had only narrowly avoided injury and Tenten helped Lee finish off the clone he was fighting. Niji was the only member of the group that was unconscious but the genin were getting tired and running low on chakra. The lead clone had been the least active in the fighting and now waited for orders from the original. He could provide more time by having a conversation with his opponents but that also ran the risk of a sneak attack or perhaps himself getting angry. He knew the original didn't want to admit what information had been taken or learned from Jiraiya and talking about that information that could cause the clone or the original to lose control over their emotions and invite an opportunity for the Kyuubi to surface. Only a few seconds went by as instructions were passed from the original to the 4 remaining clones. Without any words being spoken or any signaling of any kind, one of the clones began quickly going through a few hand seals. Slamming its hand into the ground, only Jiraiya wasn't caught by surprise when a swamp formed beneath the group and they began sinking. Jiraiya put the required amount of chakra into his feet and managed to keep above the surface of the swamp. He went through several hand seals at the same time that another one of the clones did. Jiraiya's hair began extending into multiple strands that began wrapping around the trapped ninja as one of the clones finished its jutsu, Futon, Shinku Renpa, wind release, vacuum serial waves. Multiple blades of wind were sent at the group of ninja as Jiraiya's hair pulled them out and moved them at different heights and positions to prevent them from harm. Only a few strands of his hair were cut by the sharp wind jutsu while the members of the group remained safe. Continuing the technique, Jiraiya began trying to move them out of the swampy area. Frowning at the display, the force-using clone stood still while small eruptions of smoke came from 2 of the clones and the last clone began going through seals. He would attempt to use his fellow clones' disc blades to try and get hits on the still trapped ninja while one of them used ninjutsu. The group however was stopped as thick moving branches of wood came out of the ground beneath them. The force clone managed to get away but the other 3 didn't. The clone looked toward the source of the jutsus and found another Konoha ninja that had managed to stay outside his diminished sensory range. Yamato grit his teeth as making the hand seals necessary for the jutsu had aggravated his shoulder injury. He had stayed back during the fighting to act as an emergency backup just in case and it appeared that the group definitely needed it. The clone again waited for further orders on the new development and then took out the vial that it had been given when it was first created by the original. Using a henge, the clone turned into Kabuto. Smearing the blood on its hands, it went through 5 hand seals, then slammed its hands into the ground and said, Kukiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, and a large area was covered with smoke. Using Kabuto's voice, the clone commanded the summonings to attack while it ran back to the entrance of the bunker. 3 largest snakes emerged from the smoke and began attacking the Konoha ninja. XX. The Konoha ninja don't appear to be doing that well. Commented the black half of the plant Akatsuki. I'm not sure what the Jinhyuriki is up to. Attacking with clones and then retreating doesn't seem like a very good strategy. Commented the white half. Their mission was basically to monitor the Jinhyuriki. They weren't to engage and hadn't actually been able to get near the container's base as the group possessed a very good sensor ninja and they were ordered not to be spotted by anyone. Currently they were partially exposed from the side of a nearby mountain but had a good vantage point. Getting any closer to the underground area would put them in danger of being discovered by one of the Hyuga or someone else in the fighting group below. It was bad enough that they had to travel to the isolated island. Moving anywhere in the elemental countries was easy but they couldn't travel across water the way they could land, especially not salt water. Do you think they'll be able to capture it? Questioned the white half and its other half quickly responded, if they don't we'll have to follow it wherever it goes. XX. How's everything going? inquired Kabuto to the cloaked figure sitting in a meditative position in one of the chairs of the cockpit. They're still on the surface and now fighting a few summonings. As for the ship, it's still not working correctly. The cloaked Naruto stated as he kept his eyes closed and focused on his other tasks. How long do we have until they are here? The cloak-wearing Kabuto inquired. I'm not sure. My clone will hold them off in the tunnels for as long as it can. Given that one Hyuga is still conscious, it won't be long before at least part of their group finds us. He stated and kept his anger in check. The dojutsu the clan possessed was now proving to be more annoying than ever. And when that happens, we don't take prisoners and can't leave them alive. Answered Naruto, and Kabuto just chuckled as he walked out of the cockpit and back down the ship's main hallway to the other members of the group. If the ninja from Konoha made it to the ship before they left, then they would all have to fight. Naruto wanted to leave before it came to that, but he recognized that it could still happen. He just hoped that his Sith runes were preventing the ship from being seen by the Hyuga, or at least preventing it from being viewed clearly. He had put quite a few different sets of runes in the hangar bay. At least one of them should render the viewers unable to clearly make out what was in the room. He calmly breathed in and checked on his clones and Master Plagueis' progress. It still seemed that something was wrong, but no clear sign as to what. Opening his eyes, he called Karin to him. His sensing range wasn't far enough to figure out where the intruders were, and he needed her help to better plan out a defense strategy. It was still possible that at least one of the ninja would use an earth jutsu to move through the rock, and he wanted to know if that was happening. XX. Jiraiya studied the entrance from afar and sent in one of his toads to check it out for him. He was still wary of traps and wanted to be absolutely sure before proceeding. The snakes hadn't been hard to defeat once he summoned one of his large toads. Niji wouldn't be going with them, and Yamato would be staying on the surface to look after the Hyuga genin. Jiraiya looked to his right and found the other Hyuga that was present in the group. According to her information, they were about to walk into a large and complex labyrinth of tunnels that ultimately led down deeper into the ground into what looked like a base. She described the rooms to him, and he found the last one she described the most interesting. Despite her dojutsu, Hinata had not been able to tell him what was in the lowest and largest room. She could only tell him that the room appeared to be blurred in her vision. That had definitely caught his attention. He couldn't image what could be blurring the girl's vision in that particular room, but the fact that it was happening made it obvious that the large room was where they should be going. The single tunnel split into three and then went into a maze of different tunnels that led both away and into each other. The result was several different ways that led to where he wanted to go. However, she also told them about the long, very wide escape tunnel that had been created for the large room. Ideally, Jiraiya would have wanted to send ninja to the other tunnel and prevent Naruto from escaping, but it was on the other side of a nearby mountain and would take too long. The quickest course of action was to use the girl to quickly get through the maze, but something told him it would be far from easy. He understood that Naruto could just use the other tunnel and escape, while perhaps using explosives to collapse the tunnel system, but something about that thought didn't sit right. Despite Akatsuki coming after him and Konoha ninja coming to the island, Naruto was still there. The fact that Naruto was stalling them, had created an elaborate tunnel system, hadn't left the island, and had gone to a great deal of trouble to hide something from a Hyuga's dojutsu was not lost on him. Something was down there that Naruto was after. He had no idea what it was, but he did know it was something that the boy wanted to keep a secret, and if they got there fast enough, he would find out what it was and capture Naruto in the process. The toad quickly returned and told them that the entryway didn't have any traps. Jiraiya decided to keep the toad with him for the journey, as he knew they might be needing him again. XX. Tell me when they reach the split in the tunnel. Naruto asked of the nearby Karin. They were both sitting in 2 of the 4 chairs in the cockpit. He was concentrating on his clones while she concentrated on her sensing. Once the Konoha ninja reached the split in the tunnels, he would set his trap. The goal was to create enough confusion to split the group up and keep them from finding each other. Obviously the group with the Hyuga would be the most well off, but that group would have to decide whether to take the time to gather the others or to keep moving forward. Either choice would give him and his group the advantage, as they either got more time or few opponents to face. They're nearing the area, stated Karin, and Naruto focused his thoughts on the explosive tags he had placed. He wasn't a novice when it came to traps, and rather than setting or hiding the tags on the surface, he actually embedded them into the rock. The goal was to prevent the tags from being heard when the armed and seen when intruders entered. Strategically placing the tags in groups, he could set off one grouping at a time and herd the ninja to the split in the tunnels, hopefully forcing them in the confusing to split up. Now, stated Karin, and Naruto quickly put his hands into the hand seal for activating the explosive notes. XX. Each member of the group noted the steady downward slope of the tunnel as they continued along its path. The tunnel was partially illuminated for them, and the ones at the front of the group could see a room coming up ahead. From what Hinata described, it would have 3 tunnels that they could take. She found the quickest route to be the middle tunnel, along with a few twists and turns after that. Once they entered the room, the Jonin took note of the slightly different ceiling but didn't think anything of it. As they moved to the center tunnel, an explosion behind them shook the ground. Every member of the group turned and saw one explosion after another coming from the hallway they had just traveled down. Jiraiya turned to make his way to the center tunnel in the hopes of outrunning the explosions when his instincts told him something else was wrong. A second later, pieces of the ceiling began breaking apart and fall down upon them. Two very long but narrow segments of ceiling began falling. The Jonin only had a split second to react. Kurane grabbed two of her students which were the closest to her while Kakashi grabbed the two students he was looking after. The stones effectively separated the ninja into three groups with Hinata and Jiraiya in the middle. No member of the group however had time to break through the walls and rejoin with the others as the explosions got closer and closer. Each ninja group ran to the tunnel they were herded into as the explosions destroyed the room they had just been in and sealed them into the tunnels. Damn it! I didn't even notice a trap, thought Jiraiya as he looked behind to find that the explosions had stopped and debris covered the way they had just come from. He gave a quick glance at the Hyuga girl to see if she was alright and then thought about what he should do. He needed to get to the concealed room as soon as possible. It was evident that he would be putting the other ninja at risk and even himself in greater danger, but he had to get there as fast as possible. XX. Did they split up like I wanted? Asked Naruto, and Karin responded that they had. The Hyuga was left with the largest chakra signature of the group, which Naruto knew to be Jiraiya. The pair were also moving fast and right at them. It wasn't exactly what he wanted, but it split up the group. He had hoped it wouldn't be Jiraiya that he had to face, but he did have advantages. From reading the man's mind before the Chunin exam finals, he knew what Jiraiya was capable of and what jutsu the Toad-Sunin used the most frequently. It was only a matter of time before the duo reached the hangar bay, even with his clone still in the maze. Tell me when they get near our location, ordered Naruto, and Karin acknowledged as she monitored the ninja moving above them. XX. Jiraiya ended up carrying Hinata under his arm as they raced through the underground system. They encountered quite a few traps, but they either managed to evade them with the Byakugan or Jiraiya quickly blasted through them. Steadily they made their way deeper underground and towards their final objective. They had a run-in with the remaining clone, but Jiraiya was able to defeat it without much difficulty. The closer they got to the end of the tunnels, the clearer the image of the room became to Hinata. She couldn't identify what she was seeing but could see several chakra signatures, and it was enough that she could identify several of them as Naruto's. The signatures were all in close proximity and didn't seem to be going anywhere. Just a little farther. Jiraiya thought, as he would finally be able to make up for his mistakes in the past and bring Naruto back to the village to prevent Akatsuki from getting their hands on him. XX. I have no fucking clue what is wrong with the damn engines. Naruto admitted to himself. His clones had been over the engines multiple times from inside and outside the ship. There was nothing wrong. For some reason his controls in the cockpit just weren't registering any power going to the engines or the engines as even being operational. The engines were on, but he just couldn't do anything because the controls were all in the cockpit. He couldn't pilot the ship from the engine room. The clones had checked the cockpit as well but found nothing wrong there either. Karin had also just informed him that the pair of Jiraiya and the Hyuga girl was nearly upon them. He knew how strong Jiraiya was. The man could probably fight both Itaki and Kisame at the same time, and possibly win. Even with everyone he had, Jiraiya would still have reinforcements eventually arriving. The ship could also get damaged in the fight. Not that it really matters, he thought derisively, as the ship was basically worthless to them at that point. Breaking his meditation, he stood from his chair and began checking his gear. It was at that moment that Suijutsu walked in. Naruto could feel the Kiri ninja coming in to ask a varied version of "Are we taking off yet?" which he had already heard many times from the very vocal Teiwa. So, what's taking so long? Questioned Suijutsu, and Naruto rolled his eyes. As you can see on the instrumentation behind you, nothing is lighting up because the engines aren't working properly, or something is wrong. I haven't been able to find the problem, and it looks like. However, Naruto was cut off as Suijutsu's attention moved to the panel and the white-haired teen smacked it with his fist. The lights and instrumentation immediately came on, followed by the sounds of the engines and other associated systems completing their warm-up period. You've got to be fucking kidding me. All I had to do was punch the damn thing. Naruto thought as he looked confoundedly to the instrumentation in the pilot's seats and found the ship now working perfectly. I guess it just needed the old Kiri touch. Suijutsu commented on his success and strapped into one of the 4 chairs. They really are a violent village, Karin inwardly commented before she realized that the 2 ninjas she was focusing on had just arrived. Naruto jumped in the pilot's seat and began flicking switches to get the ship out of there as fast as possible. The landing struts came up, and as the repulsor lifts activated and the ship idled forward until Naruto began adding power to the engines. Looking out the cockpit window, he said with a smirk to the others in the seats with him, "Everyone wave bye to the Sunin." XX. Jiraiya and Hinata made it to the large room and stood silently as they stared at the object before them. It was made entirely of metal, or what they thought was metal, and took up most of the space in the room. What the hell is that? Jiraiya wondered as he looked over the device. Suddenly it began making noise, and then 4 long ski-like pieces began moving from the floor and fit inside the vehicle perfectly, leaving little evidence of them ever sticking out. It's floating in the air. He noted out loud, and the 2 watched as it began moving away and towards the tunnel. Jiraiya came out of his stupor and saw 3 people in the front windows the object. He instantly recognized one as Naruto and the other as the grass ninja Karin but couldn't identify the third. They were all waving at him. The slow forward movement of the vehicle ended as it began accelerating forward. Jiraiya stared at the 3 large glowing lights that were at the end of the vehicle and finally realized it was leaving. Grabbing Hinata, he raced to the large tunnel and after the escaping Jinchuriki. Running after it, he was soon left behind as its speed only kept increasing. Hinata examined every part of the vehicle with her dojutsu as she was hefted under one of Jiraiya's arms and carried with the man. It was so complex and full of different things that she couldn't identify. She could tell it was meant to be lived in from the rooms she could see, but other than that, she had no idea what it was. Her eyes never left it, even as it got farther and farther down the tunnel. XX. Naruto kept the ship steady as it moved down the corridor and to the exit. He had created the long tunnel so that the ship could take off as unseen as possible. The tunnel exited in a valley and he could fly to the ocean without being seen by any of the inhabitants of the island. He checked through all the systems as he felt Master Plagueis come to the front of the ship. The body of Gato entered the cockpit and sat down in the other pilot's seat. "You found out what was wrong?" Plagueis asked through a telepathic link to Naruto. "No, not exactly," he responded, and Plagueis could glean some of the details from his student's embarrassed mind. Only the slight semblance of a frown was the response to the new information. He knew sometimes ships were just temperamental like that, especially ones that were heavily modified and repaired by the owner. The ship exited the tunnel and cruised through the valley and then over the ocean. They would travel a minute or so away from the country before climbing vertically and leaving the atmosphere of the planet. Eventually they were far enough away to avoid being seen and Naruto began the ship's ascent. The others on board soon crowded the cockpit as they passed through the clouds and climbed higher in the planet's atmosphere. They watched as the atmosphere became thinner and thinner until it faded into an endless landscape dotted with more small lights from stars and planets than they could count and had ever seen from the surface. No words were exchanged as every person but Plagueis viewed space for the first time. They had been told all about it, but seeing it was very different. The ship traveled a short distance from the planet and achieved orbit before Naruto began altering course. They would take the exact same path the ship had taken to get to their planet and began their journey back to the known galaxy at the exact point the ship exited hyperspace in the system. It would take a short time before they reached that part of their solar system, so they would get to see a few more sights. As the ship turned, part of the planet they used to live on came into view. Everyone was staring at it until Naruto glanced over at the moon and felt something coming from it. He had never felt such a dark presence before, but it seemed to be radiating from the small moon. He looked over at Plagueis, who also was not sure why the moon felt as it did, and then altered course to take them away from the oddity that orbited the planet. If he was honest with himself, the moon scared him, and yet he also felt drawn to it. While he was curious about it, he was also smart enough to know that he should stay away from it and never venture there. XX. Jiraiya made it to the end of the tunnel and Hinata had just managed to make out the flying machine in the distance. She told him it just kept climbing in the air until she couldn't see it anymore, and although she strained her eyes to get any last glimpses, it was just too far. The pair stared at the sky as neither could really believe or completely fathom what they had just seen. One thing, however, was certain. Once they got back to the village, they would be having a long debriefing with the Hokage. This part of the mission certainly wasn't going on any report. Tsunadeheim's going to chew me out for failing, and I'm not even sure if she will believe me about this part of the story. At least I have a witness. Jiraiya thought and put his hand on the young girl's shoulder to let her know that they should get going. He had no idea where Naruto was going. He just didn't have the information to put theories together or say anything for certain. Speculations were the best that he could come up with, and even then, they seemed rather impossible and outlandish. XX. The ship continued on as they traveled to the edge of the solar system to enter hyperspace, exactly where the ship had left hyperspace nearly a decade previously. Plagueis had already put the coordinates into the navigational computer after removing the lockout that had been engaged at some point before the ship crashed. All that was left was to reach the designated spot and then make the preparations for the jump. Shivers had been going down Naruto's spine since the ship started up and began moving in the hangar bay. The feeling still hadn't stopped. Most would have seen an empty vacuum, but that was not what he saw. The controls at his fingertips could take him anywhere he wanted, though he knew he had to go to a specific planet given the available navigational data, but in theory they could take him anywhere. Just that knowledge made a burden seem to lift off his shoulders. He saw a freedom in the empty vacuum that few others saw. The ship didn't seem like a confined space, but more of an unmarked slate that he could write on. No one in the galaxy had any idea what a Jinchuriki was, or knew who the hell Uzumaki Naruto was, nor would they even give a damn. If he received looks of contempt, they would be because he actually did something malicious to deserve those looks, not simply because he existed. Searching his feelings, he found for the first time, in a long time, that he was actually happy, possibly even giddy with excitement, which hadn't happened in years. Until that moment he wasn't actually sure he could still experience such strong positive emotions. In just a week's time he would travel out of the unknown and into the known. Leaving where he felt he didn't belong, to where he felt he did. Please review. And, I guess some people might be mad that I didn't kill off the Konoha ninja, but I do have something planned for later on which would have been more difficult if I did. Naruto will likely return to his home planet at least once, but he won't be staying there very long. It is also important to remember that not all of Naruto's clones can use the Force. So out of 20 clones, only one had Force power, the rest were just regular shadow clone. He has to focus specially on those and can really only use one at a time at this point. In the future perhaps he can use more clones with Force powers. Responses to reviewers. Reviewers, axellon2008 fan, Altair, Fanfic Addict, Nuboy, Guglamuglu, Peter Kim, Joe, Chooser, Nerdy Fresh. Response, thank you very much for the comments, reviews, and in some cases continued support. Reviewer, Kuko. Wow! What an awesome chapter! As always. I was wondering if, on your next chap, you could address the possibility of Naruto making more Demon Brothers servants. Please, smiley face. Response, thank you for the review and comments. Unfortunately, Naruto can't really make more smoke demons like he did with the Demon Brothers. Because of their chakra, the process was different than what it should have been. Normal smoke demons don't talk and are more like an animal than a person. Naruto could make more smoke demons, but they wouldn't be like the Demon Brothers. That might happen later on, it's something that I would have to think about. Reviewer, concerned. Wow, you gave Kisame a new ability to absorb chakra? I thought that was the sword's ability. Response, I'm not sure where you get your information, but Kisame always had the ability to absorb chakra. Perhaps you're not completely up to date with the manga, but he can absorb chakra very easily and can even take chakra from Samehada. I don't know if he can absorb Baijuyu chakra like Samehada can though. Reviewer, 25. If Kabuto doesn't get killed, I'm going to be very cross with you. Anyway, you've made Naruto the weakest Sith ever. In Narutoverse, having a bloodline gives you a good advantage over normal ninjas, so the Force should be more powerful than what you're making it out to be. Naruto still gets pawned easily. Response, I let Kabuto live just to make you angry, smiley face. He's 12.5 years old. No matter if you have a bloodline or the Force or not, if you're 12.5 years old you're not going to be uber powerful. This isn't a super powerful or godlike Naruto story. If you're really after that, then you should read someone else's story. I made this story specifically so it wouldn't be like that. Reviewer, Downer. Didn't like the fight with Karin. Just seemed like, hey, I'm going to make her Naruto's love interest, so I'm going power her up to match Naruto. I can see her having an advantage with her genjutsu for a short while, but once Naruto closed the gap and got a hold of her, he should have won hands down, yet you made it a double KO basically. Love the story, hate that fight with a passion, like how Palestine and Israel hate each other. Glad they'll be getting off the planet next chapter. The whole Akatsuki and Konoha thing is just getting boring. I want to read something new and unique. We've seen Naruto leaving Konoha then being soft on Konoha, and even though he's been characterized as a badass killer in said story that hates Konoha, 99% of the time he doesn't kill Konoha when they should and deserve to die. I have a feeling that's what this story would end up doing if he stayed. Same with Akatsuki, every story has Akatsuki chasing Naruto, and while I know it's a main part of Naruto, it gets old. Hoping you give us readers something new. Response, Naruto fought Teiwa, not Karin, and he wasn't out to dominate her in the match. He wanted her to show her abilities and gave her the opportunity. If he had just defeated her as fast as possible, then he would have had to kill her after the match. I don't really remember characterizing Naruto as a badass killer in this story. The ninja that came after him were also people that he knew. Most individuals that he killed he did not spend time in the academy with. Reviewer, Vizard. Why does Kabuto still want to kill Naruto? Isn't he a snake, and isn't Naruto helping Kabuto fulfill his lifelong dream? Reasons, in the manga it seemed that it took a little while for Kabuto to get over Orochimaru's death. Even so, he was still fixated on doing something to Sasuke, perhaps in retribution. Kabuto didn't realize what Naruto was going to offer him, so he made a mistake and called Akatsuki before he learned what Naruto's plan really was. Eventually he will get over Orochimaru's death, and he already realizes how incredible the opportunity that Naruto is offering. Chapter 19. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. Several reviewers have asked that I should think about ending this story arc and making a new story because of how I ended the last chapter and the fact that so many changes are happening. While I did think about the idea, I don't want people to have problems finding my story. I don't want anyone getting confused or discouraged, as new readers will have to search for the first story. Therefore I will stick with one story just so that I don't have to worry about new or current readers having any problems. Also, I'm kinda selfish and really wanted one of my stories to get past 1000 reviews, which was a goal I set for myself when I started writing. Timeline info. I've had several questions about the timeline in reviews, so I just want to say that with the current year being 36 BBY, that the first Star Wars movie, Phantom Menace, won't begin for 4 years, 32 BBY. Naruto is 12.5 years old, Padme is 10 years old, and Anakin is 6 years old at this point. Padme is also not queen yet and becomes queen in 33 BBY, so 3 years from this point. In terms of Konoha and the group's home planet, they may be coming back once during or before the Shippuden timeline near when canon Naruto would return from his training trip with Jiraiya. One of the reasons that I chose the members of the group was due to the fact that none of them have any ties or even family left on their planet, so there is no reason that they would want to periodically return. However, they will return at least once for an unknown amount of time, and I haven't decided what role they would play when they return or if they will take part in the events of the Fourth Shinobi War. Sorry for making all of you wait, but the chapter is 44 pages, my longest ever, so enjoy. XX 36.4 BBY current year. Chapter 19, to Sarayfur we must go. XX. Sitting in the pilot's seat, twin blue orbs stared into the blue hyperspace corridor as the ship moved through the alternate dimension towards its destination. Plagueis had told him not to look at it, but he hadn't listened. Just the thought that they would be arriving at an outer rim planet the following day was making him anxious, and he hadn't been able to sleep. Staring at the blue moving shapes was calming, and even if Plagueis told him prolonged staring at the corridor could cause hyper-rapture, which was a form of madness, he didn't really care. He's been staring at it for hours at a time during the course of their trip, so he felt he was probably safe from it. Their journey from the Ebonis system, which was what someone in the group began naming the solar system that had their home planet, would take approximately 7 days, and they had already been traveling for over 6. Ebonis was also now the name of their planet and was basically shinobi spelled backwards. He couldn't remember who came up with it, but the name had caught on with the ninja on board. Plagueis stated that he didn't really care, and so it became official. During their travel time, Naruto had spent most of it learning the basics of instinctive astrogation from Plagueis. It was a force technique that allowed a force user to determine a fast and safe route through hyperspace without the need of a navigational computer, astromech droid, or up-to-date star charts. Though it was just an introduction and the basics of the technique, Plagueis commented that he seemed to have a knack for it. He had also gotten a chance to look over the chakra armor devices, which he had been aware of but hadn't had any time to look at while in Snow Country. He spent nearly a whole day examining the device, its design, and making plans for what he could do with it. Ideally, what he wanted was to modify it to protect those of his group. Absorbing ninjutsu was not something that they need, but blaster fire and other projectile weapons were one of the most serious concerns for them in the galaxy. They may be much stronger, faster, and more powerful than most other beings in the galaxy, but that didn't mean that a simple weapon couldn't kill them just like it could everyone else. The attack could even come from a distance or be the result of shrapnel. His chosen style of lightsaber combat, Form 4, Niman, also wasn't well suited for deflecting or protecting himself from blaster bolts. His ninjato could deflect them, he was sure of that, but learning to use it to deflect incoming blaster bolts was something he needed to work on when he got a chance. It would also be nice to have a shielding device that could protect him if an attack got through. So far, most of the group had adjusted to space travel and being stuck in a confined space. The only person that was very uncomfortable with it was Karin, and it wasn't because of the ship or claustrophobia. Given her incredible chakra sensing abilities, the redhead was having difficulty coping. Even if she wasn't actively sensing around her, he could tell that the loss of surroundings had greatly affected her. Going from an area where chakra was all around her, to basically an empty void with only a few chakra signatures near her was not easy. The entire trip she had been not sleeping, quickly angered and generally irritable. He actually ended up having the medical droid sedate Karin so she could get some uninterrupted sleep and to calm her down. A loopy Karin was much preferred to an angry Karin. Luckily most of Karin's frustrations had been taken out on Suijutsu, whom she couldn't actually hurt physically. Several days into their journey, Karin had stormed into his room and demanded he teach her lightning jutsu so that she could hurt Suijutsu. He agreed, though her frustration only increased upon not being able to grasp lightning jutsu as fast as she wanted to. Her primary element turned out to be earth, and therefore she would have some difficulty learning the lightning element, similar to how he had difficulty learning the fire element. The only other person that seemed to be affected was Teiwaya. It wasn't hard to notice her glaring at him, all the time, but that wasn't necessarily a new development. Picking up his nearby datapad, he looked over the information that they had on the planet they were traveling to. In just a little while he would be giving a small debriefing on the planet and their objectives while there. XX. What do you mean he's gone? Questioned Tsunade in a deadly voice as she looked at the only other person in the room. The team she sent on the very first mission she assigned as Hokage had just returned with news of failure, and she wanted answers from her former teammate. Tsunade-hime, it really wasn't my fault. Jiraiya said in a placating manner and whimpered under the glare she gave him. He then dodged the pen she threw at him, which deeply embedded into the wall behind him. I took this stupid job because you had to find the runaway Jinhyuri key, and now you are telling me that there is no way to actually get him back. He flew away on a flying machine. Jiraiya explained with exasperation. So? Go after him, he can't have gotten that far. The Hokage countered. They had encountered flying devices before during battles with ninja from Sky Country, so it wasn't a huge shock that the boy had gotten his hands on a flying machine. Jiraiya sighed and thought for a moment about the best possible description of what happened that he could give her. He didn't just fly away. He flew straight up, vertically, and the machine didn't show any signs of slowing down. In fact, from what Hinata-san tells me, the flying machine actually sped up to incredible speeds that I've never seen before. It didn't resemble anything I remember seeing from Sky Country. I also didn't feel any chakra coming off it and she didn't see any chakra coming from the devices that were keeping it aloft. Tsunade's anger waned slightly as she thought about the information. They had both fought with Sky Country ninja and knew how powerful flying machines and the technology from that country was. It was the main reason why Konoha had gone so far to wipe out the technology and the ninja that used it in that hidden village. Now Jiraiya was telling her about something different and more advanced that the Jinhyuriki had gotten his hands on and she still needed clarification on something. What do you mean it flew straight up? It didn't just gain some altitude and then continue on its way? She questioned. Hinata-san said it just kept going straight up with no sign of stopping. Jiraiya reiterated for the Hokage. Where the hell would he be going? She asked. I just don't know, was the reply of the Toad Sunin. What about the scientists, did you get anything from them? Inquired the Hokage as she continued to search for answers. That really isn't something we should press Spring Country for, responded Jiraiya as he tried to dodge the question. Why not? Tsunade asked irritably. Well, in destroying the castle that Dodo used, the scientists may not have gotten out of the castle in time and whatever they were working on was destroyed. How bad? She asked, almost not wanting an answer. A good portion are dead or missing and whatever they were working on is trashed. The ones that are alive are less than happy to see and won't say a word. How did that happen? Tsunade demanded. I'm told it was a big explosion. Shizuan, yelled the Hokage as she requested the presence of her assistant. Hi, Tsunade-sama, responded Shizuan as she partially opened the door and poked her head in. Tell Hitaki Kakashi that he's on gate duty for the next 2 weeks, commanded the Godame, and Shizuan acknowledged the order as she went to find a messenger. What about that huge hideout I read about in the report? Was anything there or left behind? Asked Tsunade. Nothing. Whatever was there had been completely cleared out. No scrolls, no weapons, and nothing left behind to tell me anything about where they might be going. He covered his tracks well. Don't compliment him, you idiot. This is all your fault, she accused and downed the sake in her saucer. Jiraiya sighed and didn't respond or contest her accusation. He got up and left through the door, which she knew was rather odd for him as he usually left through the window. Seeing the face of her former teammate as he turned and left, Tsunade regretted her words. Maybe we're both just screw-ups, she thought, and poured herself another drink. XX. A flytrap-like creature emerged from the ground and opened the plant part to reveal a split dual-colored body. Both eyes looked to the person standing nearby and looking over the main city in aim. Did the Konoha ninja capture the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki? Questioned Pain without looking at the newcomer in the room. I'm afraid not, answered a hesitant white half. Pain's head turned and he glanced at Zetsu but then turned back to the view of the city. And the container's current whereabouts? Unknown, stated the black half, and Pain's head turned much faster than before to glare at the Akatsuki member with his dojutsu. You lost him? Pain questioned, and both halves could feel the anger in their leader's voice. Not exactly, began the white half, and the black half continued the sentence. He managed to escape in some kind of flying machine before we could implement any means to track him. The Jinhyuriki never left the area where the device was kept and we couldn't sneak in or get close to it without being spotted, explained the white half. Which direction did the container head in? Back to the elemental countries, questioned the leader of Akatsuki. No, said the white half, and Pain's glare prompted the darker half to fill in the details. He headed straight out to sea with his group and not towards any land masses. He was outside of our range in seconds. He was moving too fast across the water for us to get a good look at the device, added the white half in its defense, and the darker half also chimed in. By the time we got to the coast, he was already miles away from the island and we couldn't even see the machine he was flying in. So we have no idea where it might be going, stated Pain, and Zetsu only nodded. This will make things difficult when the time comes to capture them all. We only found him because of Sasori's spy. Is the spy still alive? Questioned Pain, and Zetsu nodded again. Pain thought about the situation but did not voice any of his thoughts. It didn't make sense that Sasori's spy would have called them into an ambush, but that was what Itaki and Kisame reported. Why give up a hidden position when they didn't even know the container was in Snow Country? He wondered and thought that perhaps the spy was still on their side. In any case, they would now have to put more resources into finding the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki. The transportation was a poor choice by the Jinhyuriki's part, as a flying machine was very rare and it would likely be spotted and talked about. Word would eventually reach them and they would find out where the Jinhyuriki fled to. With no further conversation on the part of their leader, both halves took the silence as their cue to exit. XX. Naruto walked to the rounded table and sat down in his seat. Plague Ace was already seated and the rest of the group sat around him. Dimming the lights, he activated the hollow projector in the center of the table and brought up the file on the planet that they were headed for. In less than 2 hours we will be arriving at the first planet on the fringes of the outer rim in the known galaxy. This planet is referred to on star charts as Cunis Tail 3 of the Cunis Tail system. For those that travel or live on the planet, it is known by another name, Seraphir. The planet experiences a phenomenon known as tidal locking. This means that the planet no longer rotates around its axis. Half of the planet is therefore always in direct sunlight and scorched by the sun, while the other half is always in the dark and practically frozen. Both halves are essentially wastes, but there is a vertical belt between the halves where the conditions are habitable. It is along this belt where the planet's estimated 150,000 inhabitants live, clustered around 3 makeshift spaceports. The inhabitants that don't live on the planet are smugglers, gun runners, thieves, pirates, and other unscrupulous individuals, so we shouldn't have a problem fitting in. Naruto finished as the group looked at the holographic planet and listened to his speech. What exactly are our goals on Seraphir? Kabuto chimed in and Naruto answered, the ship needs to be replaced. It would be extremely dangerous to keep using it as my hull repairs were only temporary. Since we don't have the money to buy a new ship, we can sell this one at a junkyard and then steal a ship. Because the planet is frequented by so many unsavory groups, we also might be able to add to our cargo. We currently have several cases of smuggled weapons, and the more we acquire, the more money we can get later. We should also think about finding out as much information as possible about the planet without drawing much attention to ourselves. Naruto added. I get it. Stated Suijutsu, so we should bust a few heads and cut off a few legs. I believe he was referring to more subtle means of information gathering, which I would be happy to take care of. Offered Kabuto. Given so many years of being a spy, the white-haired Sith spawn was well versed in information gathering. Yes, you will initially be going with Master Plague Ace to gather information. The rest of us will be keeping a low profile until we learn more. Individuals our age in the galaxy aren't considered adults, so a bunch of kids walking around on such a planet would draw a lot of attention. Any other questions? He asked and looked around the table while turning off the hollow projector and turning back on the lights. What types of weird species will we encounter? Asked Teiwaya as she sat with her arms crossed and looking directly at Naruto. Naruto deferred to Plague Ace as he actually wasn't sure what species they would encounter, given that detailed knowledge of the planet was unknown to him. Humans would likely be the majority of the inhabitants, followed by Nikto, Vashans, and perhaps species like Duros, Twi'leks, and Celestans in addition to others. Plague Ace surmised. Having also never been to Seraphir, he could only guess at some of the species that they might see. A brief moment elapsed and there were no more questions. With the meeting over, the group dispersed without another word as they each went to prepare. XX. Plague Ace guided the ship into one of the open circular hangar bays at one of the 3 spaceports on the planet. He had chosen the spaceport based upon what the Force was telling him. Once the ship came to a landing, he and Kabuto made their way to the ship's landing ramp. The plan was for both of them to venture out with one of the demon brothers and carry out some needed business. He wanted Naruto to keep an eye on the ship until arrangements could be made. Seeing different species for the first time could be a very shocking experience, and the last thing he wanted was for some of the group to gawk at every non-human they passed. In some of the seediest locations in the galaxy, all one had to do was look at or stare at a person the wrong way for a fight to start or for blasters to be drawn. It was best to let the group stay at the landing port with the ship and get a glance at different species from afar before getting a closer look. They would first head to a local junkyard in order to sell their ship. Likely he wouldn't be able to get any credits as Seraphir was so far away from the Republic that credits weren't used as normal currency or accepted. He hoped to instead get Nova crystals, as they were widely accepted in most places around the entire galaxy. Given that their ship was used, damaged, and had a makeshift power source, he knew he wouldn't be able to get much for it. Bot knew, the ship was likely around 75,000 credits, but their ship would only be worth a fraction of that amount. He'd be lucky to get 10,000, but with a little persuasion, he felt he could get that price or more. He could ask for and get an unreasonable price, but he didn't want to draw any attention to them. There was no telling how long they would be on the planet. Being cautious was what preserved him thus far, and he wasn't about to risk anything. There would be plenty of opportunities to gather wealth later on. The cargo they had would be worth far more than that amount of credits. Each weapon was nearly worth 1,000 credits, and they had several crates of rifles and pistols. The only problem was that Seraphir was merely a stopping point. Weapons weren't commonly sold there, and it would be more dangerous to try and unload their cargo than to keep it safe and wait to sell it later. Walking down the landing ramp, the group of 3 were greeted by several well-armed individuals. The port was probably owned by some thug or criminal, and they would have to pay an exorbitant tax to land there, even if it was only for a short period. However, landing outside the spaceport might only put them at a higher risk of their ship being stolen, in addition to other possibilities. Reaching the bottom of the ramp, they were partially surrounded by 4 individuals. All 4 were human and trying to look as intimidating as possible. Searching their minds, he found out what would be in store for them later and informed Naruto through their link. This is our port and you are going to have to pay to keep your ship here. There's a charge for staying and a protection fee. We also can't guarantee that your ship will be safe," stated one of the group in Galactic Basic, and the others all chuckled. "That will be fine, however, we've already paid for the day. You should go bother someone else," Plague Ace stated while waving got his hand. The eyes of the four humans became unfocused for a second and the leader responded, "You've already paid for the day, we'll go bother someone else." With that, the four left. "That's quite a useful trick," commented Kabuto, as it was the first time he had seen such a technique from the short man. "Only on the weak-minded," explained Plague Ace, and with that they headed out. XX. On the ship, Naruto began deleting the ship's logs and navigational data. Earlier he had copied all the ship's navigational charts onto a datacard. There was now only a single copy of the information on their home planet, and it was inside a storage seal on his arm. Plague Ace had informed him that they would likely be visited by guests and that he should make sure that the ship cannot be traced to its previous destination. Deleting all the other records would prevent anyone from being able to figure out anything about them and what they might be carrying. A common trick at some spaceports was to slice, hack, into the ships to find out where they were traveling from, how many were aboard, and what the cargo was. Based upon that information, someone may decide to try and board the ship in order to capture it or steal the cargo. Even if the ship was somehow sliced from outside, Plague Ace wanted to make sure that nothing would be found. The only thing that they couldn't change was the ship's transponder code, which was a signal hidden in the sublight engines used to identify and provide information on a ship. From previous logs, they knew the ship had been to the planet before, but given how long the ship had been lost for, it was unlikely that anyone from the planet would recognize it. XX. Walking down the streets of the spaceport was quite an experience for Kabuto and Gozu. There were numerous small merchants that lined the streets selling things they had never heard of nor ever seen, and they already passed by several non-humans that were quite unique. Plague Ace had just sold the ship and they were to deliver it that afternoon to a large junkyard that was on the edge of town. The short man was correct about the price and made sure to make special arrangements with the junkyard owners so that they could keep the ship in the yard but still live in it for as long as they needed. They were now apparently heading to one of the local cantina, which were apparently a bar that also featured gambling, music, and other sordid affairs. However, Kabuto's attention was more focused on the things that he passed by and not looking for said cantina. So far he had seen at least 5 species that were each very distinctive. He made mental notes about them but wished he had a datapad device that he's seen Naruto using to write down his observations. Even more so, he wished that he could lure a few into back alleys and add their bodies to his corpse scrolls so he could examine them later in detail. Learning from a medical droid just wasn't the same as learning from an actual body that he could dissect. Gozu was also interested in the species but not nearly as much as the snake-like ninja. His interest was mainly on the few female species he had passed and seeing how much they were different from human females. Plague Ace and the others came to a stop at a building that was easily identified as a cantina from the writing on the outside. The doors were open but hardly looked inviting. Plague Ace led the group inside where they passed through several sensing devices, though the others didn't notice this fact. Music was playing as they entered and a variety of smells filled the air. On one side was a band playing as well as several tables with seats containing drunken occupants. The other side of the room had many unique tables where it appeared games of chance were being played. Right in the middle was the bar area. Their group garnered some attention while they walked up to the bar. The cloaked Kabuto was of more interest to some, while Gozu was certainly the most physically intimidating. Getting the attention of the barkeeper, Plague Ace ordered 3 drinks while the others looked around. The music wasn't loud enough to prevent a conversation from being heard, so Plague Ace used a simple force technique to prevent those nearby from hearing him talk with Kabuto and Gozu. "Take a good look around," asked Plague Ace, and the other 2 complied while he didn't take his eyes off his drink. Kabuto's eyes automatically searched for possible sources of information among the members of the group. He believed he saw several illicit deals or negotiations going on and a couple of individuals who might provide information for the right price. Gozu looked around and saw a bunch of drunks in a bar and people gambling. He was confident he could take every one of them. "Those exact thoughts are why I brought each of you. Your role, Kabuto," Plague Ace said while secretly slipping the ninja a portion of the crystals from the sail of the ship, "is to find out as much as you can about the area and who runs this spaceport. Gozu, you will be my backup. No doubt I will have a few people coming after me when we leave." "And what will you be doing?" Gozu questioned while examining the strange drink before him. He didn't like the idea of sitting around and waiting. "I'm going to be trying my luck at cards, and try not to stare at your drink so much, just drink it. It's quite generic and not enough to really get you drunk. The taste shouldn't be too bad." Gozu frowned but downed the drink and found it wasn't bad. Plague Ace tried his own drink and also found the drink unsavory but quickly realized that it was because he was in a human body. To a muton, the drink he ordered would have tasted quite different. "Do you plan to increase our money?" questioned Kabuto as he nursed his drink and thought the idea of Plague Ace playing cards must have an underlying reason besides the money that was on the table. All I have to do is find a good table with gunrunners and I can figure out where their crews typically stash caches while on the planet. Leaving weapons aboard a ship is an invite for trouble and so many gunrunners have bolt holes to hide their weapons in. It won't take long to gather that information and then I can send out Naruto with the others to secure the weapons and increase our cargo. We might even get a ship out of it. Explained Plagueis as he scanned the Sabasi tables and sensed for possible marks. If you don't mind me asking, why didn't you just send Naruto to come here? I've seen his luck firsthand and I don't think he would have any problem working the tables. Kabuto questioned as he decided upon who he might try to barter information with. He's only 12 and while the fact that he was a ninja made him an adult in the eyes of the people of Abonas, he would only be considered a child here. They wouldn't take him seriously. Maybe a few of the players would allow it just to take some of his money but they would kick him out of the cantina if he started winning. That is why I left everyone else at the ship. How many children have you noticed so far when we walked through the spaceport? Plagueis questioned and Kabuto understood. Besides Miizu, the three of them were the oldest of the group. Jogo was around 15, Teiwia 14, and the rest were not even 13. A large group of oddly dressed kids would draw quite a bit of notice on a planet such as Sarayfur. Kabuto's thoughts were soon broken by Gozu's questioned, "Can I order something stronger?" He asked as he just finished downing a second drink of what Plagueis ordered. "No, I don't want you impaired and with Naruto's upgrade to you, I have no idea if you can get impaired. I'm going to be making enemies at the table I'm going to and I need you alert and ready in case they start something at the table. If everything goes according to plan, I'll purchase a bottle of something stronger when we leave." Plagueis stated and Gozu nodded but still frowned. Neither he nor his brother were ever patient. Maybe I should have had Miizu come instead of volunteering. He seems to be having more fun. Gozu thought as he could feel through whatever link he had with Naruto and his brother that their group was doing something much more interesting than waiting around at a bar. XX. I didn't do anything strange when I was sedated, did I? Questioned Karin to the group as she sat at the table on the ship. It had only been in the past few hours that said sedative had worn off and she was having trouble remembering all that transpired on the journey. No, not much happened. Well, there was that one thing that you did but I don't know if you consider it strange or not. Remarked Suijutsu with a smirk. Karin glared at her nemesis and adjusted her glasses as she hesitated to reply. And what would that be? Questioned a frowning Karin. Well, you stripped off all your clothes and ran around the ship naked. Explained Suijutsu with a shrug and he had a hard time keeping the smile off his face. I did no such thing. Did I? The others refused to meet her glance and those with breather masks were thankful that their smiles couldn't be seen. The laughter however soon started and Suijutsu was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. You bastard! She yelled and stood while pulling out her blaster. Blast! Suijutsu's head lost consistency as the plasma bolt pierced it and charred the back of his chair. It soon reformed and the teen rubbed his cheek where the blast had hit him. That really stings. He remarked with a glare but before anything else could happen, Naruto pulled the weapon out of Karin's hand with the force. Had you been paying attention Karin, like I asked you to, you would have realized that we have company. He stated and looked to Miizu who turned into smoke and quickly traveled to the top hatch of the ship. XX. Outside the ship, 5 figures moved into the hangar bay. They were not same ones that Plagueis had dealt with earlier but were of the same group. It was a routine that they practiced when a ship landed in their hangars. They made them pay and then went after the cargo if it seemed good. Are you sure this is going to be a good score? Questioned one of them. A ship with no passenger or cargo manifest as well as deleted logs points to a nice score. They could be hauling anything but whatever it is, it will be a payday for us. One of the others assured the rest. The group approached the newly landed ship and put on their breather masks. It certainly wasn't the first time that they had boarded a ship and stolen its cargo. Seeing as 3 individuals had already left the ship, they were confident that they wouldn't be dealing with that many assailants and it really didn't matter considering what they planned on using. The 5 figures stealthily moved around the front of the ship and headed for the open landing ramp. They made sure to stay out of sight of the cockpit windows. All they had to do was toss the grenade inside and let the gas distribute throughout the ship and knock out anyone that had stayed on board. The members weren't nearly in position when the sound of a single blaster shot was heard. They each froze where they were and waited, listening. It was obvious that the shot had come from inside the ship but they were waiting to see if someone would come out. When half a minute went by and nothing happened, the leader of the group gave a signal to move in. I guess they're just helping us along by killing each other off, he thought and readied the grenade. Cautiously checking the ramp, he moved to one side and tossed the grenade in. Expecting shouts or at least the familiar sound of the grenade quickly releasing its contents on impact, he was quite surprised when the same grenade flew right back out of the landing ramp and went off on the ground. The landing ramp quickly raised and the group was left in the open hangar with gas filling the room. A few curses filled the room but with their masks, the gas was no big deal for them. That changed however when a quickly muted scream came from just a short distance away. With the gas obscuring their vision, no one in the hangar could be sure what was happening. Each member brandished a blaster, but the most they could see was a shadow that would appear and disappear inside the plume of gas. "It's an ambush," a muffled voice said. Several shots rang out, followed by another yell. The sound of a body hitting the ground was heard by the remaining few. The gas finished dispersing and everything was silent in the hazy hangar. No sooner had they believed that the ambush was over than another yell came from across the room. "Find some cover!" The leader yelled, but with the gas he couldn't see much of anything. Through the obscured air he managed to find some metal crates and nearly tripped over them. Getting behind them, his gun moved back and forth in unison with his narrowed field of vision as he tried to find any trace of movement. Somewhere in the hangar, someone was shouting for help, but the shouts decreased in volume until they stopped entirely. A shadow came at him from his right and he fired 2 shots. Both hit and the figure dropped. As the gas began to dissipate, he got up from behind the position and moved to the body with blaster trained on it. Only a few feet from it, he quickly realized that it was one of his own men. Before he could do anything, he felt the presence of someone behind him. A sharp pain shot through his back and then nothing. His unresponsive body fell to the ground. "I can't move or feel anything below my neck," he realized, and could barely move his neck to help him glance around. He tried to yell for help but only ended up coughing up blood. A dark figure was standing above him, which was just slightly out of his immediate vision. His attention was quickly caught by the landing ramp, which had just lowered again. XX. Naruto walked down the ramp, followed by a frustrated Suijutsu. As he moved down the ramp, the force user pushed the gas away from the ramp and helped to disperse it out the open-topped hangar. "Damn it!" Suijutsu remarked as he looked around at the bodies. "You finished all of them off before I even got out here." He finished looking at Miizu, who stood above one of the bodies. "Does this kind of gas affect you?" questioned Miizu, and the other Kiri ninja frowned. He honestly wasn't sure if his hydrification technique could protect him from something like that. Naruto ignored the two as he made his way to the still-breathing intruder. Miizu had been told to at least leave one of them alive to find out information from. Walking over to the man, he bent down and placed his hand on the man's head to gather information. XX. "As for myself, I suppose you could say I'm in the shipping business." Plague Ace answered as he furthered the small talk at the table and slowly began to loosen the other players' tongues. In just a short while he would not only be taking their money from cheating but also a large amount of precious information. He could feel Kabuto in another area of the room already working on gathering other information that could also be useful to them. Kabuto seemed to be chatting with a native to the planet, while his current Sabasi game was with one smuggler and 2 gunrunners that were either regulars to the planet or just passing through. Between the two of them, they should be finished in an hour or so. The others' players were initially hesitant to let him join their game, but once they saw how much he had, they decided to let his money join the game. Sabasi was a game of strategy as much as it was luck, but when you could alter the programming of the droid dealer and the game's randomization computer, it became a game that he couldn't possibly lose. Initially, however, he would purposefully lose but then defeat his opponents after getting the information he wanted. Then all he would have to do is find a place to stay while Naruto dealt with the footwork. XX. "What's that one over there?" questioned Jugo as he looked through a pair of electrobinoculars at the spaceport set out before them. "I believe that is a Vashan. It's an insectoid species," replied Naruto as he looked through his own modified goggles. "Let me see," demanded Karin as she pulled the single pair of electrobinoculars from Jugo to look out over the spaceport. They were sitting on the roof of the open hangar where the ship was. Naruto was trying to get them, and himself, used to seeing different species so they wouldn't make a scene when they went out into the city as soon as Plague Ace and the other two were back. "What an ugly fucker," commented the second red-haired girl who had taken the binoculars from Karin. Naruto ignored the comment as he stared up at the foreign sky and took it all in. It was strange to look at a sky without a moon, but that wasn't the oddest part. Because of the planet's unique orbit, the sky was always in a state of dusk or perhaps dawn. Maybe a combination of the two. With one side of the planet always facing the sun, and the other always facing away, there really was no definitive night or day. The sky was always the same. Looking in one direction, he came upon the sun, and glancing in the other he could see the night sky and just a handful of stars at the very edge of the dark horizon. So all of these species just walk around normally and no one really gives them much notice? Questioned Jugo, and Naruto was brought out of his thoughts. No, probably not. Unless it was a species not normally seen or one that they had never seen before, then they might give it some notice but then move on about their business. Answered Naruto, and he could feel the orange-haired teen feeling relieved at the answer. Perhaps given what he turns into, he feels that he always looks different than normal people, or something along those lines. Naruto reasoned, but he decided not to ask. This is boring. Maybe we should break out a sniper rifle and have some fun from up here. Suijutsu suggested, and a few others' sweat dropped at the idea. Why is it that your goggles seem just as good as these binoculars but they're so much smaller and lighter? Taewia questioned to change the subject as well as point out something that she had been wondering about. She was still holding the large and heavy binoculars and looking back and forth between the two. The others also looked at him and he could feel some jealousy and envy sweep through the group. I made these years ago from a normal pair of goggles and a pair of those electro-binoculars. Do you want some too? Questioned Naruto to the group and tried to determine their real reactions and thoughts on the matter. Yes. Who wants to carry around something so bulky and heavy like this? Karan stated, and he could feel some agreement from the others on the matter. Alright. When we go out later for clothes and other supplies, I'll see if I can find pairs of goggles and binoculars for each of you and then have my clones make some goggles like mine. He said, and honestly the thought made him feel something. Perhaps it was just excitement over creating a gadget. He wasn't really sure what it was. Why do we need to go out for clothes? Questioned Miaizu. Well, technically you don't really need new clothes, but myself and the others do. He answered, and feeling the oncoming barrage of questions, he decided to explain himself. When you looked out at the people walking the streets, did you all notice how differently they dress? Our fashion isn't necessarily the same as what the galaxy uses. Nobody wears open-toed combat sandals and most people have a slightly different fashion sense. Miaizu's clothing isn't that different from what other people wear, especially with that poncho that both of you wear. Also his ability allows him to change his clothing at will, he doesn't need anything new. Once Master Plagueis gets back with money that we can use, then we can go and purchase all that we need. Some holsters for our blasters would be nice, and I'd like to see what clothing they have and how it compares to what we had back in Ibona's. It's best to fit in as well as we can, and few of the things we currently wear won't make us stand out. Why do we have to wait for them to get back? Can't we just use something else to trade? Why didn't we just bring some gold or something? They value gold, right? Teiwaya inquired, and Naruto stared dumbfounded at her. I didn't think of it. He admitted out loud, and few snickers could be heard among the other group members. While the paper Ryo bills would be worthless, some of the coins as well as several precious metals found on their planet would be something that they could have traded with. The only thing they did bring was a good amount of refined chakram metal and storage scrolls filled with ninja supplies. There was no way he would ever trade those supplies, but he definitely could have brought something else or converted Gato's wealth to gold. Frowning, Naruto decided to push those thoughts out of his mind and focus on what was important while the others continued to converse. They needed a ship, to steal more supplies to sell later, and he needed to find some materials from the junkyard to continue with his modifications and other inventions. The information he had obtained from the thugs that tried to take their cargo told him about the spaceport, which was called Serafuria. Not very original, but the name apparently changed with each new criminal that took ownership from the criminal before them. The city had changed hands many times and was currently ruled by a human named Mordo Varzas, who was a pirate that decided to settle down in one area. Apparently the man had plans to gather money and buy mercenaries or better ships to begin taking control of the planet and the surrounding system. The other two spaceports were also owned by other criminals of different species, and they sometimes fought each other to gain control of all the ports on the planet. He wasn't exactly sure if Plagueis had any more plans for the planet, but thought perhaps they should consider trying to gain the starport. Owning a planet with an unregulated spaceport could be lucrative and provide information as well as different contacts for them in the future. I'll have to inquire about this with Master Plagueis when he gets back, he reminded himself, and continued to look at the strange but beautiful sky. XX. Pulling his winnings toward himself, Plagueis allowed a small smirk to form on Gato's face. The three other players at the table, however, were far from thrilled. They had just lost everything that they had to the short newcomer. Thoughts of fairness and the possibility of being cheated had already gone through their minds, and Plagueis knew it was time to leave before he was attacked inside the cantina. Telepathically signaling Gozu, the Kiri ninja approached the table and the other players were temporarily put at bay from attacking. Taking the winnings, he walked away from the table side by side with Gozu. Gozu. Kabuto. At least one of them will no doubt try and take back their winnings in the alley. Kill them. Plagueis commanded, and as soon as they got outside and into the alley near the cantina, Gozu pulled out a storage scroll and quickly helped Plagueis seal all the winnings inside of it. Plagueis took the scroll and continued on his way down the alley into an adjacent side street that would take him back to the main street. No sooner had he done this, than two of the three players came around the corner of the cantina and began moving for their weapons. Gozu sprang into action, and faster than the human opponent could draw a gun, the Kiri ninja's clawed hand stabbed into the man's throat. The dying man nearly collapsed but attempted to shoot Gozu before he died, but was quickly disarmed and expired moments later. Standing next to Gozu was an incredible surprised and scared Red Nikto. The Nikto was slower than the human and froze at seeing the human next to him attacked. Forcing himself to action, the Nikto continued to reach for his blaster. The being got the blaster out of the holster and pointed it at Gozu, but then stopped moving and grunted in pain before he could fire. Standing begin the Nikto was Kabuto, holding a laser scalpel that was embedded into the spine of the Nikto. It seems your spine reacts quite the same as a human's in this situation. I will have to study your corpse further in order to make sure that is indeed the case, but it is definitely something that I am looking forward to. You're quite the interesting specimen, commented Kabuto as he looked over the thick hands, facial horns, and ridges on the head of the tan and reddish creature. Removing his newest toy, the laser scalpel, he then shoved it through the brainstem of the Nikto, which caused instant death. Pulling out his corpse scroll, Kabuto's snake attachment moved on its own and wrapped around the body, bringing it to the scroll and setting it on one of the empty storage seals. After sealing the Nikto, the snake then moved to the human and did the same. "Why do you want the human too?" questioned Gozu as he watched the snake ninja work. "You never know what this body could tell you until you examine it. He likely has different antibodies in his blood that could be interesting or even of use to us. We are in a completely different environment with different diseases and illnesses," explained Kabuto as he finished sealing the human and then made sure the coast was clear before exiting the alley and following Plagueis back to the hangar. There was still work to be done before he could get a chance to look at his newest acquisitions. XX. Karin was the first to sense the three returning individuals and told the rest of the group. Despite her problems in space, she had gotten better now that they were on a planet. There was no chakra or signatures to sense, but she found that her sensor abilities were still quite useful. Back on Ibonas, her sensing was like viewing something in color, but now, on the planet, it was like viewing a world of grey. The people were all similar shades of grey and it was difficult to tell them apart. She still had her large range, but it was still something she was getting used to. Jumping off the top of the roof, she landed on the ship and moved to the side to jump to the surface of the hangar to use the loading ramp. As she did this, the three returning group members entered the hangar and followed Karin up the ramp. Plagueis walked to the circular table and sat down in one of the high-backed seats. Kabuto and Gozu took up other seats as well, and they eagerly waited to hear about what had transpired. "Our trip proved rewarding. The ship is now sold and I've made arrangements at the junkyard so we can stay in the ship until we find a suitable replacement. At the cantina I gained information about a group of gunrunners that are about to unload a shipment of weapons to an area of the planet known as the Crasho Salt Rifts. The drop-off will happen in the next few hours, all we have to do is locate this area," Plagueis revealed, and he turned to Kabuto to see if the teen could add anything else. Slightly adjusting his glasses and then stroking his snake attachment's head, Kabuto began, "My information gathering was actually quite fortuitous as well and only serves to augment what Master Plagueis has just revealed. I also learned of the Salt Rifts and I was able to get their location on the planet. Additionally, another individual told me about the history of the planet. It was apparently colonized or perhaps home to a species known as the Seraphurians, but they became extinct after the planet stopped rotating. Their ruins as well as the ruins of another species cover parts of the wastelands. There were also rumors that a specific area of these ruins on the colder side of the planet gives those that venture near it an ominous feeling that they cannot shake off unless they leave the area. Some even say that there is a room full of treasure there." A small knowing smile adorned Kabuto's face as he finished giving his information. He knew the information on the area would spark interest in Plagueis and Naruto. "And I suppose you found out where this area might be?" inquired Plagueis. It seemed the teen was quite adept at information gathering, and if he was correct, Kabuto's information could be more valuable than his own. "I have general coordinates but nothing exact," replied Kabuto, and Plagueis nodded while coming up with a plan of action. He himself was in no condition to travel with Gato's body no matter how much he wanted to, and there was still work to be done that needed supervising. After a short period of silence, Plagueis spoke, "Naruto, I want you to take part of the group to get clothes that will let them blend in better. Make sure you aren't seen. After that we will split up into 3 groups. One group will stay and work on unloading the ship to give away to the junk dealer, while the other 2 groups will head off to the areas that Kabuto and I have found. Once there, they will take anything of value in return." Naruto however wanted to add something else. "Master, will there be time to take a look through the junkyard?" Plagueis wasn't surprised about his students' interest in the junkyard, as such a place, full of pieces of different technology, no doubt greatly appealed to Naruto. However, he really didn't want to use up the remainder of their storage scrolls or perhaps start filling the storage area of a new ship with pieces of junk. Deciding that it was best to first take care of everything else, he replied, "If when we are finished, and there are no other matters to attend to, then you can spend however much time you want in the junkyard before we leave." Naruto's smile was partially hidden by his cloak. Standing up, he made to leave the ship with the others and replaced his breather over his mouth. XX. 5 figures stealthily moved across the rooftops of the spaceport as they headed to a local establishment. They could have used the henge jutsu, but they would have to dispel it at some point in order to pick out clothing that actually fit them. The group jumped off a roof and landed in a nearby alley. Individually, they each headed out of the alley in timed intervals and entered a nearby store. A group of children would garner more attention than just individuals. Naruto was the last to enter the store. He stood in the doorway for a few seconds as he looked over all the merchandise. The shop sold a variety of clothing styles and featured a variety of cloth from natural to synthetic. Hopefully they do custom orders. Naruto thought, as they would certainly need customization of all their clothes and get their shoes altered. The other people he traveled with were already searching through the store. Each person seemed to be able to find something of interest, whether actual clothing or just fabric, and apparently several outfits had already been chosen and placed on the counter. While this was going on, Naruto went to the owner and asked, I'll need quite a few custom orders and modifications to some of our existing clothing. The person behind the counter only nodded and watched the boy walk off to another area of the store and start picking out utility belts and gun holsters. What a weird bunch of kids. The man remarked and began making sure they weren't stealing from him. 5 piles of clothes soon filled the front table and he began thinking they might use the weapons they had to take the clothing, but money was quickly produced for the clothing and also for the alterations. XX. One by one, each of the 5 left the store and headed back to the ship. Suijitsu was now sporting a dark purple flight suit with a white vest. The suit lacked any of the life support systems and it was only a children's suit, something which Karan laughed at, but it was what he wanted and he purchased several of them using the money Naruto had. Jugo left the store with very conservative and cheap clothing consisting of black pants, a tan shirt, and a thin vest. Considering that if he used his bloodline, the clothing would likely get torn to shreds, he felt it was best to stick with something simple that could be easily replaced. Karan and Taewee left the store together. They had purchased armor weave body gloves on Naruto's suggestion and then covered the glove with a shirt and either shorts or a skirt. The large bags only put a smile on Karen's face as it was the first time she had done some extensive shopping since leaving Konoha. Taewee only rolled her eyes at the happy girl but was also sporting the same amount of clothing. Naruto was the last to leave the store and told the patron, "Our faces and ages were nothing of note." Which the man promptly repeated before he left. Naruto also sported a black body glove but covered it with a pair of his ninja pants, a light shirt, and a hooded vest that he had acquired from Ibonas that was similar to his Chunin vest. He decided to forego the cloak as it only made him attract attention and instead used the hood on the vest along with his breather to cover his most distinctive marks. Ironically, he looked almost the same as he had when he was a ninja of Konoha. Each member also now had a utility belt with their ninja pouches attached at the back and sported a holster with blaster. Their shoes had also been modified to have the foot completely covered. XX. Returning to the ship, Plague Ace flew it to the outskirts of the spaceport where the junkyard was. With it in the junkyard, there was little chance that someone might try to take their cargo again. Ships in a junkyard were usually put there because they didn't work and no one was usually allowed to still live in the ships. Naruto was quite eager to scrounge through the mountains of junk but they still had work to do. That however didn't stop his eyes from roaming through the piles every time he passed. The first group that left the ship was Kabuto, Suijitsu, and Taewee. They were sent out to the salt rifts in search of the gun runners. Kabuto's new appendage allowed him to sense nearby signatures and the snake had an enhanced sense of smell. In the second group, Naruto traveled with Karan and Miaizu. They were off in search of the area that Kabuto spoke of in the dark region of the planet. The junkyard owner had been persuaded to allow Naruto to use his skiff, which was a short-range repulsor lift vehicle, so that they could travel to the dark region much faster. The salt rifts were relatively close in comparison and could easily be reached on foot. Plague Ace, Jugo, and Gozu stayed on board the ship and would be removing as many useful items from the ship as they could before leaving it. XX. Plague Ace had watched out of the cockpit windows as the two groups began moving out in separate directions to their destinations. He knew what would be in store for Kabuto's group but not for Naruto's. The only advice that he could give to his student was to be cautious. It was possible that whatever his student was heading for was just a dark side force nexus, however it was also possible that it was some kind of tomb or perhaps once a lair of a Sith. It could be dangerous but he was in no condition to go exploring. Gato's body was beginning to give out or at least he only had a month or so left. The problem he was having finding a replacement was a lack of suitable candidates. Now that they were back in the galaxy, he had the luxury of being picky when it came to choosing a new body. He at least wanted a tall body that was fit and preferably force-sensitive. The more force-sensitive a host body he found, the more of his own force powers would return to him. His thoughts took him to the communications systems where he sat down in a high-backed chair and began preparing to send out a coded transmission. Sidious had no doubt taken over all of his accounts, assets, hideouts, and just about everything else he had when he was still alive. He couldn't risk trying to access any of his bank accounts or get in touch with any of his former agents that he had used. However, he still had one contact that Sidious knew nothing about. Right before he died, he had looked for suitable candidates for his new experiment on midi-chlorian manipulation. The goal was to find a suitable female to use his technique on. Not wanting anyone to find out what he was doing, he chose a planet near his hideout and reprogrammed a medical droid to secretly work for him. Using the droid, he gained access to patients at a local hospital as well as patient records. From that list, he had chosen a subject. He chose based upon medical history, midi-chlorian count, and a variety of other factors that had led him to a specimen that would suit his purpose. Not a week before being killed, he had put his experiment into motion and used the technique on the woman while she was sedated during a fake procedure for a fake medical condition that the droid had fabricated for him. If his experiment worked, then a child with incredible force ability and midi-chlorian count had been born nearly 15 years ago and may provide him with the perfect host. The planet the experiment took place on not very noteworthy or useful, so the child was likely still there, safe from Sidious and out of sight from the Jedi. With the connection created, Plague Ace waited for the droid to answer. He had given it orders to periodically check for messages from him, but it had been so long that the droid may no longer even be in operation or could have had its memory wiped at some point. The signal was eventually answered by the medical droid that he had reprogrammed. "Who is this?" questioned the droid in an even voice. Plague Ace quickly replied with, "Activate program Plague Ace 1. The droid's photoreceptor dimmed and then lit back up as the program activated and put the droid under his control. He had concealed the program in the droid's memory banks. The program was activated with the command, and once deactivated, the medical droid would go about its basic function without ever realizing that anything out of the ordinary had happened. "This is Master Plague Ace droid." "Yes, I am aware that I have changed quite a bit since we last spoke. Our last conversation was 5,329 standard days ago." The droids responded. Yes, I am aware of that. What I want to know is the status of the experiment," inquired Plague Ace as his patience waned slightly. "Monitoring of test subject 1, Shmi Skywalker, was terminated 4,500 days ago." "Terminated? For what reason?" demanded Plague Ace as his thoughts raced over possible complications or what else that could have gone wrong. "Test subject 1 was transported off the planet and no longer within my capabilities of monitoring." "Was the subject pregnant or was a child delivered?" asked Plague Ace with some urgency. "Negative. No changes in health status were noted." "It failed." Plague Ace realized and couldn't believe what the droid was telling him. He had accounted for everything and chosen the best subject available. Why hadn't it succeeded? "I must find out what went wrong." "Where was the test subject transported?" "The subject was sold to a slaver and transported to Tatooine," replied the droid as it accessed planetary records, and Plague Ace sat back in the chair as he went over the information. "I'll need to travel to Tatooine then and see if she is still there. But how will I do it?" Plague Ace wondered, as he didn't want to tell anyone about his failed experiment. Judging their reactions was difficult, and losing cohesion in the group was not something that they needed. Telling them that they needed to go to an obscure planet so he could analyze an experiment on a woman was out of the question. With only a single ship for them to use in the near future, how could he possibly explain an impulsive trip to a planet such as Tatooine? Suijitsu couldn't even survive on such a planet, and what would be there that he could convince Naruto or the rest of the group that they would be interested in? The weapons, he realized, and began developing a valid reason. Their cargo was technically stolen, but Tatooine was controlled by the Hutts and they wouldn't care where the weapons came from or who their current owner was. Well, at least the current Hutt wouldn't care where they came from. Their cargo actually belonged to a Hutt, but if he found a Hutt of a different clan, then selling it the weapons wouldn't matter. The sale itself could be dangerous as the Hutts weren't trustworthy, but what other choice did he have? There are also Ricketan ruins on Tatooine. Plague Ace remembered and knew that it would certainly interest Naruto enough to make the planet stand out as the next destination, or at least one of the next destinations. He wasn't sure what would still be in the ruins or even where the ruins were, but those were things for Naruto to find out when they got there. Likely his student would also have to negotiate with the Hutt without him being present, but Naruto could handle it. Coming back to the matter at hand, he heard Jugo and Gozu moving around in the aft of the ship, and he saw the droid staring back at him on the screen. "Program end," stated Plague Ace, and he turned off the screen, severing the communication, just as the droid's photoreceptors dimmed again. Getting up from his seat, he headed to the medical bay to supervise the removal of the Bacta tank. "This damn thing's heavy," Gozu commented to Jugo as Plague Ace neared the room. The pair were attempting to move the heavy piece of medical equipment on their own. "That tank is worth several times more than the entire ship. Be careful with it," stated Plague Ace from the doorway. "Why is it worth so much?" asked Gozu as both ninja stopped what they were doing and looked to Plague Ace. "The substance inside is very expensive. Normal ships of this size don't have Bacta tanks, and they typically cost a large amount of money. Out here they would probably cost even more." "How did this ship get one?" inquired Jugo, and Plague Ace smirked at the question. "The ship's former occupants took it from my lab along with other medical supplies and then installed it on the ship. I intend to keep it, considering that it belongs to me in the first place," stated Plague Ace as he moved the repulsor lift cart over to the tank. "When you begin tipping it over, I'll use my powers to lighten it as much as I can," said Plague Ace, and the other two nodded as they got ready to remove the tank. XX. Kabuto, Suijitsu, and Teiwaya jumped over the rocky terrain as they headed to the salt rifts. They weren't sure what to expect, as Kabuto's information was sketchy on what the physical feature actually was. Plague Ace's information also only concerned the delivery of the gun shipment, as the person he gathered information from was of the same gunrunner group. They therefore had little to go on, and the shipment wasn't to arrive for at least another hour. "So, what's the plan?" asked Suijitsu as he turned to Kabuto, who was put in charge of the mission. "We kill them and then take the cargo as well as the ship if we can." "I like that plan," replied Suijitsu. "How do we operate the ship?" asked Teiwaya with a deadpanned expression, and the other two nearly tripped. "Perhaps we take one hostage and force him to fly us back, or just call for Naruto," suggested Kabuto, and Suijitsu nodded at the revised plan while Teiwaya shook her head at getting picked for the wrong group. XX. Naruto piloted the skiff just a dozen meters off the surface as he headed to the coordinates that Kabuto had acquired. He was uneasy traveling to a place without knowing much information, but the possibility of rewards outweighed his worries. Turning around, he glanced at his passengers. Miyaizu was enjoying the nighttime ride while Karin had her arms crossed, and he could tell that the dropping temperature and cold blowing wind from their fast travel was beginning influencing her. "You should probably put on that thermal poncho I gave you," Naruto commented while keeping his eyes on the dark terrain ahead of them. Karin looked to the cloth that was sitting on the floor of the skiff next to where she was sitting. "It's made for a variety of climates and should keep you warm. Even with the body glove you have on, the cold will start to affect you. The farther we go, the worse it will get," added Naruto, and Karin grabbed the cloak and put it on. It would only take a little bit longer to get to the location, given how fast the skiff was, but they could no longer see the sun and were almost completely in darkness. XX. It took about an hour to reach their destination, and once they laid eyes on it, there was no question that they had found what they were looking for. Below them in a large relatively flat valley was the salt rift. While the surrounding rock was dark in color, the rift was covered in layers of salt, making the entire valley a white color. There were jagged outcroppings of salt and then numerous large and small skeletons of long-dead creatures that were also covered in the white crystalline substance. The area had apparently once been an ocean and abundant with life, but now all that was left was a salty graveyard. The bones and stalactites were so numerous that it created a myriad of different hazards and obstacles. The features were so large, tall, and numerous that it created many dark rifts and crevices that looked ideal to hide something. Given the vastness of the area, a person could search for weeks and not find anything of interest. The trio was relatively silent as they each looked over the feature set out before them. They would have to wait until the right time for the shipment, but from their vantage point they would be able to see any ship that came to the rifts. Once the shipment came, they would be able to run down to the valley and then run on top of the salt rift to get to wherever the ship landed. From what they could see through the binoculars, there were several places for a ship, similar in size to what they had, to land and then unload. The rift only extended so far and then it was just flat rock. Moving across the hill they were on, they repositioned themselves in a better spot closer to the landing spots that they could see. It did look incredibly treacherous, but each person was confident that they could make the journey when the time called for it. Until then, they would stay out of sight from a ship. XX. The first thing she noticed as they walked across the barren landscape, was the lack of noise. There was no noise at all, and even the air itself seemed completely still. It still seemed surreal that they were on a completely different planet. The skiff was only a short distance off as they searched the surrounding area. Focusing on her sensing ability, she searched the area for anything that seemed out of place. As her senses spread over the grey landscape in her mind, she happened upon an area that seemed darker than the rest of the surroundings. She was about to say something when she sensed something else in the distance. They apparently weren't the only ones out there. XX. Are you sure somebody is gonna come out all this way? I'm freezing my ass off, commented one man to the rest of the group. Shut up, Ral. The boss said we had to come out here. That stool pigeon of his has been talking about this area for weeks in that stupid cantina before he finally got some sucker to listen to him. All we have to do is wait for whoever they send out here. But we don't even know what's in that stupid cave, replied the man. That's why we're getting someone else to help us find out. I don't like this any more than you do. I remember the first group that were sent to check it out. Only 2 of their group returned and they had lost their minds. I want to stay as far away from that place as possible, but you've heard the rumors. A tomb full of treasure and possibly one of the Tessents. Ral stayed silent and neither of the other 2 men that were with them said anything else. If even part of the rumor was true, then they could be set for life. They wouldn't even bother sharing the spoils with the boss and just leave the planet with all that they could get their hands on. Movement in the distance caught the attention of each member. One pulled out a set of binoculars and spotted 3 figures in the distance. I can see 3 coming this way. 2 of them look like kids. The man stated out loud with some surprise. Kids. I wouldn't underestimate them. If these are the same ones that were at the hangar earlier, the group we sent after their cargo never came back. XX. The ninja trio made their way through the dark terrain as they headed for the area that Karin indicated. Up ahead they could make out what looked like an entrance to a cave that was set at the bottom of a tall conical structure. Even in the dark they could tell that it was very different from the rest of the rock around it. The 3 continued on until 4 armed men sprang out from behind nearby rocks. Hands where we can see them, said one of the ambushers while another moved in and began searching them one by one for any weapons. They don't even have a blaster, commented the man, and though a few of the group found it strange, they didn't question it and then motioned to the opening, forcing the 3 to go first. XX. Why do you think they were waiting for us? Asked Karin as she sat behind some rocks looking down on the 4 men heading into the opening with the 3 shadow clones. I don't think they lured us out here to rob us or something like that. They probably also believe something valuable is in there but are either too afraid to go in first or know that there are traps and wanted someone else to spring them. answered Naruto, and then he looked to her. Karin, I want you to stay here and look after the entrance. Miizu and I will go in after them. You're going to leave me here all alone? Karin questioned with an exasperated yell. Would you rather go in there? Asked Miizu. I'll dutifully monitor your progress from out here, replied Karin with a nod. XX. Kabuto had used an earth jutsu to create a covering over them as they laid on the ground to prevent them from being spotted from the air. Taking turns, they looked through the electro-binoculars for a ship. Up until that point, nothing of interest had happened. There were no movements in the rift or surrounding area, and not even so much as an animal could be seen. However, what began as a low rumbling quickly turned all three heads to the sky as a ship appeared out of the clouds and slowed down to settle on the outskirts of the rift. Kabuto zoomed in on the ship and watched it land. A loading ramp lowered and several figures came out with a repulsor lift cart and several crates of what presumably were weapons. In addition to the ones on the ship, several others came out of the rift and met them. They were too far outside of his range to feel or his snake's range to track, so he didn't know how many were actually there. He could only count what he could see, and he counted 10 altogether. The humanoids were quite similar to the one he had collected earlier and were apparently from a group called the Kinton Gun Runners. Glancing at the others, they got the message and came out of their hiding place. They only needed the weapons, but the ship was also there for the taking. XX. Naruto and Miizu followed a good distance behind the group and the shadow clones. Naruto was alert and looking for traps, but so far he hadn't found any. The cave turned out to be a long winding tunnel that steadily went deeper into the ground. They were already tens of meters beneath the surface. The tunnel was quite odd as the walls had a strange structure to them that wasn't really rock but some kind of substance that wasn't identifiable. Naruto was brought out of musings on the walls when he heard shouts echoing down the tunnel and then a single blaster shot. Before he could contact his clones, their memories flooded back to him but deprived him of valuable intelligence concerning what had happened. Given the instantaneous dispelling of all three clones, he figured it must have been a trap of some kind but had no idea what. Erring on the side of caution, he and Miizu slowly made their way to a chamber. Coming upon the area the clones had dispelled, they found the 4 men that had tried to ambush them. 2 had evidently attacked each other, each being mortally injured and dying on the floor, while 1 had dropped to the floor in a catatonic state, with the final one killing himself with a blaster. In addition to those bodies, he found an additional 2 bodies that had been dead for quite some time. The cold temperature had probably prevented some decomposition of the corpses, and he was thankful for his breather mask, which likely filtered out the smell. It was a strange sight, and Naruto refrained from entering the room until he had determined what might have caused their deaths. Both and Miizu looked around but only found 2 oddities in the room. There was a single carving of the upper portion of a cloaked figure on the opposite wall near an opening to another identical tunnel, and also some kind of lettering or glyphs were carved above that opening. Naruto couldn't make out the lettering as it was unrecognizable to him, though he could feel that it was important and believed it to be some kind of warning or instruction. The sculpture was of some kind of insectoid species that was also unrecognizable to him. Besides the bodies, nothing else in the room stood out. Is the sculpture the trigger to the trap? Naruto wondered and did his best to sense the surrounding area with all that was available to him. Strangely, he felt as though he was being watched and looked to the statue. Despite being inanimate, he felt like the carved face was looking at him. Searching his mind, he tried to gain as much information as possible from the memories of the clones right before they dispelled. However, the only thing he received was an intense feeling of fear. Fear killed them, he questioned and decided that instead of proceeding, that he would bypass the chamber and whatever trap had been set to stop those that entered. We're not entering this chamber, Naruto stated, and Miizu looked to him in question. Naruto went through several hand seals and Miizu understood what Naruto was up to, so he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Once the hand seals were finished, they began sinking into the ground beneath them. The pair moved unseen to the other side of the room and emerged at the entrance to the other tunnel. Making several clones, Naruto sent them on ahead as a precaution. The elaborate trap only confirmed that something must be ahead of them. XX. Jumping across the top of the salt rifts was difficult, but they were nearly at the ship. Kabuto could now tell with his snake appendage that they were only 10 of the humanoids. 6 had come from the ship while 4 had come out of a hiding spot in the salt rifts. Apparently the hiding place that the gun runners used to store weapons was actively guarded. The group stopped less than 30 meters from the ship to make a quick plan before going in. I'll go and find the bolt hole that they are using while you 2 secure the ship, Kabuto ordered, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Suijutsu took off towards the ship, leaving Teiwa behind, and Kabuto slithered into the rift. The scene was incredibly creepy to Teiwa, and she shivered at the sight of Kabuto meandering through the crevices in the salt rift. Looking towards the direction the ship was in, she decided that she wasn't really needed and decided to hold back. The Kiri ninja was seemingly immune to the weaponry of the galaxy while she wasn't. She wasn't scared but merely cautious. Until Naruto finished that chakra armor that he had been talking about on their journey to the planet, she wasn't going to run carelessly into a fight. XX. Continuing farther into the tunnel system, the duo eventually came to what appeared to be the end of the journey. They had bypassed an additional chamber with respective trap, but other than that, nothing else had been activated or come across. Naruto stood at the end of the tunnel and examined the large chamber. Somehow the room was slightly lit by unseen sources, but the majority was still dark. It was quite a bit larger than the other chambers they had come across. His eyes widened upon seeing the contents of the room. From what Kabuto had said, it was to be filled with treasure, but that wasn't what he was seeing. Sculptures of various sizes decorated the room. They were placed on tables or scattered across the room. To his eyes, it was obvious that the same person had made all of the sculptures, as they were made from similar stone and had many similarities. Most of the sculptures were simply unrecognizable to him though. He couldn't tell what they were supposed to be, if they were supposed to be anything. "Is this the treasure?" commented Miyazu, and Naruto wasn't sure how to answer. Artwork could be valuable, but he had no idea what significance or value could be placed on the items in the room. His attention was soon caught by the features on the opposite side of the room, which appeared to be a sarcophagus as well as another cloak sculpture carved into the wall above the resting place. Given that the dark side of the force was the strongest in the room they were currently looking at, Naruto reasoned that the sarcophagus must have been filled with the remains of a Sith, and the dark side coming off the remains had created the dark side nexus in the immediate area. Moving away from the sarcophagus, Naruto's eyes rested upon several other objects that certainly caught his attention. On the ground near the sarcophagus were the remains of an individual that was beyond identifying. In front of the corpse was a raised dais that had two other items. The first was in the very center and was clearly a Sith holocron. The second, however, was more difficult to identify. It appeared to be a white sculpture that did not fit with the other such pieces in the room. The sculpture was more identifiable to him as it appeared to be of some kind of winged cat. Several thoughts went through Naruto's head as he gazed upon the room. He was apprehensive at the sight of the body. It meant that someone was able to get past the other traps, only to be caught by surprise at the end or perhaps killed by the spirit of a Sith. Now that he knew what he was dealing with, it only made sense that a spirit, similar to his own master, was inhabiting the tunnel system. It was likely using carved sculptures of itself to guard its resting place and treasure. To some degree, it made sense. However, the placement of the holocron confused him. Plague Ace had told him that Sith were usually entombed with their most precious items. Placing a holocron out in the open would imply that it was meant to be taken, or at least its knowledge was meant to be passed on to whomever found the tomb and made it that far. Contrary to that thought, was the rotting corpse on the floor. If the holocron was meant to be passed on, why was the person killed? Naruto wondered and came up with several theories. It was possible that the person was deemed to be unsuitable in some way. Perhaps the spirit had been angered in some way. These thoughts, however, did not explain the sculpture that stood out in the room. If the Sith entombed here made the sculptures around the room, then perhaps it was an offering, he reasoned as his mind worked to come up with a way to get the holocron. The treasure was not something he considered worthwhile, but the holocron could be most useful. That line of thinking did seem somewhat logical, as it made some sense that perhaps to gain the holocron, an exchange or trade might have been initiated by the deceased. It, however, did not help him in determining how he could remain alive and still get the holocron. Looking back at the white sculpture, he again noticed that it clashed with every other sculpture in the room. The force was also telling him that the observation was of some significance. So the Sith was not pleased with the offering and killed the person that brought it. Then what should I do? He wondered and thought about what he could give. He had no sculptures, and making one on the spot could just as easily offend the spirit as the once living person had done. He also wasn't nearly as artistic or gifted as the Sith artisan had been, and had no idea how to deal with a Sith spirit. Whether the force techniques he could use would affect the spirit, he wasn't sure. The only items he had which were artistic or at least similar to sculptures were his weapons. His sword and disc blades were not, however, something that he could part with. It took another minute to think up what he could possibly trade, and eventually he came upon something feasible. It wouldn't be a loss, and hopefully it would appease the spirit. He thought about making a shadow clone and sending it forward, but quickly decided against it. Taking a deep breath, he entered the chamber and headed for the sarcophagus. XX. Jumping off the last vestiges of the salt rifts, Suijutsu twirled in the air and came down upon one of the gun runners that was just heading from the ship with a load. He caught them completely by surprise, and his kunai drove into the head of a Nikto while a thrown kunai pierced the throat of a second one. Suijutsu landed on the ground and charged the rest. One pulled out a blaster while the other went for some kind of melee weapon. Suitgetus dodged as the one of the humanoids tried to slice him apart with an interesting weapons that reminded him of a knuckle duster with a curved blade on the end instead of just blunt metal. Judging from the slight noise he could hear, it appeared that the weapon had vibration technology that Naruto had talked with him about. The thought of getting his hands on the device made him smile, and he dodged a swipe while another gunrunner came at him with a pike-like weapon while the other stayed back and fired several shots. Grabbing the arm of the punching creature, Suijutsu maneuvered the humanoid into another swing from the pike-wielding one, which cut deeply and easily through its torso. The surprise from killing a comrade was enough for Suijutsu to take advantage of and disarm the pike-like weapon to use against the wielder. Cutting off its legs, Suijutsu turned to the blaster use one and threw the pike as a spear. The thrown weapon pierced the chest of the final Nikto and killed it instantly. He was about to go back and finish off the others when he heard something coming from the ship. Turning around he saw that the last of the group had managed to escape and made it to the cockpit of the ship. Thinking the Nikto would take off in the ship, Suijutsu hurried to make it to the still lowered ramp, but his attention was diverted to a weapon that popped down from the hull of the ship. It looked like a much larger blaster than he had seen, and he was unable to dodge as it pointed directly at him and unleashed rapid-fire bolts of plasma. The first few bolts hit him before he could even move and tore right through him. While normal blasters were of little consideration to him, the larger ones he was being hit with were burning off more water from his body than he could deal with. Running as best as he could, Suijutsu took cover behind a nearby rock, but the blaster fire was powerful enough to destroy the impromptu hiding place, which made the Kiri ninja curse loudly. Losing consistency, Suijutsu turned completely into a liquid and began slithering away to cover, avoiding the blaster bolts as best as he could. XX. Moving past the dark sculptures and many shadowed areas, Naruto traveled through the chamber. His heart raced as he actively searched for danger. He could have sworn a moment before that one of the more statue-like sculptures had moved, but it could have just been a trick of the eyes. He was also feeling that he was being closely watched. As he moved ever closer to the dais, he began pulling out the needed supplies to make the trade. While he had no sculpting ability, he did have something else that was unique and hopefully would be accepted. If not, he would have to create and switch with a mud clone as fast as possible to escape what had killed his predecessor. Reaching the dais, his eyes didn't leave the carved figure behind the sarcophagus until he had all his supplies out. Pulling out his ink and his only spare scroll, Naruto set both items down on the surface of the circular dais and opened the scroll. Feeling out his surroundings with the force, he attempted to get an idea of what the spirit might be thinking. Now that he was so close to the sarcophagus, he found he could feel an actual presence and not just the feeling of being watched. Gauging what little emotions were present, he found a slight feeling of curiosity coming from the spirit. Dipping his brush in the ink, he flattened out part of the scroll and used the force to help guide him as he began creating a myriad of fuinjutsu. He began by making seals that he definitely knew, and as he continued, his seals became more elaborate. One of the seals was an explosive seal that he planned to use as a distraction if the artwork was not accepted. As he continued with the fuinjutsu, it became more about mixing and adding fuinjutsu together instead of just using a single seal. Soon what he was brushing onto the paper was no longer fuinjutsu seals but some kind of amalgamation of everything that he knew. He even began adding Sith runes in. As ink covered inch after inch of scroll and the inches became feet as he continued to unravel more parchment and continue on, he stopped worrying about anything else and surrendered his brush hand completely to the force. Black liquid continued to flow over the parchment, and before he knew it, he had covered all 6 feet of parchment with ink. Blinking out of his trance, Naruto looked over what he had done and was actually quite surprised. What started off as simple and calculated had turned into something else entirely. Oddly, he actually found himself quite calm considering the situation. His breathing and even heart rate were now at a normal level. In the past, he had only ever felt like that when he was building something. He had felt similarly when he created his goggles, but it wasn't quite the same. The brushing was much more soothing. Realizing once again where he was, he nearly stopped, but once his senses felt no threat or danger, he pulled out a kunai and decided to carve out a few Sith runes into the outer edges of the paper in order to protect it. He probably shouldn't have been so concerned about it, but for some reason he wanted the scroll to last, even if he would never see it again. When he was completely finished, he turned the scroll around on the large dais as if to show off his work and accept judgment. His nervousness came back in full as he stood still and looked up at the carved statue that also seemed to be looking down on him. XX. Fuck. Suijutsu cursed as he was being pinned down by the large rapid-fire blaster. The Nikto in the cockpit was dead set on finishing him off and had changed a good portion of the landscape in front of the ship to do it. He was too far away from the salt rifts to get back there without incurring more loss of water, and his current damage was significant. He could no longer keep his form and was more or less a slow-moving puddle. Looking down at the trapped ninja, Taewei rolled her eyes and debated about what to do. She didn't want to put herself at risk, and it was Suijutsu's own fault for running in on his own. They were however supposed to be a group. If those two bastards read my mind and find out I did nothing to help, I'm not sure what they would do. With a sigh, the redhead created a few normal bunchen and sent them running around the area. While the clones were doing that, she jumped to the ground and carefully went through a set of hand seals. In her spare time, she had been learning some earth manipulation, and while she wasn't finished with the exercises yet, she did learn one jutsu that could help her. XX. Making his way farther down an unknown path, Kabuto followed the sense of smell of his snake as he tracked down the 4 humanoids that were in the rifts. All he had to do was neutralize them, and he was curious to see how some of the poisons that his snake could produce would work on the species he was facing. Moving through the shadows, Kabuto could finally hear voices in a language that he didn't recognize. He wished he could interpret what they were saying, but there was little he could do at the moment. Unless they started speaking in basic, he would never know what their last words were. Coming out of his robes, the snake attachment moved to peek into the opening of the bolt hole that the gunrunners were using. Kabuto closed his eyes and began viewing through what his appendage could see. It was something that he had discovered when Plagueis was examining and testing his body. The snake appendage could not only detach from him but he could both communicate and sense what it could sense whenever he wanted. Perhaps in time he could use or produce more than one attachment, but for the moment, it was all he needed. Seeing the new activity, the snake quickly returned to him. It appeared that the Nikto had received a message, from who he knew not, but he assumed it might be from the ship. They were pulling off the covers of several crates to arm themselves and began heading to the exit to presumably go back to the ship. Hopefully Suijutsu had some restraint, but given their current actions, I doubt it. He probably charged right at them and one of them called for help. Kabuto surmised and prepared to attack. During their trip, he found that he could still summon snakes, despite no longer being on Ebonas. So as the four Nikto left the bolt hole and passed by Kabuto, 4 snakes shot out of the sleeve of his robe and wrapped around the gun runners before they could react. Squeezing tightly enough to cause pain and make them drop their weapons, the 4 were supported by the snakes as Kabuto stepped out of the shadows. Completely trapped, Kabuto's attached snake moved to the necks of each Nikto and injected each with a different venom. If they had to deal with that species again, it might be beneficial, at least to him, to know which poisons would work on such a different physiology. At least that was Kabuto reasoning for the experiment. XX. Moments passed as Naruto contemplated snatching the holocron and making a break for it. He was expecting a sign or at least something that would let him know if the scroll was accepted. Nothing happened though. Extending his senses again, he searched for any negative feeling he could coming from the sculpture or sarcophagus. He guessed that he would feel anger or perhaps disgust if the barter was not accepted, but he found nothing of the sort. Slowly, he extended his hand forward across the dais. Flexing his fingers, as they for some reason seemed to get stiff, he inched closer to the holocron. His eyes were not on the metal object but rather his surroundings, and he was ready to leap back at the first sign of danger. As his hand reached the pyramidal object, his fingers' tips touched the top of it. The metal was ice cold to the touch and sent a chill through his arm and down the length of his spine. His fingers grasped the pyramid and pulled it off its resting place. With holocron in hand, Naruto locked his eyes to the carved face and was about to start backing up when he had a thought. The other item on the dais was the half-meter-tall white statue. He had ignored its presence until that moment. His scroll had evidently been accepted but the small statue had not. If the Sith didn't like the statue, then he thought perhaps he should remove it from the tomb. After all, who would want something they hated sitting inside their tomb? If the corpse brought it there, then it may actually be worth something, he reasoned as his eyes looked between the cloaked and white statue in the room. Reaching again, his other hand grasped the white statue and he waited for a moment for something to happen. When nothing did, Naruto picked it up and made to leave. He moved one step back when he felt the presence stirring. Completely alert and ready to run, he was surprised when he didn't feel any anger coming from the spirit. Instead, he received a mental picture of what the spirit wanted. Sighing, Naruto decided the small statue would be worth the price. XX. Popping up at the loading ramp of the ship, Teiwaya jumped out of the hole and silently made her way into the ship while it was shooting at her clones and Suijutsu. Suijutsu was also watching behind his newest hiding place as he saw Teiwaya enter the ship. Looking to the cockpit, he smirked when he saw a shadow come up behind the creature that had been firing on him. His smirk only widened when he saw a spray and streak of blood appear across one of the cockpit windows. Exiting the ship, Teiwaya cleaned off the kunao on one of the dead gunrunners that Suijutsu had killed. While she was doing that, Suijutsu moved over the surface of the ground towards her. "I need water," he said, and Teiwaya looked at him with a frown. "Don't you have your own?" she commented as she put her kunao back in her pouch. "I do, but I can't reform my body enough to get into my pouches," explained Suijutsu, and Teiwaya sighed before putting on a wry smile. "Sure, happy to help," stated Teiwaya as she prepared to help her fellow group member by gathering saliva in her mouth. "Spit. You bitch. I wanted some bottled water, not your spit." "That's disgusting," yelled Suijutsu as he shook what appeared to be half-formed fist at her and used the other partially formed hand to try and wipe the spit off his face. "Be more specific next time," Teiwaya chided with a shrug and then pulled out a scroll to unseal a bottle of water which she proceeded to dump on the puddling ninja. This would certainly be an entertaining story to tell Karin when they met back up. XX. Moving back the way he had traveled, Kabuto led several of his Earth clones as they pushed a repulsor lift cart and carried many crates of assorted weapons to put back aboard the ship they were just removed from. Only 2 of the Nikto had been killed by the first administration of poison. It seemed that the other 2 were not as affected by their individual poisons. He would have to further study their bodies to find out why. It turned out that his snakes also had difficulty asphyxiating them, so he just finished off the 2 with one of new medical toys. Exiting the edge of the salt rifts, he found Teiwaya and an apparently very thirsty Suijutsu arguing about something. He disregarded the pointless conversation as he adjusted his glasses and then decided what to do next. Of their group, only Naruto and Master Plagueis could properly fly a ship. He was interested and had some brief instruction while they were traveling, but other than that, he had no experience. It was possible that they could pilot the ship back to junkyard as it wouldn't require any skilled maneuvering, but he thought perhaps he should contact Naruto and have him swing by in the skiff. It might be better to keep the crates off the ship until they decided what to do with it. He had no knowledge on the ship in front of him and it may or may not be suitable for their needs. One of the things he had learned was that the life support systems on a ship could only support so many beings. Adding more individuals than the system could handle was not something that could be done for longer periods of time. Eventually the overtaxed system would not be able to recycle enough oxygen for the passengers to breathe. Searching his cloak and pockets for the holographic communicator, he planned to contact Master Plagueis and provide an update on their success as well as seek further instruction. XX. Putting aside his dismay at the situation, Naruto dragged the corpse by its leg across the length of the tomb and back to the tunnel he had entered through. Evidently a slow decomposition, or perhaps the climate in the chamber had caused the body to still be fleshy and rather disgusting to touch. He decided to not use his gloves as he wanted to keep them free of decomposition smell. This unfortunately meant that his hand was in contact with the body. Removing the corpse was the price for the statue. If the white statue turned out to be worthless, he would surely detonate the explosive seal he drew in the scroll which had been exchanged for the holocron. Making it to the end of the chamber and the tunnel, he gave Miyazu a deadpan look and said, "Grab a leg." Miyazu sighed and grabbed the other leg, helping Naruto to pull the body through the tunnel and back the way they came. Naruto planned to leave it in the next chamber before bypassing all the traps and heading straight to the surface. It was hard to gauge what he was feeling. He got the holocron, but the rumored treasure did not pan out. His thoughts moved to the men that had ambushed them and he wondered if more might be coming. At first they seemed set on their cargo, then luring them into the cave, and now he wasn't sure what to think about what might happen next. From reading one of the thugs' minds back at the hangar, he knew the person sending them was named Mordo Varzas and the man owned the starport they were staying at. Technically the crime boss just bullied the others in the port into paying money for protection, but the man's thugs also collected many other taxes. Given the hostilities between Varzas and the other two individuals that owned the other starports on the planet, it was likely that considering how many men Varzas was now down, that another criminal or starport owner would try to take over. There was a chance they could leave before any reprisals or attacks happened, but he currently felt that perhaps another course of action was needed and that leaving would forfeit an opportunity. With his mind still forming a plan, Naruto and Miyazu deposited the body in the next chamber and then moved through the rock to get back to Karin on the surface. XX. Sitting at the circular table on the ship, Plagueis looked up from his datapad as he heard a beeping and saw a blinking light on the table's control systems. Activating the holographic projector, Plagueis accepted the message and the blue fuzzy image of Kabuto appeared at the center of the table. "Report," demanded Plagueis as he tried to read as much of Kabuto's thoughts as possible. "We've taken a ship and many containers of weapons. Unfortunately, we can't fly the ship and we didn't leave a gunrunner alive to pilot it for us, so we have no way of getting back with the cargo," replied Kabuto. "I'll check in with Naruto and determine what to do from there. If he isn't done yet, then we'll have to figure something else out," responded Plagueis as he thought of what else could be done. Kabuto gave a slight bow and his image disappeared. Leaning Gato's body back in the chair, Plagueis thought about what else he could do. The problem was allocation of resources, and the only person besides himself that could fly was Naruto. Kabuto now had cargo and ship but possessed no way to move either. "When we get the chance, we'll have to start training the others in the basics of piloting a ship," Plagueis mentally noted. It was quite a problem and oversight to have so many group members and only a select few that could pilot a ship. Perhaps he would just have Naruto do it. His students' clones would be able to train several members at once. Sitting forward, he pushed a button on the control panel for the table to send a message to his student. XX. Naruto and Miyazu came out of the ground behind Karin and surprised the girl. She seemed to have been quite focused on something which Naruto took as a sign of further trouble. Decided to get it over with and find out, he asked, "Is something else out there, Karin?" Karin readjusted her glasses and replied, "I can sense several individuals in the distance. They arrived after you entered the cave and haven't moved since then." Naruto couldn't keep the frown off his face as he had the feeling that the newcomers were there to back up the ones that had been killed inside. He could ambush them with Miyazu, but he also wanted to get back to the ship and examine the holocron with his master. Perhaps they could also find out more about the statue he now had. Thinking for a moment, he decided, "We should get back to the ship. If they follow us, we can send word ahead and ambush them. Considering we didn't find any treasure, I'm not sure they will be interested. They might look for their comrades first, which would give us enough time to get back." "No treasure," Karin repeated with disappointment, and Miyazu shook his head in the negative. "Hey, what's that you're holding?" Karin said while pointing at the statue. "Just something I was allowed to take from the tomb," replied Naruto as he got up and headed for the skiff with the other two in tow. "Tomb?" Karin questioned with a shiver. "Yes, a tomb, with several traps and now almost half a dozen corpses," finished Naruto as they made it to the skiff. Jumping on the repulsor craft, Naruto manned the controls and put them on a course back to the junkyard at the starport. XX. A pair of electro-binoculars viewed the two kids and one adult get on board the ship and commented, "I guess they took out another group. Shit, how many is that so far that we've lost to them? Mordo isn't going to be happy," commented another voice. "Who cares? What about the treasure? I certainly don't see any treasure," responded another man that was also looking through his own pair of electro-binoculars. "Use your eyes, idiots. Don't you see what that brat is holding? It can't be," said one in disbelief. "It certainly looks like it. The description is spot on and it looks like the rumor was true. One of the Tessents was in that cave and they managed to get it. There's your treasure," responded the leader of the group, and he put down his binoculars to start up the skiff they were on to give chase. XX. "We're being followed," voiced Karin as she looked behind them and could make out a dark object moving over the surface in the distance behind them. "Is it revenge they're after?" wondered Naruto as he shook his head, thinking how foolish they must be considering what happened to the last two groups that came after them. "How many?" Naruto questioned as he banked the skiff to the left and began looking for rougher terrain to lose them in. 5. Karin responded while focusing on the fast-moving vessel. Miyaizu pulled out two blasters that he had taken from the dead thugs in the cave and moved to the back of the ship to engage when they got within range. Each vessel could take shots at the other, but given the distance, the blaster bolt would arc. It would both be difficult to aim, and a waste of energy cell power. They seem to be gaining on us," Karin hesitantly announced, and Naruto turned to glare at the very similar but apparently faster skiff that was indeed catching up. "They'll be in blaster range soon too. Is there any chance you could maybe shoot at them with that long-ranged weapon you've been carrying around?" Naruto asked Karin, and the girl blinked for a few seconds before realizing that he was talking about the rifle on her back. She had been carrying it around for the whole day and completely forgotten about it. Fumbling slightly as she removed the strap from her shoulder, she placed the gun on the railing of the skiff and took aim at the skiff. Aiming for the shoulder, Karin steadied herself and pulled the trigger. At the same moment, Naruto veered the skiff slightly and Karin's trajectory was changed. XX. "Get ready. We need to get alongside them or try to force them to stop," stated the driver of the skiff as the four other occupants of the craft pulled out their blasters and began taking aim at the skiff in front of them. Before they got in range, a shot rang out from the ship and red bolt of plasma pierced through the head of one of men standing on the front of the skiff. "Fuck. They got Olin right between the eyes. Get us the hell out of their fire," said one of the ducking men to the driver. Coming up on a canyon, the driver increased the altitude of the skiff and ran along the top of the canyon wall while the other skiff went into the canyon. Moving to the edge of the canyon, the other men moved to one side of the skiff and opened fire at the other skiff below them. Naruto knew what they were up to and engaged the ship's braking system. As their skiff pulled back, the blaster bolts missed and hit the area in front of them. As Miyaizu returned fire, Karin sat at the back of the ship realizing that she had shot one of the thugs in the face. Turning to Naruto, she asked, "Do you think he's still alive?" "No, I'm quite sure he's dead," replied Naruto as he focused on the winding canyon and trying to stay out of the majority of the blaster fire. Karin felt a sinking feeling in her stomach at the realization that she had killed someone. Glancing at the still-sitting Karin and feeling her emotions, Naruto decided to try and say something encouraging. Given his line of work, he probably would have been killed at some point anyway. Karin's head dropped at the words and Naruto groaned before returning his full attention to piloting. Comforting someone was not something he was good at, nor something he tried to be good at. A fork in the canyon was coming up and he saw an opportunity for a brief relief from the shooting. Moving closer to the canyon wall, he waited until the last moment and swerved the skiff to take the opposite direction. The skiff barely missed the wall of the fork and the other skiff was caught by surprise, unable to continue their present course. With only a few seconds, Naruto's mind raced to find a solution to their problem. Their weapons could do little damage to a skiff and he thought about using ninjutsu, but on the rare chance that someone from the party survived, he didn't want anyone telling stories about children that could shoot lightning from their mouths or something like that. His thoughts were interrupted by a question from Miyaizu while the Kiri ninja was changing energy packs on the pilfered blasters. What are they after? The question was also something that he had been thinking. Their opponents hadn't even bothered to look in on their friends to see if they were dead or not. While it could just be that the group didn't care, he wondered if it was because of something else. The other skiff didn't seem to be trying to kill them. Most of their shots impacted the skiff and they weren't shooting at the pilot of the skiff, himself, either. "They want something from us," Naruto stated out loud, and he looked around the skiff. The only thing they had was the holocron and the statue. It seemed unlikely that their pursuers were after the holocron given that few people even knew what they were. This left only the statue. Glancing at Miyaizu, he demanded, "I need a rock." The Kiri ninja gave him a strange look and tilted his head before shrugging and aimed his blasters at the rock face. Firing several shots, many pieces of rock were knocked loose. While keeping the skiff steady, Naruto used the force to bring on the piece closer to the ship and it smacked onto the floor of the skiff, breaking into smaller pieces. The ship lurched slightly from the impact but Naruto held the repulsor lift vessel steady. They're coming back. Karin informed them and Naruto acknowledged the warning while looking to Miyazu, grab one of those rocks. He ordered and the still confused Kiri ninja complied. XX. Get ready to fire, said one of the crew to the others as they neared the edge of the canyon. With blasters out, the moment they reached the edge, they opened fire on the skiff. Each member was careful not to hit the pilot as they needed the fragile cargo on the skiff to remain intact. A moment later, one of the members of the other skiff tossed something into the air. The act caught the full attention of the other skiff. The blaster fire ceased as the white statue twirled in the air and kept increasing in height as it flew out of the canyon. The other skiff's occupants were completely distracted by the thrown object and Naruto knew that it must have been far more valuable than he originally suspected. One of the men began pointing and the pilot responded with, "I see it. Get ready to grab it." The skiff moved with the tossed object and increased in altitude as far as it was able to. The statue reached the apex of its flight and as soon as it started to fall, the skiff managed to reach it. One of the men grabbed the statue before it hit the deck of the skiff. Turning to show it off to the rest, he triumphantly announced, "I got it," as he held it up for the others to see. As the smoke from the henge dissipated, however, all the crew saw was a rock with several pieces of paper stuck on it. Each piece appeared to be sizzling. XX. Miyazu and Karin watched the explosive notes go off. While little damage was done to the skiff itself, the crew was either killed or maimed and the vessel went out of control. Quickly losing altitude, the vessel impacted the ground and grated across the ground of the canyon wall until it impacted something else. Their skiff remained on its course through the cold, barren landscape as a rising line of smoke grew in the distance. The ship traveled fast enough that the curvature of the planet's surface eventually concealed the rising smoke and any evidence that a crash had occurred in the distance. Karin tightened her all-weather cloak against the cold air that rushed past them and looked to Naruto who was in the process of removing the small holographic communicator from his cloak. Plague Ace had been trying to reach them but he didn't have a chance to respond. Placing the communicator on top of the console in front of him, a blue image of a sitting goddess soon appeared. Plague Ace studied his student for a moment and then asked, "Too busy to answer?" It wasn't really meant to be a joke or even sarcasm but more curiosity. "We ran into two groups of thugs from the owner of the starport. Kabuto's information wasn't completely accurate. It was a Sith tomb but there was no treasure." Naruto began and he could feel his master's interest in the tomb. "I'm not sure what species the Sith was but we avoided the traps and were able to trade for a holocron and something else." "Trade?" questioned Plague Ace as he had never heard of such a thing. "Sith didn't trade, they took what they wanted. I can explain when we get back," responded Naruto, and Plague Ace nodded while adding, "Kabuto and his group have taken a ship and require assistance." "I understand, Master," said Naruto and he quickly changed course to rendezvous with Kabuto at the salt rifts. "There is something else I want to discuss with you. I've been thinking about all the trouble that the spaceport owner has been causing us." Naruto began and Plague Ace finished the sentence, "And you would like to do something about it?" Naruto nodded and began going over his newly formed plan with his master. Ironically, his master was also thinking of the same plan. XX. The skiff pulled up near the new ship and a shadow clone jumped off the skiff to go look at the ship. The real Naruto also jumped off the skiff and calmly went to talk with Kabuto. "Did you find any treasure?" asked Kabuto with interest. It wasn't every day that people got to go off in search of hidden treasure and he regretted not being able to go himself. "No treasure," answered Naruto and he could feel disappointment from Kabuto, "but we did find two other items that could prove just as good." He finished and Kabuto's eyes widened with renewed interest. "My clone can pilot the ship back to the junkyard. We have something else we have to do and you can ask my clone to help fill you in on what's going on." Naruto quickly added to cut of Kabuto's impending questions and the snake-like ninja merely smirked. "Teiwa, you're coming with us," ordered Naruto and he made to leave. The redhead scoffed at the order but said nothing as she got aboard the skiff. "You're going after someone aren't you? Can I come?" asked a smiling Suijutsu and Naruto answered, "We won't be killing anyone. On second thought, I'll remain here," stated Suijutsu and he put his arms up behind his head as he walked back to the ship while Naruto turned around, jumping back on board the skiff, and prepared to leave. Karin looked to the other redhead and said, "You might want to put chakra in your feet and hold on to something." Seeing Karin do the same thing, Teiwa mimicked the other redhead and was thankful as the skiff's sudden acceleration would likely have caused her to fall over. XX. Once Kabuto gets back to the junkyard, Master Plague Ace will be joining us at our location, said Naruto to the group members aboard the skiff. "Where the hell are we going?" questioned the more outspoken redhead of the group. "We're traveling to some ruins just outside of the starport but we have to take a less direct route to get there," answered Naruto and before anyone could say anything else, he continued with more details on the plan. "A group on a skiff attacked us while we were returning to the junkyard. Coincidentally, our skiff was the same generic skiff as theirs. Master Plagueis agreed that the boss of their group has given us enough trouble. An infiltration mission? Asked Miizu, and Naruto nodded in confirmation as he continued to fly the skiff. So we're not killing anyone? Inquired Karin, as that was what she overheard Naruto telling Suijutsu. No, we aren't going to kill them. We will take the facility that they have and then wait for Master Plagueis to arrive. What's the little pig going to do? Questioned Teiwaya, and Naruto overlooked the remark. He's going to turn them to our side. Answered Naruto quizzically, and he could feel the confusion as to what Plagueis was really going to do. But before that, Naruto began as he turned to Karin, we need to know what the men that you saw through your scope looked like. Finished Naruto, as he had never gotten a good look at the men they were shooting at. XX. As the sensor system picked up an incoming craft, a silent alarm was sounded and most of the men went to the mounted gun positions on the outside of the castle, while one person looked through a pair of electrobinoculars to check out the incoming craft. Thinking it might be an attack, they were ready to fend off whatever it was despite their slightly reduced numbers. Zooming in on the vessel, the man recognized the ones aboard and cursed as he communicated to the others that it was their own vessel and not to shoot. The skiff slowed and moved near the raised ruins of what was once a very decorated castle but had worn down over a long period of time. Coming to a large door at ground level that was not part of the original castle, the skiff waited as the thick double doors began opening to reveal a large hangar bay. The disguised Naruto noted a large ship that would probably fit their needs well. His clone had informed him that the ship acquired by Kabuto and his group was probably just too small for them to all fit comfortably on it. Setting down in an open area of the large hangar, the disguised group got off the skiff and they all looked to one arm of the hangar wall when human-sized a metal door instantly opening not too far away. You idiot! What have I told you about sending a message ahead of you to let us know you're coming? One of these days we're going to blast you to dust by accident, or maybe we'll just give a couple of warning shots to make you remember next time. Said a man speaking directly to Naruto. Ignoring the disguised Teiwaya's pointed look at the mention of being destroyed, Naruto said nothing at first as he wasn't sure how the man he was disguised as would answer. He analyzed the thoughts of the man talking to him in order to determine what the proper response was. Shrugging, Naruto said in a less than apologetic voice, "My bad." And the man's serious face changed to a slight frown. Shit. Naruto thought as the man spoke, "Is your voice all right? You sound different." Faking a cough, Naruto responded with a wave of his hand, inhaled some smoke. "I'll be better in no time." The man looked confused for only a brief moment before saying, "Yeah, you'll be fine in no time." A brief moment of silence passed before he spoke again. "What happened to Olin?" he questioned as he looked over the group. "Took a blaster bolt to the head," responded Miizu, and apparently the Kiri ninja had imitated the dead man's voice enough not to cause further suspicion. No one also noticed a slight squirm come from the disguised Karin at the back of the group when the death was mentioned. The man shook his head with a frown. "I can't believe how many we've lost today. Have you heard anything from Ralph's group?" he questioned, and Naruto responded with a shake of his head and motioned with his hand while saying, "There was nothing we could do." "Well, I guess there was nothing you could do. Did you at least manage to bring anything back?" he asked, and Naruto held up the white sculpture. "No shit, you actually got it. Damn, all that fuss for something that doesn't look that spectacular. I expected it to be one of the finest pieces of art that I'd ever seen," said the man as he frowned over the sculpture. "Aren't we expected?" asked Naruto with another wave of his hand, and the man quickly responded that they were. "Mordo was expecting an update an hour ago," quickly added the man, and he moved to the door to take them to where Mordo was. As they moved through the facility, Naruto looked at all the wires running from some kind of generator deeper in the facility and noted any security systems that could be a problem. The castle was incredibly old but had evidently been reinforced or at least partially rebuilt in areas so the thugs could use it as a base to oversee the spaceport. Making a few turns and walking up 2 flights of metal stairs that had evidently been installed when the old stone steps collapsed, the group made it to what was likely the throne room and where Mordo was. One guard was stationed outside the room and pushed something on his gauntlet to unlock the doors and allow them entry. The man also appeared to speak into a communicator on his wrist and likely announced their arrival. The door opened and they walked into what was supposed to be throne room but looked more like a combination of dining hall and meeting room. There were large columns on the edges of the room that held up a high arched ceiling. The room was rectangular and had a large table on one side with numerous crates and pieces of equipment littering the other side. Whatever throne had once stood at the end of the room was crumbled and had not been replaced. Sitting at the table was apparently Mordo, who was a man of average build with what was once jet black hair but now featured quite a few grey hairs. It was evident that the man hadn't shaved in a few days. Looking to the group, Mordo's eyes instantly fell up on the statue. The man rose from his seat and walked over to them without looking up as his eyes were glued to the item in Naruto's left hand. Naruto could feel greed and then power swirl around the man's mind. An obsession over the item was definitely present as well. He's been searching for it for a while, Naruto guessed. So fixated on the statue, the man never noticed Naruto pull out his blaster. At the speed it was drawn, the man likely wouldn't have even been able to react even if he had noticed. A stun bolt struck the man in the chest and he quickly crumpled to the ground. Naruto noted how effective the stun setting on his blaster worked as Miyaizu took care of the man they had walked with as well as the guard at the door. Teiwaya, Naruto stated, and the henge soon fell on the redhead as she pulled out her flute and began playing. The castle was actually quite perfect for her talents as her music would echo throughout the entire facility. As the melody traveled, the alarm was never even sounded. Each person in the facility began seeing feathers slowly falling in their field of vision. The sight made them incredibly sleepy and they ended up collapsing where they stood. Naruto and Karin quickly acted to break the high-ranking genjutsu on themselves, and after the melody concluded, Naruto created a group of shadow clones and sent them into the facility with Miyaizu to collect the sleeping thugs. Scrunching his eyes, Naruto removed his breather mask and pulled out a chair at the meeting table to sit down in. He placed the statue on the table and looked at it, as if trying to figure out what secrets it apparently held. The material seemed more interesting in the better light, but it still didn't appear all that valuable to him. He could just read the leader's mind and find out more about it, but he was tired and just wanted to rest for a little while. His entire day had been taxing and he leaned back in the chair while resting his eyes. All he had to do now was wait for Plagueis to show up. His master would likely pilot the ship Kabuto procured and it should arrive in a few moments. Karin walked up and sat in another chair after checking to see if any person in the castle was still moving or somehow not affected by the genjutsu. The redhead leaned forward and rested her head on her arms. Instead of moving to the table, Teiwaya merely walked to one of the columns and leaned against it. She too was tired but didn't want to appear that tired. She did however think about sitting down as her feet were quite sore. Looking to Naruto, she remarked, "Tired?" Naruto frowned at her statement, but his eyes then widened as his blaster shot to his hand as he stood in an instant and pointed it ahead of him. "The fuck?" Teiwaya yelled in surprise as she looked at Naruto. It was just a criticism, but she quickly noticed that the blaster wasn't pointed directly at her. It was pointed slightly to her right. Her blood ran cold at the realizing and the serious look on Naruto's face. "You can come out now," stated Naruto as he looked at the darkened area between the columns. They were offset at least a few feet from the wall and created a completely shadowed area. "A droid. I missed a droid," he realized as he couldn't feel any life signs in the room but was certain something was there. All his tiredness was gone and replaced by alertness over the new threat. His mind quickly accepted the possibility of an assassin droid, but he then realized that it would have likely fired upon him already. A few seconds passed as Karin peered over the edge of the table she was crouched behind. Naruto looked down the sight on his blaster, and Teiwaya stood completely still with her back against the wide column. One hand on her blaster and the other holding a kunai. A figure soon slowly emerged from the shadows and it took shape as that of a short droid, cylindrical in shape, with a curved top and two-wheeled legs with a smaller third leg jutting out from the bottom of the cylinder at the front. It had a mostly white body with some red markings and looked well worn. The three stared at the droid as it looked back at them. A few beeps came from the droid and caused Teiwaya and Karin to jump slightly. "What the hell is it? Is it dangerous? Oh fuck me. It's just an astromech," thought Naruto, and his complete overreaction made him do something that he hadn't in a long time. He laughed. He laughed as the obviously nervous droid's head swiveled around and its photoreceptors took in the three individuals. He laughed at the strange looks from the two redheads and had to sit down because he was laughing so hard. The droid was completely harmless, but a moment prior they had been just afraid of it as it was of them, possibly more afraid, and the thought just made him laugh harder. He even dropped his blaster. While the laughter filled the room, the two redheads looked on in shock at their leader. Neither had ever heard him laugh before and thought perhaps he lost his mind. Please review. And the chapter ended up being so long that I will have to reveal more in the next one. Responses to reviews. Reviewer, Liedman. Review, interesting developments. 1. I hope you've got something planned for the new possession body. I agree with your analysis that Kabuto isn't suitable. Anyone will do, actually even a random mook from their next planet fall. 2. Using Orochimaru's cells? That's pretty dangerous, but I hope you got that angle covered. It would really suck to have him come back again, milking that gets old after a while. 3. Did they clean up their base? A Sunin like Jiraiya won't let things go that easily, and any questionable tech left behind would be sure to raise question marks. That's about it. I'm looking forward to the next installment. And to the foul-mouthed bitch complaining about Naru/Hina, go get bent. There are thousands of stories for different tastes. If you don't like this story, go read something else. Reviews aren't for ranting that you don't like pairing X/Y. Don't like it, don't read it. Response: I do have a body planned and some plans for Gato as well. Using Orochimaru's cells is dangerous, but even in canon, Kabuto wasn't affected by his transformation and it's basically the same, only with a few more added features. I don't plan to have Orochimaru come back. They did clean up the base, and since Naruto built the new reactor from the old one, he didn't waste or have extra materials. Thank you for the review. Reviewer, Peter Kim. Response: I don't plan to have anyone on Naruto's planet get any technology from the galaxy. I am of the belief that summoning Naruto back would require his blood, which is something that I don't think they have. Reviewer, axellon2008 fan. Response, I'm always amazed at how much of the coming storyline reviewers are able to guess. At this point I don't plan to completely separate from some canon stuff. I have plans for Naruto to come back at some point, but I have no idea if those plans will become chapters. Reviewer, Sasha Naruto. Response, I'm not sure why you think the story is Naruto/Hinata. She was basically only featured in like one of 19 chapters and I didn't try to set anything up. Your initial review was rather strange and honestly I didn't take your suggestions, or whatever it was that you were trying to get across, very seriously. Reviewer, Warrior Fanfic 99. Response, thank you for the compliments. I haven't quite decided what the ramifications of Naruto absorbing Orochimaru would be. With Sasuke in canon, the resurgence of Orochimaru seemed to be more because of the cursed seal than just the absorption. It's possible that with time, Naruto will begin to have the healing powers of the White Snake, which is something that Sasuke got but was never really explained. I suppose it might just involve faster healing and immunity to most poisons. It's something that I will have to think about. Reviewer, Fanfic Addict. Response, Naruto did summon the snakes with Kabuto's blood and really used the henge so that the snakes wouldn't be confused or possibly attack him. I'm not really sure about the exact specifics. In the case of the Suna ninja, they used the scroll to summon a specific snake summons and pooled chakra together to do it. Suijutsu also summoned Manda in canon with a scroll and some of Sasuke's blood. If Naruto just summoned some random snakes, then I'm not sure he would need a scroll or a summoning seal or not. Reviewer, Joe. Review, thanks for another great chapter and I'm very glad Naruto isn't crazy strong, takes all the surprise out of fights, and watching someone so powerful they can't get hurt in a fight is not very interesting. I like how you are taking time to make him strong. Response, thank you for the review. I do try and make him grow over time as I never liked stories where Naruto gained power in such a fast and unfeasible amount of time. Reviewer, none. Review, I understand you want to utilize the potential plotlines the Star Wars galaxy will provide, but I feel you shouldn't abandon the characters of Naruto, either. Perhaps you should incorporate them into the story as well. Maybe someone, Zetsu, could stow away on Naruto's ship when he returns, or the Elemental Nation's ninja could be used as warriors by other races when Naruto's group is shown to be so strong. It just seems like a shame to abandon all the work you did developing Danzo and Akatsuki and their plans. Plus, with the reference to the Juhobi, cutting the entire solar system from the plot would be seriously disappointing. This is your story, but I hope you'll at least acknowledge my thoughts, and explain your reasoning if you do drop this part of the plot. Thanks. None. Response, at this point I think I will have them return at least once around the time of the Fourth Ninja War. I don't know what will happen, but I would like them to return at least once. Reviewer, Cold Blue. Review, will you have Naruto make a new Dryad? Think about it. Shinobi Dryad. They would be better than Commando Dryads. Response, I was thinking about making a new droid or perhaps more than one new droid. It might not be Naruto that makes them though. A ninja droid wouldn't really work as chakra requires a physical/organic component. Even Sasori still had his heart in a scroll to somehow hold his chakra. Chapter 20. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.4 BBY current year. Chapter XX, The Tessence and AST Kikori. XX. A pair of blue eyes opened and soon focused on a metal ceiling of the dark room he was in. A feeling of paranoia and alertness flooded over him as his mind raced to identify his location. He soon calmed down as he realized he was in his room, on their ship, which was parked next to the newly captured castle, and on a planet called Sarayfur. Yawning, he sat up and pushed the blanket off him. Looking to his clock to see if it was morning yet, he promptly realized that it was a fruitless endeavor as they were on a planet with no day or night. Stretching out his back and neck, he looked over at the droid that was charging in the corner of his room. It was currently in some kind of sleep mode or power down mode. The R2 unit, which he had decided to call D4, as per its designation as R2-D4, had served them quite well in the short time since it was forced to join their group. It had been 2 days since they acquired the droid in the ruins of the castle, and in that short time, much had happened. They had managed to take over all 3 spaceports on Sarayfur. One by one, their group had infiltrated and knocked out the criminals, only to have Plagia's put them under his control. The astromech droid proved its worth by slicing into security systems and gathering relevant information for their infiltrations. No member of their group had been injured, and with the 3 spaceports under their control, they effectively owned the planet. To keep things the way they were, Plague Ace began instituting some order among the 3 ports. The cargo thefts and extra taxes were eliminated while the protection tax was lessened. These measures were contrary to what was expected of a Sith, but Plague Ace was quite skilled at matters of business, economics, and finance. By improving the image of the ports, they could possibly attract more people to the planet. More people meant more business, and more business meant more opportunities to take advantage of. Instead of fighting amongst themselves, the three ports could pool together resources and better protect the area. Plague Ace planned to begin some mining operations on the planet in the future, but they currently didn't have the funds. There had to be something there that was worthwhile, and once they found it, it could be mined. Once they managed to gain at least some form of wealth, they could literally afford to look deeper into the events happening in the Republic. So far out in the known galaxy and in not very civilized areas, they had no access to the holonet to look at current events or what had happened since Plague Ace was killed. They could also start looking into Sidious and begin monitoring the man's activities. Nearly all of their goals were dependent on money. Currently, they were in the process of consolidating their gathered resources and changing ships. Naruto was right about the second ship being too small for their needs, and so they had traded it for Mordo's ship. The manipulated man obviously had no objections, and now they had a YZ-900 ship named the Vulture for their use. It was actually larger than their first ship, with much more cargo space, but that actually didn't matter much. With the storage scrolls they had, all the heavy cargo was placed in the seals, and they only used a small amount of cargo space on the new ship. Getting up, he went to get fresh clothes so he could take a shower, and then planned on finding some breakfast. Before he left his room, he woke up the astromech droid, and it beeped several times before leaving his room as well. Though he couldn't discern what the droid was saying, he had the feeling it was something like "Good morning, XX." Passing the medical bay after his shower, Naruto saw the door was shut again, and no sooner had he walked by than it opened. Despite being slightly down the hall, a strong smell of antiseptic and other odors drifted his way. Kabuto had spent nearly all of his free time learning just how a Nikto's body was different than a human's. Coming to their usual meeting table, he sat in the free chair and looked to the white statue sitting on the table in front of Plague Ace. After all his other work to secure the spaceports and a brief perusal through the junkyard, he now wanted to hear as much as possible about the object. Plague Ace had likely already found out just about everything there was to know about it while they were busy taking the other spaceports. "About time you showed up," commented Taewia, who was sitting across from him. "You just woke up 5 minutes ago, Taewia," commented Karin about the other redhead, and she was quickly silenced by a glare. Naruto smirked slightly at Taewia's slight embarrassment, and Plague Ace cleared Gato's throat in their minds to get everyone's attention. "As all of you know, the treasure didn't work out, but we do have this item here, and I can tell that all of you would like to know a little more about it. From what I know and from what I found it is definitely one of the Tessent. While unknown to all of you, it is an item that has been searched for, sought after, and quickly became infamous in certain outermost rims of the galaxy." Plague Ace revealed and waited a brief moment before continuing. "There are 2 such items that bear the name Tessent. They seem to refer to a mythical creature by that name. They come from 2 different planets in 2 different areas of the galaxy, and the exact relationship between the 2 remains mostly unknown, except for the fact that they are probably made of the same materials." Almost everyone's eyes glanced at the object in question and examined not the carving but the material itself. It was the color of milk with bands of different colors interspersed throughout. At areas where the sculpture wasn't very thick, the materials was almost see-through. It did look to be valuable, and Jugo decided to voice a question: "What exactly is it made from?" "A substance called chalcedony. I believe it to be a mined rock found on several worlds," responded Plague Ace. "Is it expensive?" asked Karin. "Not really," answered Plague Ace, and he could feel confusion spread through the members at the table. "While it isn't expensive, not really intricately carved, or carved by an artist of any note, at least from what I can find, the items have attained a legendary status. Perhaps it's best if I explain from the beginning," offered Plague Ace. "This particular object is from a planet known as Alsaka and is so called the Alsakan Tessent. I know this because of the creature that has been carved, supposed to be part of the distance history and so named the Tessent of Alsaka. This item was created about 1,000 years ago to commemorate an event in the planet's history. A short time ago, perhaps 20 years or more, the item mysteriously vanished. The event caused quite a stir in that area of the galaxy, and theories concerning its disappearance were very abundant for years afterward. Exactly what happened, no one really knew. A large reward was offered for its return, and that is when the searching began. Likely the reward is still being offered, considering it is sitting right in front of us. At the time I wasn't really interested, as with so many rumors circling around, and a few attempts to pass off a fake as the real sculpture, I never thought it would be found nor really cared. A few of the rumors actually put the object's whereabouts in this sector of the galaxy, and 2 of those put it on this very planet. Of those 2, one of them turns out to not be a rumor at all. The story stated that a human stole the item and came to this very planet. With the Tessent in hand, he traveled to the tomb of Sith Lord and presented it as an offering." Plague Ace said, and looked to Naruto, who realized that everything about that rumor was true. He had seen the body and everything. However, that is not the only reason why the item became so infamous. Plague Ace began again and recaptured their attention. "Over time, the rumors became even more absurd from what I've managed to find out. People began believing that the Tessent wasn't just a statue but contained some kind of information that would lead to a larger treasure. This secret varied wildly from a data chip hidden inside to microscopic etchings on the surface that were really coordinates to a planet and several other claims. With the speech over, all attention was brought back to the item in question and Plagueis held back a frown. While it was true that a rumor turned out to be truth, he still wasn't sure about all the other rumors that had abounded since had been gone from the galaxy. They seemed quite outlandish and not worth their time. In any case, the sculpture itself still has the large reward attached to it. We could sell it at any time or to a third party. All that remains is to decide what to do next, and I open the meeting to suggestions. Plagueis put forth, and while he didn't want to excite the group or get sidetracked from getting to the destination he wanted, the thought of a treasure hunt could be too much for them to pass up. Ideally he wanted to select Tatooine as the next destination. The democratic way to decide was to vote on the subject and hear the opinions of the group members. However, the Sith way was for them to do whatever he wanted to do and not question it. Despite how much he wanted to implement the tried and true Sith method, he reluctantly allowed for free opinions and a vote. A silence ensued, and both Plagueis and Naruto read the emotions that came over the individuals seated around the table. Kabuto was the first to speak, but he had a question instead of a say in the vote. How does this fit in with our overall goals? While the reward would give us quite a bit of money to spend, it would also clash with my desire to stay unnoticed. The return of the Tessent would cause quite a stir and likely put the spotlight on the person that discovered and returned it. I don't want anyone in this group being given that kind of publicity and being featured all over the holonet. I therefore think we should hold onto the statue and wait to return it at a later time. Selling our stolen cargo would give us funds as well, and it won't attract the same amount of attention. Answered Plagueis, and Kabuto nodded. How would we go about determining if the other rumors are true? The ones about the hidden stuff? Asked Karin, and Plagueis reluctantly answered the question truthfully. While we currently don't have the means to determine that, there would be a way to properly examine it. How far out of our way would we have to go to accomplish this? Asked a curious Naruto, as he wondered if they would have to travel into the Republic or any highly populated planets to get access to equipment to analyze the sculpture. There is a small Republic research outpost in this sector that would likely have the required instruments. While the outpost primarily studies the galaxy with the many telescopes that are in orbit around the Skyhook station, it should have all that would be needed to analyze the sculpture. Replied Plagueis, and he could feel the seemingly unanimous agreement forming in the group sitting around him. Even if it was a small chance, they wanted to have the sculpture tested to satisfy their curiosity. I vote for the sculpture. Chimed in Suijutsuo, and the others all soon agreed. Holding back a sigh, Plagueis said nothing as his trip to Tatooine was pushed back in favor of closely examining a sculpture. Despite having access to a second ship, he would be needed to analyze the sculpture himself, as Naruto wouldn't know how to work the machines or run a proper analysis. He also wasn't sure Gato's body could stand a visit to Tatooine and survive. As the group members left the table and prepared for their impending trip, Naruto remained at the table and looked to his master. Once the others were out of earshot, Naruto decided to ask something that he had noted during his master's speech. You didn't mention anything about the second Tessent. Underneath the sunglasses, Gato's eyes darted to Naruto as Plagueis came up with valid answers for the oversight. There isn't that much known about the second one. He admitted and knew Naruto wouldn't be completely satisfied, so he continued. The second Tessent comes from a planet in this sector, Maya Koval. It is inhabited by a race of bird-like humanoids called the Arrow. Its origin is not known to me or most people besides the Arrow, but I do know that it went missing before the Alsakan Tessent. Considering that it came from a planet in the Outer Rim, the disappearance was less significant and the reward was not as substantial as the other Tessent. I don't know what the statue depicts, its dimensions, or the artist, but I do know it is carved from the same material. There are many rumors surrounding the Arrow Tessent as well. Some state that it should have been in that tomb or that it resides on the planet that we're now going to. The same secondary rumors also surround the second Tessent about a hidden message that leads to treasure. Should we also look for the other Tessent, then? Since it might be on the planet we're heading for? Naruto asked, but he could feel the reluctance coming from his master. You were fortunate to find one Tessent, I doubt we would find both. The only rumor that even seemed possible was that the ship carrying the other Tessent was hit during a meteor shower and either crashed onto the planet or was caught in the planet's orbit and is still there. I doubt someone hasn't already looked into those rumors. Do you really feel so strongly against examining the sculpture and searching for the second one being a pointless endeavor? Questioned Naruto, and Plagueis waited a moment before replying. My apprentice is somewhere out there right now, continuing what is likely a very well thought out plan to probably conquer the galaxy, and the only information I've been able to find out is that he hasn't been successful yet. I haven't been able to find a replacement body and I don't really want to chase after a rumor. Finding the Alsakan Tessent alone was fortuitous and not something I counted on, but continuing to chase their legend is not something I feel is productive. You said it was close, so just give us one day, and if we can't find anything of interest, then we'll leave and forget about the rumors. Offered Naruto, and Plagueis nodded in agreement. Where exactly will we be going to sell the guns? Questioned the curious student as he changed the subject. Tatooine is probably the best place to sell them. The Hutts won't ask questions concerning where the guns came from, and I believe you will be interested in that planet," explained Plagueis, and Naruto quickly thought about what his master might be referring to. Going through any mention of Tatoin he had ever heard of, he finally remembered what his master was talking about. The star maps. Naruto recalled, and he remembered that Tatoin did have something that he was interested in. Plagueis told him about Darth Revan searching the galaxy for objects called star maps, which were holographic databases that showed the conquests of the Ricketan Infante Empire, their home world, and their greatest achievement, the Star Forge. Despite the destruction of the Star Forge, its ruins and the planets once ruled by the Ricketan were places that Naruto wanted to see. Those old history lessons were more like stories to him, and he found out all he could from his master. Plagueis knew much more than most, but there were still things that even his master didn't know. The location of the Ricketan home world, and by proxy the remains of the destroyed Star Forge, were things that the galaxy had forgotten. His master also only knew of one of those planets that contained any ruins and a star map, which was Tatoin. The names of the other planets were not something that Plagueis had ever discovered, nor were of much interest. Naruto, however, was very interested. He wanted to see these locations and hoped to find something worthwhile from the remnants of the Ricketan Infinite Empire. Looking to his student, Plagueis could see that Naruto was completely submersed in his own thoughts on the possibilities of Tatoin and finding the ruins of the Ricketan Temple. Getting up from his chair, Plagueis went to pilot the ship. The trip would only take minutes given how close the planet was, so by the following day, they would be headed to Tatoin and he would be able to find out what happened with his experiment. XX. The Vulture exited hyperspace and continued traveling at sublight engine speed on its course to AST Kikori, which was the only habitable planet in the AST Kikori system. They were still in the Model sector and hadn't traveled very far in terms of light years. Naruto looked over the planet as he helped his master prepare for their landing. In orbit above the planet's surface was an entire ring of telescopes as well as numerous docking platforms. They, however, planned to land on the planet and so were not interested in those structures. Inside the atmosphere of the planet, was the Republic outpost that they were after. The station was actually a skyhook, which was a repulsor lift structure that stayed within the atmosphere of a planet and was typically tethered to the planet. As they neared the planet, Naruto could make out more features of the skyhook and could see a tether that attached to the bottom of the station. The line extended into the atmosphere and disappeared in the clouds. Making their approach, Plagueis went through the necessary arrival procedures and made arrangements to dock. AST Kikori was not as shady as their recently acquired planet Zarafer, and so they didn't have to worry nearly as much about being attacked for their cargo. The fees to land in a hangar were also likely much cheaper. Plagueis landed the ship in a much better looking open hangar than the one they used on Zarafer. The new ship was much longer than the old one, but Plagueis didn't have any trouble with it. As they exited the ship, there were no armed guards to greet them. There was, however, an automated voice that informed them of how they would have to pay for using the hangar. If they didn't pay, then they were also informed that the Kikori city authorities would come and impound their ship. With just a single goal while on the planet, Plagueis decided that those who weren't going to the skyhook could do whatever they wanted in the Kikori city, as long as they didn't cause a scene. He didn't have much money to give out to the group, so instead he gave a good amount to Naruto and told his student to try and make as much as possible before the 24-hour deadline was up. Naruto sealed the ship with a barrier and created one clone to go with Plagueis, as well as leaving another to guard the ship. As much as he wanted to go and determine if the Tessent was holding any secrets, he had other things to do. Plagueis accepted the arrangement and he took the clone as well as their new droid along with him as he headed in the direction of the skyhook anchor point. Wait! Naruto yelled out, and Plagueis's group stopped to look back at the original. Pulling out a scroll beneath his cloak, Naruto tossed it to his clone, which promptly caught the scroll. Plagueis looked at the scroll and realized what it held. With the meeting and concerns over the Tessent, he had forgotten all about the other two items that they wanted to get a closer look at and was glad his student remembered. The clone stored the items in its pouch and they continued on to the anchor station. As the three left, Naruto headed out to the cantina that owned the hangar as he had to pay the fee for parking the ship. All but Kabuto decided to follow him, and before they left the confines of the hangar, the youngest members of the group each donned a henge to disguise themselves as being older and taller than they actually were. XX. Walking with the clone and the astromech, Plagueis was confident he could deal with anything that came up. The skyhook was merely a research station with minimal security forces or security measures. They were nearly at the anchor station, which was still out of view but could follow the tether that extended from the city to the skyhook. The anchor station, which was basically just a building where the tether for the skyhook was anchored. It was also where the space elevator for the skyhook was. Instead of flying and docking with the station, he just needed to take the elevator up to the station. The facility was mostly off-limits to non-station personnel, but individuals could request the use of the station's telescopes. This was not what he was after, but it would give a good enough excuse to manipulate the ground personnel to get him aboard the station where he could gain access to the equipment they were after. While it would have been better if Naruto was there in person, he also couldn't just leave their group unattended down on the planet. They would likely cause problems if one of them wasn't there to monitor the group and he was needed to work the equipment and analyze the Tessent. The closer they got to the station, the better they could see the tether. The clone paid more attention to the tether than where it was walking. It's made from carbonite nanofibers. We'll be taking the elevator up, explained Plagueis to the clone of his student, which was hinged to look older and wearing nondescript clothing. Once they got aboard the station and could see what the uniforms were, the clone could hinge into one of the station's personnel and help them remain unnoticed while moving through the station. XX. The head of every male in the group turned to watch the female Twi'lek walk by. Their attention soon returned to looking for the cantina while the two redheads of the group glared at them. Ignoring the threat-filled thoughts of the girls, Naruto looked over everything that was around him. The streets had merchants, but everything was far busier than Sarafer and looked more inviting. Perhaps with the changes Master put in place, the ports on Sarafer will attract more people and look more like this, he thought as he examined the sky and found it looked rather like their home planet. The sky was the same color blue, the clouds looked familiar, and the temperature seemed pleasant. He was however brought out of his thoughts as Jugo spotted the cantina they were looking for and the group moved for it. Kabuto had left them a short time ago and he had a feeling that the teen was after a few more specimens. Hopefully the teen could stay out of trouble on his own. Music, a variety of smells, and a waitress greeted them as they entered the large cantina. From what Gozu and Miizu had told them about the first cantina they visited, the current one appeared to be much better kept and larger. The group looked around at the establishment. Naruto noted the monitors with different races and other events going on that people were gambling on, as well as the gambling tables off to one side. After finding the owner of the establishment to pay for the landing fees, he would certainly try and get some more money through gambling. There were supplies to buy as well as possibly another junkyard to visit. If everything else in Kikori City was better than in Sarafer, then the junkyard should follow suit. He would also split some of his winnings with the others as they would have the entire day off to do what they pleased. Taewia, Karin, and Jugo quickly found seats on the second floor which seemed to have more of restaurant feel to it, while Miizu and Gozu went to the bar. Suijutsu was left looking over the room. He decided to help Naruto out and thought he might try and pickpocket a few drunks. They were supposed to keep a low profile, but he was kinda bored and hoped someone would catch him stealing from them so he could start a bar fight. XX. It was quite easy to convince those in the anchor station that he had scheduled time on one of the telescopes. Now they were thousands of feet in the air and still moving even higher as the elevator took them to the skyhook. His accompanying shadow clone was looking out of one of the windows of the large elevator to see the shrinking city below. The droid was staying away from the window but examining the elevator they were in. The elevator was completely empty save for a few crates that were scheduled to be taken up to resupply the station that day. The elevator was large enough to be used to ferry not only people but cargo and supplies to and from the station. Minutes passed as the trio patiently waited for arrival. The clone watched as they passed through the clouds, and soon there were no more clouds as they entered a higher layer of the atmosphere. Plagueis could feel the elevator slowing down and used his cane to help himself to his feet. Inwardly frowning at the stiff body, he managed to stand right when the elevator docked with the station. The large doors opened and two men in uniform were waiting. Both looked surprised to see the people in the elevator. Plagueis knew they were merely supply officers or something similar, as the station only had a few security. He already made sure that the men at the anchor station did not tell anyone that someone was coming up. I wasn't aware that anyone was coming up, I thought it was just the supplies, stated one of the men, and his suspicion was planned to see. This is just a supply run, lied Plagueis with a wave of Gato's hand. We were merely sent up to accompany the supplies and went back down with the elevator. Simply ignore us. Both men nodded as they went about loading the crates, ignoring the presence of the two people and the droid. The trio walked out of the elevator doors and found themselves in a wide hallway. There were doors on each side of the hallway that were evenly spaced away from each other. Through their mental link, Plagueis said, "We need to find a computer terminal for the droid to access. Look for a maintenance room." The clone nodded in affirmation and looked at the labels of the rooms as they passed. While the clone looked, Plagueis kept a watchful eye out for any more station personnel and used his force powers to momentarily jam the security systems. Considering the station was just a research post, he didn't expect much security or even cameras. Eventually they came across something promising and the trio entered the room. The room turned out to be a droid maintenance area, and that was just as good as the room did have at least one computer terminal. Looking over the room, they only saw few droids that were in power down mode and none of the droids appeared to be active. Barring a problem on the station, it would hopefully stay that way. Hurrying the still scared droid to the computer terminal, a computer interface attachment popped out of one of the many compartments on the droid's body and fitted into the computer terminal. "I'd like you to get the schematics of the station, determine all the security measures the station is using, and find us the quickest route to whatever analysis lab they have," ordered Plagueis, and the droid beeped in response as it sliced into the station's systems and sifted through all of the data for that information. XX. Staying to the shadows, Kabuto stalked a new specimen that he had seen and had taken an interest in. The insectoid creature was quite unique in appearance, being rather thin with a yellow carapace that featured many spikes. The medical droid on the ship would likely know what species it was, he just had to get the creature back there. Following it through what appeared to be a market area, he determined what method was best. Because of the carapace and spikes, using snakes was out of the question. There was a chance they wouldn't be able to get through the exoskeleton or would be injured by the spikes. Sure that he hadn't been spotted, Kabuto followed the creature into an alley and smirked as the isolated area would provide what he needed. He however quickly realized his mistake as upon closer inspection, the creature had a third eye in the back of its head. No sooner had the realization been made than the creature began turning around with a blaster in its hands and Kabuto jumped to avoid the initial shots. Sticking to the wall for a brief moment, Kabuto managed to jump behind the creature and was already upon it before it could aim the blaster to fire another shot. He grabbed the creature's wrist to stop it from shooting the blaster but found it surprisingly stronger than its thin body would suggest. His laser scalpel was quicker than the insect's other hand and he sliced through its neck, completely decapitated the creature. As the body crumpled to the ground, Kabuto looked to his hand and found a wound on it from the creature's spikes. Such a wound would not have normally been of concern but he saw that mixed with the blood appeared to be some other purple-colored liquid. The spikes are poisoned as well, he realized with a short chuckle as he braced himself against the wall to keep his balance from the dizziness that swept over him. The effects are also quick to manifest, he noted, and began diagnosing himself as well as removing the poison from his system. Given that his body was now so altered, the poison wasn't taking its complete effect on him, however it was rather different from what he was used to. From what he guessed, he should have been completely knocked out within a few moments of injection. Instead, he was just a little dizzy, disoriented, and tired. When he had finished removing the poison from his body with a medical ninjutsu, he stored it in a small vial that he took out from his utility belt. Standing up again and testing his balance, Kabuto removed his corpse scroll and worked as fast as possible. The shots had probably alerted someone in the nearby area and he needed to be gone before anyone saw him. Sealing up the body, he ran up the wall and stopped when he got to the roof. Looking around, he didn't see anyone and quickly found the direction he needed to travel in. Perhaps doing a little research beforehand would be more wise, he mused before jumping to the next roof. He had been caught by surprise as he had no idea the creature had an eye in the back of its head and had seen him. However, while returning to the ship, Kabuto again did not see a floating security droid. The droid wasn't armed but was built for surveillance. It filmed Kabuto leaving the scene and messaged the Kikori city authorities. The droid proceeded to follow Kabuto back to the hangar, staying up in the air and a good distance behind. XX. It didn't take Naruto very long before he had doubled his money. He began by betting on pod racing that was being steamed in from another area of the galaxy. Looking over at the tables, he guessed he only need another win before he would have enough to enter a game with higher stakes. Looking over the other races that were being held, he went over to a monitor showing gladiatorial combat and pulled out some money to place a bet with. "Do you think he'll actually win?" asked Karin as she looked down from the second story at the hooded man that was betting with the money Plagueis had given. "It looks like he already won something," commented Jugo. "He better not lose all our money," added Teiwaya as she looked at Naruto placing another bet. She didn't like the fact that he was in charge of all of their money. He was younger than she was and therefore by definition less responsible. It's not like she would spend all her money on one thing or something she didn't need. The drinks soon came and the disguised group examined the exotic drinks. They had no idea what they were really ordering as the names didn't even look remotely familiar on the drink menu. Given that they would be there for a while, they decided to order some food but found the same problem as the food menu featured many dishes they had never heard of before. XX. D4 quickly found all of the information that Plagueis had asked for. In fact, the droid found it much faster than Plagueis expected. It must have some extensive modifications in order to work so fast, he mused as they moved towards the lab. The clone had used a combined henge to hide both itself and Plagueis in a single transformation of a normal-looking station worker in their standard uniform. Working together, they had to synchronize their walking to keep the transformation active while D4 led the way. It didn't matter that Gato didn't have chakra as the technique was entirely created and controlled by the clone. Taking a lift to a higher deck, as the station had 10 levels, they passed by several other uniformed individuals but remained unnoticed. They just appeared to be a maintenance worker alongside one of the station's astromechs. Arriving at the door, the droid informed them that it couldn't detect any life signs in the room. The door was locked to authorized personnel only but Plagueis manipulated the lock to allow them access. The fact that the room was dark when they entered was a good sign as it meant that likely no one was coming back for at least a little while. Plagueis looked over the present devices and found the research station was indeed well equipped for what they had in mind. It was difficult to tell how well used the equipment was but given that the station wasn't very concerned with sampling, they probably wouldn't be bothered by any other scientists. The clone ended the henge, leaving both of them standing next to each other as the white smoke dispersed. Plagueis went to the proper machines and turned them on while the clone looked over all that was in the room. Its creator would likely want to get as many details as possible when it dispersed. Unfortunately, given the distance of about 40 miles between the station and the surface of the planet, Naruto couldn't control his clone from that far away or connect with it, so he only had the clone's memories to learn from. Once the machines were ready to use, Plague Ace turned to the clone and it soon realized what he wanted. The clone pulled two scrolls from its pouch. The first scroll held the tessent that Plague Ace would analyze, while the second scroll held the Ragen, which Naruto had held onto for many years but had not used or had a chance to properly investigate. Not wanting to destroy the weapon, they had never been able to figure out how it worked, but now that they had the opportunity. Unsealing the sculpture from the first scroll, the clone handed the tessent to Plague Ace, who carefully took the statue and began the first series of analysis. To test all of the theories surrounding the object, Plague Ace planned to scan it with the full electromagnetic wave spectrum as well as microscopically examine every inch of the outside. He also had a few tests of his own to find out as much as possible about the object and prove whether it was hiding any secrets, while the Ragen would be analyzed to determine out what was inside the solid, non-conductive exterior mold. XX. Prying open the exoskeleton didn't prove very difficult as Kabuto searched for the glands that produced the poison on the spikes. The species turned out to be a kobok, and the medical droid was able to tell him quite a bit about its anatomy and the poison it produced. Having experienced the potent substance firsthand, he was interested and wanted to see what he could do with the poison. Looking to the counter in the small medical bay, he found the dispersal grenade that he had collected while they were on Sarayfur. Naruto had explained how the grenade worked, and it was currently empty from when it was used against the ship. If I can turn the poison into an aerosol, I can use the grenade to disperse it. It should work relatively fast, he mused, and decided to see if he could. Once he determined the chemical makeup of the poison, he might even be able to secrete it from his snake's fangs to incapacitate prey. His musings were halted, however, when his snake sensed something outside the ship. Through their connection, Kabuto could feel several life signs in his short sensory range. They appeared to all be in the hangar and moving toward the ship. The others couldn't possibly be back that fast, so it must be another group. He wasn't that worried, however, as Naruto had placed seal tags and a barrier on the ship to prevent access, except from the top hatch, which was what Kabuto used to get back aboard the ship. Unless the newcomers had a method to get around Naruto's Fuinjutsu or tried to get in through the top hatch, then the freight elevator and the loading ramp were not going to work for them. The clone Naruto had left had already dispersed when he had returned to the ship after securing the body. Leaving the ship's infirmary, Kabuto went to the nearest communication device. Sitting down at a round table similar to what they had on their other ship, only larger, Kabuto remembered the sequence of buttons he had to push on the console to contact Naruto. XX. Plague Ace looked intensely at the screen as it showed him the initial results for the tessent. The material it was carved from was indeed chalcedony. It wasn't rare, nor valuable, but it did appear that the object was the real deal. He didn't know of any other distinguishing marks for either of the tessents that would definitively show that what they had found was real. As the skin continued, he started getting lost in the lore and checking every single rumor that he had heard, doing an X-ray of the device, scanning it with different electromagnetic wavelengths and doing three-dimensional surface scans in order to determine if something is written on the surface. Given their time constraints, and the fact that anyone could come in to use the lab at any minute, Plague Ace stopped his in-depth analysis of the tessent so that he still had time to analyze the weapon. That analysis was actually more important to him, as he definitely wanted to know what was inside the device to give it the ability to project solid electrical energy. Taking out the Ragen, he quickly placed it in a compositional analyzer. Ever since he had learned of the weapon, he wanted to know about its secrets. Waiting while the analysis machine worked, he was interrupted from his thoughts by the clone, "Master." Plague Ace turned in the chair to look at the clone but said nothing as he waited for the coming question, "When did the other tessent go missing?" Thinking about the answer, Plague Ace posed a question of his own back at the clone, "What will you do with the information?" "I wanted to have D4 check the station's sensor logs. If I'm not mistaken, you told the original that the other tessent may have come here and been caught in an asteroid shower," explained the clone. "If by some chance the other one did come here, someone would have found it already, and if it did get caught in a meteor or asteroid shower, then the ship may not have survived," stated Plague Ace. But since they were already there and neither the clone nor the droid had anything to do, he decided to let them try. With still quite a bit of skepticism, he answered the original question, "It would have been about 25 standard years ago, give or take. I'm not completely sure on an exact date." With the new information, the clone turned to the droid and asked it to begin sifting through the sensor information to bring up the desired data on a nearby monitor. The monitor showed over a year's worth of sensor logs in just a few moments. While he didn't turn the chair around to see them, Plague Ace still focused on what they were doing while his analysis of the metal continued. The clone asked the droid to narrow the search to events that included any ship getting hit by cosmic objects. The droid's results came up empty, and Plague Ace allowed Gato to let out a small sigh of relief. What they had currently managed to accomplish was more than enough. Thinking that they could find another infamous item despite innumerable others having failed was pushing their luck. No sooner had he put the thoughts out of his mind to focus on the analysis results, than a few beeps from the droid caught his attention. While he couldn't understand everything that the droid was trying to say, it sounded like the droid was trying to tell the clone that a small amount of data was missing. "That's odd. There's an entire day's worth of missing logs," said the clone, and it looked to the back of Gatto's head for some answer to the unasked question. Plague Ace took a moment before answering, as he had to get his thoughts under control. As much as he didn't want to admit it, his mind had started coming up with outlandish theories for the reason why data was missing, but he chose to answer with the most logical: there must have been a malfunction with the sensors and they lost data for that day. He answered and looked over the results of the analysis. Before he could find out exactly what the metal was, his thoughts were interrupted again by more beeps from the blasted droid. I believe D4 is telling me that the information was deleted. The clone stated out loud, and Plague Ace again stopped what he was doing. Not turning around, he offered the most probable explanation for the new oddity they had found, perhaps an oversight in records keeping. But even he thought it was a weak explanation. Once again he tried to get back to the results of the analysis and finally find out what the composition of the metal was, but was disturbed once again. Master Plague Ace. What now? Plague Ace demanded with more annoyance and emotion in his voice than he wanted. From what D4 is showing me, the current research director of the station was the one that deleted the file several years ago. It seems she also changed the access rights on the file so no one could recover it without his authorization. This isn't really happening. Plague Ace tried to convince himself. We just came to analyze these 3 items, not to go on a treasure hunt. How difficult will it be to work around the authorization? Asked Plague Ace as he finally turned around in his chair. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the clone and droid had obviously stumbled onto something. Whether or not it turned out to be the second Tessent was very unlikely, but that didn't mean that their findings were worthless either. D4 already worked around it. Responded the clone as it looked over the recovered sensor log file. Getting up to look at the file himself, Plague Ace again found it interesting at how fast the droid was able to access the information and work around the authorization issue, but said nothing. Looking over the clone's shoulder, he looked over the records for the missing day. Inconceivable. He quietly lamented. The records clearly recorded a ship being caught in a meteor shower and crashing on the planet. It seemed they would be doing more on the station than just analysis. XX. I'm a wanted criminal. Revealed the spacer in response to Suijitsu's comment as he ignored the spilled drink on his clothing. Suijitsu had just purposefully bumped into the man in order to start something as he had been getting bored. A few words had already been exchanged and Suijitsu had been trying to move the conversation in a good direction. That a fact? Is there bounty for you? Asked Suijitsu with an amused smile as it appeared he had chosen the right person to aggravate. He had selectively decided that the spacer was the most likely to be involved in illicit affairs that would result in some kind of monetary value being placed on the man's head. Yeah, a big one. Responded the man as he looked the older-looking Suijitsu right in the eyes. Dead or alive? Questioned Suijitsu as his smile only widened. The plan placed his hand on the top of his holstered blaster and responded, you pick. A few nearby Duro's customers made to leave at the impending fight and Suijitsu quickly responded, I like where this is headed. As he reached into his back pouch and slid his fingers into the holes of his new vibronuclear that he had taken off a Kinton gunrunner. Hey! Came a voice from nearby and both turned to find a man, possibly the owner of the establishment, looking at them. You take any fights outside? And he pointed to the door. Without any hint of worry or fear, Suijitsu walked to the door with his back turned to the man he was exchanging words with. The man promptly followed but nearly stopped when he saw several of the city's police officers walk into the bar. Sidestepping them, he made to be moving to another area of the cantina until they walked by and then he made his exit. Looking over his cards, Naruto glanced at the other individuals at the table, who were just moments ago fixated on the possible fight happening near the bar. He was about to place a card down to lock its suit and keep it from randomly changing on him when he heard a beeping from his small holographic communicator. Frowning, he pulled it out from one of the pockets on his unzipped Chunin vest and activated it. An image of Kabuto instantly appeared. There are some individuals standing outside the ship. Kabuto informed him in Ibonahese, which greatly limited the possibilities of anyone learning what was actually being said. How many, and have they made a move to get access to the ship? Questioned Naruto back in the same language as he used his free hand to keep playing his hand. 6 are outside the ship and they've only made one attempt to get on board. I managed to get a look and they seem to all be wearing the same uniform. Responded the small blue hologram. What have you been up to, Kabuto, because we certainly haven't been breaking the law or attracting the local authorities' attention? He asked with a glare at the holographic figure. Kabuto just laughed nervously and replied, you don't want to know. Shutting off the device, the force alerted him a moment later to a disturbance happening behind him. He could feel the man that he had paid for the use of the hangar point him out to 3 newcomers that had just walked in. The men were about to come over to him but then something else was said by the owner that caused them to stop. Naruto could feel the men look in other directions, likely at the other members of his group, who were seated on the upper floor and eating. Without turning, he felt the guards become uneasy and then one of them began talking into a communicator. They're calling for backup. Naruto realized and noted that they didn't seem to be paying attention to the demon brothers. Even without the demon brothers, there were still 4 members of their group in the cantina and the 3 likely felt apprehensive about being outnumbered. They may not know that those 2 are with our group, he thought, and contacted both brothers. Miizu, Gozu. 3 individuals, likely in similar uniforms, just entered the cantina, he told them while keeping his focus on the game. What about them? Questioned Gozu back and confirmed Naruto's suspicions about the local authorities being after them. Kabuto did something stupid again, and likely there are also a group of them in the hangar outside our ship. Those 3 appear to be here for us but don't know either of you are with our group. I believe they also called for backup because we outnumber them, he added, and Miizu quickly asked, what do you want us to do? One of you needs to go tell the others on the 2nd floor so we can get away. There seem to be some windows on the 2nd floor you can make use of. I'll need the other one to take care of my winnings after they leave. I'll meet up with all on the roof and have Karin find Suijutsu. I think he's outside killing someone, he ordered and finished the hand. He noted that couldn't feel Suijutsu anymore, meaning that the white-haired ninja had moved outside his range. Before standing up, Naruto looked to the other players and said with a wave of his hand, I have to go to the bathroom and in a few minutes my friend is going to come over and cash me out. None of you will find anything wrong with that. The droid dealer also seemed to understand him, but he knew it wasn't influenced by his manipulations. Getting up, he walked to the bathroom and could feel the city security trio tense at his movement. Entering the facilities, he quickly moved to the wall and went through the proper hand seals to merge with the wall and make a getaway. XX. Sitting at her desk in her private office and quarters, the research director of the station looked over the datapads that were filled with the digital paperwork that came with her position. The sound of an alert coming from the console on her desk was a welcomed reprieve. The reprieve was short-lived, however, when she realized what the alert was. Her eyes widened as old memories resurfaced. She had set the alert years prior after she had discovered something. At the time she was just a normal researcher, but with her promotion to director, she restricted access to a file in the sensor logs and then deleted it. She placed the alert just in case anyone ever went looking for the file or managed to open it. A hologram came to life on her desk and she looked at a schematic of the ship. A red dot indicated that the breach came from the materials analysis lab. Picking up and looking through a nearby datapad, she found that no one was scheduled to use the lab that day, which made her frown. Instead of calling for security, she moved to a drawer on her desk and unlocked it. Amidst a few items, she pulled out a small locked box and opened it to reveal a small holdout blaster. It was made to be easily concealed. The power cell would only last a few shots and the range wasn't very far, but it would be enough for her purposes. Taking the blaster, she left her office and headed for the lab on the lower levels. XX. After running a quick scan on the Raijin, Plague Ace, and the clone left the lab and headed for the upper level of the station. Plague Ace hadn't even gotten the chance to look at the results from the scan of the Chakram metal or the Raijin because they now had something else to think about. He just sent the information to Droid and it saved it all in its memory banks. From the file D4 had found, it seemed that something had been covered up. Plague Ace wasn't sure what significance it really had, but he was interested. Deleting and restricting access to a file was dead giveaway for illicit activities. Given how closely the information in the file conformed with the most commonly spoken rumor about the Airayu Tessent, he would admit that perhaps there was something to the rumor after all. The clone had asked him about going down to the planet's surface to look at the crashed ship, but he had no intention of doing it. The person that deleted the file had obviously already looked over the crashed ship, and whatever they found was enough to make them delete the file to prevent others from investigating. Given that the individual involved was now the senior-most researcher on the station, it stood to reason that whatever she had found was either long gone or inside her office. Considering that their findings were leading them closer to the second Tessent, it was possible that the item was in her quarters, especially since it hadn't been returned. That kind of news would definitely have spread quickly, even in the outer rim. Thus far, no one had been the wiser about their movements on the station. They were once again in a combined henge masquerading as one of the station's many personnel. While everything was going well, there was one close call just a few moments prior. Someone they passed by nearly ran into them as she moved with urgency in the opposite direction. Whereas most other people they had passed were focused on some task, this individual seemed very serious and worried. Plague Ace ignored the feeling though, as they had other things to worry about. Breaking into the personal quarters of the station director would be easy, but finding a time when the director was out of those quarters might be hard. Coming around the bend of the hallway, they found an intersection that led to where they wanted to go. D4 led the way while the clone moved cautiously and stopped short of the room they were after. Plague Ace instructed it to open a maintenance panel that was on the wall and appear as though they were looking into a minor problem. Having the real Naruto there would have been more advantageous, as the clone couldn't sense for life signs, but they would have to get by with what they had, which was D4. The astromech moving down the hallway was even more inconspicuous than they were. Giving the droid a signal, it left the open panel and scooted down the hallway. A small attachment came out of one of the droid's top panels and began scanning for life signs in the immediate area. The scanner worked better in the open and could be deflected by the walls of the station, but it was the best that they had. The droid moved down the hallway and eventually reached the quarters. Its scanner had been active the whole way. It briefly stopped in the hallway and then turned around to let them know it was safe with what sounded like a whistle. The clone moved to the door and made sure the coast was clear. At the same moment, Plague Ace began manipulating the control panel for the door to allow them entry. Once they were in the room, the henge was ended and Plague Ace began a quick search of the room. He put his hand on most of the wall surfaces to see if there were any hidden compartments. While Plague Ace was working on the walls, the clone went about searching the desk. Coming to the last wall, Plague Ace placed Gatto's hand on it and smirked. He told the clone he had found something and it stopped looking through the desk. Searching the wall, he was unable to find any control panel or button. Turning, Plague Ace looked at the desk and began looking for a button or switch that would open the panel on the wall. While Plague Ace was looking, the clone examined an open box that was on the table. From the shape made in the foam, it looked like some kind of instrument or tool used to be in the box. The clone continued to look at the box until Plague Ace found the switch and a panel on the wall began opening. The trio's attention focused entirely on the wall as the panel slowly raised to reveal 2 shelves of artifacts that had been hidden. "It appears Madam Director is quite the collector," commented Plague Ace, and his eyes came upon the largest object on the shelves, which was a white sculpture that looked quite different from the one they had but was made of the same material. "How is it we managed to find both?" Plague Ace questioned as the sheer coincidence was astounding. 2 items missing for decades and in the course of less than a week, they managed to find both. He had never known his luck to be that good. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by the door to the quarters instantly opening to reveal a surprised woman in uniform with graying hair. A moment passed between them before she looked at the hidden panel and her face contorted in rage. As she pulled out the blaster and aimed it at them, the clone jumped in front of Plague Ace and threw a kunai at her. The woman fired the blaster just as the kunai pierced her throat. The plasma bolt entered through the stomach of the clone, causing it to dispel and continued on to burn through Gatto's upper thigh. The kunai soon dispelled as well, but it had already done its job and the woman collapsed to the floor as she bled out. Plague Ace managed to grab the nearby chair for support as Gatto's body nearly collapsed. He was in no pain, but Gatto certainly was, and the leg was now useless. Quickly taking in the situation, Plague Ace began trying to come up with a plan. The clone was gone, which also meant he couldn't use a henge. Looking to the floor, he saw the scrolls that the clone was carrying, which held the items that they had brought. Using the force, he grabbed the scrolls and stuck them in his pockets. Falling into the chair, he maneuvered it around the desk and then used the force to pull the woman's body through the door so he could shut it. Others had undoubtedly heard the shot and he soon realized where he was, who the woman was, and what that meant. Hearing blaster fire on the station would call for a search to determine where it came from. The station had no military personnel, just a security force, but they still had blasters. He also realized that in the event of a problem, they would contact the director, who was now dead on the floor. If they couldn't contact the director, they would search for her. His holocron was sealed into Gatto's body and with the injury, there was no way he could move around the facility. He was trapped in the injured body with only an astromech to accompany him. The helpless droid was in the corner of the room and looking over the scene while making a low foreboding sound. Pulling the small holdout blaster to his hand with the force, he realized he only had a few shots and not enough to really do anything. He hadn't carried a blaster with him and the clone hadn't either. It was only supposed to be a quick trip to the station. While he could probably use the force to kill anyone he came across, there was a whole station of personnel and the last thing he wanted was to leave a huge body count behind. The unexplained deaths of so many Republic citizens would no doubt warrant an investigation and the Jedi might be asked to be the investigators. Damn, he thought as he tried to figure out another way. About to pull out his communicator, he realized that the clone had dispelled, which meant that Naruto was already aware of the majority of his situation. "I'll have to let him take care of this," he concluded and looked to the milky white statue sitting on the shelf near him. It seemed one more of the rumors surrounding the statues was true. Those that search for the infamous Tessence would only find hardship and misfortune. XX. Sitting on top of the open hangar, Naruto's head instantly filled with the memories of his clone. "Shit!" he cursed out loud in a low voice. "What's the matter? I thought you said the authorities wouldn't be a problem," asked Teiwaya, who was sitting next to him and looking down below at the men standing outside their ship. "It seems Master Plague Ace is in trouble too," Naruto explained. "What should we do then?" "Karin and Gozu went to get Suijutsu and they're certainly not back yet," asked Jogo, and Naruto cursed under his breath again. They could take off and leave the others while they rescued Plague Ace, but there were other problems to think of as well. The station didn't have a hangar bay from what he could see when they passed it, and he had never docked a ship before. They would need to dock with one of the station's airlocks in order to board it. Movement in the distance caught his attention and looked to the tether to see the elevator going up to the station. "Damn it, I don't have time to sit and decide. We're going. We'll come back for the others after we've got Master Plague Ace," he ordered, and he held his hand up as if he was going to throw something. Throwing the imaginary object, the attention of the local authorities below were all diverted as if they had actually seen something move in that direction. They quickly moved to see what it was. "Now! Naruto ordered and his group jumped down below to the top of the ship. Getting to the top hatch, he opened it and they all jumped in. Naruto moved right past Kabuto as he went down the hallway into the cockpit. Is he mad at me? Kabuto asked Miizu and the Kiri ninja replied, Master Plagueis is in a bind and Suijutsu is fucking around somewhere in the city. Kabuto nodded with a smile as it seemed he wasn't the only one causing trouble. Crouching down next to one of the pilot's seats, so as not to be noticed out the window, Naruto began starting up the ship. A flashing button soon alerted him to a problem and he used the ship's sensors to figure out what it was. Cursing, he realized that a device located beneath the landing pad had been activated and was holding the ship's landing struts in place as the entire landing pad had been magnetized. So that's how they keep ships from leaving without paying, he realized, and knew it was probably the local authorities that had activated it. His mind raced to figure out what to do. He had no idea how to disable the magnetic locking device which was preventing them from taking off. He could go outside and cut the landing struts, but something told him that they would need those in the future. And even if he could get the ship off the ground, he would have to dock the ship with no prior training or experience. He also was sure that the station had defenses and may attack them should they approach and try to dock without authorization. Still crouched, he leaned back against the second pilot's chair. His thoughts soon returned to the elevator which was still rising in the sky, and he could only guess that additional security forces were on board that were headed to the station. What the hell do I have left, he wondered as his choices had grown increasingly thin. XX. Walking into what was identified from the outside sign as the Kikori City Police Station, Suijutsu moved to one of the few people that were inside the building. There were many empty desks and he assumed they were just out doing something or arresting someone. Stopping in front of the desk, a young uniformed man looked up at him, and before the man could say anything, Suijutsu asked, So, how much is this guy worth? And he set an object on the man's desk. A second or so passed as the man stared at the object. His eyes promptly rolled back and he fainted. Hey, well that's not good, commented Suijutsu as he looked around for another officer so he could collect on the bounty. His search was quickly halted when a voice came from the door of the building and the sound made him cringe slightly. Suijutsu. Naruto said we have to get back to the ship. Boomed Kairin's voice and Gozu winced slightly at the volume. I'll leave when I get my bounty. I didn't go the trouble of killing this guy for no reason, contested Suijutsu as he leaned over a nearby counter to look for another uniformed person. I call bullshit, Karin commented, and Gozu chuckled as he moved to grab Suijutsu and take him back to the ship. Right before Gozu reached Suijutsu, another person came out from one of the back rooms. He was an older man dressed in the same uniform and a little portly. So there was someone else here. I want the bounty for this guy, Suijutsu said, and the man, seeing the downed officer as well as the object on the table and the two people standing before him, began panicking. On the verge of hyperventilating, the man started grabbing his arm and slowly collapsed to the ground. Ah, crap, Suijutsu complained and then yelled to the door, Karin, this guy's having a heart attack. You'd better do something before he dies. You idiot, I told you not go waving that thing around, yelled Karin as she ran to the man's side and her hands lit up with green chakra. What, you'd think they'd never seen a severed head before, Suijutsu said while shaking his head at the pathetic display of the two uniformed men. Gozu's sweat dropped at the scene and decided to wait for Karin to finish before dragging both of them back to the hangar. XX. A small container of survival supplies flew out of the doorway and hit the wall. It was soon followed by a few more supplies that were standard issue on an escape pod. They were meant to provide up to 2 weeks of food and water as well as needed supplies for those that needed to evacuate, but Naruto only needed the pod itself and didn't want to waste supplies. What are you doing? Questioned Kabuto as he and the others watched the blonde-haired Sith empty the pod. I'm going to get Master Plagueis. I'll be back soon, responded Naruto in a calm voice, and he smacked a panel on the inside of the pod, which shut the door between them. The escape pod was ejected out of the ship and the rockets on the bottom of the pod engaged. The pod roared out of the hangar and up into the sky. The officers outside the ship could only watch as it kept gaining altitude, leaving a white trail of smoke behind it. Working with what little flight controls the pod had, Naruto put it on a course near the skyhook. The pod wasn't made for precision flying and the controls were minimal, so there was no way he could dock with the station anyway, and he couldn't very well ram it considering the pod would likely be destroyed by the station's hull. There was only one course of action then. Unsealing his sword, he attached the sheath to the back of his flak jacket and pulled on his breather mask. Patience was not something he usually had, but this was not a normal situation. A single mistake would leave him falling to the planet below, and he listened intently to the Force for guidance on when the right moment to act was. XX. Despite the great distance between them, Plagueis had a feeling that Naruto was definitely coming to help him. He just had no idea how his student would manage to do it. I never did get the chance to teach him docking procedures for a ship-to-ship or ship-to-station docking maneuver, he remembered, but put the thought out of his mind. The last thing he needed to think about was his student accidentally ramming the station and inadvertently causing a catastrophe on the surface below. Skyhooks had been outlawed on many planets of the Republic because of the possibility that the repulsor lifts would fail and the station would plummet to a city below it. Sitting back in the chair, he waited for whichever moment would come first. Either Naruto would arrive or the men outside the locked room he was in would get a fusion cutter and cut through the door. He had no idea which would happen first, so began calming himself down to hopefully meditate, but there was only a slim chance that would actually happen. Stuck in a room, in a Ugnaught-like body, with a cowardly droid, and on a Republic outpost in the outer fringes of civilization. Not exactly where I thought I would ever find myself, he thought depressingly, but then again, he never planned on dying in the first place. A few sounds from the outside of the door caught his attention for a moment. Probably a few minutes before they get in, he calculated. Though he could kill the men beyond the door, his main goal at this stage in his plans was to keep a low profile. He didn't news of an incident involving a person with force powers killing Republic citizens on a wayward outpost. To completely make sure that no one ever found out what had happened, he would need to make sure the entire station was destroyed and the personnel all killed. In addition, he might have to make sure that the station crashes into the city below to eliminate all witnesses. That certainly wasn't his idea of keeping a low profile, and if he destroyed an entire station while keeping a low profile, then it would set a bad precedent that Naruto and the others might soon follow. Creating a path of destruction through the outer rim was not what he intended for his return to the galaxy. Turning his thoughts to something else, he wondered what he would find when he got to Tatooine. Seemingly his experiment was a failure, but all the time and effort he put into his research before the test told him differently. He just couldn't believe that he had failed. Failure was a part of experiments, but he had been sure he would succeed. Thoughts of what such a child would be capable of had filled his mind off and on for years. He was in dire need of a new body, which was why the thought of his experiment seemed so tempting as a new body. However, his thoughts wandered to whether or not taking such a body would be beneficial for him. His experiment was all about finding out what a child such as that would be capable of, but skewing the results by inputting himself into the equation, by possessing his own experiment, wasn't what a researcher did. Could he even possess a child that was connected so strongly with the Force? Finding a new body was still high on his list of goals, though. He couldn't very well go around testing the blood of everyone he passed, and Force sensitivity was hard enough to spot without any testing. A Force-sensitive and trained individual could sense another Force-sensitive and trained individual, but sensing untapped Force potential was incredibly difficult. He wanted something far better than Gato, and recognized the fact that he would have to switch bodies on Tatooine and make sure no one ever found Gato's body. The infamous crate dragons that inhabited the planet should take care of that for him, though. XX. The escape pod flew up past and over the station in a arc, no doubt attracting quite a bit of attention from those on the station that were monitoring the sensor systems or maybe even looking out a window. He stayed far enough away that they wouldn't be concerned about the pod being a threat, but close enough that he could achieve his objective. The Force told him that the correct moment had arrived. In an instant, he had pulled his sword and stabbed it into the escape pod's hull. With both hands gripping the handle, he cut a large circular hole. Removing his sword, he put it back in its sheath and started his work. There was no turning back. With a burst of speed, he used a force push to send the circular piece of hull flying off the ship and then dove out of the created hole. His body left the ship head first and he found himself in free falling back to the surface. The feeling of being weightless took hold in his stomach and he felt his heart nearly beating out of his chest. The cold air felt like ice water on what little skin he had exposed, and he was thankful for the body glove. His mask was switched to rebreather mode, meaning that he was recycling his air and would only have at most 10 minutes before he would no longer be able to breathe. The air was so thin at the height he was at that there was little air resistance against his body, and he picked up speed fast. Below him was the skyhook and he was still a good distance above it. The station stood out like a metal castle adrift above in a sea of clouds. Falling faster and faster, there was no sound to be heard as only a slight amount of air buffeted against him. As the station came ever closer, he prepared to work on the stopping procedures that he had thought of on the way up. He was slowing his descent with the Force, but he could only do so much. The rest would have to come from jutsu. Putting his hands in a cross-shaped seal, he created 2 clones right in front of him that faced him. The clones quickly began going through the identical seals and thrust their palms forward at him. Wind chakra instantly came from the palms and buffeted against him, causing him to slow his descent. While the technique worked, the distance between him and the clones was soon too much for the jutsu to be effective, so he repeated the process. As he slowed and neared the station, Naruto adjusted his trajectory to land on the upper level of the station. He hit the hull of the station hard but landed where he wanted to. Grunting in pain, he limped around for a few moments as he thought, walk it off, walk it off. Glancing around at the still and silent terrain he was now on, his eyes searched for any access points but didn't find any near him. Extending his senses, he searched for Plagueis and was just able to sense him on the fringes of his range. Quickly moving in that direction, he pulled out his sword to make an entry point. Coming to a point that was more than 1 level above Plagueis, he stabbed into the hull and began creating his own access hatch. The moment his sword completed the shape, the piece of hull fell through and he followed it into the ship. Pulling off his mask, he took a deep breath of recycled station air and examined the area he was in. It appeared to be some access or maintenance area. Not taking any more time than necessary, he went about making his way to his master. XX. A noise from the door alerted him that the men outside had evidently found the fusion cutter. A small area of the door began heating up to extreme temperatures, causing it to turn a reddish-orange until sparks shot through the hole that was created by the tool being used. Just a minute or two before they get in, thought a slightly restless Plagueis as he continued to wait in the chair. Glancing around the room, he again noticed the small light on the desk continued to flash, no doubt trying to let the director know that someone was trying to reach her, and he ignored it as he had for the past several minutes. He could feel Naruto getting closer to his position and tried to remain as calm as possible. As the sparks reached the halfway point on the rectangle being cut out of the locked door, a noise came from above him and caught his full attention. Protruding from the ceiling was a red blade with black trim, and the sight made him smirk. He always did have good timing, he mused, and forced Gato's body to stand. The droid also looked away from the door to the ceiling and saw the tip of the sword begin cutting a hole. Backing away from the desk, the hole was soon finished and a piece of metal came crashing down on the table below, causing it to break under the weight. Naruto then jumped down and landed on the metal. Plagueis looked up to the hole and found a group of clones lowering two of their own down to Gato's height. The clones were holding onto each other and forming a rope of two clones to span the distance to Gato's height. Reaching down, a clone grasped Gato by the forearm and they began pulling the short man up through the hole into the level above them. Naruto pulled out a scroll and quickly looked to the items on the once hidden shelves. Deciding that since the woman was dead and that she wouldn't miss the items, he grabbed all of them and sealed them into his empty scroll. Once Plagueis was up, Naruto looked to D4 and though apprehensive at the sight of so many duplicates, the droid moved to the floor beneath the opening. The clones came back down and grabbed onto the droid. Glancing at the door, he noticed that the cutting was nearly complete. Getting beneath the droid, which was actually heavier than Gato, he began pushing to get it up into the hole faster. The cutter finished as D4 was just getting into the hole and Naruto force jumped into it as the door fell forward and security guards entered the room with blasters drawn. XX. Naruto led the escape with D4 close behind giving directions and two clones holding up Gato. Plagueis didn't try to have Gato walk and just let the feet drag across the ground. They were on the topmost level of the station and making their way down the hall to one of the lifts. One floor below them were the guards that had just found an empty room and a hole in the ceiling. "Did you bring the ship?" inquired Plagueis through their link. Naruto replied in the negative and told him about the problems. "The elevator?" Plagueis asked and Naruto hesitantly responded, "The ship is now down one escape pod," and feeling his master's annoyance, he added, "The elevator was moving to the station before I even got to the ship. So they might have reinforcements." Plagueis discerned and planned out what they should do next. The station did have escape pods of its own, but if they used one then someone on the station could just communicate down to the surface and have people waiting for them right when they landed. "We need to get to the lower levels, there are other means of getting off the station," Plagueis communicated to his student. Naruto acknowledged the message and pulled out his blaster as he felt several individuals up ahead near the lift that they were headed for. Coming out of his hallway and into the intersection, he fired once at the guards walking down the hallway. Catching them by surprise, the stun bolt struck one of the men in the chest and he crumpled to the ground. The other guards took cover as best as they could as Naruto continued to providing cover while D4 and the clones dragged Gato across the intersection. Once on the other side, he ran down the same hall while one of his clones pushed the button for the lift. The doors quickly opened and the group got in. Pushing the console to take them to the level that Plagueis indicated, they only had to wait a brief moment before the lift began taking them to where they wanted. No sooner had they begun moving, than the lift abruptly stopped. Plagueis instantly realized that someone had turned off the lift as they had only traveled one floor before stopping. Pushing a few buttons on the console, he realized that elevator lift had been shut down. He was about to say something when Naruto's head turned and he knew that his student could feel someone moving to the lift door. Naruto had felt several life signs moving toward the elevator door and positioning themselves in front of it. XX. 6 security personnel aimed their slightly trembling blasters at the lift door. None of them had ever seen combat or even been in a combat situation before. Life on the station used to be boring and mundane. Tension hung in the air and only increased when the signal was given for one of the men to open the doors. The doors instantly slid apart and revealed an empty lift which stunned and confused the men. Standing inside the lift, Naruto held the cloth in front of him over the bottom 2/3 of the lift door opening. He had pulled the cloth out of one of his pouches and put it in the lift entryway to cast his jutsu only moments before the door opened. On their side of the lift, it showed a slightly transparent cloth, but on the opposite side, all the security forces saw was a projected two-dimensional image of the interior of the lift. The break between the top of the cloth and the uncovered lift opening was perfect as the image meshed the two together, forming what looked to be an empty lift. The cloak of invisibility technique was actually the first jutsu that Naruto mastered, but not one that he used very often. The E-ranked jutsu however was proving its worth at that very moment. Naruto didn't move and he didn't breathe as he looked straight ahead. Less than a foot away from that head were 5 blasters, mostly pointed at his upper torso and head. A few seconds went by before the security members began lowering their weapons and the tension in their bodies faded. On pulled a communicator out of his utility belt and reported, nobody was in the lift. The intruders that killed the director must be somewhere else on the station and they must be messing with the internal sensors, run a diagnostic on them. The lift doors were shut a moment later and a few more seconds passed until Naruto finally started breathing again. Plague Ace also let Gato breathe again and then said, "Quick thinking. Well done, my student." Naruto nodded and then lowered the cloth, which he carefully folded and put back in his pouch. Turning to his master, he asked, "How do we proceed?" Plague Ace thought for a moment before responding, "We should get to another computer terminal so we can have the droid cover our movements. Like the man suggested, we should mess with their internal sensors. The droid may also be able to reactivate a lift for us." Using his sensing abilities, Naruto made sure the group was far enough away and no longer in view of the lift before he used the force and forced the doors open. Looking to the droid, D4 led the way to the nearest computer terminal. XX. With the stations and internal sensors and most of its secondary systems in turmoil, thanks to the little astromech, the trio and accompanying clones were able to get back in the reactivated lift and proceed to the lower levels. According to the sensors information that D4 showed them while accessing the computer terminal, the station's security personnel were actively guarding all of the escape pods and the bottommost level where the space elevator connected with the station. This left Naruto wondering exactly how Plague Ace planned to get them off the station. As the lift door opened and Naruto moved out first, his sensing ability told him that no one was near them on their level but there were patrols on the level above them. They appeared to be on a level with many airlocks for docking with ships. Naruto wondered why they were in such an area considering that their own ship was still stuck on the surface and no one on board could even fly it up to them. As they walked through the unloading area, Naruto was about to question what his master intended when Plague Ace spoke, "Go to the wall over there and activate one of those panels." Naruto looked to where Plague Ace indicated and found a row of similar panels and what looked like adjacent compartments with each panel. Walking up to one of he activated it and the compartment opened to reveal 2 items. The first item looked to be a standard breath mask that he had seen before on the ship but never used. The second item was what looked like a backpack but it was thinner and very rectangular. Naruto inspected the device before turning around and giving Plague Ace a questioning look. The clones helped Plague Ace over to where Naruto was and the Sith Lord explained, "Some vessels such as skyhooks that don't leave the atmosphere, are equipped with extra means of evacuating the ship and getting to the ground safely. Not every deck is equipped with escape pods so in the event of a catastrophic failure of the station's repulsor lifts, these devices can be used and are placed at airlocks around the ship. It's meant for a quick way to leave the ship and survive the fall back to the planet's surface." "What are they?" questioned the student and the master smirked, "I think you'll like them. They're called survival capsules. Attaching the device to your back, you can jump out of the ship and the device will activate and force you into a seated position while a protective capsule forms around you to completely absorb the impact of the fall. Also, this means of leaving the ship will not alert them that we have left. The internal systems aren't monitoring the airlocks so we can leave the ship without them knowing. While we're flying away on the Vulture, they will still be searching the ship for us." Naruto put on the straps for the device and then looked to D4. Plague Ace noted his student's look and added, "They can fit droids as well." Despite his disposition towards droids in general, even he would admit that the astromech had proven invaluable. Helping Plague Ace and D4 get their harnesses on, Naruto then put on the breather mask that was provided. Easing Gato's body to the nearest airlock, Naruto punched console, opening the door and pulling the air out of the room to create an equilibrium between outside and inside. Stepping near the edge, Naruto looked down, couldn't see the surface through the clouds. 40 miles of freefall, he thought. He was about to jump first until he heard something from behind him. D4 had backed away from the airlock and was looking quite hesitant. Frowning, Naruto was about to force the droid to go out the airlock when he had an idea. "Look, D4, it's the ship. They've come to get us." He lied and pointed out the airlock. The poor gullible droid believed him and moved to the airlock to see the ship. "I'm sorry, D4. Think well of me," stated Naruto, and before the droid could turn around, Naruto lifted his foot up and kicked the droid out the airlock. Instead of a beep, the droid howled as it went over the edge. Plague Ace soon soundlessly followed and Naruto went last. The trio fell for only a few couple hundred feet before the system on their backs activated. A plate swung down from the bottom of the device and pushed on the back of both Naruto's and Plague Ace's legs to force them into a seated position in the newly formed chair. D4's plate merely went flat against the bottom of his cylinder. Once that was accomplished, the back of the device exploded outward in a yellow material surrounded all 3 of them and formed a capsule around them. Inside the protective material, they would be safe for the rest of the fall, which lasted more than 5 minutes. XX. 3 objects came out the clouds and headed for an impact with the green fields outside of Kikori City. The 3 yellow balls struck the ground but bounced back up and continued bouncing along until the energy from the fall was completely spent. Once safely on the ground, a flap opened to allow them to get out of the capsule. Naruto got out of the straps and then exited the sphere. Looking around, he could see the city in the distance and the tether that went up into the sky. They had drifted quite a bit during their fall, but they weren't that far away. Finding the other capsules near him, he went to help Master Plagueis. Once Plagueis was free, he unsealed the speeder bike and helped his master to the bike. Looking at the other capsule, Naruto went to help D4, and once he opened the flap, he found the angry droid beeping furiously at him. Looking back at the speeder and then back at the droid, he realized that they didn't have room for D4 on the speeder. Of course he didn't want to leave the droid behind, but also wasn't sure what to do. Leaving the droid in the straps, which seemed to make it beep more furiously, Naruto was about to go back to the speeder when Plagueis chimed in. The droid does have a cable gun and magnetic grapple. Naruto nodded at the new information and turned to find a compartment had opened on D4's front. Before he could say anything, the cable gun activated and the magnetic grapple struck him in the head. Looking up at the sky, both heat and pain began emanating from his head. Sitting up, he groaned as his vision spun and then cursed in pain before looking to the droid with murderous eyes. Anger boiled inside him as the droid beeped in triumph. Naruto pulled his sword while he got up. His hands tightened on the handle and he felt some of the Kyuubi's chakra entering into his own reserves. About to teach the droid a lesson, he began walking towards it. Sensing the Vulpine's chakra, Plagueis sent his voice into his student's mind in the form of a mental shout. Naruto turned to Plagueis in both confusion and surprise. In a serious voice, Plagueis told him, "You recruited it, you pushed it out of a skyhook, and there are still things to do. Using that chakra isn't going to help us any." It quickly dawned on him, through the haze of feelings the Kyuubi was magnifying, what he was doing, and he grit his teeth. Coming back to his senses, Naruto kept a scowl on his face but got his feelings back under control and calmed himself down. He gave the droid another glare for good measure, and then attached the magnetic grapple to the back of the speeder bike. Getting on the bike, he took off in the direction of the city with the droid carrying Bubble in tow. Plagueis looked at the back of his student's head and thought about what had just happened. It seemed his student's condition was getting worse, and this was the first time he had seen it. His student could use dark side techniques while controlling his emotions, but it seemed that any uncontrolled and prolonged anger could cause the other chakra to come forth. He had warned Naruto against using its chakra at all, but it seemed to be more unavoidable than he initially realized. Luckily, the amount that leaked out the seal was insignificant enough, not much harm had been done to his student's body. While he worried about his student's condition, he was also concerned with how the midi-chlorians would react. They were an intelligent form of life. If their lives were threatened, he had no idea how they might react. As to his knowledge, something like that had never happened before. He more than anyone else knew that the organisms were not something to take lightly. They were supposed to exist in a symbiotic relationship with the host, but he had no idea what they would do if they felt threatened by their own host. It was not something he wanted to find out. "I'll have to start working with Kabuto on the matter," he thought, and would find out as much as Kabuto had to offer on the subject of Baijuyu and Jinhyuriki. Perhaps I should also tell the demon brothers about his condition and tenant, he considered, and thought it might be for the best. XX. Towing the capsule along, the speeder neared the city. The planet had few trees and the flat ground provided no cover for them to hide their approach. Making for some tall buildings on the edge of the city limits, Naruto stopped the bike there and had a clone get D4 out of the capsule. Stashing the survival capsule material, he climbed one of the buildings and got a look at the city and find the hangar. While looking for familiar areas, his mind wandered to something had been bugging him since the authorities came to the cantina. He already had a good idea about what Kabuto had done, but, considering that the snake-like man was not trying to sabotage them again, that left him wondering what had led the authorities to Kabuto in the first place. The former spy was not foolish nor easily tailed by anyone. Looking down the where Plagueis was sitting on the speeder, his vision took him to D4 and he realized that he would need the droid to find out that information for him. Jumping down, he looked to Plagueis and asked, "Where would I need D4 to slice into if I wanted some information concerning the local authorities and to free the ship?" Plagueis thought for a second but knew the likely answer: "Your droid can likely access that information from any computer terminal. Its slicing abilities appear to be quite good and it should be able to access any network in the city that isn't completely closed off. It could even access it from the one in the hangar that the ship is in." Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the admission. He hadn't seen the computer terminal in the hangar or known that the city was completely networked like the station was. It seemed that they wouldn't have to go searching for anything and could head right back to the ship. All they had to deal with were the officers that might still be outside it. He left Plagueis with the bike and walked back to the ship with D4. Once they cleared out the hangar, he would signal Plagueis to return on the bike. XX. In the small infirmary, Kabuto sealed back up the body he had been working on. The others were somewhere around the ship waiting to leave and disappointed about losing their free day. The men outside had not been successful at their attempts to gain access to the ship as Naruto's barrier was still holding. A beeping sound brought him out of his thoughts and he searched the infirmary for the small hollow pad. Once it was found, he accepted the message and an image of Naruto appeared before him. "What's your status?" Naruto asked, and Kabuto smirked while responding, I probably should be asking you the same question. We're back on the planet. Gato's injured but that's it. Now, what is your status? Naruto said while being a bit more demanding. We're all on the ship and waiting to hear back from you. There are still 5 individuals outside the ship and they gave up trying to get in. I also don't think they even know we are in here. Reported Kabuto. I'll be back soon and we can deal with them. But Naruto was cut off by Kabuto. Actually I have something that I would like to try. Fine, do it. I'll be there shortly. Said Naruto as he ended the conversation and the transmission. Pulling out the small grenade, Kabuto smirked as he would get to test his aerosol and see if the substance form the Kobok worked as well in the air as it did when injected. He was confident the chemical would work but less confident about the delivery system and if the grenade would work correctly. Walking to the top hatch, he allowed the hatch elevator to lift him to the top of the ship's hull. Once there, he armed the grenade and tossed it at the group. A few seconds after it hit the ground, a few shouts could be heard and then the sound of several bodies dropping as purplish smoke began to fill the hangar. Kabuto smirked and returned inside the ship to let the gas dissipate and then inspect the results. XX. Feeling Kabuto standing in the hangar and the life signs of 5 unconscious individuals, Naruto contacted Plagueis to tell him that it was safe to come to the hangar. Entering the hangar, he found the ship as he had left it and Kabuto standing over the bodies of 5 uniformed men. He didn't bother to ask what Kabuto was doing and went to the computer terminal in the hangar. Motioning to the terminal with a slight incline of his head, D4 followed him and then plugged into the terminal. Walking to the ship, Naruto went about removing the barrier he had placed. Once that was done, he headed back to the droid. Despite his ire with D4 and the pain in his head, the device underneath the landing pad had already been disabled by the time he got back and the droid was in the process of slicing in the city's network to gain access to any files concerning them. Sifting through all the data, it came upon a piece of information and decided to display it. The hologram caught Kabuto's attention and the teen joined Naruto as they looked at the image being displayed. Being played in front of them was blatant footage of Kabuto running and jumping at far faster than human speeds over the buildings in the city and going straight to the hangar. Naruto glanced over at Kabuto with a glare and the teen laughed nervously while adjusting his glasses. I guess I forgot to look up. Kabuto explained as the angle of the footage indicated that it was filmed from above. Where did the footage come from? Demanded Naruto and the droid worked for a second before displaying the image of a floating droid. Where is the droid now? Naruto questioned and D4 showed him an image of the city and then the location of the droid flying above it. Can you delete this information from the city's network and the droid's memory? He asked in a nicer voice. The droid beeped in the positive but again showed him the image of the surveillance droid and gave him a negative sounding beep. He can delete it from the network but not from the droid's memory. Naruto gathered and went to get a rifle from the ship. D4 watched him go and Kabuto noted the droid's nervousness as well as Naruto's lack of patience with the droid. Does this have something to do with the red lump on his head? Kabuto asked the droid and the accompanying beeps told him what he wanted to know. Kabuto turned to greet Plagueis who had just arrived on the speeder bike. Walking over to the man, he noted the wound and had his snake reached out and coiled around Gato, then lifted him up into the air. Plagueis frowned slightly at being carried aboard the ship in such a manner but decided not to complain. XX. What happened to your head? Questioned Karin and Naruto stopped opening a case of rifles to look at her to tell her, nothing, shut up. Karin frowned at the statement and crossed her arms. Leaving the room, she decided not to heal him if he asked. Watching Naruto picking out a rifle, Suijutsu chimed in from a seat in the next room, are we gonna shoot people from the roof? No, not people. Just a droid. Naruto answered and he looked directly at D4 when he said it. The astromech had only just boarded the ship after corrupting all relevant information about them and their ship from the city's network. The droid saw his look, saw the rifle, and heard the statement which caused it to beep in fright and speed away into another part of the ship. Walking out the ship, Naruto ran up the wall of the hangar and got to the roof. Checking for any surveillance droids that might be able to spot him, he then looked for what he was after with his goggles. Finding the location that D4 had shown him, he spotted the floating droid he was after. It was likely programmed to float over particular sections of the city and monitor the activities below. He saw other such droids in the distance but ignored them as his target was just the single droid that had spotted Kabuto. Kneeling down, he supported the blaster rifle and aimed at the droid. Compensating for the blaster's drop over the distance and the wind speed, he calmed himself and steadied his breathing. Naruto pulled the trigger a moment later and the red bolt shot through the sky and hit the droid, causing it to explode. Quickly jumping down to the ship, he went to the landing ramp and got aboard. Though things had been a success, it didn't really feel like it to him. He lost his temper with the droid and nearly used the Kyuubi's chakra. That little bastard did get me right in the head, he thought and winced slightly when he checked the lump. Walking down the starship, he ignored the looks from the others as he headed to the cockpit. He would have to take the ship around the planet at a low altitude as a preventative measure before leaving the planet and setting a course for Tatooine. And XX. An faster update but fewer pages. This was sort of a filler but will be touched upon later on as they figure out more about the Tessence. XX. Responses to reviewers that don't have accounts. Reviewer, no boy. Review, this is a great chapter, I look forward to more. A question I have is, will Naruto learn any light side force techniques? I only ask because the ability to use both light and dark force techniques would give him quite an advantage. Plagueis himself was called Plagueis the Wise for his knowledge of Sith and Jedi techniques, so even a Sith can use Jedi techniques. Response, I really wanted Naruto to stick with dark side only techniques. I know he could probably learn some light side techniques, but I wanted him to be dark side only and not grey or able to use light side techniques. I've read many stories where he is grey and I wanted to stay away from that. Basically I want him to be Sith but never turn completely to the dark side or give himself over to that side of the Force. So his body won't be ravaged by the dark side like Sidious's because of turning so dark that it caused changes. XX. Reviewer, Hellspawn. Review, I believe this was your biggest chapter yet. Just for curiosity's sake, why is Plagueis so fixated on Anakin? Doesn't he want to transfer his consciousness into a clone of his original body? So it really doesn't matter how he achieves that objective, right? Response, it was my biggest chapter at 48 pages I think, which trumped my previous large chapter by more than 6 pages. Plagueis isn't fixated on Anakin as he doesn't know Anakin exists. At this point he fixated on the idea of a person like Anakin, conceived from midi-chlorians. His original body was greatly damaged by Sidious's force lighting, burnt to a crisp in fact, and with 15 years of decomposition, he has no idea if the cells in his body are still viable to make a clone or not. I was going to address this in a few chapters when Plagueis did recover his remains. At this point he just wants a new body and had Shmai given birth, then he would have a very viable and powerful body that he could possess until such time as something better was found. His state as a spirit is such that he is not very powerful and a body created by his manipulation would compensate for his lack of power. XX. Reviewer, Peter Kim. Reviews, are you going to do the time skip of not on this FIC? I like the idea of Naruto and Plagueis using battle droids as their army since chakra can be used as a battery or create chakra metal as stated by Dead Zeppelin, and Reader Mc's idea of using Shinobi's heart to create battle droids that use jutsu. Also, since Naruto does have Kabuto who knows Edo Tensei, who can create an army of undead Jedi, Sith and other Force users as their commanders and such for their droids army, and that's why I think slowly taking over the Confederacy of Independent Systems and creating an alternate master control signal system and a backup alternate master control signal system that Naruto and Plagueis controls just in case when the leaders of the Confederacy of Independent Systems dies, Naruto and Plagueis can gain control of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. I would like to see Naruto and Plagueis and their forces slowly take over the Confederacy of Independent Systems and then overthrow Count Dooku and his master, since it would ironic that Plagueis take over the forces Palpatine has commanded and then use it against Palpatine. I think Naruto should build a backup master control signal system in his home world, so when the original master control signal is shut him, Naruto can gain full control of the battle droids. Response, they will use battle droids, but I'm not sure about the chakra heart idea as droids wouldn't have the intelligence needed to feel their chakra and use it or have a means to use it. Chakra network. Sasori was only able to use chakra strings and not actual jutsu with his condition. I am considering Edo Tensei, but you also have to remember that the Jedi might have something that can fight against it. They may have a way to let the soul that was brought back to the living world, go back to the afterlife. I think, but I could be mistaken, that the master control signal was only used during the blockade on Naboo. After the Trade Federation realized that inadequacy of the signal and the fact that it might be jammed or the transmitter destroyed, they modified the battle droids to be more independent and not need a master control signal to function. So the signal could be exploited during the blockade but not during the Clone Wars or the build-up of the separatist state. XX. Reviewer, Ninja Fan 101. Review, very good story so far, more potential in the Star Wars universe. I just realized if I remember that Naruto and Plagueis absorbed the memories of Orochimaru, so would that mean they have Edo Tensei, also known as the summoning, impure world resurrection that revive the dead as a summon. They just need DNA of said person and blood stains or organs to use, etc. for those that don't know the mechanics of the technique. If you think about it, they just have to grab some thieves, crooks, etc. to act as sacrifices. And well, you know, resurrect some powerful Sith of Jedi to use as an undead army or gain more knowledge from them. After all, they just would have to go to the tombs. One more thing, since Plagueis has the plans for the weather machine in Snow Country, will he use it on Hoth as a base, since well, that planet is far away and that there are some ancient weapons since the planet was used as a testing ground in the past. Response, Naruto technically didn't absorb Orochimaru's memories, he actually absorbed the Sunnin's soul. I'm not entirely sure how that is different, but Sasuke did the same in canon and he never seemed to have any of Orochimaru's memories. Kabuto would likely know the technique, and since they have the Forbidden Scroll, they also have knowledge of the technique. They could use it, but I think the Jedi might be able to counter it or learn to counter it at some point. I can't have Naruto's group being that powerful with a bunch of revived Edo Tensei. They would have to watch out with revived Sith, as they might be knowledgeable enough to try and fight for control. I was planning to use the weather control machine at some point. Hoth does seem like a nice place to use it, and they might use it on part of the world to remove the snow and make it spring. I haven't read anywhere about the planet being used as a testing ground, but I do know that several battles were fought over the planet with the most advanced ships or even prototypes that could have crashed and been covered by the ice. At some point I might add that in. XX. Reviewer, Marshall. Review, just looked at your profile and noticed you made mention of pairings for this FIC. Thought I'd offer my 2 cents. Honestly, I can't see any romance happening in this FIC, not even after the characters have aged a bit. Those kinds of feelings should have no place in Naruto's worldview, either currently or in the future. He may have accomplished his main goal of getting out into the galaxy, but his aspirations should leave little room for romance. Especially with the whole Sith attitude. That is not to say I cannot see a pairing happening, as I would not put it past Naruto to use someone else's feelings for him to quell his hormones. And he does seem to have feelings under his dark exterior, at the very least a sense of camaraderie or desire to be liked and appreciated, as demonstrated by his desire to keep those somewhat close to him safe and his vague fuzzy feeling at being asked to make a useful piece of tech by everyone. Seems like most of all he still just really wants to be accepted. And I could see that leading to a small amount of tenderness. Just not love or romance. The opposite can't really said about his non-Sith companions, of course, and I can easily see Karin falling for Naruto because of a number of different reasons. Teiuya as well, to a lesser but seemingly just as valid extent. I just can't really see Naruto returning any of their feelings to any strong degree beyond him being that much more reluctant to lose of his crew, and perhaps giving in to a bit of rutting every now and then. Regardless, I wouldn't expect any of that to come into play for quite some time, seeing as Naruto is still so young. As for the rest of the story, I think things are going brilliantly. What I love most about crossovers such as these are the moments of surprised awe where one character from a certain universe witnesses the abilities of another character from a different universe, and is stunned into disbelieving stupor. We've already had a taste of this with the shinobi being subjected to a few of Naruto's force abilities. Now it's time to see how the galaxy reacts to a bunch of kids who can shoot lightning from their mouths, as Naruto put it. I absolutely cannot wait for a Jedi to bear witness to some of these abilities, as I imagine he or she would be extremely shocked by the spectacle. And that makes for fun reading. Can't wait for Adventures on Tatooine, as that has the potential for some enormous canon changes if Plagueis actually manages to get his hands on Anakin and takes over his destined vessel. A Sith of his knowledge in a body with as much force sensitivity as Anakin's would produce a truly terrifying enemy for the Jedi, more so than Darth Vader himself. Response: wow, you really nailed the character and described him better than I could have. I also feel that Naruto really wouldn't be ready for that kind of relationship now or perhaps in the future. He doesn't have the ability to really love someone, care for them yes, but not really love. The problem that I have is that most readers need or at least want a pairing. I've gotten many questions about a pairing and so I just decided that there would be some kind of pairing but that it really wouldn't be a relationship or marriage kind of pairing, just something physical. At this point I haven't really addressed that, mostly because Naruto is still 12 and this isn't the story where he will be getting any that early in life. At some point, when they have established themselves, have resources and a few locations that are safe for them to stay at, then Naruto won't care about using jutsu in front of others and they will become more active. This point in the story is really a build-up. I haven't decided if Plagueis will get his hands on Anakin. I think the problem stems from his role as a researcher and the slave chip in the boy's head. Plagueis may want to observe his experiment, rather than skew results or try to influence him, and removing the chip that will explode if they leave the planet may be difficult to get around. XX. Reviewer, Fanfic Addict. Review: man, I was so happy to see that you finally updated. While the length of the chapter was spectacular, I'd really rather have medium-sized chapters at a faster rate instead. Well, this chapter, and probably the next few too, was obviously more about introduction of the new universe for the team/crew and how they built a proper base for future operations, and that's just fine since you can't have adrenaline pump in 24/7. Come to think of it, what exactly are the team's plans for the future? Aside from Plagueis' immediate need of a body, vague Sith ideals aren't going to cut it as any kind of long-term plan. And how, if at all, will these plans clash with Plagueis' personal plans/desires? And what about Sidious, especially when Naruto finally discovers the rule of two and that he never truly was Plagueis' apprentice? Answers via chapter, if possible, would be appreciated because I hate being spoiled. Of course Naruto will have to return to Ebonas, who came up first with that name anyways, everyone uses it, for the Kyuubi, if nothing else. He can't ignore the problem forever, especially if it's threatening his force powers and particularly as a Sith who use their anger and hate and don't suppress it. Though I can't say that I would like Naruto to completely embrace the dark side. It wouldn't suit him. By the way, wouldn't the Fourth Shinobi War happen around the same time as Phantom Menace? Last but not least, if you're thinking about droids for the team, I'm rooting for HK-47. His core processor only, of course, since the body will be rusted beyond repair and a new one would have to be built, but I simply adore the meatbag-killing assassin/translator with the most annoying way of speaking possible. He would fit in perfectly, not to mention his historical value for the Siths. Combined with the little astromech, you get a classical Star Wars cast. Now you just need a Wookiee, though I guess Jugo counts somewhat, but it isn't quite the same. Update soon please. Response: basically they are out to gather resources and money so they can find out what is going on with Sidious. They will need money for whatever they end up doing, and right now they are out to sell the weapons and make secure sources of income that they can use to gather information about Sidious. I won't reveal more than that, but I will gradually build up their plans in the coming chapters. They don't have a set plan right now because they don't know what Sidious is up to and can't really make plans because of that lack of information. I have no idea who came up with Ibonas, it was just a standard that Star Wars/Naruto crossovers use. I do have a method to deal with the Kyuubi, and it won't involve a Sharingan or wood jutsu. The fourth ninja war would happen right before the Phantom Menace movie and possibly during it. It's hard to determine how much time actually passes by in canon Shippuden, whether it's just weeks or months. I do plan for 3 droids for their team. I won't reveal anything beyond that though. XX. Reviewer, Void. Review: thanks for the always. The plot thickens and I can't wait for the next update. I have questions though. The allure about the Star Wars franchise is the tragedy of the protagonist Anakin Skywalker and how he become victim to his own power, and am saying is that if you have Plagueis take over Anakin, you take away that antique and human kinsman with your readers. By Plagueis Minch Loride's experiment failing and Anakin being born a few years later shows him to be a work of the Force, so in essence he meant to serve a greater purpose than being a vessel, also when it comes to the Jedi. I don't get why the let Obi-Wan become Anakin Master in spite of his strong attachment to his mother and qualms about his should have given him to a person like Yoda who would have had almost a millennium's worth of experience, and his standing a Elder Master in the Jedi Order could have controlled Anakin's sheer arrogance when it came to his power instead of Obi-Wan who would become his equal in a few years given his vast potential and talent. Are you thinking of pairing Naruto with Padme? Because their characters don't mesh no matter how you look at it. Comes to the Jedi, don't make them as blind to the Sith as how they were in the movies. It was a disgrace. You could have Yoda and Sidious have a foreboding through the Force because of Plagueis but not knowing the origins, but at least knowing it's bad. Sith, this could convince Yoda to take on Anakin as a just saying this because you haven't had the Jedi and Sidious reaction to the entry of Plagueis back into the known galaxy. Response: you'll have to wait for the coming chapters. I don't really plan for Plagueis to take over Anakin, it was just a thought that Plagueis had. I don't really want to spoil anything beyond that. Naruto won't be with Padme and Anakin may be taught by Qui-Gon and not Obi-Wan. I haven't featured any reaction from the Sith or Jedi because Plagueis is a spirit and isn't making a big impact on the galaxy yet. They won't be able to sense him or get any real foreboding feelings at this point. XX. I want to thank Shukra Grip, Guglu Muglu, Cherry San, Lest, Christoph, Kuko, Direct Orman, and Ragdane for reviewing, as well as all the other people that reviewed and got me close to 1000 reviews. Thank you for all your support and comments. Hopefully I addressed all of them in this chapter or individuals through replies, but if I didn't, please let me know. Chapter 21. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXI, this isn't Tatoin. XX. For a while I've put off naming the group, but I haven't been able to come up with anything good, so I'm welcome to any and all suggestions. Once I get them, then I'll put them all in a poll for everyone to vote on. Thank you. Looking over the holocron, Plagueis once again attempted to communicate with the insectoid Sith Lord. It had been quite frustrating as the language was not something he had ever encountered before. Instead of a vocalization, the holographic creature was communicating through body movements. He already identified 3 different branches movements: the rubbing of antennae, the opening and closing of its mandibles, and abdomen movements. Each of those came together to form a language. What began as incomprehensible was now starting to be understood by Plagueis. It was difficult, but he was making progress. Languages were not his strength, but he hoped to be done near the time that they arrived on Tatooine. Their journey had lasted a few days and they were more than halfway to the desert planet. They were following minor hyperlanes and Plagueis was allowing Naruto to plot the hyperspace jumps and confirm them with instinctive astrogation, thereby practicing his use with the technique. He could just feel them coming out of hyperspace, and no doubt Naruto was entering the coordinates for the next jump. Hyperlanes were not usually single, uninterrupted jumps from one location to another. They usually involved coming out of hyperspace and making adjustments at least once on most journeys. No sooner than the ship was back to real space than the entire ship shook twice in quick succession. Plagueis put down the holocron as realization soon dawned on him. Those impacts were from blaster cannons and ship-to-ship fire. Coming out of his captain's quarters he saw 2 clones run by and head for the ladder that led to the top and bottom gun turrets. Following where they had just come from, he arrived at the cockpit and sat down in the second pilot's seat. Naruto was already taking evasive action and he could see several lasers bolts fly past them, just missing the ship's deflector shields. We came out of hyperspace and they were already on top of us. Naruto quickly explained as he did his best to maneuver out of the laser fire. Plague Ace could already hear the sound of the clones returning fire from the turrets. Sitting in the second pilot's seat, he quickly determined the situation. 3 ships were in pursuit and attacking from behind. The hyperdrive had been damaged in the initial assault when their ship entered real space. Determining their current location, Plague Ace told Naruto to set a course for the nearby star system as several more hits rocked the ship. "Do you know who they are?" questioned Naruto as he sent another clone to tell the rest of the crew what was going on. "They could be anyone. Pirates, slavers, thieves, they all travel the outer rim hyperlanes and wait for ships. It's unfortunately unavoidable in these parts," responded Plague Ace and thought perhaps they should have taken a different route. They followed the ship's navigational computer which was taking them through less traveled routes, but apparently they were just unlucky. From his console, Plague Ace armed the rear concussion missile launcher and got a targeting lock on one of the ships. "Prepare to come around," he told his student, and right when the lock was established, he fired one of the missiles and Naruto brought the ship around. Predictably, the pursuing ships scattered to avoid the incoming missile. It was already locked onto one ship though and impacted the ship's shields. Before the ships could regroup, Naruto had already turned their ship around and was tailing one of the undamaged ships. The 2 turrets rotated and came to bear on the ship in front of them while Naruto began firing with the ship's forward heavy laser cannons. The combined fire ripped through the smaller ship's deflector shield and the unhindered shots struck vital areas, causing it to soundlessly explode in space. Naruto dodged the debris, but their ship was soon under attack again by the 2 regrouped ships. Routing more power to the rear deflector shields to keep them from failing, Naruto restored their heading to the star system while the clones continued to fire upon the pursuing ships. Calming his mind, Naruto began connecting with his clones at the same time he was flying the ship. Plague Ace looked over to his student as he noted a sudden change. "He's coordinating the movements of the ship with his clones' turret fire to take advantage of every opportunity to fire on our attackers," he realized, and then focused his efforts on getting another targeting lock on the ships behind them. Approaching the system, Naruto found that they were heading for 2 large gas giants, but soon he found a third planet hiding in between them. It was much smaller than the gas giants and appeared to be volcanically active. The sensors registered substantial gravitational attractions between the 3 objects, and soon they would be caught in these forces. Deciding that Plague Ace knew better than he did about the area, he continued his course while his clones continued shooting. Plague Ace soon had another targeting lock on one of the ships and fired another concussion missile. Only the targeted ship broke off pursuit to try and evade the missile, but it was too damaged and its shields too spent from taking their laser fire to prevent its destruction. With 2 ships down, the final ship apparently decided that they weren't worth the effort and fired 2 proton torpedoes at them before Plague Ace could fire another concussion missile. The twin blue projectiles had a lock on their ship and began following it. "We're too slow to dodge them and we don't have countermeasures, your clones will have to shoot them down," Plague Ace informed him, and Naruto went about controlling the clone in the top turret to fire only on the incoming torpedoes. The top gunner clone managed to hit the first torpedo, which caused it to explode. The detonation however covered the path and location of the second torpedo. The clone kept firing, but it was too late. "Fuck," was all the original said, and Plague Ace braced for impact after he fired a concussion missile at the last ship. The proton torpedo passed through their depleted shields and struck the aft section of the ship. The entire vessel rocked violently and numerous alarms went off in the cockpit. A flashing red light indicated that they had a hull breach, and another alarm told him that they were venting atmosphere. Naruto created a clone which ran to the back of the ship to access the damage. The running clone passed by the meeting table where all of the crew were strapped in. Even the original could hear Karin yelling, "We're gonna die." Getting to the engineering section, the clone could see a fire and both hear and feel the air leaving the ship. Doing the only practical thing, it closed door to the section and hoped the fire would be put out by the vacuum of space. The clone then dispelled to tell the original of what had happened. Checking through the systems, Naruto found that the ship was not coming apart and that they had survived the hit. "Hyperdrive is down, hull breach, environmental systems are compensating, engines unresponsive," he said to himself as he went over the list. It wasn't until he got to the last item that he realized that they were still heading towards the planet. In fact, it was now quite large in the cockpit windows. Quickly going over the sensors, he found that they were trapped in its gravity as well as the gravity of the 2 gas giants that were close by. With the engines unresponsive, there was nothing he could do to stop their increasing descent into the planet's atmosphere. It was only a matter of time before they crashed. XX. As soon as the others had been told what was happening by a clone, there was panic on the ship. All but the demon brothers were running around and dumping all of their possessions as well as their sealed cargo into the other escape pod. Suijutsu wasn't actually worried about the impending crash as much as he was about the planet they were headed for. It was a volcanic rock and he worried about dehydrating because of his technique. Karin would have laughed at the teen's fear, but she was far too panicked, and once everything she wanted to take with her was aboard the escape pod, she strapped herself in. Naruto remained in the pilot's chair as he looked at the dark clouds and partially obscured surface of the planet. As long as he could avoid the lava flows, and lava lakes, and active volcanoes, they should be fine. Most ships could take a beating and he hoped theirs was one of those ships. Their previous ship survived an uncontrolled crash, so their chances seemed good. As the front of the ship seemingly ignited from the air resistance of entry into the atmosphere, he looked over and saw another fireball in the distance and knew it was the other ship. Plague Ace's last missile hadn't destroyed them, but they appeared to be in the same situation. Naruto's attention returned to their situation as the ship began to shake as the turbulence increased and friction of the atmosphere increase. Plague Ace soon returned to the cockpit after getting his items aboard the pod. Turning to his master, Naruto asked, "Did you plan for this?" He wasn't accusing Plague Ace of anything sinister but just wondering why they had plotted a course to the planet. Sitting in the seat and strapping Gato in, Plague Ace replied, "Did I know that we would be hit by a torpedo? No, but I did foresee this or similar occurrences. As bad as this may seem, crashing to a planet is much better than being stranded in the void of space. Especially when I have considerable knowledge on the planet and its few inhabitants." Naruto hadn't actually checked to see if the navigational computer recognized the planet. A quick check revealed them to be in the Mustafar system and heading for the planet Mustafar. "You've been here before?" he questioned, and Plague Ace nodded as he focused on the controls and said, "We have to time this right in order to get the best landing site. We also need to level out the ship and try to slow our descent." Going through the sensors and the ship's computer, he computed where they would land on their current course and then began adjusting it to find better terrain. They were entering the lower atmosphere, and despite not having any engines to make a proper landing, they could still use the ship's few maneuvering thrusting to change their trajectory. Searching the topography of the planet, Plague Ace found a nice plateau to land on and began the calculations. His keen mind recalculated their trajectory for that spot, and Plague Ace began to use the thruster to alter their course. They were made for use while in space, on a ship not affected by the gravity of a planet, so the small thrusters couldn't move the ship much, but they could nudge it in the right direction. Two of the portside lower thrusters fired, and it took a second for the ship to begin to gradually move. Plague Ace eased off the thrust and the ship slowed to stay on the new course. As the ship came through the dark ash-filled clouds of the planet, they saw the plateau, and Plague Ace activated the bottom thrusters near the front of the ship thrusters to keep the nose up and level their landing. Passing over a river of lava, the ship continued on its course. The ground was coming up fast, but the nose started to lift slightly. At the last moment, Plague Ace diverted power to the ship's bottom deflector and internal compensator to lessen their impact with the ground. The ship's deflector had both ray and particle shielding, and while the ray shielding wouldn't help them, the particle shielding would. The deflector shields scrapped against the surface of the plateau first and quickly overloaded. Though they only lasted for a moment, the quick use of the shields lessened the contact of the ship's bottom hull with the rock of the plateau. Despite the internal compensator was working at full power, the entire crew felt a sharp jerk when the ship dug into the rock and their harnesses dug into them. The ship continuously shook from scraping against the rock, but they did start to slow. Looking ahead of them, Naruto began to see the edge of plateau and his eyes widened. Plague Ace saw it as well, but there was nothing either of them could do. There was no way to slow down the ship any faster than what the friction with the surface of the plateau was doing. The edge of the plateau, however, kept getting closer, and they soon realized that they were going over. The ship flew off the edge of plateau and the shaking stopped. For a few moments the ship remained heading horizontally before it began dropping. The front of the ship began to dip forward and revealed to both pilots an empty canyon that they were headed straight for. No relief flooded over the pair, as despite the canyon not being filled with lava, they were still falling. "Brace for impact!" Naruto yelled through the ship's COMM system, and a moment later the front of the ship impacted the rock of the canyon floor. XX. Naruto blinked to try and relieve the double vision he was having. Though he could tell he was still sitting in the chair, he felt like he was being suspended in the air by the straps. To relieve some of the pressure from his chest, he absently unlatched his harness. The loss of the harness caused Naruto to fall forward. His chest hit the control panel, but his head kept going and smacked into the cockpit window. Groaning, he pulled his forehead off the window and tried his best to sit up in the dark cockpit. It seems the ship's artificial gravity is off because there's no power to any systems. The ship is also sticking vertically upward with the bow in the ground and the stern up in the air. Plague Ace informed him with the voice of the groggy Gato. "I wish you would have said something before I undid my straps." Naruto complained, and Plague Ace replied, "I could use some assistance getting out of this chair." "What just happened to you?" might finish Gato off. Grabbing the armrest of his pilot's chair, Naruto steadied himself and stood on what surfaces he could. As he helped Plague Ace out of the chair, he looked around to see what had happened. The cockpit appeared to be fine and the windows weren't even broken. "Did the ground give way?" he asked Plague Ace, and looking through the windows, Plague Ace examined their situation. "No, the front of the ship broke through some lava tubes," replied Plague Ace as he moved Gato's body so the feet weren't on the console or damaged the ship's controls. "Lava tubes?" Naruto questioned as examined their situation. Looking out the window, he could only see rock all around them, but there appeared to be some tunnel systems that they had crashed into. Lava coming out of the surface crust will flow in a given direction. As it flows, the outer surface of the lava will cool while the inner contents stay at a much hotter temperature. Thus the outside will begin to harden while the inside continues to flow further outward from the source. The structure may expand if the flow increases, but once the lava flow is done, the hardened outside will remain and create lava tubes. As more lava flows occur, the tubes may be covered up by further layers of cooled lava or tubes. It appears that the tubes prevented the ship from being damaged from the fall. Instead of striking solid ground, the front of the ship broke through layers of lava tubes and, to some degree, it cushioned the impact. That feature actually isn't very common on Mustafar, as the lava is quite unique due to its fluidity and the amount usually produced by most eruptions. Usually the flows are so quick and of such a volume that they don't have time to cool until they are a good distance away from the source. Perhaps we're in a more stable area, or at least an area that hasn't had many of the typical lava flows that the planet is known for. We were quite lucky. Had the ship struck solid ground, the cockpit may have been destroyed," explained Plagueis in his lecture mode, and Naruto was very thankful for the presence of the lava tubes, which may have saved his life. Looking almost straight up from his position, Naruto realized that he would have to climb up the main hallway that spanned most of the ship. Since he could stick to the floor, it wasn't a problem, but he knew that he would have to carry Gato's body while doing it, which would be a pain. Extending his senses out, he could feel the others in the escape pod. He couldn't determine if they were injured or not, but all of their signatures were present. Getting Gato's body on his back, Naruto began walking up the decking and headed for the escape pod. Passing the medical bay, he noted that the medical droid would likely need some repairs as it wasn't secured during the impact. Coming to the escape pod, he hit the panel to open the door and found the rest of the group. All heads in the pod turned to the opening and Teiwa greeted Naruto with, "Way to fly, a swipe." Aside from bruising, the rest of the group seemed to be alright as well. The inside of the pod was a mess as all the scrolls had gotten tossed around. D4 was stuck in its harness and Kabuto was healing a few minor injuries on Karin and Jugo. Plagueis was taken by the Demon Brothers and they helped him into the pod to stand on one of the empty seats. "We probably won't be able to get out on the loading ramp, you should try the top hatch. It may be above ground," suggested Plagueis, and Naruto quickly moved up the hallway to the top hatch. Fitting his breather mask, he crawled up the hatch tube and then used the emergency controls to force the hatch open. The opening, however, proved to be discouraging as all he found was rock. Moving out of the tube, he climbed higher to the engineering room and opened the door that his clone had sealed. Looking over the damage, he found the hull breach. Through the new hole in the ship, he could see black clouds in the sky which prevented most sunlight from touching the planet. Climbing out through the breach, he was hit by the warm dry air. Sticking to the hull, Naruto moved up to the tail end of the engines and looked over the surrounding landscape. Their ship was in the middle of the canyon and stuck halfway in the ground with the rear half of the ship sticking almost straight up in the air. The canyon walls were sheer black rock on both sides and they were near the apex of a fork in the canyon where it split up into two directions. The canyon floor appeared to change elevation quite a bit and it was evident that they were in what had been a channel for flowing lava that had dried up or hadn't seen an eruption in a while. A red glow reflected in the smoke of many areas in the distance, showing that there were active lava flows nearby. Not too far away, he spotted a huge active volcano that took up most of the landscape. Several rivers of lava were coming out of it and smoke was rising from the top. Focusing on the ship, he didn't find very much damage from the half that he could see, but he noticed that the escape pod was buried under the surface. A low rumbling grabbed his attention and caused him to look around for a source, but he soon realized it was just the beginning of a quake. The ground began shaking and areas of the canyon floor began cracking while rock from the canyon walls broke off and crashed to the ground below. The shaking continued for several minutes and actually seemed to be getting worse. Looking back to the volcano, he saw a massive amount of lava explode out of the top and into air. While it had been spewing out lava before, it was obvious that it was now erupting. As huge flows of lava came down the side of the mountain, Naruto felt through the force that something bad was coming. Looking down the right side of the forked canyon, he noted that the canyon floor and wall that was miles away from their position began to glow. His eyes widened as he realized what was coming, and given their position, they would be right in the path. Signaling Plagueis, he then created 30 clones that set about going through Earth Jutsu. The group began spewing lines of mud to create a wedge-shaped wall in front of the ship to diver the coming flood of lava. As the clones finished making their lines of mud, Naruto went through a second set of seals, Earth Release, Moving Earth Core. The Earth Jutsu caused the rock blocking the escape pod to sink down further into the ground enough that the pod could jettison. Telepathically contacting Plagueis, Naruto watched the pod leave the ship and use just enough of its rocket boosters to clear the canyon wall and then grind to stop on the surface. Looking back to the flood of lava heading at him, he gave a signal to his clones and pulled out the speeder bike scroll to get to wall himself. The clones finished their jutsu and a tall, thick wall of mud sprang up and formed an wedge-shaped defense in front of the ship against the oncoming lava. Naruto drove the speeder bike moved to the opposite side of the fork, which appeared safe for the moment, and he looked back as a 20-foot wave of lava reached the wall and moved around it. The clones had remained in order to make sure that the wall held and reinforce it if needed. Sealing the speeder, he ran up the wall of the canyon and headed to the escape pod. XX. Exiting the escape pod, the group got their first look at the barren and hellish landscape of Mustafar. Seeing the area and feeling the temperature, Suijitsu decided to remain inside the pod lest he begin to dehydrate. Karin again would have made fun of him if she wasn't so disturbed by the planet they were marooned on. Naruto soon reached the top of the wall and glanced over at the ship to make sure it was still being protected by the wall. His attention then turned to the group and he was hit by a wave of emotions coming from them. There was fear, sadness, anger, despair, and more emotions that seemed to be directed at him. He didn't look at the group as they stared down at the ship and the river of lava that was flowing around it. It made him angry that they believed it was his fault. He hadn't chosen the route they were taking, nor could he have foreseen the pirates or whatever they were waiting for them when they entered real space. They had won the fight, but the memory of the blue proton torpedo hitting the ship refused to leave his mind. Not only had he been in touch with his clone as it happened, but the memory from the clone had returned to him when it dispelled during the crash. He tried to calm himself down, but nothing seemed to be helping. A glance to the opposite side of the canyon revealed the damage to the plateau that they had caused when the ship raked against the surface. Looking into the sky, he found the trail of the other ship and followed it down as far as he could before it disappeared behind the horizon. Taking out his scroll that held his speeder bike, he made to unseal it and follow the trail to the ship. There he would finish off the people that attacked him. Plague Ace could feel his student's anger rising and knew what Naruto was up to. Signaling Gozu, he made to stop Naruto before his student did something. If their ship survived the lava, then there was a good chance they could repair it, and the enemy's ship could be the key to doing that. Having Naruto go off and possibly lose control of himself would not help them. He might end up further damaging the other ship. Plague Ace placed his hand on the newly unsealed speeder bike and Naruto turned to him. The Sith Lord could feel anger in his student, but before he could say anything, Gozu smacked Naruto in the back of the head with his gauntlet. Staring at the slumped over Naruto, Plague Ace turned to Gozu and said, "I was going to reason with him and try to calm him down." "Oops," responded the demon brother, and he looked at the unconscious Naruto. "Do you think he'll be angry when he wakes up?" "Probably, but I think it's best that you go out and take care of any survivors in the other ship before he wakes up. Make sure there are none still alive and watch out, this planet does have a good number of dangerous creatures," Plague Ace ordered. XX. Opening his eyes, Naruto found himself in the last place he wanted to be, inside the seal. Getting up out of the water, he walked down the starship-like hallway to where he knew the Kyuubi to be. Turning the corner at the chamber with the Kyuubi inside it, he soon stood in the middle of the large room and looked ahead at the shadowy creature behind the golden bars. "Why have you come?" asked the Kyuubi, and Naruto was confused as he hadn't meant to go into the seal. He thought the Kyuubi wanted to talk with him. Deciding that it really didn't matter either way, he decided to get to the bottom of a few things. "You've been pissing me off a lot lately, in more ways than one," stated Naruto, and he could tell that the vulpine creature was smiling behind the bars. "Have I? Sometimes I don't even know I'm doing it," lied the Kyuubi, and Naruto glared at the creature, which only made its smile grow. "It's only a matter of time before I'll be able to suppress or control you," stated Naruto, but he was soon confused when the Kyuubi laughed. "Oh really? You think you can do that to me? I'm afraid that won't be possible. No matter what you use, there is nothing that you can do to control or suppress me." "Why not?" asked Naruto, and he made a slight motion with his hand to try and manipulate the fox into revealing more. He wanted to know why the Kyuubi was so sure of itself. "Trying to manipulate me, I see. Now that I know about that little trick, I won't be fooled by it again. However, just to show you how hopeless your situation is, I'll indulge your curiosity. Once you cracked open the seal, you gave me the upper hand. I can influence you because of the hatred in your heart. The same hatred that you use for those special techniques of yours. The more you use your special power, the more I can push my chakra through the seal and influence you. The seal itself hasn't weakened that much, but because of all the hatred you hold, it doesn't matter. You're probably thinking that a Sharingan will be able to control me, or perhaps Mokuton Jutsu. Is that what you're planning?" the Kyuubi inquired, and while Naruto didn't reveal any answer, he was quite focused on what the Kyuubi would say next. "Neither of those can help you suppress me. Mokuton requires more than just being able to use the jutsu. There is another item that you would need and you don't have it. As for the Sharingan, you wouldn't be able to use it against me. That cursed eye requires that the user's chakra to be more sinister than my own. Their hatred would have to surpass my own, and even if that did happen, you still couldn't use it against me. I gain my influence over you because of the hatred and anger in your heart. You hold a great deal of it, but not nearly enough to surpass me. Increasing it would only increase my ability to push chakra through the seal and influence you. The more hatred you hold, the more power over you I would have. You don't have any power over me, and you never will," finished the Kyuubi. "Then I suppose I'll just have to find another way to get rid of you. The galaxy is vast and it has many secrets," stated Naruto, and the Kyuubi laughed at him. "You only have a small amount of time before I am able to get out of this prison. The darker your heart becomes and the more you use that special power of yours, the more I can influence you. All it takes is for you to lose control of your emotions for one instant and I can take advantage. You don't even possess the key with which to tighten up the seal. Kyuubi gloated and Naruto's jaw tensed. He knew about the key but he had no idea where it was. He certainly didn't have it and he hadn't been able to see enough of Jiraiya's memories to find out more about it. Seeing that he was breaking through the boy's defenses, the Kyuubi decided to push farther. Not even that teacher of yours can help you. Though, I don't know how much you should even trust him. He never did tell you about your parents. Revealed the Kyuubi and he noted the change in his host. The boy was in shock but the anger was boiling just beneath the surface. Reddish-orange bubbling chakra began seeping under the golden gate and it moved towards Naruto while the boy's attention was still unfocused from what had been said. The first time he came here, I unknowingly gave away quite a bit of information about your parents to him. He was quite interested but he never did tell you about them, did he? Kyuubi guessed and he could tell that his guess was accurate. Not until the seal began loosening did he find out more of what was happening on the outside. The information concerning both adults had never come up while he was secretly watching so he guessed that the man known as Plagueis had never revealed it. The chakra moved closer and it was only when a tentacle of chakra tried to reach out for Naruto's leg that he realized something was wrong. Jumping back, he force-pushed the mass of chakra away from him and the Kyuubi chuckled at how close he had come. What would you know about my parents? Naruto demanded and put emphasis on the word my. I won't tell you. Relied the Kyuubi and it could feel its host growing more agitated, which was exactly what he wanted. Naruto responded by trying to probe the creature's mind with the force. The Kyuubi's smile went away as it snarled from the attempt to intrude into its mind. As the creature roared at him, Naruto lost his concentration and his efforts to try and break into the fox's mind were stopped. He was still a novice when it came to such a technique and he realized he would need actual contact with the Kyuubi in order to make it work and get the information he wanted. If you really want to know, question the person you call master. Stated the Kyuubi as it glared at him in response to his attempt to gain the information by force. Frowning, Naruto left the room and traveled back down the hallway. His mind was a mess of thoughts. Most concerned what little he knew about his parents and the rest centered on why Master Plagueis would keep such information from him. Stalking down the dark metal hallway, he headed for what was likely the exit. The farther he got from the chamber, the more he found that he could think more clearly. Confronting his master about the topic at that moment may not be the best course of action. Their situation on the planet was dire and Plagueis said he knew a great deal about Mustafar. They would need to work together, and without any problems, in order to get off the planet. He had waited years to learn about his parents and a person with information was apparently near him all the time but just never willing give it to him. He could broach, or demand, information when they were in a more favorable position on the planet. Trying to calm himself down, he walked through the dark shroud at the end of the hallway to come back to consciousness. Sitting in its cage, the Kyuubi was triumphant in its victory over the host. A conversation with the cloaked figure concerning the cursed Yandere and Kushina could send the boy's emotions over the edge and be the catalyst that freed him from his cell. XX. AST Kikori. XX. The Red Republic Consular class cruiser moved into docking position alongside the skyhook and extended a tube to attach to the station's airlock. Standing on the inside of the airlock stood two figures cloaked in brown robes. You seem troubled. Noted the taller figure and he looked over to his Padawan. I'm just not sure why we are needed here, Master Kigon. This seems like something the local authorities should investigate and not the Jedi. As far as I can see it's just an isolated incident. Responded Obi-Wan to the taller bearded man as they waited for the airlocks to sync up and open. A small smile formed on the Jedi Master as he nodded to the statement's logic. The Alsakan investors funding the research on the station felt that the local authorities would not be of any help. They used their political ties to have their Senate representative request the help of the Jedi to look into the matter. It's entirely possible that they just want the investigation to be as discreet as possible. I would imagine that it would be difficult enough to get researchers to travel all the way out here, but add in the possibility that they would be in danger and it might be difficult to keep the research going. This also wasn't just a random act of violence. Someone went to quite a bit of trouble to cover their tracks after the director of the station was killed. We seem to have quite a mystery on our hands. From the preliminary investigation it appears that the director may have been involved in illegal activities. She was probably killed because of it. Stated Obi-Wan. Things aren't always what they appear, my young Padawan. Was the wise response of the Kigon Jin. Sometimes they are. Countered Obi-Wan but their conversation was ended by the opening of the airlock. XX. Mustafar. XX. Naruto opened his eyes and sat up. He reached a hand to the back of his head and could feel the remnant of a lump there. Looking down at his chest, he found that several chakra-suppressing seals had been placed on his torso. While you were out, your chakra began growing agitated. Kabuto just put those on a few moments ago. Naruto turned to see his master looking at him. Gato was seated on a piece of rock and for a brief moment, Naruto let some of the emotion that he was feeling come out as stared at his master. Plague Ace noticed the look and the emotion but said nothing as he tried to think of a reason for the look. The moment passed and Naruto made to get to his feet. Why did you have Gozu knock me out? He questioned, but it came out as more of a demand. I didn't ask him to knock you out, there was a miscommunication. I did want him to restrain you if necessary. Your thoughts and emotions were running away from you again. You were so distracted that you didn't even notice someone coming up behind you until he had already struck. Plague Ace explained, and Naruto frowned at the truth in the statement. I was just going to go and deal with the other ship. Naruto informed him as an excuse. Did you really go to so much trouble to acquire a specialized and talented group so that they could sit around and watch you do everything? There was a reason for recruiting them, wasn't there? Plague Ace asked sarcastically, and Naruto inhaled sharply as he thought about forming a counter-statement. Until such time as you can better control your emotions, you will have to keep those seals on when you don't absolutely need to use your chakra. You may want to consider making a more permanent solution with Fuinjutsu. The others are starting to suspect something is wrong with you and are asking questions. I didn't tell them anything, but Karin is probably closer than the others to finding out about your tenant. Plague Ace informed him. Kami, damn it. Naruto cursed as he didn't want to give up his chakra but knew he might not be able to keep it in check, especially if he planned to ask Plague Ace about his parents later on. He also didn't want the others to know about the Kyuubi. Being out in the galaxy was supposed to be his chance to put those things behind him and start out fresh. Since you've been out, I sent the demon brothers to deal with the ship. They are already on their way back. Central volcano is still erupting and likely will continue for the next couple of hours or perhaps even the next few days. The ship is still fine but unreachable to us given the river of lava that is still flowing around it. Plague Ace updated him. Deciding to put his other thoughts out of his mind until a better time, Naruto asked, how do you know so much about the planet? You even seem to even know the names for local features. When I was still alive, I had a secret facility built on the planet. It's likely still there. I gathered a great deal of knowledge about the planet before selecting it among a list of other locations. The Techno Union has owned this planet for several hundred years and the native Mustafarians only number less than 20,000 while living in a single settlement. The only other thing of note on the planet is the mining facility that removes precious minerals from the lava flows. The facility is overseen by workers from the Techno Union but maintenance and the more dangerous jobs are done by some of the Mustafarians. The secret facility is not that far away but will be difficult to reach because our path is currently blocked by the lava. The mining facility is much closer but also difficult to reach. The Techno Union personnel also might not help us. Plague Ace answered and Naruto took in all of the information. It seemed that they would have to wait out the lava flow or try to find a way around it. The canyon was far too wide for them to even think about jumping across and even the speeder bike wouldn't be able to make it across because it had a restriction on the altitude it could reach. They could use the speeder to follow the lava flow but that may not lead to anything and it could go for miles. What about the escape pod? Can we use it to get us closer to your facility? Asked Naruto and Plague Ace quickly responded, that is the most logical choice right now, however it's very likely that Sidious has taken the facility over. In that case, the security systems and codes may have been changed. It will be difficult to get into it without setting off a subspace alarm that will alert him to intruders. We will have to be cautious. Plague Ace explained as he had thought up the plan while Naruto was unconscious and worked out all the small details. The pod would be difficult to fly but would take them much closer to the facility. He had been waiting for the demon brothers to get back so the group was all accounted for. No sooner had he thought that, than Karin emerged from the pod and he knew that she had sensed the demon brothers coming back. XX. AST Kikori. XX. 3 similar-looking children, 2 of them carrying a wounded Ugnaught with the third shooting security with a blaster, and an astromech. They secretly boarded the station to murder the researcher and then escaped from an entire station of personnel with reinforcements from the ground. Obi-Wan cited from the report on the datapad he was examining. He had taken bits and pieces of the overall statements from the station personnel but it was all in the report. Both Jedi and Padawan were in one of the laboratories of the station and looking through the information that had been given to them. You doubt their statements? Asked a slightly amused Qui-Gon. It all seems less than credible, admitted Obi-Wan and he placed the datapad down on a nearby table to get a better look at what his master was doing. What are you after with those pieces from the damaged desk? Qui-Gon looked up from his work and replied, according to several accounts from the station personnel, the director hadn't left the station in quite some time. If she was involved in any illicit activities then there must be some evidence or at least some messages that would corroborate that theory. Someone certainly went through a lot of trouble to get to the station, cut through the outer hull and subsequent decks to get to this room to murder the researcher, and then managed to flee the station using 3 survival capsules. Only 3? Questioned Obi-Wan as he re-examined the contents of the datapad for the information. Finding the information, he asked, can you fit more than 1 person in a survival capsule? If there were 5 intruders on the station then it made sense to find 5 capsules missing and not just 3. Only if they were indeed diminutive individuals suggested Keegan as he finished piecing together the portions of communication systems from the desk. With just a few more adjustments, he should be able to see what messages the director was receiving and what she had been sending out. XX. After Gozu and Miizu got back, the group piled into the escape pod again. While Plagueis worked over the controls, Naruto focused on contacting the remainder of his clones, which had stayed at the ship to watch over the mud wall. They hadn't dispelled yet and he was going to make use of them. Though the ship was safe inside the lava river, he was making the clones put Sith runes on the mud wall to keep the ship hidden from view. Plagueis informed him of the possibility that the native inhabitants were already looking for the downed vessels. Most likely they wanted to scavenge the ships for useful items. Their ship had already been through enough and if they were going to use it to get off the planet, then they would need to keep it from being scavenged as well. Finishing up his flight plan, Plagueis closed the hatch on the escape pod. Everyone was crowded into the pod and scrolls covered the floors as well as the few unoccupied seats. The current short-term goal was to head to the secret facility and use it as a staging area for helping them get off the planet. Kabuto had used Earth Jutsu to raise the nose of the pod so they could take off at a good trajectory. The flight path that Plagueis plugged into the ship's computer was to take them around the volcano and land, or rather crash, near his old facility. Initiating the controls for launch, Plagueis got into one of the seats and the escape pod thrusters engaged. The ship shot off into the sky and following the programmed flight path that Plagueis had put into it, it leveled out and then began curving around the large volcano. The escape pod then straightened out again and headed for the location of the hideout. Looking around the pod, Naruto could tell that most of the group were not happy with the impending crash landing. The pod wasn't able to make a controlled landing so they would have to crash, for a third time that day. They soon began descending and the nose of the pod elevated as they aimed for a relatively flat area on the surface. The initial impact with the ground jolted the whole ship and then slowly ground to a stop on the hard surface of the planet. Once the ship had stopped moving, each person began extracting themselves from the seat harnesses. Jogo was the closest to the door and hit the panel to open it. The landscape that greeted them was oddly similar to the one they had left. The only major differences was that the large volcano was now farther away in the distance and that the terrain was no longer flat but more mountainous. Looking around, Naruto found no evidence that any facility was near them. There were no signs of any man-made objects and only the extruded rocky surface. They appeared to have crashed on a relatively flat area but were mostly surrounded by higher hills and one mountain. The ground once again shook from the eruption and each person steadied themselves. With the tremor soon over, Plagueis moved to the middle of the group and informed them, "We need to get to the top of his hill. The facility is inside the caldera." Each person's head turned to look at the feature and wondered how they were going to get all of their supplies up there. They had filled up all of the scrolls they had brought and the pod was filled with other belongings as well. Reorganizing them would take time and they would still have to carry more than a dozen large scrolls. Seeing the obvious problem, Naruto moved to the suppression seals on his chest and removed several of them. He noted the glances when he removed the seals but he ignored them. Unsealing his Fuinjutsu supplies, he went to work placing a seal on the hull of the escape pod. The seal would allow him to summon the escape pod so they could leave it there and transport it to them once they were inside the facility. Considering the climb, they left D4 inside the pod as well. The droid wouldn't be able to go anywhere on the rocky terrain and would have to wait for them to summon the pod. Moving to the base of the hill, Miizu grabbed Gato and then he began scaling the cliffside with the others close behind. Normally such a task wouldn't have been difficult but the frequent tremors from the erupting volcano in the distance made it more treacherous. Naruto kept the suppression seals off of him so he could climb to the caldera much easier. It was doubtful that he would have a problem with the Kyuubi while climbing and not having his chakra would make the trip much harder. As the group moved up the slope, the incline became steeper until they were running up an almost vertical cliffside. With the top coming up fast, Plagueis ordered them to slow down so he could look for any new security devices. He knew the layout and security systems he had put in when the facility was created but he had no idea if Sidious had put anything else in place. Slowly, the ninja moved to the top of the hill. The top was a ring of rock that was 10 or more meters wide. Moving to the edge, they looked down into the bowl. Below them was the caldera which was basically a bowl of volcanic activity. Lava, or more precisely magma, churned and bubbled in a large lake at the bottom. There were small trails of lava coming out of the sides of the caldera and trickling down below but their attention was caught by the structure. A large metal facility was attached to the wall of the caldera. It was over half a dozen stories tall with 2 additional structures attached to the main building, though their purpose was unknown to most of the group. Several seconds passed by as they all stopped and stared at what was beneath them. It wouldn't be that difficult to get down to the facility but making sure no alarm was sounded might be difficult. They would have to disable the communications, then the security and surveillance systems to make sure that their presence remained unnoticed by Sidious. Plagueis reached out Gato's arm and Miizu stuck a pair of electrobinoculars in his hand. Looking over the facility in detail, Plagueis examined it for any additional security measures. He had built the facility inside the caldera, which ironically was the best place to put it. The area didn't have any eruptions as the lava just bubbled away in the lake. The station was supported by repulsor lifts, heat shielded from the lava, and attached to the wall of the caldera in such a way to eliminate all vibrations from the tremors of the volcanically active world. The caldera and the other systems he put in even prevented the station from being detected by surface scans. Droids continuously monitored and maintained the station, and it was powered by energy collectors that fed off of the lava lake, so it was basically self-sufficient. Unless there was a massive failure of the gravity supports or complete power loss, the station could remain waiting for use for decades. Having finished his thorough check, he was confident that the station was exactly how he had left, at least on the outside. Turning to Karen, he asked, "Can you sense anything?" Karen stopped looking at the structure and focused on her abilities. Extending her range, she carefully examined the whole facility and found nothing that was alive or moving. Her sensing could not detect droids, however, but that was all Plagueis wanted to know. Considering that the station looked exactly the same, it was possible that Sidious did nothing to change it. He would have to check the station's sensor and activity logs to be sure, but they would have to get inside first. The control room would have everything that he needed, however, there was still the task of remaining undetected. XX. Looking at the shelf, Obi-Wan patiently waited for the crime scene investigation droid to finish. Whatever was stored there should have left some kind of trace behind, even if it was too small for him to see. The droid should also be able to collect it, and then they could figure out what was taken or what had been stored there. While he was supervising the droid, Qui-Gon was looking through the messages that were received by the deceased. The first message that the Jedi had found was definitely incriminating, and the Jedi Master had set about looking through all of the other ones to determine what the director may have been involved in. Obi-Wan really wasn't sure what the droid might find or what the message his master found would lead to. Any number of items could have been hidden inside the compartment, and the assignment had been anything but ordinary thus far. Nothing was making any sense to either of them. If Qui-Gon had any good theories, he was keeping them to himself. The droid finished collecting any dust or other materials from the shelves and began its analysis. A few seconds later it began explaining its finding. Obi-Wan listened to the listing of different minerals and rocks. When the droid was finished, he was left with only one thought: some kind of artifacts were kept there. The listing certainly didn't tell him anything else about the items, but the materials weren't really expensive on their own, which led him to think about sculptures or other artifacts. It was possible that the director had a private collection of some sort which may or may not have been illegal to own or obtained legally. However, none of the station personnel even knew about the hidden compartment, which led him to believe the items were not put on display for a reason. Most likely because the deceased director did not want anyone else to see or know about them. It was quite suspicious, and if the items were very expensive, then it could have been a robbery. Deciding to update his master, he left the room and went back to the lab that his master was working in. XX. 2 plumes of smoke quietly flowed over the volcanic terrain and down the steep slope of the caldera. The purple smoke brushed against ash and small-sized debris. The ash was kicked up into the air and created a larger plume that concealed the purple, while the small debris started a very small-sized landslide. The smoke and material eventually reached the facility and stopped when it contacted with the building. As the ashen plume began to disperse, the 2 plume of purple smoke moved through the shadows of the outside features on the metal building. They moved to the tallest level and to the antennae there. No sensors were tripped by their movement as the winding trails of smoke reached their target. They wouldn't trip any motion or typical scanning device. The smoke surrounded the base of the antennae and began entering into the very small crevices that held the circuitry and cables that ran to the devices. The hum being produced by the devices soon stopped and indicated that they were no longer working. The smoke then completely entered the crevices of the device and traveled along the network of cables that linked the device to its control system. Inside the control room of the station, the smoke appeared out of the control console and flowed over the controls. The large plume split into 2 and they received further instructions from Plagueis on what they had to do. Tendrils came out of the large plumes and partially solidified before tapping some of the control systems. The sensors, defenses, and security systems were all soon disabled. Any droids that may have been monitoring the station were ordered back to the maintenance room for checking, and the outside doors to the facility were unlocked. XX. They've done it, stated Plagueis, and he motioned to Kabuto to help him down the caldera while the others began descending to the facility. Naruto was first and quickly slid down the slope. Between sliding and running down the slope, they eventually reached the facility. Why did it have to be a lava world? Commented Suijutsu as he looked over the edge and frowned at the lake of lava below. He was already sweating profusely from the temperature of the planet, and now they were descending into a volcano. Taking a water container from his belt, he drank the last of the water he had on him. This place is gonna be temperature controlled, right? Suijutsu asked as he really didn't want to sit inside of a hot building for the rest of their stay on the planet. The facility can accommodate all of us for quite some time, Plagueis stated as Kabuto reached the facility. He originally designed it as a place to teach acolytes the ways of the dark side, but he never got around to teaching any. The plan involved kidnapping Force-sensitive children, but he encountered problems as the information he needed was contained in the Jedi archives and he had no way of getting to it at the time without alerting the Jedi to the Sith's continued existence. His research eventually took up most of his time and he put the plan aside for a later date, which never came. Moving to one of the outside access doors which was on the level with the landing platform, Naruto pushed the adjacent control panel and the large door instantly opened for them. The demon brothers were standing on the other side and Plagueis walked past them with the use of his cane as he led the way into the dark facility. There was still much to do as they needed to secure the facility and make sure that no trace of their presence would be recorded when he turned the facility's systems back on. With a few alterations and with the help of D4, Plagueis was sure that he could confuse the facility's systems and the droids into not even registering their presence while they used the facility. However, he needed the droid and therefore they would have to summon the escape pod to the facility. Walking into a nearby lift, he mentally told the others to follow. The pod could have been summoned on the landing platform but he wanted to put it inside the facility where it could remain as hidden as possible. On the extremely small chance that Sidious or someone else came to the facility, having an escape pod in plain view would be a dead giveaway that someone was already there. The lift quickly took the group to the lowest level of the facility where the storage areas were. The rooms were large enough to hold the pod but items would have to be moved. The group left the elevator and with a mental order from Plagueis, they began picking up containers and stacking them closer to the walls of the room. They just needed enough room for the pod to fit. They were all tired but as soon as the pod was summoned, he would let them pick rooms in the upper floors and rest for the day. Naruto moved to the center of the open area as the demon brothers finished moving the last of the heavier crates. He was about to summon the pod when he decided to create a shadow clone instead. As he moved with the others, the clone went through the hand seals and put its hand on the floor. White smoke erupted and cleared to reveal the pod. Naruto grimaced at the memories that flooded back to him. The summoning had forced the clone up into the air and it was crushed against the ceiling. I'll have to remember that in the future, he thought and made a strong mental note of it. Jugo opened the pod door and with the help of Suijutsu, they got D4 out of the pod. The droid moved around the area before Plagueis beckoned to it to follow him into the lift. Rooms are on the 5th level. You can leave the scrolls in the escape pod for now. I don't know how long we will be staying but all of you can get some rest until tomorrow, said Plagueis and went up the lift with D4. The door quickly closed and the others were left to wait a moment or two for the lift to come back down. XX. Looking over the new information his Padawan had gathered, Qui-Gon thought about the investigation and where their information was taking them. Using the Force to try and piece together what had happened and possibly why it had happened wasn't getting him anywhere. There were too many inconsistencies and missing pieces of information. After a thorough search through the memory stored in the director's desk, he found no secret messages or any strange communications. The only thing he did find was that the director had sealed a file from the sensor logs and it was accessed the same day she was killed, from the very lab he was standing in. The log concerned a ship that had crashed on the planet but that had been years prior. The only thing he could think of was that the individuals that killed the director were after something off the ship but the amount of time from when the ship crashed to when someone came looking for it was quite odd. We'll need to look at that crashed ship, said Qui-Gon as he placed the datapad down and headed for the door. What ship? Asked Obi-Wan as he followed his master out the door. XX. Sitting in his new room, Naruto took off all of his gear and placed it on the desk. There were just enough rooms on the station to accommodate all of them but a few would have to share. Taking off his bodysuit, he pulled chakra into his stomach and looked at the revealed seal. He hadn't detected any deceit from the Kyuubi when it told him there was no way to control its power or at least to stop it from trying to influence him, but that didn't mean that he had no other options available to him. Keeping chakra suppression seals on his body to stop him from using his chakra wasn't something he wanted or thought he could live with. There was no telling how long it would take to find a good solution to his fox problem or how long they would be stuck on Mustafar, but there was something he could do. Holding the wrist of his right hand, he focused chakra into his fingertips. Chakra flared to life and took the form of several kanji. It was a 5-pronged seal that he was forming and something that would stop the Kyuubi from having any influence over him. Placing the seal over his seal would seal off his access to the Kyuubi's chakra and therefore stop the Kyuubi from trying to influence him. The only problem was that the 5-pronged seal wouldn't be compatible with his seal. Having an odd-numbered seal on an even seal would mess up his chakra control, but he would still be able to use chakra. He unfortunately didn't know if there existed an even-numbered seal that would mesh with his seal, so he was left with the only seal he did know that would do the job. The seals finished forming on his fingers and letting go of his wrist. With firm resolve, he pulled the hand up and then thrust it into his stomach. 5 new seals formed outside of his seal and his eyes widened in pain. The whole ordeal was over in a few seconds and he fell backwards onto the bed, completely unconscious. XX. Looking over the monitors from his seat, Plagueis looked through the facility's logs. After he was done, he would try to refamiliarize himself with the planet. He had remembered quite a few facts about Mustafar but not certainly everything. According to the logs, Sidious had not been to the station for years. Everything was still functioning at peak performance and there had been no problems. This was not the only good news. Looking through the information on the planet's inhabitants, he found something interesting. The planet had a single species, but the Mustafarians were divided into two distinct subspecies, which was something that he had not remembered. There were northern and southern Mustafarians. The northern subspecies were tall and thin, while the southerners were short and stocky but much stronger. His interest focused more on the northern subspecies, as they had qualities that he had been looking for in a body. His original body was a mutant, which were apparently very similar in body type to the northern Mustafarians. In fact, taking one of the northerners would give him a very suitable host to possess. The added bonus of choosing a Mustafarian was their insectoid features. Their hard outer shell was made to protect them from the harsh environment, but it also protected them against standard blaster fire. I'll need to procure one of these northerners. Gatto's body may not last the length of our stay on this planet, he noted, and decided to send a few of the group out to scout for him. The majority of the planet's inhabitants still lived in the only city on the planet, which was called Philadelphia, so it wouldn't be that much trouble to spy on them. The beeping noises from the astromech made him turn in the chair and face the droid. DeFore was hooked up to the computer terminal and accessing all of the station's systems. They would need to wipe their presence from the logs and falsify all the information. The station's droids also needed to be programmed to go about their daily business while ignoring the new guests. From what he could gather and from looking back to his own console, the droid had already managed to forge the new logs, and it was currently altering the ship's systems and droids to ignore them. Let me know when the sensors can be turned back on. Plagueis ordered, and the droid beeped in response. He had hoped to be on Tatooine by the following day, but they would again be delayed. It was an inconvenience, but hopefully the new body would make up for it. Once the eruptions had ceased, they would need to visit the ship and determine the damage. Few ships came to Mustafar, and the only ones that did were large cargo ships that belonged to the Techno Union. They were too large to properly hijack and would be too cumbersome and too much of a target to take to Tatooine. The only viable option was to fix their current ship. They would have the other crashed ship to take parts from, since the Mustafarians wouldn't be interested in the ship, only its supplies and cargo. He just hoped that the damage to the Vulture wasn't too extensive. XX. Well, that will certainly hinder our efforts, commented Obi-Wan as he stared at the ship they were after. Almost 2 decades ago, the ship had been hit by a meteor shower and crashed on the planet. Then, at some point after that, it had been salvaged and taken to a junkyard. The picked-apart shuttle was now sitting among other piles of junk. Without even looking inside the ship, they could already tell that most of its primary systems had been sold off and only the majority of the ship's damaged hull remained. We still need to see if we can find any of the components. Even just finding the navigation computer would give us something. Qui-Gon reminded his Padawan and turned to the owner of the junkyard. We'll need to see your sales records. I don't keep any records, responded a green female Twi'lek as she stood with her arms crossed. She knew that neither of the two were likely to buy anything, but the Kikori city authorities had told her she was to cooperate with them. Of course you don't, lamented the Padawan as he scaled the junk pile to look into the cockpit of the small ship. Everything appeared to have been stripped from the insides. Thank you for the cooperation, said Qui-Gon with a small bow, and the Twi'lek rolled her eyes while walking back to her office. Noting his Padawan's emotions, it was obvious that Obi-Wan was frustrated at the lack of results. With no markings on the exterior and no other identifications, there was no way to trace the ship back to its origin or find out where it was coming from. They also didn't know why it was going to AST Kikori in the first place. The best scenario that he could come up with was that the director of the station found something on the crashed ship years prior and kept it in the hidden compartment of her quarters. The authorities had investigated the downed ship a few days after it was found and ruled the human pilot's death as a result of the crash. However, they had not found any items on board the ship, so it was likely that they were already taken from the ship when it first crashed. There was nothing illegal about taking the items though, as the planet's salvage laws were in the director's favor. The ship had crashed and the owner was dead, though it was suspicious that she hadn't reported the crash, as then she could have staked a claim to the salvage rights. Likely whatever was aboard was stolen by her, and those items could have been some artifacts. It was also strange that it took nearly 2 decades for someone to come looking for those items, but it seemed that someone wanted their property or wanted what the director had found. There's not much else we can do, thought Qui-Gon as he knew that they were at a dead end in the investigation and would not be able to determine who was responsible. Any information on the ship that had hastily left the planet was of no help, as the transponder signal was obviously changed. They could alert authorities in the Republic about the ship, but that was about it. XX. We've spotted the one you're after, said Gozu as he looked over the rocky terrain with the electro-binoculars. Sitting next to him was Miizu, Karin, and Tewia. The group had been tasked with spying on the local inhabitants and were in some higher terrain near the city of Philadelphia. And you're sure it's him? Questioned Plagueis through the small holographic communicator that Karin was holding. Most of the Mustafarians looked quite similar and wore clothing that hid most of their features from view. Yes, I can feel that it's the one you want, and it's heading with a group of other workers to the mining complex with the others for the next shift. Karin answered as she felt the tall Mustafarian that was among a group of tall and short members of its species. Excellent. Capture him immediately and bring him back here. Stated the blue hologram of Gato, and the communication was ended. 2 days had passed since they commandeered the Sith facility on the volcanic planet, and in that time, Plague Ace had begun the search for a new host body. Using the Demon Brothers, he had them infiltrate the Kleger mining facility and used them to institute a blood screening of the Mustafarians that worked at the facility. The screening was masked as a routine physical, which was quite unusual because the Techno-Union employees that managed the facility cared nothing for their Mustafarian workers and never gave them any periodic physicals. Given that the Techno-Union employees never put themselves at risk for injury, as they let the Mustafarians do that, they hardly used the infirmary and didn't even notice the screening. With the information, Plague Ace found a suitable northern Mustafarian that had a higher than average midi-chlorian count of about 4,000. This was over 3 times higher than average and enough to have slight force sensitivity. With the body chosen, it just came down to simple kidnapping. As the Demon Brothers moved over the terrain in the smoke form, Teiwei readied her fingers to create hand seals and put the entire group of workers under genjutsu. She was slightly nervous, as given the fact that Mustafarians were an insectoid species, she had no idea if her genjutsu would even work on them. The illusionary art did not work on animals or insects, but given the sentience of the species she was looking at, it was possible that it could still work. Once the Demon Brothers were in position, they waited for the group of workers to come closer to them. The remaining members were positioned behind some volcanic features on the side of a cliff which overlooked the pathway that the workers typically took to the mining complex to take over for the previous shift. They had spent the morning scouting the position and preparing the trap. Hearing the footfalls of the group below them, Teiwei began going through hand seals. With the jutsu finished, she put her flute to her mouth and started playing notes, waiting for the shouts to occur as the genjutsu was transmitted directly to her foes. A large ball of fire soon appeared in the sky and hurtled toward the group of workers. Buzzing shouts filled the air as several of the Mustafarians noticed the incoming projectile and warned the others as they scattered for cover. If it was a fireball, then their thick shells would have protected them from the flames, but their response was only natural when presented with a danger such as that. In the chaos, 2 plumes of smoke came out from behind some rocks and wrapped around one of the tall subspaces. They quickly took it away from the area just as the flaming sphere was supposed to hit the ground. With the genjutsu finished, Teiwei began making hand seals for another one to hide the kidnapping. Without anyone noticing, the surroundings in the area changed slightly to provide an area for the Demon Brothers to escape with the body and not be seen. A few moments passed as the workers looked around to find that nothing had happened and whatever they had seen was no longer there. It wouldn't be until they made it to the facility to report for their shift that they would notice one of them was missing. XX. Naruto's eyes opened and he quickly sat up on his bed. Looking over the room, he remembered where he was and checked the seal on his stomach. 5 additional seals were clearly visible outside the seal that held back the Kyuubi. A small smirk formed on his face. Though his chakra control would be hindered, he wouldn't have to worry about the Kyuubi for a time. There was no telling how long the new seal would hold or if it would ever weaken. His knowledge of the seal was limited to how to perform it and not much beyond that. Perhaps even Jiraiya wouldn't have known the answers to those questions. Standing up, he found himself feeling good. It was difficult to describe exactly how he felt or if it was from the uninterrupted sleep or something else. His thoughts seemed to be more clear and focused. Just how much was I being influenced by that damn fox? Naruto wondered as he collected his things. If the kitsune was able to influence his emotions, was it also able to cloud his judgment as well? Exiting his room, he sensed around the facility and quickly found Kabuto a level below him and Plague Ace at least 1 level above him. Jugo was apparently meditating on the station's landing pad and Suijutsu life signs appeared to be on the same floor as him. Where exactly the others were, he had no idea but decided to find out what was going on. Since Suijutsu was the closest, so he headed down the hallway. Walking past the rooms on either side of the metal corridor, he found an entryway and walked into what looked like a galley. Suijutsu looked up from the food ration he was eating and smiled. Spending all his time indoors was really making him bored. So you're finally up, he said and leaned back in the chair, sipping on some of his drink. Naruto stopped moving towards the counter to look for something to eat and turned to the white-haired boy. How long have I been asleep? He asked and was quite curious at the possible answer. Suijutsu thought about the question and tallied some numbers in his head before answering, over 2 days. The surprise was evident on Naruto's face and it made Suijutsu chuckle. The surprise soon turned to a frown as Naruto searched for food and drink. Had he really been out that long? Then again, when he thought about it, the amount wasn't that surprising. He hadn't been sleeping very well during the travel from Ast Kikori. Has anything happened since we arrived? Sure, but nothing that I've been able to take part in, commented Suijutsu with some annoyance and he glared at the food on the table. Though he certainly didn't want to say it, Naruto found himself asking anyway as he wanted to move the conversation forward and get to the more important matters. And why is that? Have you seen it out there? The whole damn place is a giant volcano. I can't be out for more than 30 minutes before I start to sweat too much and need to head back in here to cool off and hydrate. And the worst part is every time I see that damn redhead, all she does is laugh at me and make comments about the heat outside. Ranted Suijutsu. I should have just gone straight to Master Plagueis, thought Naruto as he tried to tune out most of the rant. It wasn't his job to make sure the others were comfortable or not depressed. He had problems of his own. You're a Jinchuriki, aren't you? Was the serious statement from Suijutsu that brought Naruto out his thoughts and back into the conversation. It wasn't a question and the boy seemed to know it to be true. Naruto's whole body tensed as a short silence elapsed over the table they were sitting at. I personally don't really care, but the others might, especially Karin. She's so insensitive at times. I doubt Jugo or the demon brothers would care either. I'm guessing you did something more than those chakra suppression seals to keep it at bay. He said, and Naruto looked at him with some interest. And how exactly do you know about Jinchuriki? He questioned, and Suijutsu smirked. Our Yandere Mizukage was a Jinchuriki. At times, some even thought he was being influenced by it, but no one could prove anything. Crazy bastard started a civil war to purge the bloodline users from the rest of water country. You're not gonna go crazy on us too? Suijutsu joked, and Naruto glared back while didn't give a response. This is really gonna suck. Being stuck in this metal building for who knows how long. Of course there would be something that could keep me distracted and take my mind off the situation. Suijutsu abated, and Naruto wanted to sweat drop. All he wanted was basic information about what had been going on while he was unconscious. Deciding it was best to keep the conversation going to where he wanted it, he asked, and what would that be? That sword you promised me. Something like the one on your back, only made for me. Answered Suijutsu, and his eyes traveled to Naruto's sword. Naruto noticed the way Suijutsu was looking at the weapon again and countered with, I suppose you know where a forge is so I could start working on it. Realizing too late, Naruto lamented his comment as he realized the trap. There's more than one forge in the city on this planet. You've been looking into the city that Plagueis mentioned? Naruto asked with renewed interest in the conversation. Not me, but the others have, and they've even been to the mining facility. Revealed Suijutsu and continued with, so, about my sword. I don't suppose we've also become good friends with the locals. Naruto interrupted, but Suijutsu's smirk didn't leave his face as he said, not yet, but we will have something worked out pretty soon. Intrigued, Naruto pressed for more information, and Suijutsu explained, Plagueis is taking a new body. He's already chosen one of the locals and the others are out kidnapping the thing right now. With the new body, he plans to coerce the locals into helping us with the ship. By the time Suijutsu was finished, Naruto was already out of his seat and heading down the hallway. Realizing he was leaving, Suijutsu shouted, Hey! What about my sword, damn it! XX. Coming to the lift, Naruto was about to head up to the control room where he could feel Plagueis, but stopped when he felt new signatures enter his range. He instantly recognized the rest of the group as they entered the facility, but found one signature that he was unfamiliar with. That must be the new host that Master Plagueis is taking, he realized, and decided to wait on the lift. There was no longer a rush to get to where he wanted to be, as Plagueis was already taking the lift down to where Kabuto was. Knowing how much his master hated Gato's body as a host, he knew how eager Plagueis was to get a new body. The lift soon came back up and Naruto took it down to where the others were. They appeared to all be in the infirmary area, and that was where he headed when the lift doors reopened. Walking down the hallway, he found most of the group standing outside the infirmary door as they waited for the process to be completed. Given how relatively easy it was for Plagueis to possess a new body, Naruto decided to wait outside the infirmary as well. He garnered a few looks from Teiwa, Karin, and the newly arriving Jugo, but didn't look too much into it. Their thoughts contained mixed feelings about him, but he ignored it while his mind moved to other thoughts. Though he knew the reasons why Plagueis needed a new body, he couldn't help but wonder if it was due to how long they might be stranded on the planet. For all he knew, the large volcano on the planet was still erupting and the ship was damaged beyond repair. He hoped that wasn't the case, but it was a possibility. Looking to the infirmary doors, he could feel his master's spirit move out of Gato and into the new body. He hadn't gotten a chance to look at the new body and knew it would take some adjusting. His senses alerted him to movement inside the room, and soon the infirmary door opened. XX. Inspecting the body, Plagueis moved around the infirmary table that it was lying on. The Mustafarian was still unconscious with quite a bit of trauma to its head, no doubt courtesy of one of the demon brothers. The body was over 7 foot tall with long arms and legs, both reminiscent of his own species. Both arms and legs appeared to have cybernetic enhancements to increase their strength to likely compensate for weakness due to the length. Those modifications will come in quite useful, and I can already tell that Kabuto is incredibly interested in them, he noted as he could see Kabuto looking over some initial scans of the cybernetic augmentation. Moving to an empty table, Kabuto moved forward and helped Plagueis get Gato's body up onto the flat metal surface. Holding out Gato's arm, Kabuto unsealed the holocron in the storage seal and held it while giving it a once-over before placing it on the chest of the new body. Plagueis' spirit soon exited Gato's body and moved to the Mustafarian. No sooner than he had left Gato's body than the short man started going into convulsions. Being in the body for so long and causing so much damage, the shock of his spirit could possibly kill Gato. While Kabuto dealt with Gato, Plague Ace entered the tall Mustafarian. The process could be difficult and depended on the willpower of the new host. Gato was quite easy to possess but the Mustafarian may not be. Once the process began, the Mustafarian awoke with compound eyes wide open in terror. It struggled to find out what was happening but Plague Ace prevented it from moving off the table. The battle of wills ensued but didn't last long. The Mustafarian calmed down as Plague Ace took control and the being's consciousness was pushed aside. A few moments elapsed before Plague Ace sat up and began experimenting with the new body. Moving the hands and arms, he tested the cybernetics and then got a feel for how the body reacted. Turning on the table, he let the feet touch the ground and then slowly added the weight of the body to them. There was nothing wrong with the Mustafarian's body but possessing such a short person for so long was causing problems with balance and spatial awareness. He had gained about 3 feet of height in a matter of moments and needed to brace the body while experimenting with walking. He surmised that it shouldn't take him more than an hour to become moderately acclimated to the body but that it would require a few days' time before he was completely used to the changes. Looking to the door, he could feel those that were outside of it, which was quite new as that wasn't something he had been able to do in Gato's body or while he was a spirit. The midi-chlorians in this body should allow me to use more of my former force ability and power. There will be so much to do as I finally regain some normalcy to my existence, he thought and moved to the door. Hitting the control panel after one missed try, the door opened and looked upon almost all of the group. Addressing the group, Plague Ace began to tell them they needed to get to the crashed ship when he noted their confusion. It quickly dawned on him that although he intended to speak in basic, his new body was only capable of speaking in the buzzing and clicks of the Mustafarian language, which was completely unintelligible to the group. I suppose even the seemingly ideal body still has some drawbacks, he mused and began speaking telepathically to them. It seems this body is unable to speak in a language that all of you can understand. I shall therefore be speaking directly into your minds. This will likely only be temporary until I make some modifications to the body. Plague Ace explained and moved on to the orders, split up into 2 groups. One group will be following me to the ship and the other will be staying here. I want to leave within the hour. With that, he walked down the hallway and went to the lower levels to get some supplies and check what he already had on his body. With a more capable body, he would be able to do much more and be much more active. Naruto watched his master leave and the others disperse back to their rooms to either get ready or to leave. It seemed strange that in just 2 days' time so much had happened. It now seemed that he was more on the sidelines with a more active Plague Ace taking the lead role. He also had trouble adjusting to the now more intimidating body that his master had. Deciding that he wanted to know much more about what would be happening or at least be involved in the decision-making process, he rushed to follow Plague Ace. Suijutsu was little help in the information department and he wanted to be as informed as possible, which was always something that his master emphasized. Also, now that the Kyuubi was taken care of for the time being, he had a few more personal questions to ask. Taking the lift, he followed his master down to the storage level. XX. The lift door opened and Naruto moved to where his master was rummaging through storage crates. He had taken only a few steps away from the lift when Plague Ace stopped and turned to look at him. The Mustafarian was now garbed in an all-weather dark cloak similar to what Naruto liked to wear on occasion. The hood concealed most of the insectoid face and Naruto saw a glimpse of what his master would have looked like years ago in his original Muten body. I tried to wake you a day ago but you were rather unresponsive. I thought about having Kabuto make something up to bring you back to consciousness but decided you needed the rest, stated Plague Ace, but he found that his telepathic words were not what Naruto had come there for. The tension only increased between them. Without turning, Plague Ace noted the location of one of the smuggled weapon crates. He wasn't sure why his student had sought him out in such a manner but the tension and situation was unnerving. The weapon the Mustafarian had been carrying was left in the infirmary and he had no other means to defend himself, save for the force. Focusing back on his student, he noted something else and voiced his observation through their link: "You're not wearing the chakra suppression seals." It was more of a statement than a question and his mind raced over the possible answer. Could the Kitsune somehow be controlling his student? I used some Fuinjutsu and placed it over the seal. I shouldn't have to worry about the Kyuubi for some time but my chakra control will be diminished. Naruto explained, but the tension and staring match did not let up. Plague Ace then noticed that Naruto's ninjato began slowly moving out of its sheath, only a centimeter every few moments as if preparing to be used by its wielder. Not a good sign. He thought and believed Naruto wasn't consciously doing it but that it might show his possible intentions. Is there a reason that you've sought me out? I can't say I know why, and your mind is so closed off that I cannot begin to infer your thoughts and intentions, stated Plague Ace as he tried to get some idea of his student's sudden behavior. What do you know about my parents? Naruto finally asked, and Plague Ace was quite surprised at the question. I can't lie in this situation. Nor can I choose the wrong words to give an explanation. Plague Ace realized and his mind raced to come up with what he would say. I only know what little I could get out of the vulpine creature sealed inside you, admitted Plague Ace, and he could feel his student's anger growing. What was once a controlled and sealed-off mind was now brimming with emotions and thought. Yet you didn't see fit to inform me of any of it. Countered Naruto. Yes, that is correct. Plague Ace freely admitted and continued, keeping information from you isn't really lying, or it isn't according to my definition of lying. You asked the Sandame many times about your parents and he lied to you. Now you are asking me about them for the first time, and I have told you I knew about them, and I will tell you everything that I know. Why? What would you have done with the information if I had told you about them when you were a young boy? Would you have killed those that lied to you? Sought out every bit of information about them that you could? I had to protect the ship and keep it from being found, and that also meant that I had to keep things from you. From my perspective, you were as much an asset as you were a liability, said Plague Ace, and Naruto instantly demanded, a liability? You first used the Kyuubi's chakra while still in Konoha. Did it happen at the same moment you learned of your parents? He asked, and Naruto's thoughts confirmed what he thought. I needed someone to help me. You were trustworthy, loyal, and an excellent student, but with the Kyuubi inside of you, there was always a risk. I was always wary of its power and what influence it might have over you. Recent events have unfortunately proven me correct. That is why you are a liability. The very things I taught you about harnessing your negative emotions seem to allow the creature to push you over the edge. The power contained inside of you is vast and dangerous. Without control, power is worthless and would be just as likely to destroy the wielder or those around them than to defeat his enemies. I didn't want to get found out while we were on Ebonis, and I still don't want to get found out while building up our resources in the Outer Rim. I admit, there were chances to tell you about your parents, but I didn't. There was too much risk to my plans. You might have tipped off someone about knowing who your parents were, and then they would want to know where you learned it. There were a host of problems with revealing that information to you. Then we had to deal with Akatsuki once we left the village, which only made things more complicated. I even entertained the thought that you might turn against me or not want to help me get back to the galaxy. I initially had to deal with you possibly ruining my plans if I told you, and later the possibility of you turning against me. In the end, I never ended up telling you because you seemed so determined to put everything behind you. Pushing forward into the galaxy was something that motivated you, and telling you might weaken your resolve to leave the planet, finished Plague Ace as he tried to explain his reasoning for his decisions. It had been more than half a century since he had to explain himself to someone. The last time it had happened was when he was being trained by his own master. If it was a young Sidious standing before him, he wouldn't have cared. He would have punished the boy for questioning and doubting him, but it was Naruto standing opposite him, and despite all his training and time as a Sith, he found himself acting differently. He could sense feelings of betrayal coming from Naruto, and as much as he didn't want to admit it, what he sensed was disconcerting to him. It somehow affected him far more than he knew it should have. He had never cared about anyone before or how his decisions affected others. This was somehow different, and idly he turned back to the storage containers to continue what he was doing. Searching his feelings, he found it difficult to describe what emotions he was experiencing. It almost felt like remorse and regret, perhaps even shame. These were certainly not things he had ever felt before, and it almost felt overwhelming, but rather than push them aside, he allowed them to continue. Trying to stay busy was helping, but not enough. However, ever the scientist, the experience was something he wanted to study, so he let them persist. Perhaps then he could understand exactly why he was having those emotions. Naruto for his part stood rather still and almost in shock. His anger had waned when Plague Ace's normal mental barrier had cracked during the speech. He could feel emotions coming off his master which he was never able to before. He's actually sorry, he realized, and never thought he would feel his master be sorry about anything. Sith weren't supposed to be sorry or apologize to anyone. Coming down to the storage level was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He really didn't know what his intentions were, and the Force hadn't told him to do it. He really just wanted answers, and he had been given them. The statements Plague Ace made were true, but he was curtailed more by the emotions. As long as Plague Ace told him what he had learned from the Kyuubi about his parents, then he saw no reason to press further on the issue. He had used all of his abilities to try and detect any deceit from his master during their talk, but he had found none. Plague Ace was right, looking back was not something he wanted to do. It was harder now more than ever, but he wanted to put Konoha completely behind him. That unfortunately meant putting aside his feelings on his parents and wanting to know more about them. He would just have to let it go and be satisfied with whatever information he could get. Perhaps in the future he could gain more from the Kyuubi. It certainly seemed to know more than it let on, and Plague Ace admitted that it hadn't revealed all that it knew. What would I have done if he hadn't told me the truth or denied it? He idly wondered, but decided not to dwell on that thought. Without Plague Ace, he might be completely lost in the galaxy. There was still so much he didn't know about, and so much he was still learning from his master. Turning around, he made to leave as there was nothing left to say. Stopping at the door to the lift, he said, "I'll go select the group and get everything else ready for traveling to the ship." The door shut behind him and Plague Ace was left alone in the room to decipher the emotions he was experiencing. XX. Swinging his sword down, Naruto decapitated the final dog-like creature that had attacked them. The pack of animals had been stalking them for over an hour before finally attacking from behind. The creatures were hard to kill but were not that dangerous to their small group. Accompanying the two Sith were Jugo and the demon brothers. Karan had enough of the volcanic world for one day and though Suijitsu wanted to come, but he simple couldn't. Tatayoya didn't really care whether she went or not and Kabuto claimed he had something to work on. They were nearly to the crash site and it had taken much longer than they originally planned. Both Plagueis and Naruto had slowed the group down as some of the terrain was too much for them. Plagueis couldn't walk up walls and Naruto was having great difficulty keeping his feet stuck to surfaces. His chakra control was abysmal and he ended up physically climbing a few vertical cliff faces areas along with Plagueis. Both refused to be carried and while they were quite capable of climbing, it still slowed the group down. Central Volcano was still an ever-present feature that dominated most of their surroundings. Their movements circumnavigated the feature as they traveled past the mining facility and to the crash site. Plagueis informed Naruto that the volcano had stopped erupting only that morning but that seismic readings and scans indicated that they should be fine for the day. Coming to the top of next cliffside they had to climb, the small group was greeted with a linear trench that showed where the ship had come down and struck the surface of the rock. Following the trench, they made it to the edge of the plateau. Naruto dreaded what they might see and was initially surprised to find that he couldn't see the ship, however, he then remembered the countermeasures he had used. Instead of a crashed ship surrounded a wedge-shaped mud wall, they were looking at a large outcropping of rock in the middle of the canyon that was the same size as the wall. The illusion however soon faded the more intently he gazed upon. Knowing what was really there negated the effects of the Sith runes which were only meant to fool those that might come upon the area. On first glance it wouldn't look very noteworthy and anyone in the area would move on. Looking to the canyon floor, he could see that the lava had quickly moved through the area and only deposited a thin layer which had mostly cooled. While Jugo and the demon brothers swiftly moved down to the valley floor, Plagueis and Naruto were forced to take the journey in several controlled jumps until the ground had leveled out. To get to the ship, Naruto went through some hand seals and spewed a stream of water in front of them in the direction they wanted to go. The water sizzled on the surface and quickly evaporated but left the surface a little cooler. Examining his work, Naruto frowned at the fact that the water jutsu had much less volume than he wanted. He wanted more of a deluge but only summoned up a stream. Chalking it up to chakra control, the demon brothers took over and continued to cool off the surfaces in front of them as they made their way to the hidden crash site. Once they reached the ship, the demon brothers got on top of the mud wall to act as lookout with a pair of electrobinoculars while Naruto and Plagueis began looking over the ship. Not having anything to do for the moment, Jugo decided to go into the ship and see if he could find a few things that the others had left behind when they moved to the escape pod before the crash. They had taken the most important items but the others had left a few things and had asked him to see if he could find them and bring them back to their temporary base. Suijitsu was forced to leave a few of his weapons because the others objected to taking sharp weapons in the escape pod while they were about to crash on the planet. Entering the ship through the still present hull breach, Naruto and Plagueis tried to restart the ship's systems to see what was damaged during the attack and crash. XX. This is boring as hell. Commented Miaizu and Gozu just grunted in agreement. Looking over the canyon and the tops of the cliffs for any sign of Mustafarians or wildlife was not very fun. There just wasn't much to see. The mud wall didn't reach the height of the canyon wall so they couldn't see very far in most directions. At least it's better than sitting down there and doing nothing while they look over the ship. Commented Gozu. You think we'll ever be able to pilot one of these ships? Asked Miaizu as he looked downstream of their position. Who knows, it doesn't seem that hard. They seem to be able to take a beating and I don't think you need to know how everything works to fly it. All we need is to be on a non-hostile planet and have some free time. Gozu responded. Oh yeah, and when's that going to happen? Questioned Miaizu with a chuckle and Gozu laughed as well. Their luck thus far with planets wasn't very good. Each of the 3 planets they had been to was far from peaceful. Something always seemed to happen to them. Oi, Miaizu. Take a look at the big volcano. Requested Gozu but Miaizu brushed him off by saying, I've seen it already. Now that's not what I mean. I seen something on the lower slopes. Explained Gozu and Miaizu turned around to re-examine the slopes. Though a portion of the bottommost slope of the volcano was covered by the curvature of the planet and the canyon walls, Gozu saw something on the lowest visible portion of the volcano. Among the rocky slope was an area that was slightly out of place from the rest. A small portion was jutting up from the rest of the rock and looked too straight and the sides too cornered to be a natural rock. The top of the anomaly also appeared strange. Looking at the top of the feature, Miaizu felt he had seen something like it before. He looked back down at the ship to call out for the others and realized what it was. The top gun turret on the ship looked similar to what he was seeing on the top of the object jutting out from the volcano. We better tell Naruto and Master Plagueis. He said and examined the anomaly one more time to be certain. XX. I believe it is indeed a laser cannon turret. It might be a part of a ship or even a whole ship. You've both done very well in spotting it, stated Plagueis as he looked through the electrobinoculars at the volcano. It had taken him several jumps to get up the mud wall, but he was now certain it was worth the effort. Naruto looked over the feature with his goggles and could also see the similarities. Given how far it was away, the journey would likely take them another hour or more, but that was not the primary concern. The fact that whatever they were seeing was on the largest volcano on the planet, which had only just stopped erupting after nearly 2 days of continuously spewing lava, was more prevalent on his mind. If the volcano decided to erupt while they were on it, then they may not be able to outrun the lava if it came down on the side they were on. "Are we going to go investigating?" asked Jugo, who was also quite interested but didn't have a pair of binoculars to see with. This was the first real adventure that he had gotten to participate on. He had found the vibro axe that Suijutsu had asked him to bring back and was holding it in one of his hands. Given that they had already been attacked, he thought it might come in handy. "Yes, I think we will, but we won't stay for long. I could only determine that the volcano would remain stable for so many hours. Beyond that calculation, we could be endangering our lives. The find, however, could prove most valuable. If the other crashed ship doesn't have the parts we need, then we can scavenge off this new find," answered Plagueis. The quick overview of their ship revealed that their deflector dish was definitely damaged, along with the engines and the power relay systems that went to the hyperdrive as well as other systems. They were quite lucky with the damage only being what it was. Had the hyperdrive been damaged, they would have been in some real trouble. Except for the obvious breach, the hull also seemed to be fine, but they would need to get the ship out of the rock it was stuck in and on a level surface before determining that. The ship had emergency power and most of the key systems were still fine, but they needed to restore main power and fix the engines as well as the other systems before they could think about leaving the planet. Without the deflector dish they wouldn't have any shields, which was also of great concern considering that they had already been attacked once and they were only just past the halfway point to Tatoin. XX. Traveling to the huge volcano was easier said than done for Plagueis and Naruto. The others were having an easy time, but Naruto's attention kept moving to the smoke rising from the top of volcano thousands of meters above them and thinking it might start to erupt at any moment. Eventually they made it to what the demon brothers had seen. They were still only slightly up the long sloping side of the volcano. In their area the incline wasn't very steep, but the ground was treacherous. Looking over the exposed ship, Plagueis tried to identify it but had difficulty. The portion they were looking at was a trapezoidal prism that was about 20 meters tall and steadily got wider until it reached about 30 meters wide before disappearing into the volcanic rock. It didn't look like any known transport ship that he was aware of. There was no evidence of a cockpit or any other common characteristics of a vessel. Examining the very top of the exposed ship, he noted the weapon emplacement. Searching through what he knew about laser cannons, he decided to revise his previous statement. "My initial assessment wasn't completely correct," he mentally voiced to the rest of the group and quickly got their attention. "I based my assumption on the fact that the ship was likely a small transport or freighter. That is however incorrect," he said as he continued to look over the piece of ship and try to identify what ship it was. Naruto quickly voiced the question that everyone else was wanting to know, "Then what are we looking at?" "This isn't a laser cannon, it's a turbo laser cannon. It's far too large for a transport ship, and unless this is a heavily modified cargo vessel, I believe we are looking at a small portion of a support or capital warship," Plagueis revealed, and there was a long silence before Jugo asked, "And how big would that kind of ship be?" "Approximately 80 to several hundred meters long, though I would expect this one to be more towards the 200 meters or larger mark. Given the slight angle of this exposed portion, the rest of the ship is either not here or was completely covered by lava flows and is hidden from view beneath us. The earthquakes from the recent eruptions may have brought it to the surface or uncovered this portion of it," explained Plagueis as he moved to the ship portion and began scraping off some ash and other debris to reveal red metal underneath. The others balked at the statement of the size. Their own ship was only 50 meters and they considered that big. Glancing over the exposed area, Naruto didn't see any entrances into the ship. The best answer he could come up with was to make an entrance. The only question was where to do it. Pulling out his ninjato, he circled the exposed section. There was no telling what was really inside of it. The exposed section could be part of the front, back, bottom, top, or some other section. If the ship was as large as Plagueis believed, then it could just have fins that stuck up and had a weapons battery on top. All he really needed though was a big enough space for the demon brothers to enter into. Selecting an arbitrary spot, he activated the vibration mechanism on his sword, stabbed into the ship. He made sure not to go too deep but found the hull was thicker than he expected. When he was finished, a glance back at Gozu and Miyaizu told them it was their turn to contribute. They grunted in acknowledgement and turned into smoke. The two plumes rushed into the hole and began slowly searching the dark area inside. Hopefully, the two would be able to find a good location for all of them to enter. It took a few minutes before he heard a clank come from the other side of the exposed ship. All three members of the remaining group walked to the other side. The clank came again and Naruto realized what Gozu wanted him to do. Moving his sword to the area he heard the noise from, he stabbed into the ship's hull. 3 more clanks came from inside the ship and Naruto proceeded to put 3 more slits into the ship. Gozu had given him the dimensions for a door that he could make and now he knew where the corners were. Naruto was about to finish his work on the entrance and cut it completely out of the ship when Plagueis spoke to him, only cut 3 sides, leave one of the vertical sides uncut. Slightly confused, Naruto did what Plagueis suggested and only cut 3 sides. A quick look to Plagueis and the Mustafarian stepped forward. Extending both his arms toward the hull of the ship, though still several feet away, Plagueis began using the force. The metal hull began to peel and bend outward as Plagueis pulled the metal towards them and then bent it around, as if opening a door. With the hull peeled back, they were free to enter the ship and found an access ladder nearby. Naruto was about to question why they hadn't just made the hole but Plagueis informed him, a door is better than a hole and if the ship's hull can survive the lava, then leaving an opening that we can't seal will only allow a new lava flow to enter the ship and flood it. The Mustafarian ducked down to get inside the doorway and Jugo followed with Naruto following last. XX. Looking through the microscope at a high magnification, Kabuto stared at the new sample he had gotten that morning. Up until that point, he had been unable to get a sample from Naruto so he hadn't been able to see what he knew to be in the boy's cells. The other samples he looked at didn't have nearly as many. Now with the sample from the Mustafarian, which was taken under the guise of looking for diseases or other ailments in the new host, Kabuto could finally see the small organisms that were prevalent in the cells of living beings and animals throughout the galaxy. All apparently except for their home planet. There were several thousand inside just the single cell that he was viewing, which was far more than he had seen in previous samples. According to Plagueis, they were sentient and lived a symbiotic relationship with the host. Such marvelous little creatures, he thought as he continued to stare at them. These were apparently the things that gave Naruto his added powers. What all those powers were he still had yet to determine, but perhaps in time he would be able to find out more and ask the questions he really wanted to answer. The main question that stood out from all the rest, was how Naruto had come to gain those organisms. He had yet to be told the full story, but in time he would earn more trust from the group and finally be able to find out more. If Naruto could form a symbiotic relationship with the organisms, then perhaps he could as well. He wasn't foolish enough to just go experimenting with them though. That was not something he would chance. There was no telling what the organisms were capable of or what experimenting with them could cause. He had been warned not to look into by Plagueis and told that at a later time, he would be let in on the Sith's research and be able to learn more about the organisms known as midi-chlorians. His own thoughts and questions continued to eat away at him, but he resolved to wait. Thus far, the galaxy had turned out better than he had imagined. Remembering back to Snow Country, his actions seemed so foolish. The knowledge and discoveries the galaxy had to offer were even greater than anything he had been working on with Orochimaru. His former master's work seemed too dull and insignificant by comparison to what was now available to him. XX. Bodies, the ship was full of dead bodies. Well, skeletons to be exact. Despite being inside the ship, the flesh had decomposed at some point and left bones along with a mess on the floor. Remains littered the floors of the hallways in the area they were in. Without a proper examination, it was difficult to determine exactly how they died, but Plagueis was sure that it was through violence or other physical means. There were many scorch marks from blaster fire, but not all the bodies they passed seemed to be killed with those weapons. Hopefully Naruto will be able to use a medical jutsu and diagnose what happened to a few of the bodies that don't look like they were killed with a blaster. Plagueis thought as he wanted to make sure that it wasn't something more sinister that had killed the crew. There were many ways that the other crew could have been killed. Bacteriological, viral outbreak, any number of gases, or perhaps something more sinister and related to the dark side of the Force. All were unfortunately possibilities. From what he could tell, they were actually at the front of the ship and Naruto, Jugo, as well as the demon brothers were in the process of forcing the blast doors open to what he believed to be the bridge. If there were answers to be found, then the bridge was the best place, however without power, there was little they could do. Therefore, once the bridge was found, they would need to find power or gain a power source to power individual systems. The ship likely had a few small power units or generators in storage that could be used to recharge droids and the like, so all they needed to do was find one if the ship's power or emergency power couldn't be restored. While the four worked, Plagueis held up the glow rod that he had brought so that they could see what they were doing. The Mustafarian's eyesight wasn't that bad in the dark, but the pitch-black ship was not easy to see in. Naruto and the demon brothers were much better off, but Jugo also couldn't see anything in the pitch dark of the ship. He still found it odd that he couldn't place the type of ship they were on. Considering the Republic's lack of a standing navy, he thought perhaps it was an older ship, but that also clashed with the location. Mustafar was far outside the Republic, which was one of the reasons he chose it for the facility. A screeching and grating noise from the blast door told him that the four had finished getting it open, and he walked with them into the bridge. The dark bridge was illuminated by the yellow light of the glow rod as Plagueis proceeded to the head of the group to better light the room. Several more bodies adorned the floor near the adjacent control stations that operated the ship. Each body appeared to have been hit with a blaster bolt, but they also appeared to have other massive injuries as well. The one thing out of place in the room was a droid that was lying on the floor. Plagueis directed the light on the droid but found that he couldn't place its model. The droid's shell appeared to be in reddish-orange, or perhaps it was just rusted. It also had quite a few scorch marks on its body, and a blaster was firmly gripped in its hand. Given its position in the room, it was possible that the droid was responsible for the deaths in the bridge, but he couldn't be sure about that. Naruto moved to several of the control stations and tried to activate them, but everything was dead. Turning around, he found his master staring at and examining a damaged droid on the floor. Before he could say anything, Plagueis spoke to him and the rest of the group. Create some shadow clones and have them search the rest of the ship. We will be staying here for the time being. The clones should head to the reactor room and contact you when they find it, or look for a small power generator in the rooms of the ship. I'd also like you to bring one of the bodies back that wasn't obviously killed by blaster fire, stated Plagueis, and Naruto put his hands into a cross-shaped seal to form a group of clones. The results were less than he desired. He only managed to create half as many clones as he wanted, so he had to repeat the process. Using his link, he sent them out to complete the tasks. While the clones filed out of the bridge, the others chose a few of the open chairs and waited. It didn't take long for 2 clones to return with the set of remains that Plagueis had asked for. The clones had quite a difficult time as the remains were practically falling apart in their hands. The real Naruto moved to it and attempted to use a diagnostic jutsu. It took 5 tries before he managed to control the chakra enough to work the jutsu. Focusing and concentrating on the chakra control, he moved his hands over the corpse and quickly examined the body. His control soon waned and the jutsu failed, but he had found out something. There are too many bone breaks in this man's body to count. It's as if his whole body was crushed by something. And to emphasize the point, he levitated one of the bones with the force and the others watched while he fell apart into small fragments while in the air. Plagueis took in the new information while looking over the body the clones brought back. It seems most of his theories had been wrong. While many aboard were initially killed by blaster fire, something else happened that finished off the rest. Did your clones see any other bodies with different uniforms? Plagueis asked, and Naruto closed his eyes to confer with the clones. No, they have yet to find any other bodies that don't have this same uniform. He confirmed, and Plagueis could finally hypothesize what had happened. It seems then that the ship was attacked by an inside force. The best explanation for these injuries is that the inertial compensator was turned off or disabled, he stated, and Miaizu promptly asked, "What's an internal compensator?" It's inertial, and it is a device aboard a ship that protects the crew from the sudden changes in acceleration that ship undergoes while traveling. Normal travel and maneuvers can cause so much G-force and strain on a body that a person could be instantly killed without the inertial compensator. Starships simply travel too fast for most beings to be able to stand, and the device reduces that feeling to where you won't feel anything. Our crash would have probably killed us without it being turned on. In this case, it is likely that the compensator was turned off and the crash killed the rest of the crew. There are many safety features in place to prevent that from happening, but they must have been overridden. Plagueis explained. Who would turn off such a device while they themselves are on board the ship? Questioned Jugo, as it made no sense unless it was a suicidal action. The Mustafarian's gaze turned to the droid that was sitting across, but he said nothing about his suspicions. Naruto's head turned towards the door as he received some information from his clones. It seems my clones have found the reactor room. Plagueis turned away from the droid and nodded. He then gave explicit instructions, that Naruto relayed to the clones, on the procedures for trying to activate the emergency power. The clones followed the instruction, and it seemed that the ship's emergency power had not been drained as emergency lights in the bridge began turning on. Several low hums sounded in the bridge as a few key systems began starting up. Naruto sat down at one of the main terminals and waited for the monitor to activate so he could find out information about the ship. The monitor, however, did not show him anything about the ship when it turned on. Naruto found himself staring at the image of a droid. The model appeared to be the exact same droid that was on the floor. The red photoreceptors stared back at him, and he wondered what the hell was going on. Every monitor in the bridge began turning on as well, and the group looked around to see images of the reddish-orange droid staring back at them. Before Naruto could say anything, the droid began speaking. Greeting, welcome aboard my ship, meatbags. XX. Yeah, kind of a cliffhanger there. Sorry it took so long to update, but the Christmas holiday has been busy for me. I hope to get the next chapter out much faster than this one. For clarification, most of the responses that I have at the end of my stories are for the anonymous reviewers. I don't pick and choose select reviews to respond to. I get quite a few anonymous reviewers and sometimes repeat anonymous reviewers. Whether they have accounts and are too lazy to sign in, I don't really know. However, there are times when an anonymous reviewer does have a question/concern, and I try to answer those at the end of the next chapter. The other reviews I get from fanfiction members I answer in private messages, so everyone gets their questions or concerns answered, but only the ones that review anonymously get it answered in the chapter itself. XX. Reviewer Luyos. Great job as always, mate. Gotta say, I don't see romance happening in this FIC, it wouldn't fit, maybe something purely physical, and not harem. I'm tired of seeing reviews of people asking for romance, though they are few, because it doesn't seem to have a place here. I like to see Naruto get some soldiers or followers, maybe some Sith spawn, fingers crossed. It would be good to see him have normal followers, I mean people willing to follow his orders without force control or anything else. I like the review about Naruto possibly uniting the ninjas, under one banner, his banner. Anyways, these are just my thoughts, this is your story, and what a story my friend. Do and write what you wish, because so far this is the best story out there. Winky face, response, well I kinda thought so too about the romance. In time he will have followers and maybe Sith spawn. Unfortunately I don't have any plans for Naruto to unite the ninjas in this fanfic. Thank you for the review. XX. Reviewer, Leadman. As usual, a couple questions. 1. I know very little of Star Wars trivia, but it looks like you're aiming to have Plagueis eventually find out about Anakin, right? To be totally honest I'm okay if you have him take over and derail canon Star Wars and take it in a different direction. I like Star Wars but I'm not wedded to the canon details. As long as you don't turn this into a boring Naruto is godly story I'll enjoy the ride. It's the challenges he and his motley crew faces which makes this such a fun read. 2. You did mention your focus wasn't on the people left behind, the Narutoverse i.e. the people on Ebonas, but what you've written previously was good enough that there are still hanging threads here. Are you planning on eventually letting us know what happened to Konoha, Akatsuki, and the whole insane Madara plotting to screw the world over thing? I admit Kishimoto jumped the shark, several times, frustrated face, but it would be nice to read an alternate resolution to the mess he left behind. Especially since the Nine Tails is basically all but out of reach of the Akatsuki which puts a major wrench in their plans, although I hate them, they're not stupid, and a missing Baijuyu, especially the Nine Tails, the most powerful, will be something that they cannot simply ignore. Response, I'm not completely sure how much I will or will not follow SW canon at this point. I'm trying as best as I can to turn this into a godlike Naruto story. It's actually tougher than it sounds. I think I will show some stuff happening in Konoha at some point in the future. I have to get to that point though. It may be a good number of chapters but not that much time in the story. XX. Reviewer, Tusu. Trace Biet. Mui Biet. Very good. Since you've been doing such a great job, I thought saying in a different language or two, could show my appreciation. Smiley face, tremendous work buddy, and like every other guy I've got a question, he. I'm just wondering if Naruto will get more followers, meaning, in Surfer, bad spelling, they kind of just fixed everybody to work for them, mind control, which is fine, but will he get soldiers, dirty merchants, assassins, exed, to work for him normally, just because he's powerful, or gains their trust or buys them? Keep up the great work my friend. Winky face, response, in Surfer, they only mind controlled a select few people. From those, their influence may grow and they could become friendly with a few neighboring systems. He will get soldiers, smugglers, assassins, and others that will unknowingly work for him as well as knowingly work for him. So some might think they are still just working for their bosses but actually work for Naruto and others will know that they work for Naruto. I don't want to spoil too much but there will be people he gains the trust of and those that he buys as well. XX. Reviewer, fan of Night Sisters. When will Plagueis go to Dathomir and meet the Night Sisters? Response, at this point in time I don't have plans for Plagueis to go to Dathomir. That could change but it might not. Sorry if that disappoints you. XX. Reviewer, fanfic addict. My question is, how far do you intend this story to go in the Star Wars timeline? Or more prudently, how far have you planned to go till now? It's just that I don't see the story fitting in with episode 4 since that's basically the next generation and Naruto would be nearly 50 years old which would be weird. Even if Naruto would be the emperor then but to be honest I don't really see him there either. Oh, and I want to know why Naruto was angered strongly enough to nearly draw on the Kyuubi's chakra. Only Jiraya's memories did that before and unlike in canon Naruto's seal was never loosened by Jiraiya either. Well, other than that I just want to say that I'm quite curious what you'll do with the Tessence since you can be completely original without changing the basic setting too much. Oh, and I think you shouldn't invent any more force powers. I can see that the mind techniques like knowledge drain were essential and necessary for the story but the force astrogation you mentioned in chapter 19 in the beginning is just way too outlandish in my opinion. While the force often acts as some kind of guide for the Jedi and Sith, it's more about gut feelings, vague ideas, and sometimes visions or in Mace Windu's case even shatter points. You can't use the force to substitute the extremely precise calculations of a high-tech navigational computer which consist of countless variables. It doesn't sound very useful anyways. Response, I don't plan to go past the Clone Wars, or at least not far past the Clones Wars, so my story will end about where the third movie ends and won't go beyond that. Hopefully this chapter explained the question about the Kyuubi's chakra and influence. I've tried to explain it better as other people found it slightly unrealistic that Naruto would get that mad. Actually instinctive astrogation is a real force technique or it is on Wikipedia as a force technique I didn't make it up. It could be quite useful if Naruto wanted to plot a course through an area he has never been before and that doesn't have good astrological data. The way I understand it, and I could be wrong, is that star charts are updated regularly because the hyperlanes do change slightly over time. Navigational computers need those updated star charts to plot safe courses. There are major and minor lanes, and so if Naruto wanted to make his own path through space, he could do that without updated charts or using the navigational computer. This would allow him to possibly travel to places faster and on a more direct route, but also work around pirates and other people that might wait at normal spaces lanes to attack ships that come out of hyperspace. It really would come in handy. If he didn't have a NAV computer, then he wouldn't need one. He could also use it plot new hyperlanes for use later on. Hyperlanes are very valuable as a quicker path is more money for shippers/smugglers, and would be incredibly useful in times of war. Having secret hyperlanes would be invaluable to anyone. XX. Reviewer, Renegade. Hey, since Naruto overrode Orochimaru when he tried to take over Naruto's soul, doesn't that mean that Naruto has to use the technique himself to keep him alive every few years? Response: Naruto absorbed Orochimaru's soul, but he never took over his body. He still has his own body, and the reason Orochimaru had to keep switching was due to the fact that his new host body kept breaking down because it was not meant to hold his soul or his chakra. Naruto shouldn't have that problem because he never left his body or took over Orochimaru's. XX. Reviewer, Peter Kim. What about me answering your review on your fanfiction? When will Naruto's gang will face the Jedis, and most importantly Obi-Wan Kenobi and his master Qui-Gon Jinn? Response: unfortunately not for a little while. They are in sort of a finding/gathering/building arc where they are making connections and building up their power base, so they won't be facing Jedi very soon. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon appeared in this chapter because I really wanted to test myself. I wanted to see how well I could write a standard Star Wars character and how well that would conform to what people expect them to say/do/act. It will be a little while before Naruto faces either of those two Jedi. XX. Reviewer, Cold Blue. I have been reading your responses on how you might run the story. It's sad that you might not put Naruto in a relationship with Karin, Teiwa, Naruto girls, or any Star Wars girls. I understand that Naruto does not know how to love, but I can't help to be into some romances. If you do reconsider romance, then I can't wait to read about. So if you are going to keep Naruto to the Sith ways, how will he interact with Sidious and the others connected to the dark side? When will Naruto wise up and kill Plagueis? Why keep Kabuto alive if he is going to cause more problems for the group for his thirst for knowledge? Will Naruto be booing these new forms of druids that you say that you might show, or will be through other situations like with D4? Will Naruto find the Tomb of Raven or something special from finding these statues? What will Naruto lightsaber will look like? Thanks for the chapter and the responses to the answer from your readers. Keep writing. Response: if a romance is going to happen in the story, then it will be gradual and not happen right away. I don't exactly know if it will or if it won't. It would all depend on where the story takes me. I have a plan, but something I end up writing spontaneous stuff that could alter the story later on. Basically, there are still possibilities for anything. I don't have many plans for him to interact much with Sidious. The man stays in the shadows so much that it would be really hard for them to interact. I will have Naruto interact with other Sith/Darksiders, and he probably won't like any of them. Since he has been taught so differently and hasn't fully submersed himself in the dark side, he won't be able to get along well with other dark side users. I don't have plans for Plagueis or Kabuto to die. Naruto will find the droids, he won't be buying any of them. Naruto won't find Revan's tomb or anything like that. I'm still working out what his lightsaber will look like. I was thinking it would be a katana handle without a guard or look similar to the handle of his ninjato. XX. Reviewer, silently watching. Kyuubi is, quite frankly, more trouble than he's worth. But I need to ask, doesn't Naruto remember what his clone heard when the Sandaime and Jiraiya were discussing the loosening of the seal that would occur when he first used the demon's chakra? He has all his own research into Fuinjutsu, combined with Jiraiya's knowledge, so simply retightening the seal shouldn't really be that much of an issue, should it? At least unless Naruto wants to modify the seal so that none of the demon chakra enters his coils. As for the pairing issue that seems to have sprung up, the crew of the ship is going to be spending quite a long time with each other, working together in life or death situations. It's hard to prevent bonds from developing between everyone in those conditions. No, I don't think that Naruto should go ahead and get married, and even loving someone will likely be difficult, but I can easily see a friends with benefits relationship between Naruto and Karin, and possibly even between him and Teiwa. And with Karin's personality in canon, she would be able to fall in love, or become obsessed, with him. If that didn't make much sense, I apologize, but I can't think of any other way to explain it. Response: Naruto can't tighten his seal because he doesn't have the key. His seal has a corresponding key that was made by the Yondaime, and it is written on a summoning toad that is inside of Jiraiya. Naruto had no idea where it was or how to get to it, so he can't tighten up the seal. What I had him do in this chapter is really the extent of what he can do. Keirin's personality in canon was based on seeing Sasuke as someone that he wasn't, so it's hard to say how she would respond to Naruto. Her view of him was skewed and that moment certainly didn't happen with Naruto, so it's hard to say if she would ever be obsessed with him like she was with Sasuke. I do agree that they will be spending time together, so anything could happen, but at this point I can't say for certain what will. Some of my writing is very planned and some isn't. Some things I just come up with right on the spot while I'm writing a chapter. XX. Reviewer, GLJ. I really love your story, as it presents a nice what-if situation and has great follow-through. I get the feeling that you are going to turn D4 into a pseudo R2D2, but that's all good. Lovable droids make the best OCS. Have you considered giving Naruto the Hiraishin? Since he knows so much about with runes and Fuinjutsu, it seems like a logical next step in his training. My personal belief as to why it has never been copied is that it has specific genetic markers designed to only let the marked person use the runes. Response: I've considered it, but at this point it would be a little bit much to have it, and I also have something else planned that he will learn. I don't want to spoil it though. XX. Reviewer, Kuko. Great chapter, as always my friend. But I've got a couple of bones to pick with you. LOL, winky face. I understand that for the story to be good, there have to be issues, that Naruto can't be 100% all the time, at least not when he's 12, and getting used to everything. But it bothers me how easily he lost control of himself when the droid hit him. Also, I could be wrong, but couldn't Naruto use Shuzen, or whatever it's called, to bring themselves to the ship, from the skyhook? That's it, for my fan-pestering part. Now I think you did a great job mixing comedy and action. The chapter had a great flow, like the story. Keep up the great work my friend, you are the best. P.S. I agree, that there is no room for romance, something purely physical could definitely work later on. Response: to be honest, I really wasn't happy with the way that part of the chapter turned out. I wanted for him to lose control at some point, but I guess I kinda forced it to happen instead of letting it happen, if that kinda makes sense. I've tried to come up with a good explanation for that in this chapter, but I don't know if it worked out. There are always things that don't go exactly how you plan, and this was certainly one of them for me in this story. Shushin, or however it's spelled, is not meant for traveling really long distances like that. It's really meant for travel for a couple hundred feet maybe. I'm also not sure you can use it with more than one person or that you can move vertically with it. And that was all the questions I noticed this time. If I missed anything, just let me know. And again, this section was only for the anonymous reviewers so I could answer their questions. Thank you to all those people that reviewed.